This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. She took the blame. Clang with a sharp and harsh sound. The rusty iron door was pulled open by a rough man. The man pushed a scarred woman out of the dungeon with a savage push. At this time, a dazzling slanting sun shone in, burning Su Maoyang uncomfortably. Finally out of prison, Su Maoyang exhaled gently. A pair of black eyes cut through the cold light. Slowly accepting the dazzling sunlight, she stayed in the dark and damp dungeon for 3 months, suffering from cruel punishment. Today is the day she was released from prison. I wonder if the Su family is okay. I don't know if those relatives who are related to her by blood but are cruel to her know that today is the day she returns home. Su Maoyang thought that her father had pushed her out to take the blame in order to protect the Su family's favorite daughter. She couldn't help but touch the ugly and terrifying scar on her face, and a cold smile rose from the corner of her pale, thin lips. At this time, no one could have imagined that she was no longer the cowardly Su Maoyang, but a gold medal lawyer from the 21st century, known as cold-blooded and ruthless. Su Mo. She wanted to see who in the Su family, or even the entire southern Sui kingdom, dared to bully and humiliate her. Su Maoyang was also a famous figure in the southern Sui kingdom. Not because of her beauty, not because of her talent, and not because of her strength, but because she was the most despised waste in the southern Sui kingdom. From birth to now, she couldn't gather a trace of spiritual power. Now Su Maoyang was walking on the way back to the Su family. She was very calm when she received the sneers and contempt from the passers-by. After all, she was also a controversial figure in the 21st century. But at this moment, a loud and fierce shout suddenly came from afar, and the bustling crowd quickly retreated to the sides of the road. I saw a group of people walking slowly in front of me. The handsome man in the front was like the rising sun, instantly attracting the attention of countless people. On his fair and handsome face, there was a pair of deep and bright eyes, handsome and charming, and his eyes were shining with a dark light, clear but bottomless. He was tall and straight in a golden brocade dress, like a flawless jade. Even with a cold face, he gave people a sense of noble and elegant beauty. The people were so excited by his appearance that they immediately knelt down and worshipped him. The awe-inspiring demeanor shocked Su Maoyang slightly. If Su Maoyang's memory is correct, the handsome man in front of him is the prince of the southern Sui kingdom, Nanjing. This man reached the intermediate level of Earth Spirit Master at the age of 15, the advanced level of Earth Spirit Master at the age of 18, and now at the age of 21. He has a tendency to be promoted to the Heavenly Spirit Master. This kind of cultivation talent is beyond the reach of others. However, although Nanjing is high above, he has a special liking for Su Maoyang's sister Su Ishua. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's eyes can't help but sweep towards the woman next to Nanjing, and his cold eyes suddenly jumped with hatred. The woman in front of him, wearing a white dress and with a beautiful and extraordinary appearance, is Su Maoyang's sister, Su Ishua. It was Su Ishua who caused the disaster this time, but the Su family put all the blame on her head and sent her to prison mercilessly, making her suffer and almost die. No, to be precise, the owner of the body had already passed away, and she was just a ghost from another world. At this moment, Su Maoyang's mind was full of memories of the owner of the body. She couldn't help but sigh that it turned out that Su Maoyang had also admired the Prince Nanjing, but who made her a waste and an ugly monster with scars on her face. Because she entangled with Nanjing, she was ruthlessly humiliated by him and Su Ishua, a pair of dogs and women. Thinking of the past, the hatred that penetrated into her bones seemed to be injected into her soul, and she couldn't help but clench her fists. At this time, the people around were like worshipping gods, kowtowing and shouting, "Long live the prince! Long!" She stood in the middle of the kneeling people, not kneeling, not bowing, not avoiding or giving way, and suddenly seemed very strange. Chapter 2. You should give up your position. The guards who were maintaining order in front of the prince suddenly saw someone not kneeling, and they shouted in shock, "Who is that?" He didn't kneel when he saw His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. This shout immediately made Su Maoyang, who was already conspicuous, the target of public criticism. The people who bowed their heads and kowtowed also raised their heads to look at her. Even the Crown Prince Nanjing and Su Ishua couldn't help but cast a surprised look. Su Maoyang's ugly scar was entrenched on the right side of her face, like a centipede, which made people sick and scared. She hadn't changed her gray-white prison uniform in time, which was stained with dark red bloodstains. Several places on the prison uniform had been torn, revealing her skin. Everyone recognized Su Maoyang's identity at a glance. Oh my god! Isn't this the waist of the Su family? Is she crazy? She didn't even kneel down when she saw the prince. I heard that she stole the Xianyan silver snake egg of the Su family some time ago. Who knew that Lord Su caught her, and insisted on asking the Su family for an explanation. The matter was even reported to the emperor. Later, the Su family had no choice but to return the snake egg and hand her over to the Su family for disposal, which was considered to have settled the matter. Yes, I heard about it too. I didn't expect that this waste, who is not very strong, is so bold that she even dares to steal the treasures of the Su family. Yes. Fortunately, the head of the Su family is sensible, and did not protect this waste. Su Maoyang heard the discussion of the crowd and sneered. The head of the Su family is sensible? It is really sensible to push his innocent daughter out to take the blame. At this time, Nanjinghuan saw Su Maoyang, and his handsome face became colder, and his deep eyes swept across obvious disgust. Su Yixue was surprised to see Su Maoyang, and then she smiled softly. Oh, sister, are you out of prison? Why didn't you send someone to tell me? I feel bad for not picking you up on a day like this. Su Maoyang raised her eyes and chuckled when she heard this. I took the blame for you and suffered so much. And you, as a sister, don't even know when I will be released from prison. And you just feel bad? Her voice was not loud, and it was as plain as narrating an ordinary thing. But it caused a big shock in front of everyone. She took the blame for Su Yixue. What does this mean? Su Yixue was shocked when she heard this. She really didn't expect Su Maoyang to say this bluntly. Her pretty face froze instantly. Nanjinghuan, who was standing aside, also frowned at this, and doubts flashed in his eyes. Perhaps she was afraid that Nanjinghuan would know the truth. Su Yixue hurriedly explained loudly, Sister, what do you mean? I don't understand. You made a big mistake that day. It's not that I didn't plead for you, but I was powerless. After all, the other party is the Su family. Su Yixue is a smart and scheming bitch. When everyone heard this, they immediately understood. It turned out that Su Maoyang hated Su Yixue for not pleading for him that day. So now in front of the prince, he denied it flatly and wanted to frame Su Yixue. What a vicious heart. Nanjinghuan had some doubts just now, but now he understood after hearing these words. His handsome face was stern, and he immediately shouted, How dare you? A vicious guy. Frame swear. This world is really upside down. Su Maoyang had to admire Su Yixue's scheming, which was indeed a high-level method. But in front of a golden lawyer like her who could turn black into white, playing tricks would only lead to his own death. Su Maoyang raised the corners of his lips, and a bit of sneer appeared on his face. His obsidian-like pupils swept across sarcasm, and he slowly said, Your Highness, do you think that a waste like me who can't even gather spiritual power can run into the Su family unimpeded? And after stealing the snake gall, can I walk out of the Su family unscathed? If your mind is so simple, it seems that you should give up the position of the crown prince. Su Maoyang's words were sonorous and powerful, even with a sense of accusation. His voice was not loud, but it exploded in the crowd like thunder. Chapter 3 Strong Counterattack. Nanjinghuan was shocked. His cold face turned pale. His long and narrow eyes narrowed slightly, and he was obviously very angry. However, while Nanjinghuan was angry, he had to admit that Su Maoyang's words made some sense. At the beginning, when he heard that the waste of the Su family actually stole the Xianyan silver snake egg of the Su family, his first reaction was that it was ridiculous. But the Su family had conclusive evidence that it was done by the Su family. At that time, the eldest son of the Su family, Su Hangyun, was not at home, and the youngest son of the Su family, Su Minji, was young and did not have the strength to provoke the Su family. Only Su Yixue was strong. But he knew Yixue's character. She was gentle and kind, and it was impossible for her to do such a thing. After thinking about it, Nanjinghuan had no clue. So he had to acquiesce to the Su family's approach and did not participate in the feud between the two families. Now that Su Maoyang mentioned it, the matter of stealing treasures was indeed full of loopholes. How could she, a waste, steal the snake eggs smoothly? At this time, Su Yixue saw that Nanjinghuan's complexion was getting worse and worse, and she was uneasy in her heart, afraid that he would doubt her. and said in a panic, "Sister, although you have no spiritual power, there may be someone helping you secretly. I know you hate the Su family for handing you over, but we are forced by the situation. Fortunately, you are fine and can go home. This time we will definitely compensate you well." Nothing serious? The real Su Maoyang had been tortured to death, and she is now covered with scars. Is this nothing serious? This Suishua is not only scheming, but also a master of lying. When everyone heard this, they sighed at Suishua's kindness. Their sister did such a shameful thing, but she could still comfort her patiently. It is really not something that ordinary people can do. Such a comparison makes Su Maoyang seem heartless. Hearing this, Nanjinghuan frowned and shouted, "Su Maoyang, you are so bold. Not only did you offend me, but you also slandered your sister. Come on. Arrest her. I will punish you." After receiving the order, several ferocious guards rushed towards Su Maoyang. Facing this situation, Su Maoyang did not change his expression. He shouted coldly, and his momentum was so strong that he stopped the guards. "How dare you? I am the daughter of the eldest princess, the Princess Mayua appointed by the emperor. You dare to touch me? Don't you want to live?" A fierce roar frightened the noisy crowd into silence. They looked at Su Maoyang in disbelief, as if they were looking at a monster. Nanjinghuan was also startled. His face was gloomy and dark. He really didn't expect that a cowardly and incompetent waste would burst out with such an amazing momentum. "Su Maoyang, so what if you are the daughter of the eldest princess? You are vicious and bully others by taking advantage of your power. You once got into trouble. If I don't punish you properly, how can I explain to the world?" Nanjinghuan narrowed his eyes slightly, projecting a few strands of vicious anger. Hearing this, Su Maoyang smiled, but the smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes, and even overflowed with a strong sense of sarcasm. The owner of the body has been bullied since childhood, and he has only been beaten. How can he have the opportunity to bully others by taking advantage of his power? Nanjinghuan is shameless and tells lies with his eyes open. He is really a perfect match for Suishua. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang sneered and shook his head, and suddenly raised his eyes and stared deeply at Nanjinghuan. The look in his eyes was like a poisonous snake crawling up Nanjinghuan's back, which immediately made the latter feel a chill. At this moment, her clear and cold voice suddenly rose up, resounding and impressive, making everyone gasp. "Nanjinghuan, understand your identity. You are only the crown prince, not the emperor. You and I are of the same generation and are both members of the royal family. Even if you want to punish me, it should be the emperor who issues the decree. You are probably overstepping your authority." Chapter 4. Su Maoyang is back? Nanjinghuan was shocked, and the arrogance and contempt just now disappeared. Only a look of surprise and gnashing teeth remained on his face. "You. What a sharp tongue." She actually put him into the crime of treason with just one sentence, and he couldn't say anything to refute. He had underestimated her before. At this time, Nanjinghuan was so angry that his face turned blue, and he glared at Su Maoyang fiercely. But he couldn't help but regret his impulsiveness just now. Who would have thought that he was going to punish Su Maoyang? But in the end, he was trapped in his own cocoon and trapped himself. Speaking of which, Nanjinghuan knew best that the emperor was suspicious. If this matter was heard by the emperor, someone would definitely exaggerate it as a rebellious heart. At that time, it would be out of control, and he would be the one who would be unlucky, seeing that he has now firmly established the position of the prince. He must not make any mistakes at this critical moment. Thinking about it, Nanjinghuan had no choice but to wave his hand and signaled several guards to withdraw, which was considered the biggest concession. "Humph, Su Maoyang, I will spare you this time today for the sake of the deceased princess. If you do it again, it will be the current emperor who will punish you." Su Maoyang raised his chin, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became deeper and deeper. His ugly little face gave off an indescribable glow under the sun. "Your Highness, who the emperor wants to punish is not something you can guess. Or are you already impatient to become the emperor?" Su Maoyang asked back jokingly, which shocked Nanjinghuan's heart. He clenched his fists and tried hard to suppress the urge to strangle her to death. The people watching around were so shocked that they covered their mouths and stared at Su Maoyang in shock. They really couldn't understand why the latter seemed to have changed into a different person and could say such words in public. It was the first time they saw the noble prince being speechless. "Okay, you are awesome, Su Maoyang. Let's wait and see." Nanjing was so angry that he gritted his teeth and growled. Then pulled the reins and rode forward. The team behind him saw the prince leaving, and they all recovered from their shock and quickly quickened their pace to catch up. Only Suishue, who was following the prince, looked at Su Maoyang twice more incredulously, and she was still not able to recover. I'm afraid that what happened today has caused her a great shock. Su Maoyang looked at the people and horses walking away, and a barely noticeable cold light flashed in his eyes. Prince? Su family. Su family. I Su Maoyang am back. On this day, just after noon, the sun, which had lost its heat, gently tilted between the leaves and the gaps, casting a piece of cool and thin shadows. The breeze blew, and Su Maoyang was like a stone, instantly disturbing the spring pool of the Su mansion. Because of her arrival, the quiet courtyard was filled with surprised voices. Oh my god! That idiot is back! Oh my god! She's not dead? She's really lucky. That's right. Haven't you heard that the evil will last for thousands of years? She made such a big mistake this time, and the Su family has no place for her, and she dares to come back. As soon as Su Maoyang stepped into the gate of the Su mansion, she heard harsh discussions. Her eyebrows slightly frowned, and her cold eyes swept over a group of maids. Su Maoyang, do you still have the face to go back to the mansion? You have lost the face of the Su family. If the master knows that you are back, I'm afraid he will chase you out with a stick. One of the younger maids, with a sarcastic face, shouted at Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang had already walked towards her own courtyard, but she was suddenly blocked by a maid, and she opened her mouth with an extremely arrogant tone. Get out! Su Maoyang glanced at her coldly, and the two low words revealed extreme impatience. The maid raised her eyebrows in shock and immediately became angry. What did you say? You, a piece of trash, actually told me to get out? As she said this, the maid was so angry that she was about to raise her hand and slap Su Maoyang in the face. Chapter 5 Going Home to Save People. Su Maoyang frowned. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he grabbed the maid's wrist and pushed it out hard. With a click, the maid screamed instantly. Looking at the maid's pale face, Su Maoyang's cold voice, like an ice thorn, slowly overflowed. His tone was calm, but his momentum was terrifying. The highest position in the Su family is this princess. The master you mentioned is not qualified to drive this princess out. And you, a little maid, are guilty of committing a crime. Su Maoyang looked at these familiar faces and couldn't help but recall the scene where the body owner was bullied by these maids. In memory, every time the body owner was bullied, the little maids Lu Man and Nanian came forward to stop it, but they were always beaten badly by the maids. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang was so angry that he grabbed the maid's neck. His eyes jumped into a fierce color, and his voice was scary. Speak! Where are Lu Man and Nanian? When Su Maoyang was framed and imprisoned, Lu Man and Nanian were locked up by Su Jinghui. For so many years, Su Maoyang was alone and bullied, and only these two servants were loyal to take care of her. Now that she has returned, she will not allow anyone to bully them again. The maid was pinched and couldn't breathe. Her face was as pale as paper. Her two little eyes were round because of fear, and she spoke with difficulty. In the woodshed, Su Maoyang heard this, suddenly let go of the maid, and ran to the woodshed according to his memory. The woodshed was in a mess, with bloodstains on the ground, and Lu Man and Nanian fell in a pool of blood, dying. Su Maoyang saw this, and his heart tightened. He quickly stepped forward to help them up. Lu Man, Nanian, I'm sorry. I'm late. Lu Man and Nanian still had a trace of consciousness when they heard Su Maoyang's voice. Their drooping heads suddenly raised, and their pale faces were filled with excitement. Young lady. It's Miss. Lu Man was the first to come to her senses and shouted excitedly. Nanian couldn't believe it. She stared at Su Maoyang blankly and said in a trance, I must be dreaming. How could it be the young lady? The young lady had been tortured to death by those people long ago. A weak woman was locked up in a dungeon and had to endure all kinds of torture. How could she come out alive? After all, Lu Man was young and strong. She became more angry after seeing Su Maoyang and sobbed with joy. Nanian. It's the young lady. It's really the young lady. Our young lady is back. Nanian was much more sober after hearing this. She couldn't help but touch Su Maoyang's face, feeling the latter's warmth. Her old face twitched slightly. It's really the young lady. Thank God. You are still alive. Otherwise, I really don't know how to explain to the princess. Speaking of which, this Nanian was the princess's personal Nani, and was loyal to her. After the princess died, Nanian came to serve Su Maoyang. To Su Maoyang, she was like a mother. Su Maoyang looked at the two people with wounds, frowned, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go back now. Let me see your wounds." Back in Mingqing Pavilion, Su Maoyang changed clothes, cleaned the wounds for Nanian and Lu Man, and it was night in the blink of an eye. Just then, an uninvited guest came to Mingqing Pavilion. "Miss, the master wants to see you." Standing at the door was a middle-aged woman dressed as a maid, with an arrogant look and a tough tone that could not be refuted. Su Maoyang was slightly startled, and a few sneers jumped into her heart. I didn't expect that she didn't settle accounts with this old guy. But the old guy came to her door instead. Well, she would go to meet this biological father who pushed Su Maoyang into hell. Chapter 6: The Ruthless Su Family. Walking all the way from Mingqing Pavilion, Su Maoyang found that although the Su mansion did not have luxurious decorations, it also had the style of the eldest princess's residence. However, since the death of the eldest princess, this place has completely become the Su family. Speaking of which, the father of the body owner was originally just an inconspicuous deputy general. Later, he married the eldest princess and became prosperous, and the power of the Su family also gradually grew. In fact, the Su family relied on the eldest princess to get to where they are today. However, the Su family was ruthless and treated the daughter of their benefactor like this. Su Maoyang thought angrily, and unknowingly came to the front hall. Looking around, the hall was full of people, and the middle-aged man sitting at the top was probably Su Maoyang's father, Su Yihui. This man was dressed in a black brocade robe, with a burly figure, dignified features, and a violent aura all over his body. Su Maoyang, kneel down! A roar that was almost like a roar was deafening, and a strong pressure came over him. The several concubines in the hall were also trembling with fear at this majestic momentum. Su Maoyang stood up straight, and looked directly at Su Yihui's angry eyes without fear. "Father, what have I done wrong? Why should I kneel down?" The cold voice was extremely indifferent, but it revealed an unconvinced questioning of Su Yihui. Su Yihui was stunned for a moment, and his face flashed with astonishment. This daughter who has always been timid and cowardly actually questioned him openly. I heard Yishui say before that Su Maoyang seemed to have become a different person after being released from prison. Now it seems that this is true. Today, you confessed your sister in front of the prince and embarrassed your sister in public. You don't care about the sisterly feelings. Isn't it right? Su Yihui shouted loudly with righteous words, causing Su Maoyang to sneer again and again. It seems that Su Yishui inherited Su Yihui's ability to confuse right and wrong. She was wrongly accused for doing nothing, and now that she told the truth, it became her fault. Is there any reason in this world? Su Maoyang raised the corner of her lips, and her sarcastic smile was particularly dazzling, falling into Su Yihui's pupils full of haze, like a thorn piercing his heart. "Father, I don't care about the relationship between sisters. So may I ask if you have ever cared about our father-daughter relationship?" Su Maoyang's question was loud and clear, making Su Yihui's expression slightly stiff. This time he was speechless. But the middle-aged woman in a purple brocade skirt to his lower right showed anger on her face, and rescued Su Yihui. "Maoyang girl, you are so bold that you actually talk back to your father. Is this your upbringing as a lady of the Su family?" Su Maoyang heard the words and slowly looked at the woman who was speaking, her eyes slightly fixed, and a hint of hatred in her pupils. This woman is the second wife of the Su mansion and the biological mother of Su Yishui. She was a concubine in the Su mansion and always hated the eldest princess. However, due to her humble status, she could only do some small actions behind the scenes and could not show it to the public. After the death of the eldest princess, she abused Su Maoyang even more severely. You should know that the scar on Su Maoyang's face was caused by her. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's anger suddenly jumped up, and he spoke without mercy. "How dare you? This princess is talking to my father. Why do you, a lowly concubine, interrupt?" The second wife was stunned by Su Maoyang's roar. Her face was stiff. Her expression was shocked. Her pupils were wide open, and she was full of disbelief. You dare to call me a lowly concubine?" The second wife never expected that Su Maoyang, who had been bullied, would have such courage. She was so angry that her eyebrows were raised and her face flushed as she pointed at her. Su Maoyang glanced at her indifferently and snorted coldly. I am the daughter of the eldest princess, and the Princess Mayua appointed by the emperor. Why should I not dare? But you, a lowly concubine, dare to point your finger at the princess. It is disrespectful. As long as I say a word, you will lose your head. The second wife's angry face flashed with fear. After her arm suddenly stiffened, she quickly retracted it. But how could she allow Su Maoyang to ride on her head because of her dissatisfaction in her heart? The second wife changed her fierce face and cried bitterly to Su Yihui, Master, look, this is your legitimate daughter. I am afraid that there will be no place for me in the Su family in the future. Even a junior can insult me at will. Su Yihui couldn't bear to hear women crying. Besides, the second wife was Su Yishua's mother. It won't be long before Su Yishua will become the crown princess. For the face of the crown princess, Su Yihui still had to protect the second wife. You bastard. She is your aunt. You are so rebellious. Today I will punish you according to the family rules. Su Yihui's angry voice echoed throughout the hall, creating a great pressure. At this time, several guards quickly ran in from outside, holding sticks and ready to punish him. Chapter 7: The Su Family's Conspiracy. Seeing the stick about to fall on him, Su Maoyang frowned, stared at the guards, and suddenly shouted, How dare you hit this princess? It must be said that Su Maoyang is now full of confidence and powerful, which made the guard stop. Su Maoyang looked at Su Yihui with a cold face, and his dark pupils flashed with a strange luster, which made Su Yihui feel inexplicably cold. Su Yihui, if we count formally, you and I are the relationship between the monarch and the minister. I call you father because I respect you, but you are taking advantage of me. If this matter is heard by the emperor, and he knows that you punished this princess for a concubine, do you think the emperor will let you go? Do you think the marriage between the prince and Su Yishua can go smoothly? As a lawyer, Su Maoyang is best at analyzing the interests of others. It seems that her words shocked Su Yihui. Su Yihui clenched his fists in anger and glared at Su Maoyang with bulging eyes. Although he was angry on the surface, he had to admit what Su Maoyang said in his heart. The emperor was cold and indifferent, but he loved his sister, the eldest princess, very much. So he also favored Su Maoyang a little more. The last time Su Maoyang was imprisoned, the emperor wanted to turn a blind eye and let Su Maoyang go. But the Su family refused to let go, and the emperor had no choice but to propose a 3-month sentence. If it weren't for the emperor, I'm afraid Su Maoyang would have been executed by the Su family long ago. Now if the emperor knew that the Su family punished Su Maoyang for a concubine, I'm afraid they would not get any benefits. Perhaps he figured it out. Su Yihui's angry face eased, and he waved his hand to let the guards retreat. Seeing this, Su Maoyang raised her eyes slightly, glanced at Su Yihui and the second wife, and said coldly, If father has nothing to do, I will take my leave. After saying this, Su Maoyang bowed to Su Yihui in a formal manner, ignored the dissatisfaction of the crowd, and turned around and walked out of the hall. Watching Su Maoyang's figure gradually going away, the second wife couldn't bear it anymore and spoke. Master, she's really too much. How can you let that bitch go back? Su Yihui heard this and growled with a dark face. Shut up. What do you know? Su Maoyang is still a princess after all. How can Shuer get married if the princess hasn't married yet? The second wife was stunned when she heard this. What does the master mean? With her appearance and strength, I think no one is willing to marry her. Now ask for a position as the prince's concubine and marry her to the prince's mansion. The emperor should not be too opposed. In this way, Shuer can also marry into the prince's mansion and become the prince's consort. Therefore, Su Maoyang cannot be moved now. The emperor should know that the prince will definitely not agree to let Su Maoyang, a useless ugly monster, become the prince's consort. After all, no one in the entire southern Sui kingdom is willing to marry Su Maoyang, not to mention the high and mighty prince. How could he, who is so proud, afford to lose face? But at this time, as long as the prince takes Su Yishua as the principal wife as a condition for marrying Su Maoyang, the emperor will probably compromise with one eye. Because no matter what, with Su Maoyang's qualifications, it is indeed a bit of a stretch to become the principal wife. Moreover, for an old girl who can't get married, identity is not that important. What's important is to have a good home. The emperor should know better than anyone what is more important. Therefore, Su Maoyang is a very important chess piece for Sui Shui, and he cannot move for the time being. Sui Hui is indeed a shrewd fox. When the second wife heard this, she grinned and nodded in understanding. When her daughter becomes the crown princess, she will make Su Maoyang look good. On this side, Su Maoyang didn't know Sui Hui's conspiracy. After returning to Mingqing Pavilion and settling Lu Man and Nanian, she locked herself in the room. She took out an incense burner from her arms. With a thought, the incense burner flew into the air, circled, and suddenly turned into a big tripod, located in the center of the room. The big tripod was red all over, and the surface was shining with a brown-red luster, as if the room was also covered with a red veil. If you look closely, there are some strange patterns engraved on the surface of the big tripod, which is both beautiful and mysterious. It's really a treasure. Seeing this, Su Maoyang was delighted and exclaimed. As soon as the words fell, an old man's laughter suddenly came from Su Maoyang's mind. Ha ha ha. Girl, this is a divine weapon, a treasure that many people dream of. Now you are too weak, and the evil blood cauldron cannot play its role. If you become stronger, you will know how powerful the evil blood cauldron is. Chapter 8, Possessing a Divine Weapon. Su Maoyang heard this and raised a satisfied smile at the corner of his lips. Nodding slightly, Senior, I am very curious about why a useless person like me can have a blood contract with a divine weapon. It is really incredible. In the empty room, Su Maoyang was actually talking to himself. If there were outsiders present, they would be very surprised. However, Su Maoyang was not talking to himself, but talking to the spirit in the divine weapon. The old man who was talking was the spirit of the evil blood cauldron, which was equivalent to the soul of the medicine cauldron. There are countless weapons in this world, and only divine weapons have spirits, because the spirits are refined from the bodies of super strong people with the strength of Emperor Spirit Master and above, and the levels of the world she lives in, from low to high, are respectively Spiritualist, Spiritual Master, Earth Spirit Master, Heaven Spirit Master, General Spirit Master, Mysterious Spirit Master, Emperor Spirit Master, Zong Spirit Master, Holy Spirit Master, Venerable Spirit Master, Lord Spirit Master, Acquired Lord Spirit Master, Innate Lord Spirit Master, Supreme Lord Spirit Master, Emperor Spirit Master. What comes after that is beyond her current understanding. In the past, each level of Junlingshi was further divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. After Junlingshi, each level is further divided into initial, intermediate, late, and peak levels. However, even Xianlingshi are very rare in the entire Dong'an continent, not to mention Dilingshi. So this old man is really a terrifying existence. Speaking of the origin of this medicine tripod, it was picked up by Su Maoyang in the cell, but she didn't expect that her blood dripped on the treasure tripod and actually bound it with blood. By chance, she actually possessed the alchemy artifact. Su Maoyang really didn't know whether she should resent the Su family or thank the Su family. After all, it was the Su family's cruelty that allowed her to get the artifact. At this time, the old man heard her doubts, and his deep voice came again. Girl, although your strength is low, your mental power is strong. For an alchemist, mental power is above everything. As long as you follow me to learn alchemy in the future, I promise that you will become a strong man who shakes the entire Dong'an continent. The old man seemed very confident in his alchemy skills, and his tone was a little arrogant. However, he never thought that the achievements of this little girl in front of him after many years would make even him scold her as a pervert. Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. Senior, you are so strong. How did you become the spirit of the evil blood cauldron? She learned from the old man that she became a spirit because her body fell, and her soul had no one to rely on. So she was forced to attach to the weapon. So she was a little curious about why a super strongman fell to this point. The old man heard the words, and his breath condensed slightly. Even if he was in the medicine cauldron, Su Maoyang still felt a pervasive hostility. I was framed by a villain back then. The old man didn't seem to want to recall the past. Su Maoyang nodded apologetically. I'm sorry for mentioning your sad story. If I really become a strong man one day, I will definitely avenge you. Ha ha ha. Girl, I am very pleased that you have this heart. But that person is too strong. You may not be able to catch up in your whole life. You should practice hard and get rid of your waste status. Su Maoyang did not refute, but nodded heavily. Okay. Thank you for your guidance. As a modern person in the 21st century, Su Maoyang studied martial arts and taekwondo. In this different world, these are just more sensitive and tricky skills. If you meet a strong man, you don't know how you died. So Su Maoyang urgently needs to improve his strength. Haha. No need. Now you are the master of the evil blood cauldron. And you are also my master. From now on, you can just call me Jingshu and Wan'er. Girl, put your hands on the evil blood cauldron. Concentrate your mind on the medicine cauldron. And let me see how strong your soul power is. Jingshu and Wan'er did not waste words. Quickly restrained his emotions. And said solemnly, Chapter 9 Ancient Spirit Body. Su Maoyang nodded obediently. Placed his hands on the medicine cauldron. Closed his eyes. And concentrated all his energy on the medicine cauldron. After a while, the surface of the evil blood cauldron began to flash with red light. Slowly, the bright light became brighter and brighter, and the area became wider and wider, until the entire medicine cauldron was hot and red. And it did not stop. When the old man Jingshu saw this, his face twitched, and he tightened his fingers in excitement. Ancient spirit body. It turned out to be an ancient spirit body. The old man Jingshu really didn't expect that the owner recognized by the evil blood cauldron was actually an ancient spirit body. He thought that the evil blood cauldron chose Su Maoyang just because the latter's mental power was stronger. But he didn't expect it to be so strong. Even when he started to refine the elixir, he didn't persist for so long. And the little girl in front of him actually persisted for an hour without stopping. You know, Su Maoyang is a waste with no spiritual power, and no experience in refining elixir. It's a blow. Too much blow. As expected, all ancient spirits are abnormal. 2 hours passed quickly. But in the eyes of the old man Jingshu, it was particularly slow. He was shocked and excited. And his emotions were so complicated that when Su Maoyang opened his eyes and retracted his hands, the old man Jingshu was still in shock. In Su Maoyang's spiritual space, looking at the old man Jingshu standing there blankly, he asked nervously, Old man Jingshu, is my spiritual power suitable for alchemy? When the old man Jingshu heard this, he almost fell to the ground. If such a heaven-defying soul power can't make alchemy, what kind of spiritual power can make alchemy? Yes. 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 You have an ancient spirit body. Let alone alchemy. Even if you practice spiritual power, you are a terrifying existence. The old man Jingshu explained in an unusually excited way. Su Maoyang was puzzled. Didn't they say that my body is not suitable for cultivating spiritual power? Get lost? I don't know which idiot said that. The ancient spirit body is a super genius body that is hard to come by once in 1,000 years. Because the cultivation of this physique requires a very rich spiritual power. And the purity of the spiritual power in the Eastern continent cannot meet the needs of the ancient spirit body. So this physique cannot be cultivated normally, causing you to become a waste. You should know that if a person with an ordinary physique exceeds the level load and absorbs too much spiritual power, it will cause self-explosion. However, the ancient spirit body is a bottomless pit for absorbing spiritual power. Once you start practicing, it is an endless improvement. And in the end, you will have terrifying strength. Speaking of this body, even the old man Jingshu couldn't help but shudder. Because the strong man with this body can kill him with just a flick of his finger. Su Maoyang felt novel when he heard such an explanation. Oh, girl, you really shocked me. The old man Jingshu smacked his lips and sighed. Then said with great expectation, you should concentrate your mind and put your soul power into the medicine cauldron. If you can ignite the flame and refine a lower level elixir, you will be an elixir master. Hearing this, Su Maoyang nodded, sat down like an old monk again, and put his soul power into it. After about an hour, the boiling evil blood cauldron suddenly burst into a dazzling red light, and a flame instantly ignited at the mouth of the medicine cauldron. Although it was very weak, the heat was not low. The flame was a little red at first, and slowly, the red faded and turned into silver. When Su Maoyang saw this, his eyes flashed with surprise, and he asked in confusion, Old man Jingshu, why is the flame silver? Ha ha ha. You don't know that medicine cauldrons are also divided into grades. And the grades need to be distinguished by the color of the flame. From low to high, they are red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The color of the artifact is purple. But the evil blood cauldron is special and is silver. When you reach a certain level of cultivation in the future, the flame will gradually change from silver to transparent. Transparent color? Doesn't it mean that it can be burned without flames? Su Maoyang's eyes were shocked. And then he threw the 2 basic medicinal materials he had prepared into the flame. The crackling silver sparks tumbled actively, and a medicinal fragrance slowly wafted out of the medicine cauldron. After nearly an hour, the flame went out, and a reddish-brown pill slowly floated up from the bottom of the medicine cauldron. Su Maoyang was delighted and quickly took it. Seeing this, the old man Jingshu was already dumbfounded. Chapter 10: The Prince Visits. The first time he made an elixir, he successfully made an elixir of lower grade, and there was not even a chance of failure. This person is too scary. You are such a pervert. The old man Jingshu growled with some gritted teeth. Su Maoyang laughed, taking it as a compliment. Haha. Thanks to the master for teaching me well. This was quite useful. Although the old man Jingshu looked jealous, there was more relief in his eyes. Girl, although this Lingling pill is a lower grade elixir, it is very useful for your current body. Eating it can accumulate some spiritual power. Su Maoyang knew the value of Lingling pill. Alchemists in the southern Sui kingdom were too rare. Even the lower grade elixir was like a treasure. And the Lingling pill she made could be sold at a high price. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang didn't hesitate. He swallowed the pill in one gulp and began to meditate with his eyes closed to digest the spiritual power in his body. There are many people in southern Sui who rely on taking pills to upgrade. But they basically start taking pills after reaching a certain level. If you rely on drugs to forcefully upgrade from the beginning, it will only hurt your body and harm your talent. Therefore, Su Maoyang, who has no spiritual power and relies on taking pills to condense spiritual power, is probably the first person in southern Sui. After a long time, Su Maoyang slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened his eyes full of joy. I have reached the level of a primary spiritualist. Why is the purity of this pill so high? General spiritual pills can only condense some spiritual power at most, and cannot achieve the effect of direct promotion. I didn't expect that the pills from her hands were so amazing. The old man Jingshu was not surprised at all. The pills refined by the evil blood cauldron are naturally purer than the pills of the same level. Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. Thank you for your advice, old man Jingshu. Just as the voice fell, at this moment, there was a hurried knock on the door outside the room. Miss, the crown prince is here, and the master asked you to go to the front hall quickly. LV Man's anxious voice came from outside the room. Nanjing is here. What is he doing here? Su Maoyang frowned slightly, waved his hand, and immediately shrunk the medicine cauldron in the room and stored it in his spiritual consciousness. After a simple tidying up and putting on a veil to cover up his ugliness, Su Maoyang pushed the door and walked out, and followed Lu Man to the front hall. At this time, the Su family was basically in the front hall. Sitting above was the crown prince Nanjing, and next to him was his father Suihui. Today, Nanjing was wearing a royal blue brocade robe. It was not as dazzling as that day, but it still couldn't cover up his heroic and handsome temperament, and it seemed to have a little more affinity. Seeing Su Maoyang walking slowly, his deep and sharp eyes swept over her instantly, and there was a touch of surprise in his eyes. Today, Su Maoyang was wearing a light blue dress, and the white veil covered the ugly scars, revealing only a pair of black and beautiful eyes. She exuded a cold and indifferent temperament, and she gave off a sense of beauty that was hard to describe. But when he thought that Su Maoyang was a waste without any spiritual power, the surprise in his eyes was fleeting, and only disgust and contempt were left. Suihui saw that Su Maoyang was late, and it was not easy to get angry in front of the prince. He just glared at her fiercely and smiled at Nanjing flatteringly. Your Highness, you came here today, and our Su family has neglected you a lot. I hope you can forgive me. It's okay, General Su. What are you talking about? This king is about to marry Shuer, and then we will be a family. Why are we so polite? Nanjing smiled, and his hearty voice reached everyone's ears, which immediately made everyone happy. As expected, the prince came to visit in person this time for Suishua. The happiest people were the second wife, and Suishua and her son. They smiled unconsciously, and their eyes were more or less proud. Suihui also laughed, and his expression was much more comfortable. It is our Shuer's blessing to be loved by the prince. But your Highness, you also know that Shuer is just a concubine's daughter. Now the legitimate daughter of the mansion is not married. But the concubine's daughter is married. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the emperor to pass the test. Hearing this, Nanjinghuan frowned and looked at Su Maoyang with an unhappy face. I have to admit that the emperor still cares about Su Maoyang. This waste. Nanjinghuan was silent for a moment and asked, what does General Su mean? I want Su Maoyang to marry into the prince's mansion as a dowry. I wonder what the prince thinks. Su Yihui didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his intention. Chapter 11. Sorry. I refuse. What? Impossible. How could I marry a loser? Nanjinghuan slapped his palm on the table, making a loud noise. He is a prince and a junior earth spirit master. I don't know how many girls dream of entering the prince's mansion. But Su Maoyang is a loser. How can she be qualified? Su Jinghui saw that the prince was very angry and embarrassed, and persuaded him kindly, Your Highness. Su Maoyang is the daughter of the eldest princess after all, and the Mayue princess appointed by the emperor. If the emperor knows that the concubine married before her, the emperor will be furious, and Shuer will suffer. Nanjinghuan was full of anger and stared at Su Maoyang with disgust. But after hearing Su Jinghui's reasonable words, he could only clench his fists in frustration. If His Highness really likes Shuer, and for Shuer's sake, His Highness can promote Shuer to be the principal wife and let Su Maoyang be the concubine. You know, His Highness has already made a concession by marrying Su Maoyang, and the emperor probably won't make it too difficult. Hearing Su Jinghui's words, Nanjinghuan's expression eased a little. He looked at Su Maoyang deeply, and seemed to have struggled in his heart. After a long time, he spoke faintly, Okay. Since General Su is so thoughtful, let's do it according to General Su's will. Letting a princess be a concubine should be an insult to her. Thinking of this, Nanjinghuan felt a little better. Perhaps because he felt that he had given Su Maoyang a great gift. Nanjinghuan looked at Su Maoyang with a bit of sarcasm and provocation. But at this moment, Su Maoyang stood up with a look of disgust and loudly retorted, Sorry. I refuse. Not to mention being a concubine. Even if it is the crown princess. I don't want it. She thought that the crown prince came to talk about Su Yishua's marriage, and had nothing to do with her. She didn't expect that the ruthless Su family would involve her. They wanted her, a princess, to be a dowry for a concubine. Or a lowly concubine. They really thought of it. Su Maoyang's refusal, even with anger, echoed in the hall, shocking the Su family. Nanjinghuan, who was sitting above, froze, his pupils dilated, and his expression was filled with anger. Who would have thought that the noble crown prince would be rejected by a waste? Did they hear it wrong? Su Maoyang, what did you say? Say it again. Nanjinghuan, who had always been proud of his self-esteem, couldn't believe it, and he gritted his teeth when he asked this question. Su Maoyang sneered under her veil. Her eyes showed obvious contempt and sarcasm. I said I refuse. Your Highness, your ears are not good at such a young age. It's time to call the imperial physician to take a look. Nanjinghuan was furious when he heard this. His handsome face was full of gloom, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Feeling the hostility of the prince, Su Jinghui on the side was frightened and quickly scolded, Su Maoyang, are you looking for death? Apologize to His Highness and ask him to forgive your disrespect. Su Maoyang sneered, frowned, and replied unhappily, Father, what's wrong with me? As a princess, my marriage has never been decided by my parents. But you secretly let me be a dowry. Where do you put the emperor and the queen mother? Su Maoyang's tone was very heavy, coupled with his domineering momentum. Su Jinghui was speechless for a while. Su Maoyang, do you know what you are saying? I am the prince. Didn't you chase me all day long? Are you playing hard to get? Nanjinghuan's eyes turned red with anger, and he growled in a low voice. Su Maoyang couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Her refusal was playing hard to get? This man was too self-indulgent. Chapter 12. The idea of attacking the Su family. Su Maoyang's smile deepened, and in her beautiful eyes as clear and bright as obsidian, there was a hint of pity and sympathy. Her cold voice was very harsh. Haha. Your Highness, if thinking this way makes you feel better, then think this way. In any case, I will not marry into the prince's mansion. So I advise you to give up this idea. If your Highness and Father have nothing else to do, I will take my leave. As he said this, Su Maoyang stood up on his own without paying any attention to the shocked Nanjinghuan and the Su family. He didn't even bother to pay any perfunctory courtesy, and turned around and walked out of the hall. Everyone in the Su family watched Su Maoyang leave, and they were shocked for a long time. Nanjinghuan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. If it weren't for his good upbringing, he would have flipped the table and cursed. Su Jingwei looked at Nanjinghuan's livid face and apologized quickly. Your Highness, please forgive me. I blame my humble servant for not educating my daughter properly and offending your Highness. I will definitely punish her. Nanjinghuan snorted angrily and stood up. Humph. No need. General Su should settle his own affairs before talking to me about marriage. As he said that, Nanjinghuan shook his sleeves heavily and left the table angrily, leaving the Su mansion in the horrified eyes of everyone. Seeing this, Su Ishihua was so angry that her face turned red. Her snow-white 5 fingers were tightly clenched together, and her gloomy tone was full of vicious anger. You are so good, Su Maoyang. You dare to ruin my good things. I will make you look good. As he said that, Su Ishihua also left the table in a hurry. In the entire banquet for the reception of the prince, 3 protagonists left at once, and the rest of the people had no meaning to stay, and they all dispersed in a short while. At this time, Su Maoyang, who returned to Mingqing Pavilion, did not care about the dowry today, but was thinking about the Xianyan silver snake egg of the Su family. Last time, she was imprisoned because she was falsely accused of stealing snake eggs. Since she had been punished, it would be a waste if she did not get the snake eggs. Old Master Jingshu, if I continue at my current speed, when can I reach the level of a high-level spiritual master? Su Maoyang thought that Su Ishihua was a high-level spiritual master. She was able to steal the snake gallbladder smoothly at the beginning. I think as long as she reaches the level of a high-level spiritual master, there should be no problem. Old Master Jingshu said, according to your abnormal body, as long as you have enough spiritual power, it is not difficult to cultivate to a Xianling master, let alone a high-level spiritual master. Su Maoyang smiled knowingly, and quickly took out the medicine cauldron. It seems that the most important thing at the moment is to accumulate enough spiritual power. But if you want to improve quickly, you still need to accumulate pills. After a while, Su Maoyang began to refine pills with little chance of failure. His skill in controlling the temperature became more and more sophisticated. Even the old man Jingshu was amazed at his talent. Time passed quickly, and 2 days passed in a flash. These 2 days were quite leisurely. He refined almost 20 spirit refining pills in total. His pill refining ability reached the early stage of the Alchemist, and he was probably not far from the middle stage of the Alchemist. If the people of Southern Sui knew about it, it would definitely cause a big stir. After all, 1 spirit refining pill was already very precious. Not to mention that he had 20 of them at once, and they were made by a waste who had just entered the alchemist industry. With the help of pills, Su Maoyang's spiritual power cultivation also made rapid progress. He soon reached the level of a high-level spirit master, and there was a rhythm of breaking through to the level of a primary earth spirit master. This cultivation speed was probably unmatched in the entire Southern Sui. At this time, Su Maoyang opened his eyes, slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and felt the fluctuation of spiritual power in his body. He was overjoyed and sighed. It will probably not take long before I can surpass Nanjinghuan's level. Now, I should also go to the Su family and return their favor. After saying this, Su Maoyang sneered at the corner of his lips, and his expression jumped into a bit of gloom. Chapter 13. Oops. I've been discovered. At night, the pitch-black night sky was starless, as if covered by a piece of black cloth, with a few wisps of cool night wind blowing, making the leaves rustle. I saw a figure in black night clothes passing by quickly under the cover of the night, and after a few shuttles, he jumped into the Su mansion with agility, and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Su Maoyang roughly took a look at the situation in the Su mansion, and made sure that everyone in the Su mansion had fallen asleep. So she searched quietly. After searching for a whole hour, Su Maoyang finally found the location where the snake eggs were hidden. Due to the urgency of time, she did not dare to delay at all. As soon as the snake eggs were in hand, she immediately retreated outside. However, the Su family did not know what kind of thing they had set up. When Su Maoyang got the snake eggs and ran out of the room, the surroundings were suddenly brightly lit, and only roars were heard in the distance. Quick! Catch the thief! The roar came from far away, accompanied by footsteps, and surged towards Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang was shocked and cursed inwardly. Damn it! Then, She immediately turned around and ran in another direction. The guards saw Su Maoyang's figure and shouted loudly, "Quick! She's over there!" After that, a large group of guards chased Su Maoyang aggressively. Su Maoyang was glad that she was masked, and the other party couldn't see through her identity. In addition, she was a high-level spiritualist, and with her spiritual power, she repelled many guards. But there were too many guards. If she stopped to fight, she would probably fall into the hands of the Su family again. So Su Maoyang took defense as the main and attack as the auxiliary, fighting and running at the same time. The dark and silent streets were instantly brightly lit and noisy because of the pursuit of the Su family guards. Su Maoyang was quite skilled, jumping up and down, chasing the guards until they were out of breath. But she still had to sigh at the endurance of the Su family guards, and she knew that it was not a solution to continue running like this. And now she had to find a place to hide. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang turned around and rushed to the most remote place in the city. After running for an unknown period of time, the sound of the chase behind her became smaller and smaller, and Su Maoyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, her eyes slightly focused, and suddenly she saw a house in the distance, which looked quite rich, but it was shabby and a bit old. Su Maoyang was a little surprised that there was such a big mansion in this remote place. Although she was surprised, Su Maoyang's footsteps did not stop at all, and she immediately flew to the big tree beside her and looked around the yard. This house was terribly desolate, although it was very vast. Every room was dark, as if no one lived there. There were only a few crooked trees planted in the huge courtyard, and 2 or 3 rockeries stood abruptly on both sides, which made it look a bit cold. In such a deserted house, Su Maoyang actually saw an old man dressed as a housekeeper guarding outside a room, dozing off against the pillars on the corridor. Su Maoyang was curious, but before she could investigate carefully, footsteps suddenly came from behind, and a fierce voice sounded immediately. "Search every house here. I saw her coming this way." The guard's voice was deafening, and Su Maoyang was so shocked that she froze. She didn't dare to stay and flew directly to the roof of the house. It seems that she could only hide tonight. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang quickly lifted the tiles, bent down and jumped into the room of the house, and instantly fell on a big bed. However, before Su Maoyang turned over, she felt a sinister gaze falling on her. Chapter 14. Take off your clothes. Su Maoyang looked sideways in astonishment, and saw a pair of soul-stirring deep blue gorgeous eyes, like elegant and misty stars in the darkness, and 2 cold rays of light shot out from the deep eye sockets that pierced the bone marrow. The corners of his eyes were slightly raised, outlining the charm that was not like that of a human. The thick black eyelashes, as if drawn, the thin lips like cherry blossoms. The color was as light as water, beautiful and charming, but awe-inspiring, revealing a strong power that looked down on the world. The long black hair, as smooth and soft as silk, was infinitely lazy and scattered on his back and both sides, which could be described as delicate and charming. Such a face and such a look made Su Maoyang tremble all over, with a strong surprise in his eyes, but a chill in his heart. Who is this? He actually has such a charming appearance. Su Maoyang was shocked, but before he could talk to the man, he heard a violent knock on the door outside. "Open the door. Open the door. Lord Su wants to search the house." A fierce roar suddenly woke up the old man guarding outside the room. He dragged his inflexible legs to the gate and hurriedly opened the door. "What are you doing? Do you know where this place is? How dare you break in casually?" The old man scolded confidently. But the guards outside did not take him seriously. The leader pushed hard, and the old man staggered and shouted, "Humph! I don't care where you are. It's a capital crime to harbor a fugitive." After the words fell, the leader waved his hand vigorously, and the guards behind rushed into the house together and began to search aggressively. Su Maoyang in the room heard this and became anxious. If he was really caught today, he would be in trouble. At this critical moment, Su Maoyang suddenly had an idea, and suddenly met the cold gaze of the man in front of her. She took a deep breath and roared, "Take off! Take off your clothes!" As soon as the voice fell, Su Maoyang saw the man's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a hint of gloom instantly overflowed. The murderous aura permeated his body, and even she was a little afraid. Su Maoyang swallowed her saliva and bravely warned, "Take it off for me quickly. Don't force me to use force." Undoubtedly, Su Maoyang was looking for death. As soon as the word "Ru" came out, A strong breath came to her face, and she heard the wind blowing in her sleeves. The man reached out and grabbed, intending to strangle Su Maoyang's neck. Su Maoyang was horrified, but fortunately, she was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and suddenly turned her head to avoid his attack, and then retreated 2 feet away. But the black veil on her face was lifted by a force, revealing that ugly and terrifying face. Su Maoyang didn't care whether the man in front of her recognized her identity or not, but took a good posture and guarded against the man's attack. If she was not caught by the Su family, but was strangled to death by the man in front of her, it would be too unprofitable. The man stared at Su Maoyang with his eyes, and glanced at her scar vaguely. No emotion could be seen, but his fierce wrist froze in place, and could not move. Su Maoyang was slightly stunned when she saw this, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. What happened? He was full of murderous intent just now. Why did he stop suddenly? Was he scared by the scar on her face? Su Maoyang stared at the man suspiciously, and began to look at him from head to toe. Only then did he realize that he was sitting on his legs, and his legs were motionless. Recalling that when the man attacked just now, he could obviously attack with his feet, but he gave her a chance to retreat. Could he be a cripple? Su Maoyang suddenly had such a guess in her mind. The surprise in her eyes flashed away, and Su Maoyang felt even colder in her heart. This man is a cripple, but he has such a fierce aura. I dare not imagine that if he was a normal person who was intact, I am afraid she would have died. Although Su Maoyang was shocked, the current situation was imminent. She could not care so much and could only bully this disabled person. Immediately, her fingers emerged with spiritual power, and she flicked her fingers in the air, and immediately pressed the man's acupuncture points. Seeing that he was frozen, Su Maoyang let go of her courage and stretched out her hand to tear the man's clothes to pieces. Chapter 15. Throw him down. With a crisp rip sound, the man's clothes were instantly shattered. At this time, Su Maoyang couldn't help but gasp. The skin of the man in front of him was as white as porcelain, and it was even softer and more delicate than a woman. Although he was thin, his chest was firm, and his abdominal muscles were charming, making people want to touch him. Su Maoyang has always been cold-hearted, and she is not a woman who prefers male beauty. But she was also a little stunned at this time. Have you seen enough? The cold voice was gloomy and terrifying, not like an ordinary person. Su Maoyang was stunned, and coughed to cover up his embarrassment. Shut up, or I will really sleep with you. As he said, Su Maoyang quickly undressed without any hesitation. Such a shocking move fell into the man's eyes, and his expression changed slightly, like a deep sea, flashing a subtle surprise. What are you going to do? The man's voice was very deep, so deep that it was almost inaudible, but the ferocity revealed in it was even more terrifying than the guards outside. Su Maoyang dared to do whatever he wanted just because he was disabled. Shut up. Of course we're going to sleep. As he spoke, Su Maoyang had already taken off his clothes, leaving only his bellyband and underwear, and threw him down on the bed without any hesitation, pulling the quilt over them both. The murderous aura of the man became stronger and stronger. He had never been close to women, and he would never have thought that a woman would dare to threaten him, tear his clothes, and even climb on him. Shame. A huge shame. At this time, their skins were tightly pressed together. Although Su Maoyang felt that the touch was damn good, he was shivering a little because of the refreshing coldness. This was simply not the temperature that humans should have. The man smelled a pleasant fragrance that was not offensive, and felt the softness in his arms. The anger in his heart surprisingly subsided. This was the first time he had such a strange feeling. Just as the man was distracted, Su Maoyang's warning rang in his ears. Don't make a sound, or I'll scream and kill you. These words came out of a woman's mouth, which were too arrogant and overbearing. The man's body trembled slightly, and his handsome face with paralysis actually had cracks. In this world, she is probably the only one who can threaten him like this. At this moment, the door was kicked open, and there was a loud bang, and several guards rushed in fiercely. The old butler, who was standing guard outside, changed his face, and roared angrily. How dare you break into His Highness's bedroom? If the Emperor knows, it will be a capital crime. The guard sneered. He is just a cripple. I am afraid that the Emperor has long forgotten his existence. Get out of here. The old butler was thrown to the ground, and couldn't straighten his waist in pain. He watched the guards rushing around in His Highness's room, and wailed angrily. You beasts! You are turning the world upside down. turning the world upside down. At this time, the leading guard didn't care about the old man's accusation. He ran into the inner hall with a fierce look. Suddenly, he saw a man and a woman lying on the bed. His eyes paused and his face was filled with astonishment. Yu the guard was shocked and incoherent. Su Maoyang seemed to be shy, and his face was deeply buried in the man's neck, making it difficult to see his appearance. The man under her felt the ambiguous heat spraying on his neck, and his body became increasingly stiff. But his beautiful eyes, when he looked at the guards, contained a frightening and sinister gleam. Get lost. The cold words squeezed out from the corner of his lips. The suppressed voice, the majestic tone, like a sharp blade out of its sheath, accompanied by a cold wind, blew fiercely, piercing the guard's face and shivering. This momentum directly frightened the guards so much that they didn't even have time to say anything and ran away directly. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. That the cripple would actually seek pleasure. Well, they couldn't control these romantic affairs, so it's better to stay out of it. After a round of searches, the guards didn't get any useful information, so they had to retreat in disgrace. Hearing that the guards outside had left, Su Maoyang breathed a sigh of relief and then wanted to prop herself up and leave. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a pair of strong and powerful arms suddenly grabbed her, and with a force, Su Maoyang's body was pressed against his chest. Unable to move, Su Maoyang was shocked. His eyes widened. Your acupuncture points. Damn it. You lied to me. Name. The man ignored Su Maoyang's anger, and spoke in a cold voice that was terrifyingly strong. Chapter 16, This man is not simple. Su Maoyang gnashed her teeth in anger. This man was too insidious. He lied to her even though his acupuncture points were not pressed. However, she was angry and shocked. She was a high-level spiritualist now, but she couldn't do anything to a cripple. Then his strength was above hers? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang broke out in cold sweat and looked extremely embarrassed. However, the man clearly held her and could threaten her life as long as he made a move. But he didn't move afterwards. His previous killing intention was gone, but his tone was a little impatient. Say. Name. Su Maoyang's arm was pinched by the man, and she groaned in pain. But under his pressure, she could only answer with humiliation. Su. The voice just rose and immediately attracted the man's attention. But at this moment, Su Maoyang turned his head and bit the man's neck fiercely, causing the latter to gasp in pain. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Maoyang struggled to get up, and with a swift somersault, jumped off the bed. After escaping the man's attack range, Su Maoyang looked back with a smug look on his face, and raised his eyebrows provocatively at him. Sorry. You are not worthy of knowing my name. After saying that, Su Maoyang flashed and had already rushed out of the room. In the darkness, the man's gorgeous eyes flashed a dark light, and the arc on his lips was like the red spider lily in hell, blooming with dazzling and cold colors. The low voice was obviously cold and frightening, but it was accompanied by a strong interest. The owner of the evil blood cauldron is really getting more and more interesting. At this time, Su Maoyang did not dare to delay for a moment and ran back to the Su mansion. The door was closed. She quickly changed her nightgown and took out the Xianyan silver snake egg from her pocket. Huh? I finally got it. But it took me a lot of trouble, and I almost lost my life. Su Maoyang sighed with lingering fear, thinking of the mysterious man. She couldn't help but shudder. At this time, the heavy and serious voice of the old man Jingshu suddenly came from her consciousness. Girl. That man is not simple. Su Maoyang was shocked to hear such words, and her expression jumped into curiosity. Well, I also noticed it. What is his current strength? Hearing this, the old man Jingshu shook his head solemnly. Even I can't see his strength. This person is very dangerous. So I concealed my breath just now, just in case he found out. But it seems that he was still discovered. What? Su Maoyang couldn't believe it. That man actually knew the existence of the evil blood cauldron, which was too terrifying. Who is this person whose strength even the old Jingshu can't tell? Thinking that she had just threatened and forced to provoke such a terrifying person, Su Maoyang's legs began to weaken. I was hit hard before, and my strength has greatly decreased, so I can't see that person clearly. If I were in my prime, that kid would not be my opponent. The old Jingshu seemed to be afraid that Su Maoyang would despise him, and hurriedly explained. However, Su Maoyang, who was in fear and regret, didn't listen to his words. Thinking back to those deep blue cold eyes, She only had one hope in her heart. Never to meet that person again. Old Jingshu. How can this snake egg be hatched? As a high-level spiritual master, Su Maoyang almost died in the hands of a disabled person. And she felt more and more that it was urgent to improve her strength. If she had the help of the Xianyan silver snake, she would have a little capital to fight against the strong. Chapter 17. Treasure Hunting? After hearing this, the old man Jingshu pondered for a moment. His expression somewhat embarrassed. I have never come into contact with such a low-level spirit beast. So he doesn't know either. Su Maoyang almost vomited blood when he heard such a nasty remark. The spirit beasts are divided into levels 1 to 9. And after the 9th level are the holy spirit beasts, the king beasts, and the god king beasts. However, the most powerful spirit beasts in the entire southern Sui kingdom are only at the 2nd level. And this Xianyan silver snake is a 5th level spirit beast. This is a huge treasure for the Su family. The old man Jingshu actually thinks it is weak, which is really too discouraging. Su Maoyang shook his head speechlessly, holding the snake egg, and ignored him. Before, she had a blood contract with the evil blood cauldron. Would she also need a blood contract this time? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang bit her finger and dripped blood on the eggshell. But after a long time, the blood melted into the eggshell. But there was no reaction. Since you won't come out after drinking my blood, don't force me, Su Maoyang said coldly, then waved her hand and released the evil blood cauldron stored in her consciousness. She raised her hand, and the silver-white flames rushed out fiercely, tumbling at the mouth of the cauldron. The snake egg in Su Maoyang's hand seemed to sense the scorching temperature, and it couldn't help shaking. It is said that spirit beast eggs are also a precious alchemy material. If they can't be hatched, it's also good to use them for alchemy. Su Maoyang chuckled and said with a bit of teasing in her tone, it is said that snakes are cold-blooded animals. Now she wants to roast it. And she still doesn't believe that this stubborn little guy won't come out. After saying that, Su Maoyang didn't wait for the snake egg to react, and directly raised her hand to throw it into the evil blood cauldron. As expected, as soon as the snake egg touched the flame, the eggshell cracked and shattered all over the ground, and a small silver-white snake suddenly flew up, curled up and trembled, jumping on the flames, as if it was scalded. Su Maoyang saw the embarrassed little snake, and the corners of her mouth curved, raising a satisfied smile. This black flame silver snake was only the size of a palm, with a pair of round eyes full of fear. The silver-white snake's skin was silvery and soft. It was not as ferocious as ordinary snakes, but rather cute. At this time, the little snake struggled and looked at her aggrievedly, with tears in its eyes. The pitiful appearance clearly showed that it was a little animal that had been wronged. Su Maoyang saw this, and her heart tightened, and she quickly put away the medicine cauldron. As soon as the flames were withdrawn, the little snake rushed into Su Maoyang's arms as if it had been pardoned, and rubbed her chest with its head as if to please her. The big round eyes rolled around, tears filled with a bit of flattery. Su Maoyang softened her heart all of a sudden, held its body with both hands, and said, don't act like a bullied little wife. If you hadn't refused to come out, I wouldn't have used the medicine cauldron. The little snake pouted aggrievedly, then approached Su Maoyang's bitten finger, licked the blood, and saw a silver light flash across the snake's body. And Su Maoyang's consciousness immediately got its information. Blood contract successful. Xianyan silver snake, a 5th level spirit beast, has little combat power, and its hobby is treasure hunting. What the hell is no combat power? What's the use of it if it has no combat power? Is it for fun? Su Maoyang frowned, feeling a little depressed. It was so hard to steal the spirit beast, and it was so hard to make a blood contract with it. But in the end, it had no fighting power. Anyone would vomit blood. The little snake seemed to see through Su Maoyang's thoughts, and hurriedly shook its head, as if trying to deny it. Su Maoyang stared at it in confusion, and saw it shaking its head and twisting its body, as if explaining something. It's just that she is incompetent and can't understand snake language. Seeing that Su Maoyang really couldn't understand, the little snake simply turned its head and crawled outside. At this time, the old man Jingshu in the spiritual consciousness reminded with some surprise, girl, follow it. It seems to take you to a place. Chapter 18. A great gift for the prince. Su Maoyang was also interested when he heard this. He raised his eyebrows and hurriedly followed. At this time, the sky was still dark and foggy, and it was not bright yet. Under the guidance of the little snake, Su Maoyang soon came to the remote suburbs. There was a small forest in the suburbs, but there were no useful medicinal herbs and spiritual beasts in the forest. So few people came. Now, why did the little snake bring her here? Su Maoyang was puzzled. But when she thought of the Xianyan silver snake's hobby of treasure hunting, she couldn't help but guess. Could there be treasures in this deserted forest? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang was shocked. And his feet were windy. And he followed the little snake faster and faster. The little snake almost crossed the entire forest and walked for a full hour before stopping at the outskirts of the forest. Outside the forest, it was barren, and there was no vegetation. There was only a pile of uneven rocks. And there was nothing special. Fortunately, Su Maoyang was more perceptive, and soon found that the rock was abrupt and a little strange. Just when Su Maoyang was puzzled, the little snake had already crawled over first, circled around the rock for a few times. Its big eyes flickered, extremely excited, as if showing off its merits. Seeing this, Su Maoyang was even more certain of his thoughts. He walked over, moved a few stones, and immediately found an underground passage. Su Maoyang was delighted, squatted down, touched the little snake's head, and praised, "It seems that you are still useful. Come with me to see." After saying that, Su Maoyang held the little snake in his arms, and walked down the steps of the underground passage carefully. This step is a bit long, and it took a long time to reach the bottom. At the back, the light became weaker and weaker, and the road was illuminated by torches on both sides of the stone wall. Su Maoyang went deeper and deeper along the narrow road. After a while, he came to the bright hall. Looking around, even Su Maoyang, who was calm, couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. I saw several huge brown cabinets on the wide hall. The cabinets were full of weapons and martial arts. A glance showed that they were all of the middle-level mortal grade, which was really shocking. You know, the southern Sui kingdom has always been short of supplies. It is already amazing to have martial arts and weapons of lower-level mortal grade, not to mention middle-level mortal grade. However, this place actually collected several cabinets. It seems that the owner is not small. Su Maoyang was shocked. Her eyes sparkled, but she felt a little sorry. There are so many treasures. I can't take them away by myself. Just when Su Maoyang was thinking, the old man Jingshu spoke, "Girl, there is a space in the evil blood cauldron. You can take everything here away." Su Maoyang had been immersed in alchemy before, but didn't pay attention to the things in the evil blood cauldron. Now, when she heard it, she was surprised, and then she didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly searched all the martial arts and weapons into her own medicine cauldron space. But at this moment, a group of men with fierce breath quickly rushed to the back of the hall. Su Maoyang's expression changed, and he looked up, only to see that this group of men was about 50 people. All of them were at the level of senior spiritual masters, and the leader was a junior earth spiritual master. Such a lineup is rare in the entire southern Sui kingdom. When these men saw that the treasures in the hall were looted, they were immediately furious. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the crown prince's territory? Are you tired of living?" The fierce roar chilled Su Maoyang's heart. Unexpectedly, this is actually the prince's secret base. I guess the group of men in front of him should be the warriors he carefully trained. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked at them with a bit of solemnity. "Old Master Jingshu, I guess there will be a bloody battle this time." Su Maoyang knew how powerful dozens of senior spiritual masters and a junior earth spiritual master were. So now it has reached the point where you die or I die. The old man Jingshu's tone also added some seriousness. "Girl, although my strength is far less than before, it is more than enough to deal with a group of spiritual masters. But I am a weapon spirit and cannot transform into a human form. I can only temporarily pass on my power to you. But you only have half a cup of tea to fight. Otherwise you will not be able to bear the external force." After the words fell, the old man Jingshu did not waste any words, and quickly transferred all his own power to Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang only felt a tingling pain in his body, as painful as a needle. But in order to survive, he could not care so much. "Come on. Let's fight quickly. My time is precious," Su Maoyang said calmly, not at all frightened by this group of fierce warriors. The arrogant warriors heard such insulting words, and they all became furious. Without saying a word, they rushed forward, and the strong murderous aura rushed over. Su Maoyang didn't want to waste the golden time. With a flash, his figure was like a rainbow, and he shuttled through the crowd. He suddenly burst out with powerful spiritual power. Many high-level spiritual masters were blown away and fell to the ground, spitting blood, and died on the spot. Everyone seemed to be forced by the momentum of Su Maoyang, and they panicked, and their movements were full of loopholes. On the other hand, Su Maoyang's skills were smooth and agile, but full of strength. He killed a large number of people in a short while. Su Maoyang's martial arts and taekwondo skills, combined with the power of the old man Jingshu, were invincible, and even the junior Earth Spirit Masters were defeated. No one could have imagined that the woman in front of them was obviously a high-level Spirit Master, but her strength was probably beyond the reach of even their prince. Su Maoyang did not give them any chances. A set of killer combos, and the burst of spiritual power instantly burst into a dazzling light. With a loud bang, 50 dead soldiers were wiped out, and even a big hole was blown out of the entire hall. At this time, Su Maoyang stabilized his body, pressed his chest that was in unbearable pain, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Relying on external forces is too exhausting for the body. Even people with ancient spirit bodies, like Su Maoyang, can't bear it. If he had an ordinary physique, he would die today. Su Maoyang looked up at the ruined hall, thinking of the humiliation that the crown prince had once given her, and now that she almost lost her life. This account, if he didn't settle it properly, wouldn't it be too easy for him? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's eyes flashed a trace of coldness, and the corners of her lips suddenly rose, and she raised a strange smile. She took the torch on the wall and threw it at the cabinet. Soon, a raging fire ignited and engulfed the entire secret room. Nanjinghuan, I don't know if you like the gift I gave you. Su Maoyang smiled coldly, and turned around, and rushed out of the secret room. A few hours later, Nanjinghuan, who was in the study of the crown prince's mansion, had a vivid expression at this time. Like a bright oil painting. Colorful, and extremely beautiful. What did you say? The secret room was burned down? Nanjinghuan was so shocked that he jumped up from his chair. Chapter 19 give you a surprise. The guard who reported was frightened by Nanjinghuan's low roar and trembled all over, like a lamb to be slaughtered. With a pale face. Tell me, when did it happen and who did it? Nanjinghuan threw away the book in his hand in anger. His eyes were filled with terrifying sinisterness, and his voice was so suppressed that it was breathless. The guard was afraid of being punished, and hurriedly replied, I only found out because your highness asked me to take a letter to the other side. So I don't know the exact time. And as for who did it, I don't know even more. Waste. A bunch of waste. The secret room was destroyed. You can't even see the people clearly. What use is there for me to have you? Nanjinghuan heard such an answer, and turned over the things on the table in anger. The guard was even more terrified when he heard this, and didn't dare to look up at all, and replied with a trembling body, because none of the 50 dead men survived. They were all buried in the sea of fire. No one saw who did it. What? Nanjinghuan couldn't believe it. You have to know that these 50 dead warriors are all high-level spiritual masters, and some of them are junior Earth spiritual masters. Looking at the entire southern Sui kingdom, they are all very powerful. How could there be no one left alive? Say it again. Nanjinghuan was so shocked that his eyes were bloodshot. His veins were bulging, and his whole body was emitting a raging anger, like lightning before a storm. Terrifying and terrifying. Your Highness, please spare my life. Your Highness, please spare my life. The guard was frightened by Nanjinghuan's ferocious expression and cowed out hurriedly. Seeing this, Nanjinghuan's eyes suddenly shrank, and a cold voice without any warmth slowly squeezed out from his lips. Go down and die to apologize. The secret room was destroyed. The treasures he had collected for many years were all stolen, and the dead warriors he carefully trained were completely wiped out. Such a heavy blow could be said to have killed the prince. But what was even more infuriating was that he didn't even know who the culprit was. However, the only thing Nanjinghuan could be sure of was that this person was very powerful, and had the ability to steal his treasures and kill his assassins. This person was even smarter. He burned the secret room without leaving any clues, which made it impossible for him to investigate. Good. Very good. If he knew who did it, he would definitely tear him to pieces. There was a lot of turmoil in the prince's mansion over there, while Su Maoyang here was happily studying the space in the evil blood cauldron. TSK TSK TSK. It's really a divine weapon. And there is even a spiritual field. Su Maoyang was now sitting in meditation. But his consciousness floated into the space of the evil blood cauldron, looking at a spiritual field in the shape of a 9-square grid in front of him. He smacked his lips and sighed. The old man Jingshu and said proudly, "Haha, girl. This spiritual field is very useful. In this world, medicinal materials and medicine cauldrons are very important to alchemists. The medicine cauldron can affect the purity and grade of the elixir, while the spiritual field can affect the purity and growth rate of the medicinal materials. The higher your alchemy level in the future, the rarer the medicinal materials will be. Rare medicinal materials generally take decades, or even hundreds of years to bloom and bear fruit. Now that you have this spiritual field, as long as you plant rare medicinal materials, it will greatly shorten the time, and you don't have to worry about the problem of lack of medicinal materials anymore." Su Maoyang was shocked when she heard this, and she was ecstatic in her heart. This kind of good thing fell on her head. It was as exciting as winning 5 million. "Girl, you are now also an early stage of the alchemist. You can try to refine the Jade pill. This pill is a middle-grade pill. It can remove the scars on your face, and has the effect of beautifying the skin. If you are lucky, you can also be promoted to the middle stage of the alchemist." When the old man Jingshu saw the scar on Su Maoyang's face, he felt distressed. She was obviously a beautiful little girl, but she was disfigured. It was such a pity. Su Maoyang nodded. "What kind of medicinal materials do you need?" "In fact, the medicinal materials are not complicated. You only need yuyu flower and wolf-tooth grass. I think every auction house sells them." Su Maoyang nodded in understanding, and suddenly seemed to think of something. His eyes lit up and his lips raised slightly. "Yes. For the sake of my future livelihood, I should go to the auction." Before the old man Jingshu understood, Su Maoyang's consciousness quickly jumped out of the medicine cauldron, with cunning eyes, and shouted to the outside of the room, "LV man." LV man heard that the young lady had something to do, and hurriedly pushed the door in. "Young lady, do you have anything to tell me?" Su Maoyang got up from the couch and said, "Well, go find me a set of men's clothes." "Men's clothes? What do you want to do?" LV man was so shocked that her eyes widened. I don't know what the young lady is doing in the room these days, and she doesn't allow anyone to go in and disturb her. Now she suddenly wants men's clothes. I really don't know what the young lady is doing. Just do it." Su Maoyang's tone was unquestionable. Lu Man had no choice but to leave and do as she was told. After a while, Lu Man brought the men's clothes over. Su Maoyang quickly put them on and simply said, "I'm going out for a while. If anyone comes to find me, just say I'm not feeling well and went to bed early." As he said that, before Lu Man continued to ask, Su Maoyang had already stepped out of the room. It was already evening that day. The setting sun fell, casting some afterglow, and along the light red sunset on the horizon, a shallow golden edge was outlined, which was instantly beautiful. The streets were still busy at this time, and the crowd seemed to be increasing rather than decreasing, which was very lively. Su Maoyang wore a mask and a black men's suit, which was very heroic and imposing. Standing at the door of the auction house, he was quite eye-catching. The waiter of the auction house saw such a person coming in, but did not show any respect. After all, who can enter the auction house is not a nobleman, and he has seen too many such people. Su Maoyang saw that no one greeted her, and her sharp eyes swept over, and she saw a man dressed as a servant not far away looking at her. And then she strode towards him. "I want to sell treasures. There are a lot of things. Call your person in charge out." Su Maoyang said straight to the point, and her deliberately rough voice revealed a bit of coldness. The waiter looked at her with contempt, as if he didn't take her seriously. "Who are you? You are so arrogant. Can you meet our person in charge just because you want to?" Su Maoyang curled his lips under the mask and said lightly, "Tell your person in charge that I was sent by the head of the Su family to auction the treasures. If he doesn't meet me today, he will regret it." Su family. When the waiter heard these two words, his face froze and his expression became serious. The whole southern Sui kingdom knows that the Su family is a big family with high status and power, and the treasures collected are also countless. Now that the head of the Su family sent someone to auction the treasures, it must not be too bad. Thinking of this, the waiter changed his contemptuous attitude just now, and put on a flattering meaning at the corner of his mouth, and smiled. "Oh, it turns out to be a servant of the Su family. I will report it now. Please wait here." Young master. Su Maoyong nodded coldly when he heard the words, and a dark light flashed in his eyes under the mask. Su family. Prince, I will definitely give you a big surprise this time. Chapter 20 Auction of Treasures. After a while, the waiter came back and led the way for her with a smile. Su Maoyong followed him silently to the private room behind the auction. When she pushed the door open, she saw an old man in gorgeous clothes sitting there drinking tea. When the old man saw Su Maoyong, he also put down his airs and stood up to greet him. Young master, I am the president of this auction. I heard that you were sent by the head of the Su family to auction treasures. I hope you can forgive me for my negligence. As he said that, the president invited Su Maoyong to take a seat. Su Maoyong sat down slowly, without any nonsense, and said straight to the point, Today, I brought some treasures under the order of the head of the Su family. I hope the president can help auction them. The president's wrinkled eyes slightly raised when he heard this, and his pupils cast a ray of interest. Oh? I wonder what treasures they are. As he said, Su Maoyong waved his hand and immediately took out 10 martial arts and weapons stored in the medicine cauldron space, which shocked the old man. Although he had seen countless treasures, it was the first time he saw someone take so many ordinary martial arts and weapons at once. The Su family is indeed a wealthy family. With such a big hand, I am afraid that no one in the entire southern Sui kingdom can match it except for its own master. The president stared at a pile of martial arts and weapons with his green eyes, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. If he saw it right just now, so many treasures appeared out of thin air. He didn't expect that any servant of the Su family had a space ring. Such strength and financial resources are really shocking. The old man used to have some arrogance due to his high position, but now he has lost all that arrogance. Looking at Su Maoyong, there is a hint of smile in his eyes. Ha! Master Su is so generous. It is a blessing for our auction to auction so many treasures. Su Maoyong wore a mask, so people could not see through her expression. President, you are too polite. The master still has a lot of martial arts and weapons. As long as the price of this auction satisfies the master, your auction house will definitely benefit. The president nodded repeatedly in surprise when he heard such a promise. Ha! Young master, don't worry. When has my auction house ever sold at a low price? This auction will be held in 3 days. When the time comes, please come to Master Su. As he said, the president had already handed over an invitation. Su Maoyong nodded lightly and took the invitation with peace of mind. President should understand that the master is low-key and does not want too many people to know that this treasure comes from his hands. She knew that Nanjing Huan was very suspicious. So the more low-key this move was, the more he would believe it. The president was a shrewd old fox. Hearing this, he smiled and nodded with understanding. Haha. I understand this principle. Young master, don't worry. Su Maoyong nodded with satisfaction after hearing him say this, and continued, President, the patriarch sent me here to auction things and asked me to buy 2 medicinal herbs from the president. The president heard this, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. Oh, I wonder what medicinal herbs the Su family master wants. Moon ghost flower and wolf-tooth grass. The president was a little unbelievable when he heard these 2 medicinal herbs that couldn't be more ordinary. The Su family master took out so many treasures for auction, just for these 2 medicinal herbs that can be found everywhere. Although he was confused in his heart, he agreed quickly. Haha. These 2 medicinal herbs are in abundance in the auction house. I will give them to you directly. As he said that, the president waved his hand, and the waiter understood and left. After Su Maoyong got the herbs, he said a few polite words to the president and left in a hurry. The president watched her leaving, and the smile he had been maintaining gradually solidified, and a trace of solemnity flashed across his deep eyes. Moing, you report to the master. Just say I have something to report. 3 days passed like a white horse, and in a blink of an eye, the auction that had long been rumored in the southern Sui kingdom finally kicked off. It is said that this auction will have 10 martial arts and 10 weapons, all of which are at the level of ordinary products. Such treasures naturally attract everyone to rush. At this time, a young girl in a blue gauze skirt walked into the crowded auction hall. She was petite, with a white veil on her face, her black hair draped behind her, like a waterfall, and a simple hairpin on her head, looking elegant and generous. A pair of dark, bright eyes, as bright as autumn water, as bright as stars, always sparkling with a watery luster. And her eyes are flowing with a bit of charming and charming. Her skin is as white as jade, so delicate that it can be blown away. Standing in the bright hall, she is like a jade figure carved out of fine jade. The hall was already crowded at this time, and even several families and the crown prince in the VIP seats on the second floor had arrived early. Su Maoyang came late, and everyone's eyes were focused on the auction table, and they didn't notice Su Maoyang's arrival. Her expression under the veil was indifferent, and her eyes swept around, and finally locked on the more remote empty seat on the left side of the hall. She came to watch the show today, and didn't want to be too high profile, so she immediately walked towards the remote seat. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from not far away. "Hey, isn't this the waste of the Su family? You stole my treasure last time, but now you are so bold as to come to the auction to steal treasure?" The speaker was a girl of the same age as Su Maoyang. She was as beautiful as a peach blossom, beautiful and lovely, and walked over with a smile on her lips. Su Maoyang glanced at her coldly and ignored her, but the girl didn't seem to intend to let her go. She walked up to her in 2 or 3 steps and stopped her. This arrogant woman was the youngest daughter of the Su family, Su Jingshu, in the southern Sui kingdom. She has always been domineering, and no one dared to provoke her. She didn't take many rich ladies seriously, let alone a waste like Su Maoyang. For a while, the movements of Su Maoyang and Su Jingshu attracted the attention of many people, and some of them quickly recognized Su Maoyang's identity. "Oh, isn't she the loser of the Su family? Su Maoyang? What? Su Maoyang? Is she the loser who just got out of prison? Yes. She stole the treasure of the Su family last time, and was sent to prison. Now she has the audacity to come to this auction. Is this a place she can come to?" Hearing the discussion of the crowd, the sneer on Su Jingshu's lips deepened, and her eyes were filled with deep contempt. "Su Maoyang, do you know that you can't enter the auction house without an invitation letter? Oh, by the way, I forgot. You are a loser. How can you know what an invitation letter is?" As she said, the woman covered her mouth and chuckled, which immediately caused everyone to laugh and echo. The whole hall was noisy because of Su Maoyang's arrival, and even the prince in the VIP seat on the second floor was startled. Nanjing Huan didn't expect Su Maoyang to have the guts to come to the auction house, and he couldn't figure out the purpose of her coming here. Su Maoyang thought that no one would notice her in today's unprecedented grand scene, but she didn't expect that all her plans would be broken by the woman in front of her. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's heart surged with anger, and a sneer rose at the corners of her lips under the veil. Her cold tone clearly didn't reveal any emotions, but it revealed an inexplicable pressure. "Who said I don't have an invitation? Hey, so you mean there is an invitation? Okay, then take out the invitation and let's see. If not, I want you to crawl out of the auction house." Su Jingshu stretched out her slender arm and pointed at the door of the auction house, with a sarcastic smile on her face. But her eyes were full of cruelty. Although Su Maoyang was a waste, she was at least the daughter of the Su family, the princess personally appointed by the emperor, and now she had to crawl out of the auction house. This scene was unprecedented. When everyone saw this, they all laughed with gloating, looking forward to a good show. Chapter 21. You crawl out. However, at this moment, a deafening roar suddenly rose from the VIP seats on the second floor, and the noisy hall was immediately quieted. "Su Maoyang, get out of here. Don't embarrass yourself here." Su Maoyang looked up and saw Su Yihui standing on the VIP seats on the second floor, staring at her with a frown, his eyes sparking, his face flushed with anger, like an angry lion, ready to pounce and tear her apart at any time. Su Yihui, who was standing next to her, also had a dark face, frowned, and was full of anger. Nanjing Huan, who was sitting next to Su Yihui, had a cold face, and his emotions were unclear, and there was a flash of inquiry in his eyes. It was obvious that Su Maoyang's appearance had made the Su family lose face. Su Maoyang sneered. It seemed that the Su family was the one who most wanted her to get out. It was really ironic to think about it. She wanted to find an inconspicuous position without disturbing anyone. Besides, no one would notice her in today's situation. But things went against her will, and things were getting more and more off track. Since she had already attracted everyone's attention, she didn't mind being more high profile. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang raised her eyebrows, ignored the angry Su Yihui, stared at Su Jingshu with a sharp gaze, And the smile under the veil deepened. If I take out the invitation? What will you do? Jingshu seemed to have heard a big joke. And laughed out loud, ha ha ha. Just you? Well, if you really take out the invitation, it's my turn to crawl out. She didn't believe that the way Su Maoyang had this ability. In the entire southern Sui kingdom, only the 4 major families and the royal family could get the invitation. Even the entire Su family was not qualified. If Su Ishua hadn't climbed up to the big Buddha of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, how could the Su family sit in the VIP seat? However, Su Maoyang looked normal at this time, with a calm look. Then, in the astonished eyes of the crowd, he stretched out his hand and showed a purple invitation letter. The big words of Fengyan Auction House were inlaid with gold edges, which immediately scorched Su Jingshu's eyes. Excuse me, can you crawl out? Su Maoyang's voice was as calm as a pool of stagnant water, without any waves, but with a bit of coldness. The onlookers gasped in shock when they saw this scene, and many mocking laughs stopped abruptly. Even Su Ihue opened his eyes in disbelief, with a strange look on his face. You know, the entire Su family doesn't have it. And how could she, a waste, have it? Nanjing Huan's originally cold face was now cracked a little bit. This waste that he always despised now opened his eyes, which was really novel. However, the one with the richest expression in the audience was Su Jingshu. She didn't believe that Su Maoyang really took out the invitation letter, and shook her head excitedly. No. 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 This is fake. It must be fake. Don't try to fool me with an invitation letter. Su Maoyang smiled, did not refute, but beckoned to the waiter, who had been looking at him dumbfounded. Waiter, come and take a look. Is this the invitation letter from your auction house? The waiter immediately came to his senses after hearing this, ran over quickly, and after a careful observation, nodded hurriedly. Yes, it's real. The invitation letter from our auction house is genuine. When Su Jingshu heard this, her body shook as if she was hit hard. Her face was pale, as if she couldn't bear such a blow. Her expression was a little distorted. No. No. Su Maoyang, this invitation letter must have been stolen by you. I don't believe it. When everyone heard this, they were shocked for a moment. Yes, Su Maoyang had the guts to steal the Xianyan silver snake egg from the Su family before. So this time, he might have stolen the invitation letter from a certain family. Everyone thought it made sense and nodded in agreement. Su Maoyang was somewhat disgusted with Su Jingshu's self-deception, and sneered with sarcasm. Su Jingshu, you said that as long as I take out the invitation letter, you will crawl out of the auction house. Do you want to regret it now? Su Maoyang did not answer her question directly, and she naturally would not say that the president gave it to her personally. However, in this way, everyone thought that Su Maoyang acquiesced to their statement and really thought that the invitation letter was stolen. Su Jingshu could not see Su Maoyang's expression under the veil, but she could hear the latter's aggressive words, and she was so angry that her face flushed. Su Maoyang, you bastard. You dared to tell me to get out. Su Maoyang snorted coldly. You promised it yourself just now, and there are so many people to testify. But now you want to go back on your word. Is this the style of the Su family? Su Jingshu just made a solemn promise in front of so many people. If she goes back on her word, not only will she lose face, but even the Su family will be implicated by her. At this time, Su Jingshu met Su Maoyang's dark and shining eyes, and her heart skipped a beat, and she felt an inexplicable chill. She didn't care before, but now she suddenly found that Su Maoyang seemed a little different now. Su Ihue saw that the face of the head of the Su family, not far away, was getting uglier and uglier, and hurriedly scolded. Su Maoyang, I told you to go back. Didn't you hear me? Who are you? Who are Miss Su? And you dare to act rashly. Su Maoyang discovered that the one who held her back every time was not someone else, but the Su family, who were related to her by blood. Father, what do you mean by this? Can my status as the daughter of the eldest princess not be as good as a young lady of the Su family? If this word reaches the ears of the emperor, I am afraid that you will be punished for contempt of the imperial power. Su Maoyang's cold voice, with extreme indifference and majesty, suddenly shocked the whole audience into silence. Su Ihue's face flushed when he was questioned, staring at Su Maoyang. His eyes were bloodshot with anger. At this time, the head of the Su family couldn't bear it. The Su family was embarrassed by a waste. What kind of words? Su Maoyang, do you really want to be an enemy of the Su family? The head of the Su family asked sternly with a sullen face. The head of the Su family didn't believe that Su Maoyang would really offend the Su family for a trivial matter. She suffered so much last time. Can't she learn her lesson? Su Maoyang smiled coldly, with contempt in her eyes. Su Jingshu went back on her word. The head of the Su family bullied the weak. So this is the powerful Su family. I, Su Maoyang, have seen it. As soon as she finished speaking, the whole hall was in an uproar. And they really despised the Su family's behavior. Some families, who were dissatisfied with the Su family, had already started to talk about it. At this time, they pointed at the head of the Su family, as if watching a joke, making the latter lose face. You, Su Maoyang, don't go too far. Su Jingshu felt the contemptuous eyes around her. Her face turned pale, and then blue, and she was a little uneasy in her heart, afraid that she would be forced to crawl out today. Su Maoyang sneered at the corner of his lips, staring at her coldly. Who is going too far? If you didn't deliberately make trouble, you wouldn't have caused so much trouble. But I am a kind person. For the sake of the head of the Su family, you don't have to crawl out. Su Jingshu was delighted when she heard this. She knew that even if Su Maoyang had 100 courages, she would not dare to embarrass her. But she never expected that Su Maoyang's next words would be like a bolt from the blue, catching her off guard. As long as you kneel down and admit your mistake, I will pretend that what happened today never happened. Su Maoyang looked cold and spoke in a gentle tone, which sounded like thunder in everyone's ears, shocking everyone. You still pretend it didn't happen? This move was too cruel. What? Su Jingshu screamed in horror. It would be better to kill her directly than to ask her to kneel down to a loser. Seeing the atmosphere getting more and more tense, the Su family was slow to back down, and everyone was holding their breath waiting for the Su family head's reaction. Just then, a brown-black figure slowly walked from the backstage of the auction house, followed by a deep and loud voice. Haha. The auction hasn't started yet, but everyone is making a fuss. Hearing the voice, everyone turned their attention to the old man. The auction house president is famous, and everyone in the Southern Sui Kingdom knows him. It's just that the president never shows up at ordinary auctions. So why did he come to the front hall today, just when everyone was suspicious? Su Jingshu's eyes lit up, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, and she hurriedly complained, President, this trash sneaked into the auction house. You must deal with her well. Hearing this, everyone instantly jumped into the expression of watching a good show. Just now, Su Maoyang insisted that her invitation letter was real. Now that the president has come out, let's see if she dares to lie. Chapter 22. A good show. Su Maoyang has provoked the young lady of the Su family again. This time, the president will definitely not let her go. Thinking of this, everyone sighed that Su Maoyang was going to be in trouble. However, Su Jingshu smiled smugly and looked at Su Maoyang provocatively. She wanted to see how Su Maoyang would end up. Seeing this, Su Maoyang was about to fight back. But unexpectedly, the president took over. What do you mean by sneaking away? Maoyang girl was obviously invited by the old man. Can't you see the invitation letter in her hand? As soon as these words came out, Su Jingshu was directly stunned. The onlookers were even more shocked. The president personally invited her? What virtue did Su Maoyang, a waste, have? Not to mention that others were shocked. Even Su Maoyang herself was surprised. On the day she went to the auction house to auction the treasure, she was wearing men's clothes and a mask. Today she was wearing women's clothes and was a waste. How could the president recognize her identity? No. It's impossible. Su Maoyang frowned and looked at the president with a puzzled look, and was on guard. At this time, the president also met Su Maoyang's gaze with a calm look, without any explanation, just a slight smile, and then turned to Su Jingshu and scolded coldly, You offended my guests. Why don't you kneel down and apologize? Wow. Hearing this, the whole audience was in an uproar again. Did they hear it wrong? The president of the auction house actually asked the daughter of the Su family to kneel down and apologize to a waste. This world has really changed. Su Jingshu was so shocked that her face turned pale, and her expression twitched. And everyone shook their heads in disbelief, as if they couldn't accept this fact. I thought the president would punish Su Maoyang, but I didn't expect that the president would offend the Su family and stand up for Su Maoyang. You should know that although the president of this auction house is not a family power, and is not in the category of the royal family, many families respect this old man. His words are also very important in the 4 major families. Now, he actually asked Su Jingshu to kneel down and apologize to Su Maoyang. He didn't take the Su family seriously at all, and didn't give the head of the Su family any face. Su Jingshu opened her eyes wide with excitement and asked in disbelief, "President, are you mistaken? I am Su Jingshu, the daughter of the Su family." She would rather believe that the president was old and blurry, and didn't recognize the person clearly, than to believe that Su Maoyang was so charming that the president actually offended the Su family. Upon hearing this, the president frowned slightly, and his already impatient expression darkened. "I know you are the daughter of the Su family, but that doesn't mean you are qualified to offend the guests I invited. Just now, you promised in person that if she took out the invitation letter, you would crawl out. Fortunately, Yang is kind-hearted. As long as you kneel down and apologize, she will forgive you. What else do you want? Do you really want to crawl out of the auction house?" The president's voice was low and powerful, and anyone could hear the slight anger in his tone. However, when everyone heard the word kind-hearted, they felt a chill in their hearts. Is this also called kindness? Asking Su Jingshu to kneel down and admit her mistakes is even more embarrassing than crawling out. It's a pity that he could say that. At this time, everyone in the audience looked at the head of the Su family, who had a dark face in the VIP seat with fear, and couldn't help but sweat for the president and Su Liang. Su Jingshu's eyes turned red with anxiety. She was frightened by the president's attitude and quickly asked the head of the Su family for help. "Dad, look, they are bullying my daughter." Su Jingshu thought her father would seek justice for her, but he just frowned. His eyes were full of fire, and he growled, "Asshole, you were right after offending the president's guest. Kneel down and apologize to Su Maoyang." "Dad?" Su Jingshu was shocked by his roar. Her father always loved her, and would never say a harsh word to her. But today, he asked her to kneel down and apologize to a loser in front of so many people. It was a great shame. Su Jingshu looked at her father's fierce and strong eyes, and heard the mocking comments around her. She bit her lips tightly, and tightened her fingers. The tears in her eyes burst out instantly, and 2 lines of humiliating tears appeared on her face. In this situation, she knew that if she didn't kneel down and apologize, not only would the president not let her go, but even her father would not let her go. Thinking of this, Su Jingshu stared at Su Maoyang with resentment. She had no choice but to endure the humiliation and kneel down. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have falsely accused you of stealing the invitation." Seeing Su Jingshu kneeling down to apologize to Su Maoyang, the whole audience was stunned. This scene was so shocking. It was really unheard of and unseen. The domineering Miss Su knelt down to admit her fault to the despised waste. Even if it was spread out, few people would believe it. Everyone was shocked. But Su Maoyang looked indifferent, raised her eyebrows, and opened her red lips. "Miss Su, get up. Pay attention to self-cultivation in the future. Don't run out like a mad dog and bite people randomly. If you bite the president's guests again, it won't be so easy to talk to. After all, there are not many people as kind as me now." Everyone got goosebumps when they heard this. If she is kind, what about others? Su Jingshu was so angry when she heard this, but she could only endure the humiliation in her heart. She got up in a hurry and returned to the VIP seat in a dusty state. She remembered this great humiliation. At this time, Su Maoyang sneered and watched Su Jingshu go upstairs like a stray dog, then turned around and looked at the president deeply, and nodded slightly. "Thank you." The president heard this. His expression did not have any kindness, as if he was doing a business, and he replied in a low voice, "Don't thank me. You should thank the owner of the auction house." After saying that, he turned around and left without paying attention to Su Maoyang's surprised look. The owner of the auction house? Su Maoyang was stunned in place, and she had a plan in her mind. After a while, she restrained her emotions, suppressed her inner doubts, and sat down in a remote seat on the left. Everyone was puzzled by the president's abnormal behavior, and their eyes looking at Su Maoyang were also a little strange. However, everyone's attention was soon attracted by the treasures that were brought up one after another on the auction table. A beautiful woman in a red dress walked to the center of the stage with lotus steps, wearing a soft smile, and bowed to everyone. "Dear guests, I think you have heard about today's auction. There are a total of 10 medium-level weapons and 10 medium-level martial arts. The highest bidder wins. Let's start." After saying that, the beautiful woman stretched out her hand and showed the martial arts and weapons that had been placed behind her. When everyone heard about the medium-level weapons and martial arts, they shouted directly without looking carefully, "I'll pay 1,000 gold coins. I'll pay 2,000. I'll pay 5,000. However, just when the whole audience was excited, Nanjinghuan was so shocked that his eyes burst, and he stood up suddenly. Even though he was some distance away from the weapons, Nanjinghuan could see clearly that they were all weapons and martial arts he collected in the secret room. He had spent a lot of effort to get these things. Even if they turned into ashes, he would recognize them. How could they appear here? And they were auctioned in public. Chapter 23 The Master of the Auction House. Nanjinghuan bulged his eyes in shock. His hands clenched into fists. The rage in his heart seemed to ignite his internal organs and explode at any time. He had been tracking for so long, but he didn't expect it to be here. How could he not be shocked? How could he not be angry? These were his lives. Suishua and Suihue looked at Nanjinghuan, who suddenly stood up and looked at him with puzzlement. Just now Nanjinghuan was still cold, but now he suddenly burst into anger, and his face was full of anger, which was really strange. "Jinghuan, what's wrong with you?" Suishua pulled his sleeve and asked worriedly. Nanjinghuan was so angry that his veins bulged at this time. How could he pay attention to Suishua? He directly roared at the guard beside him, "Immediately find out where those things came from." The guard had never seen Nanjinghuan so angry, and he nodded repeatedly in horror and ran away quickly. However, the auction was still in full swing at this time. The price of each weapon and each martial arts book was rising one after another. On average, each one was about 500,000 gold coins. Su Maoyang thought that it was already incredible to sell 10,000 gold coins. But unexpectedly, it seems that in this world where strength is respected, things that improve combat effectiveness are too precious. However, in this way, she will not have to worry about food and drink, and Nanjinghuan has helped her a lot. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's eyebrows were stained with a smile. He raised his head slightly and glanced at Nanjinghuan, who was so angry on the second floor. The corners of his lips could not help but curl up. Prince, you claim to be smart, but you didn't expect to be fooled by the trash you despise the most." Su Maoyang was thinking deeply. Soon, the auction was over. Because the treasure was too rare and the price was too expensive, the treasure basically fell into the hands of the 4 major families and several princes. The Su family, who were happy and proud of buying the treasure, did not know that disaster was about to come. Auction house private room. "Master, I have done everything you asked me to do." If there were outsiders present, they would be very surprised, because the person who spoke was the president of the auction house, and he was kneeling on one knee on the cold ground at this time. Reporting respectfully, "Well, okay," leave a lazy voice sounded, with a low and incomprehensible coldness. The president was puzzled, hesitated for a moment, and still asked, why did the master help Su Maoyang and offend the Su family? You know, all the treasures auctioned this time are from the Su family. He really couldn't figure out how the master was involved with Su Maoyang, and he didn't understand why the master offended the owner of the treasure for a waste. Who said these treasures came from the Su family? The man's voice was cold, like 1,000-year-old ice, and his calm tone was also a bit sharp. The president frowned slightly when he heard this, and was even more puzzled. What does the master mean? You should be thankful that you just helped the owner of the treasure. The man's voice was low and gentle, but it shocked the president's expression. He never expected that the master in the master's mouth would be Su Maoyang. "Master, what should I do next? If someone investigates, release some information and let them really think that these treasures belong to the Su family." Hearing this, the president nodded repeatedly, but he didn't know the master's intention. After a moment of silence, he asked again, "I don't know what the relationship between the master and Su Maoyang is. There is not one person in the entire southern Sui kingdom who can make the master pay attention. What virtue and ability does Su Maoyang have to make the master personally take action? Are these what you should ask?" The man's voice was like ice chips in a cold pond, coming with the energy. The president couldn't resist for a while, and in a moment, he broke out in a cold sweat. "Yes, I'm too talkative." With that, the president quickly saluted and bowed and retreated. Mingqing Pavilion. "Huh? I finally advanced." Su Maoyang suddenly opened his eyes, exhaled heavily, and his face was filled with surprise and relief. Since she came back from the last auction, She has been practicing in the room for 2 days and 2 nights. Fortunately, with the help of the refining spirit pill, she has now reached the primary earth spirit master. However, she felt more and more that the refining spirit pill could no longer meet the demand for spiritual power in her body. So she must speed up to reach the middle stage of the pill master and refine the middle earth grade pill. If others knew that Su Maoyang was still dissatisfied with the slow speed of cultivation, they would definitely be furious and call her a pervert. You have to know that even a genius like Nanjinghuan had to work hard for several years before he reached the level of a senior earth spirit master. And Su Maoyang was only 18 years old. It took such a short time for him to go from a waste to a junior earth spirit master. He could be called the first genius of the southern Sui kingdom. Old Master Jingshu, can I refine the Jade Dew pill now? The Jade Dew pill is a middle grade pill. Although it cannot improve spiritual power, it can remove toxins, scars, and beautify the skin, and is very popular among women. As long as Su Maoyang succeeds in refining the Jade Dew pill, it means that she has reached the level of a mid-stage alchemist. The levels of alchemists are alchemists, great alchemists, alchemy kings, alchemy emperors, alchemy sects, alchemy saints, alchemy masters, alchemy emperors, and alchemy gods. Each level is divided into initial stage, middle stage and peak stage. The order of the levels of elixirs is ordinary, earth, heaven, mysterious, spiritual, holy, holy king, emperor and god, which are further divided into upper, middle and lower grades. Each level of elixir corresponds to the level of the alchemist. For example, lower earth grade corresponds to the initial stage of the alchemist. Middle earth grade corresponds to the middle stage of the alchemist. And upper earth grade corresponds to the peak stage of the alchemist. You should know that even in the entire Dong'an continent, all alchemists are noble. Not to mention a middle stage alchemist with considerable strength. The old man Jingshu said in a deep voice, well, girl, it is still difficult for you to refine the middle earth grade elixir. You must be careful. If you can't control the temperature well, let go quickly, and don't get burned by the flames. Su Maoyang nodded, waved his slender hand, and immediately released the evil blood cauldron. She took out the moonflower and wolf-tooth grass that she had prepared before, divided them into more than a dozen portions, and placed them aside. Then picked up one portion and threw it into the cauldron. With a thought, she immediately poured her focused mental power into the evil blood cauldron. I saw a white light flash, and the brown-red medicine cauldron was illuminated by crystal bright, and the silver-white flame rushed out of the restraint like a silver dragon, blooming with terrifying heat. Su Maoyang's hands flew, with amazing hand speed, trying to suppress the sparks that seemed to be about to splash out. After a while, as strong as she was, she couldn't help frowning. Her face twisted, and a layer of fine sweat appeared on her smooth forehead. The flame seemed to be fighting against her soul power, and the resistance was very fierce, causing Su Maoyang's head to split, and her skin to hurt, as if it was about to be torn. Is this the power of the artifact? Chapter 24. A Stunning Beauty. Su Maoyang gritted her teeth and resisted the power from the evil blood cauldron. Her hands that manipulated the flames did not flinch at all. In this way, she persisted for an hour. The flames were controlled, but the medicinal materials were burned. Alas, I failed. It really can't be compared with ordinary elixirs. Su Maoyang withdrew her hands and sighed regretfully. The old man Jingshu disagreed. Girl, you are already amazing. It is very difficult for alchemists to advance. You can control the flames for the first time you refine a middle-grade elixir. This talent is already very rare. Su Maoyang heard this, and rekindled hope in her heart. She picked up another batch of medicinal materials, without being discouraged, and threw them back into the cauldron. Then she quickly entered the state, and concentrated on delivering soul power. In this way, after repeated failures, Su Maoyang's face became more and more tired. But her skills in controlling the flames became more and more proficient, which aroused her fierce fighting spirit. Su Maoyang lowered his hands and suppressed the flame at the mouth of the cauldron, steadily delivering soul power. The flame that was still jumping seemed to be tamed, gently burning the medicinal materials in the cauldron. And soon a crackling sound was heard, and then a medicinal fragrance slowly drifted out. Seeing this, Su Maoyang was delighted, and he closed his hands, and the pill flew out of the cauldron and fell into Su Maoyang's palm. Finally succeeded. Su Maoyang breathed a sigh of relief, and the corners of his lips curled up unconsciously. Girl, Congratulations. You are already a middle-stage alchemist. The satisfied laughter of the old man Jingshu floated out of the medicine cauldron. Su Maoyang was also full of joy. And then swallowed the jade dew pill he refined in one gulp. I don't know if it's really effective. Su Maoyang was not sure. So he quickly took a bronze mirror and observed the scars on his face. Not to mention, the elixir refined by the artifact was really magical. Su Maoyang soon saw with his naked eyes that the black scars were falling off bit by bit, and the tender flesh underneath was also repaired quickly. In just a cup of tea, her face was as smooth as before, even whiter and tenderer. This was the first time Su Maoyang looked at her face, and even she was shocked. An oval face as white as jade, as smooth as milky white satin, delicate and small thin lips, like faintly blooming rose petals, extremely tender. Her eyebrows were long and slender, like the eyebrows of distant mountains, revealing a light and spiritual aura. Her eyes were like a clear spring, clear and shining, with narrow and long upturned corners of the eyes, charming as bones, and 3 points of beauty, a head of black and smooth hair, draped down, occasionally 2 strands gently gathered around the delicate and white ears, is even more peerless and beautiful. What a wonderful person! TSK. Su Maoyang is already a beauty in modern times. But I didn't expect that the owner of this body is even more stunning. If it weren't for that scar, Su Maoyang would definitely be the most beautiful woman in southern Sui, and there would be no Sui Shue. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's pupils flashed coldly, and she couldn't help but recall the past when the second wife framed her and made her ugly. As she was thinking deeply, there was a knock on the door outside the room. Miss, the second wife sent someone to deliver the clothes for entering the palace tomorrow. Please choose. It was the voice of Nanian outside the door. Entering the palace tomorrow? Su Maoyang was shocked, and quickly put away the evil blood cauldron. After quickly putting on the veil, she ordered in a cold voice, "Come in." Nanian opened the door and walked in slowly with a group of maids. The maids were holding trays with beautiful new clothes on them. Su Maoyang felt very familiar when she saw this scene. If I remember correctly, every time she entered the palace, the Su family would dress her up to meet the emperor and the queen mother. But Su Maoyang was timid and weak. She was always trembling with fear when facing the emperor and the queen mother's concern, let alone accusing the Su family of crimes to the emperor. Therefore, the emperor and the queen mother always thought that although Su Maoyang was not likable, the Su family had never treated her badly. Miss, please choose which one you like. Nanian's old eyes were full of pity and concern. Nanian's words immediately pulled Su Maoyang back from her memories. Well, this one. Su Maoyang took a quick look and chose a plain skirt with a blue background. For so many years, the second madam said that she was sending her clothes. The material was indeed high quality, but the style was complicated and cumbersome, and it was very bloated when she wore it. The color was even more vulgar, and not suitable for her age at all. The second madam's move seemed to show her love for Su Maoyang, but in fact it made her look vulgar and ugly, and disgusting. Now Su Maoyang can't fulfill her wish. Su Maoyang chose the clothes, and several maids retreated one by one. Seeing that everyone had left, Su Maoyang turned to look at Nanian and asked, "Why are you going to the palace tomorrow?" "Why don't I know? Tomorrow is the Peach Blossom Banquet hosted by the Queen Mother. It is held every year." "Miss, have you forgotten? Peach Blossom Banquet?" Su Maoyang pondered for a moment and finally remembered. This Peach Blossom Banquet is a disguised blind date. Every time Su Maoyang went there to make soy sauce, so she didn't have a deep impression. Nanian saw that Su Maoyang seemed to have forgotten, and she was surprised and shouted, "Oh, miss, you haven't embroidered the sachet yet, have you?" Su Maoyang frowned slightly. "Why embroider the sachet?" "Oh, miss, you really forgot it completely. Every year, women at the Peach Blossom Banquet have to embroider sachets, and then put their birth dates in the sachets. If there is a man who likes you, he will choose your sachet to express his intention to propose marriage." Su Maoyang was obviously surprised when she heard this. "I didn't expect that this blind date would have so many tedious steps. But she is a disgusting waste. Just going there to make soy sauce. Is it necessary to go through so much trouble?" "Nanian, I think it's better to forget it. I will enter the palace tomorrow, and I guess it's too late to embroider the sachet." Su Maoyang smiled embarrassedly. Nanian shook her head in embarrassment. "No, This sachet is a rule set by the Queen Mother. If you don't embroider it, people will bring it up, and you'll probably get into unnecessary trouble. Su Maoyang shrugged and said helplessly, Okay. Then I'll let Lu Man embroider it for me. That should be fine. Nanian wanted to persuade Su Maoyang, but when she thought of the latter's pitiful experience, she swallowed the words that were on her lips. The eldest princess told her to take good care of the young lady. She was unable to protect the young lady, and only hoped that everything would go her way. Thinking of this, Nanian's eyes sparkled with tears. She sighed, and quietly left the room. In the evening of the next day, the sun withdrew its dazzling light, and turned into a disk with a gold border and residual heat. The light blue sky was deepened by the darkening light. The sunset glow on the horizon was red, burning the sky hazy, adding a bit of mystery. The Su family entered the palace in the last rays of the evening sun, and quickly arrived at the main hall under the guidance of the palace maids and eunuchs. General Su and his children are here. The eunuch's sharp voice spread from outside the hall to inside. Upon hearing the announcement, the guests who had already sat down and chatted in the hall all looked up. Everyone was curious about two people. One was Su Yixue, the most recognized beauty in the southern Sui kingdom. Her marriage with the crown prince was hyped up by everyone some time ago, and it was simply envied by others. The other was the waist of the Su family, Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang's imprisonment was a sensation in the city. Later, her rejection of marriage by the crown prince became a joke for everyone. Not long ago, Su Maoyang performed a good show in the auction house, which not only helped the president of the auction house to save her, but also made the Su family lose face. Speaking of which, the despised Su Maoyang is now more famous than Su Yixue. Therefore, everyone's eyes unconsciously turned to Su Maoyang, who was walking at the end and wearing a white veil. Chapter 25: A Disguised Blind Date. Today, Su Maoyang wore a light blue dress with a flower pattern and a snow-colored gauze on the outside. The breeze blew and the gauze fluttered, and the whole person exuded a faint spiritual aura. The white veil covered her face, but the beautiful eyes, like the bright silver stars under the night sky, were exposed, flashing a charming cold light. When she looked around, she looked charming, but her spirit was cold, and she had an extremely contradictory beauty. The black hair, like a waterfall, was black and shiny, and it was softly gathered around the white and delicate ears, showing an elegant and moving aura. Everyone couldn't see the disgusting scar, and suddenly felt that Su Maoyang was like a person who walked out of a painting. Charming and soul-stirring. Many people present were stunned. Even Nanjing Huan, who hated her to the core, was breathless, and his eyes flashed with surprise. Your humble servant pays respect to the Emperor and the Empress Dowager. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Empress Dowager! Su Yixue walked quickly to the center of the hall, bowed his head and bowed politely. The two sons and two daughters behind Su Yixue also bowed in a proper manner. The Emperor's eyes were full of smiles, and he quickly raised his hand. Ha ha ha! Su Aiqing, there is no need to be polite. Please don't be polite. After the words fell, the Su family stood up as told. Before Su Yixue could reply, the Empress Dowager asked with concern, Oh, the one behind is Mo Liang. Right? This Empress Dowager is Su Mo Liang's grandmother. The Empress Dowager doted on the eldest princess very much. Later, the eldest princess died. The old lady was too sad and fell seriously ill. In the past, when the Empress Dowager summoned Su Mo Liang to the palace, Su Yixue always made excuses, either saying that Su Mo Liang was unwilling or that Su Mo Liang was sick and it was inconvenient. After many times, the Queen Mother stopped forcing it. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang inexplicably developed a good impression of the Queen Mother. Su Yixue was afraid that Su Maoyang would say something wrong, so he quickly took over the conversation. Yes, it's Maoyang girl. The Queen Mother smiled a little more and nodded slightly. I haven't seen Maoyang girl for a long time. Hurry up and let me take a closer look. Su Maoyang heard this and took a few steps forward obediently, looking up at the Queen Mother's eyes. The Queen Mother looked at her wearing a white veil, and thought of the scar she had when she was a child, and her eyes were full of heartache. Is the scar not healed yet? Su Maoyang nodded, but did not answer. Oh, it's a pity. Such a good face. The Queen Mother shook her head regretfully. When everyone heard this, their faces were full of contempt. Even if Su Maoyang has a good temperament, she is still an ugly monster with a scar on her face. And she is still shameful. Many women who were jealous of Su Maoyang's charm just now felt relieved when they thought of this. The emperor was afraid that the queen mother would mention Su Maoyang's sad story. So he interrupted with a smile. Okay. Don't let Maoyang stand like this all the time, or she will be scared. The queen mother knew that Su Maoyang was timid. So she nodded and ordered the eunuch, give the Su family a seat. Soon, the Su family sat down in the envious eyes of everyone. The emperor and the queen mother treated the Su family so well for a waste. And many people were envious. After Su Maoyang sat down, he carefully looked at the people in the hall, and found that the seats of the 4 major families were on the left side of the hall. And the Su family was just below their left, opposite the 4 major families. That is, on the right side of the hall, were the seats of the royal family. The concubines sat together with the queen as the head, and the royal heirs sat together with the prince as the head. Everyone was talking and laughing, having a good time, and it was a harmonious scene. Perhaps because everyone was present, the emperor asked the maids to serve the dishes. However, at this moment, a loud announcement suddenly came from outside the hall. The 9th prince has arrived. The 9th prince. Many people froze their smiling faces when they heard this announcement. Some people showed strange expressions, and their pupils jumped into shock. The 9th prince? Did I hear it wrong just now? In the hall, after a short silence, everyone began to whisper. No way. How could he come? Yes, he hasn't appeared for more than 10 years. How could he come today? They had heard of the name of the 9th prince, but many people present had never seen him, because the 9th prince suffered from a strange disease when he was young. The emperor took pity on him, gave him a title, assigned him a remote mansion to recuperate, and granted him the right not to enter the palace to meet the emperor. After so many years, everyone seemed to have forgotten about this prince. Unexpectedly, he suddenly appeared today, which frightened everyone present. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the entrance of the hall. Even Su Maoyang looked up with some curiosity. Chapter 26. The 9th prince appears. At this time, 4 strong men were seen carrying a sedan chair and slowly coming from outside the palace. On the sedan chair sat a handsome man in a snow-colored long gown. His blue eyes were as clear as the sea, shining brightly. His slanting sword-like eyebrows were like an eagle spreading its wings, and 2 cold rays of light pierced the bone marrow from his deep eye sockets. His thick and long eyelashes were like 2 small brushes that curled upwards, gently sweeping across his porcelain-like skin with his breath. His thin lips, which were blooming like cherry blossoms, were gently pursed. They were obviously delicate and charming, but they revealed a cold and indifferent attitude. His waist-length hair was as black as a painting, and it was scattered on his slender back, showing a bit of morbid beauty that did not belong to men. When everyone saw this, they gasped in amazement. Is this the legendary 9th prince? This is not a human being. It's simply a monster. Almost no young people present have seen the 9th prince, and the older generation has only seen the 9th prince when he was a child. Although the 9th prince was also beautiful when he was a child, I didn't expect him to be so beautiful. Oh my god. Is this the cripple? The hall had been silent for a long time, and people began to exclaim. I can't believe it either. I heard that his legs are crippled and he is a waste. The emperor doesn't like him and doesn't let him show up in front of everyone. I don't know why. At this time, everyone was in high spirits, and they expressed their own sighs one by one. But Su Maoyang was stiff all over, her expression twitching, looking at that charming face, and looking at those deep and charming blue eyes. Her heart seemed to be caught by someone, and it tightened. It's him, the man she threatened to take off his clothes that night. It was really unlucky that she bumped into the person she least wanted to meet. She just didn't expect that the disabled man was the forgotten 9th prince. Seemingly noticing Su Maoyang's gaze, the 9th prince also raised his eyes slightly and looked at her. At this moment, Su Maoyang only felt a cold light like a cold knife against her neck, which made her breath stagnate, and she broke out in a cold sweat. This man looked thin and weak, pale, and morbidly beautiful, but his eagle-like eyes could not deceive Su Maoyang. He was very strong, but he was just pretending. But why did he pretend? Just when Su Maoyang was shocked, the emperor spoke. Jingshu, how did you enter the palace? Although the emperor asked, his tone and expression did not show any concern, but more surprise. Jingshu withdrew his gaze from Su Maoyang and looked up at the emperor. His slightly pale lips lifted slightly, revealing a beautiful smile. I haven't been to the palace to pay respects to my father and the Empress Dowager for so many years. I feel bad. So I came here to apologize. Such words made the Emperor and the Empress Dowager slightly stunned. And they obviously didn't believe it. However, the Emperor knew that it seemed inappropriate to ask the reason in public. So he nodded immediately. You are not in good health, and it is not convenient for you to enter the palace. The Empress Dowager and I understand. There is no need to apologize. Hurry up and find a seat to sit down. Jingshu was sitting on a sedan chair, and it was not convenient for him to salute. He just nodded slightly, pointed to the seat on the right, and told the sedan bearer to carry him over. Served by several sedan bearers, Jingshu slowly sat down in the surprised eyes of everyone. This time, she just happened to sit opposite Su Maoyang. As long as Su Maoyang looked up, she could see Jingshu staring at her. Damn it. He must have done it on purpose. Su Maoyang gritted her teeth secretly and tried to ignore the high-voltage blue eyes. The appearance of Jingshu set off a climax in the whole audience. But the Queen Mother did not want such an unpopular cripple to ruin everyone's interest. So she immediately changed the subject. Okay. Today is the Peach Blossom Banquet hosted by my family. Now it's time for the ladies to show their talents. I wonder who is willing to be the first to come this time. As soon as the Queen Mother finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Suishua. Suishua is a famous beauty and talent in the southern Sui Kingdom. Last year, a white silk dance shocked the audience and was very popular. This time, everyone naturally had more expectations for Suishua. Nanjinghuan also looked at Suishua with gentle eyes, and his cold and hard outlines softened unconsciously, with a hint of pride and expectation on his expression. Suishua received Nanjinghuan's eye contact. Her cheeks blushed, and she avoided his gaze, acting like a real girl. Seeing Suishua's pretentiousness, Su Jingshu felt sick and wanted to vomit, and immediately volunteered to kill Suishua's prestige. Queen Mother, let me be the first to show my ugliness this time. Su Jingshu gracefully stepped forward. The Queen Mother saw this and had no objection, smiled and nodded, signaling Su Jingshu to start. Su Jingshu looked at Suishua provocatively, and then asked the maid to carry her guqin to the center of the hall. Afterwards, she sat down gracefully, holding the strings with both hands. Her jade fingers waved, and she played the music with layers of ripples. The sound of the guqin was gentle and light, rolling in, like a gurgling stream, with unique elegance. Su Jingshu's piano skills were indeed amazing, and soon everyone was intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. After the song, everyone's enthusiasm reached a new level, and praises and applause were endless. Then, several talented ladies came on stage to perform. Everyone tried their best to win the attention of the four major families and the royal family. However, except for Su Jingshu's piano and Sun Yunwu's stunning dance, the other women seemed to be slightly inferior. At this time, everyone's eyes fell on Suishua again. With the preparation of other women, everyone seemed to be more looking forward to Suishua's performance, perhaps not wanting to disappoint Nanjinghuan. Suishua stood up automatically and smiled at the Queen Mother and the Emperor. Queen Mother, this time, I will dance a song to liven up the Peach Blossom Banquet. As she said that, Suishua shyly glanced at Nanjinghuan, and then followed the palace maid to the side hall to change clothes and prepare. After a while, Suishua returned to the center of the hall, surrounded by a group of dancers. She raised her hands high, and her white long sleeves fluttered. She leaped up and nodded on her toes, like a crescent moon in the sky, pure white, beautiful and charming, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of the audience. At this moment, the music suddenly sounded, and the slow rhythm matched Suishua's dancing long sleeves, like the sound of nature. I don't know whether it was the people who set off the music, or the music that set off the people. Everyone felt that the white sleeves in Suishua's hands were like the lingering white clouds in the sky, floating and stirring everyone's emotions. When Suishua finished dancing, the hall was filled with thunderous applause. She stood in the center of the hall, like a proud peacock in a white linen dance skirt, with a confident and proud smile on her face, and her eyes drifted towards Nanjinghuan, looking forward to the latter's reaction. At this time, Nanjinghuan's eyes were full of surprise and appreciation. He followed the crowd and clapped his hands, looking quite satisfied. When Suishua saw this, she felt sweet in her heart and smiled. Everyone had to sigh that she was indeed the most beautiful woman in the southern Sui Kingdom. Not only was she beautiful, but her dancing was also unparalleled in the world. However, the other young ladies present were full of disdain. In their eyes, Su Yixue was just a concubine who could not be on the stage. Even if she was beautiful, her humble status was still despised. TSK. What's so great about a concubine? Your elder sister hasn't performed yet. But you can't wait. Su Jingshu snorted coldly. And the sarcastic words reached Su Yixue's ears, making her body stiff, and the smile on her face solidified instantly. The voice was not small, and many people in the hall heard it. Some whispered, as if they had some complaints about Su Yixue's identity. Su Yixue heard the discussions around her, clenched her hands quietly, and embarrassed hatred surged in her pupils. Today is clearly her day to shine. What does Su Maoyang have to do with it? Why do people always link her with that loser Su Maoyang? Damn it! Yeah. A concubine's daughter stole the limelight from her elder sister. How shameless. Su Maoyang, I don't know what your talent show is. Are you willing to be outdone by a lowly embryo? The speaker was a woman in a pink dress, who looked delicate and lovely, but her tone was sarcastic and unpleasant. Chapter 27, a song that made her famous. Su Maoyang felt innocent. She had been trying to be invisible, but she was still dragged into this. Speaking of which, Su Maoyang also understood the psychology of these women. They were jealous of Su Yixue's dancing and appearance, and jealous that she was loved by the prince. But they also despised her humble status. They were the ones who were really unwilling to accept it. Su Maoyang raised her eyebrows and replied with a normal expression, haha. I am not unwilling. My sister has always been outstanding, and is the pride of our Su family. As a sister, I am also happy for her. Su Maoyang's humble words immediately won the favor of the emperor and the queen mother. Such a generous and sensible woman is worthy of the status of the Su family's legitimate daughter. Haha. You speak better than you sing. I think you are no match for a concubine's daughter. The pink-dressed woman who spoke was the legitimate daughter of the Sun family, one of the 4 major families. Her name was Sun Yunwu. She was arrogant and willful, like Su Jingshu. She was spoiled with a lady's temper. She was not afraid of anything and dared to say anything. Su Jingshu heard this and covered her mouth and laughed. Sister Sun, this is not certain. I heard that Su Maoyang prepared talents to present to the Queen Mother when she entered the palace this time. I am looking forward to it. These 2 people played the red face and the white face, hoping that Su Maoyang would make a fool of herself. The Queen Mother heard this and became interested. Oh? Maoyang girl, did you prepare talents this time? Su Maoyang was a little embarrassed when asked by the Queen Mother. She only knew that she had to embroider sachets last night, but she didn't know what talents she had to perform. If she knew, it was so troublesome. She would rather Su Yixue help her find a random excuse to prevaricate. At this time, everyone's eyes fell on Su Maoyang, and they all looked forward to her answer. Everyone knew that Su Maoyang was a waste. Not only did she have no spiritual power, but she also didn't know any of the arts. Now that she was asked about her talent show, she was afraid that she would make a fool of herself. Many people whispered and laughed at this. The Su family felt ashamed and wanted to throw Su Maoyang out of the hall to avoid embarrassing herself here. Facing the ridicule of the crowd and the eager eyes of the Queen Mother, Su Maoyang felt a little resistant in her heart. But she couldn't bear to disappoint the Queen Mother. Speaking of talent, she did have a favorite musical instrument in the 21st century. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang nodded slightly, and her cold voice was not at all stage fright. Well, I am willing to present a song for the Queen Mother, but the props still need the help of the palace maids to prepare. Su Jingshu and Sun Yunwu were stunned when they heard this, and their smiles of joy suddenly froze. Su Maoyang actually prepared a talent show? Impossible. They knew what level Su Maoyang was. How could Su Maoyang perform a talent show now? Not to mention the 2 of them. Everyone else present was surprised. Their eyes were full of curiosity. Nanjing Huan stared at Su Maoyang strangely, not knowing what she was up to. It must be said that Su Maoyang is becoming more and more mysterious and more attracted to him. The calmest person in the audience was the 9th Prince Nanjing. He looked at Su Maoyang meaningfully, and seemed not surprised by her abnormal behavior. At least, he knew that the owner of the evil blood cauldron could not be a simple person. When the Queen Mother heard that Su Maoyang was going to sing a song, she was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Ha ha ha. Good. Good. Just tell the palace maid to prepare. Su Maoyang got the nod and gave a few instructions to the maid beside her. The maid was puzzled when she heard such a strange request, but she still found 2 drums and 2 gongs for her despite being confused. Everyone saw the maid move the two big drums in front of Su Maoyong, and then saw Su Maoyong put up the two gongs on a stand and hung them in the air. And they all opened their eyes in curiosity. Ha ha ha. Drums and gongs. Are you going to beat them and prepare for the wedding? Sun Yunwu couldn't help laughing, and the whole audience burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Waste is waste. Look. How can these vulgar instruments be on the stage? Yes. The Su family has lost all their face. Everyone shook their heads and accused, and said Su Maoyong was useless at once. Su Yue couldn't stand it any longer, so he stood up suddenly and yelled, Su Maoyong, get out of here quickly. How long will you be satisfied with your shame? Su Maoyong turned his head and looked at him expressionlessly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Father, I just sang a song for the Queen Mother to show my filial piety. Where is it shameful? Is it shameful to honor the Queen Mother? Su Yue was choked by Su Maoyong and blushed, so he had to sit back in anger. At this time, Su Maoyong ignored the contemptuous eyes of the crowd, picked up the two long sticks handed over by the palace maid, and slowly sat on the wooden bench behind the drum. She gently raised the stick and hit the drum, making a muffled bang, and the frequency of the knocking became faster and faster, and gradually she actually knocked out a sense of rhythm. The laughter of the crowd was covered by the sound of the drums, and everyone gradually heard the melody. And then, they shut up and looked at Su Maoyong seriously. At this moment, Su Maoyong even quickened her hand speed, striking from left to right, and finally landing on the gong, producing a crisp low hum, like the finishing touch, drawing a rest for a series of notes. The whole action was smooth and skillful, dazzling and shocking. What kind of music is this? Why is there such a powerful force? Everyone was dumbfounded, never understanding that music is also powerful, falling on the heart, causing a big shock. Su Maoyong saw that the surroundings suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at her in a daze, and the corners of her mouth hooked unconsciously. She was best at drums in the 21st century, because drums can make music fuller and more powerful, and can make all the low emotions become passionate, just like she was standing in court arguing with people. Drums can give her the momentum and energy to move forward courageously. Thinking of this, she seemed to be inspired by the battle in the court in her previous life. She struck the long stick in her hand again, each time with full force. Her body swayed rhythmically with the music. The dynamic melody became more cheerful, and the guests couldn't help but move along with it. The rhythm became more and more intense, and Su Maoyong began to sing. Her cold voice was quite imposing, and even carried a domineering and wildness that was rare for a woman. In an instant, the rules were overturned. Who am I? It's my inner demon dancing wildly. I can suddenly realize right and wrong. The devil began to revive the truth. Who is whispering in the fog? The highest honor is to enjoy loneliness. Use struggle to conquer. Flatten the anger between heaven and earth, no matter how dark the clouds are or howling the wind is. I can't stop my journey. Let the gods under my feet pave a heroic road for me. A teardrop. Looking back halfway. I can only fight. Fight. Starry sky. After falling, I pray not to leave. Don't leave. That temperature can no longer be retained. Love has been cold. Cold. My heart, I want to share with you. To the end. The end together. The lyrics are passionate and emotional, and Su Maoyong's voice is full of power, and the domineering spirit is undoubtedly leaked. The heavy beating of his hands, coupled with the exciting lyrics and the domineering and arrogant voice, made the whole audience silent and shocked for a moment. Chapter 28. No one wants her. What is stunning? What is domineering? What is arrogant? Su Maoyong in front of them performed it perfectly. Everyone was deeply immersed in the high-pitched atmosphere created by Su Maoyong, and kept repeating a few lyrics in their hearts. Use struggle to conquer, and flatten the anger between heaven and earth, no matter how dark the clouds are or howling the wind is. I can't stop my journey. Let the gods under my feet pave a heroic road for me. What kind of courage and momentum can sing such lyrics? What's more incredible is that a woman actually sang the domineering spirit of flattening the world and being the king. At this moment, the whole audience was dead silent. Everyone was amazed and shocked, and couldn't get rid of the intense and surging emotions for a long time. The emperor and the queen mother seemed to be stunned, while Nanjinghuan was shocked, and his heart was surging with inexplicable excitement. Su Yixue, Su Jingshu and Sun Yunwu, as women, naturally did not understand the domineering spirit displayed by Su Maoyong, but they had to admit that such a percussion instrument with such a song was indeed too contagious. And it felt like the whole person was on fire. Su Yihue thought that Su Maoyang would be embarrassed. But he did not expect that he would be stunning. Although he did not know what instrument it was. He knew in his heart that this performance was touching. And it was full of the domineering spirit of the strong being respected. Just when everyone was stunned, applause suddenly rang out in the hall. Nan Qingjue, who was lazily leaning on the chair, clapped his hands lightly. His cold and handsome face could not see the emotion. But the pair of eyes staring at Su Maoyang, flashing with a strange light, showed some appreciation. After hearing Nan Qingjue's applause, everyone came back to their senses and applauded. Su Maoyang faced the thunderous applause all around. With a normal expression, ordered the maid to take away the equipment, and slowly stood up to salute the emperor and the queen mother. His cold temperament was like a bamboo standing upright in the cold wind, with indescribable character. Ha ha ha. Maoyang girl, what song did you just sing? And what instrument did you play? The queen mother had never seen such a strange performance, so she was naturally very curious. Facing the kind queen mother, Su Maoyang was still willing to explain a few more words. This is a drum set, which can make the song full and powerful, inspire people's emotions, and bring people infinite power. As for that song, I made up the lyrics. I hope the queen mother will not blame me. Su Maoyang naturally couldn't say that he plagiarized a modern song. The queen mother heard this. Her face suddenly understood, and the smile in her eyes became more intense. Ha ha ha. So that's why you wrote this song yourself. I really look at you with new eyes. Who said her granddaughter was a waste? This performance was obviously more outstanding than other women. The queen mother and the emperor were happy. But the other ladies, who were outshined by Su Maoyang, were depressed. Everyone was ready to make a big splash and attract the attention of the royal family and the 4 major families. But they didn't expect that after this performance, they were not even as good as a waste. TSK. What a weird musical instrument. You haven't seen it before. And you have the nerve to take it out to perform. Shameless. Su Jingshu was unconvinced. With a dark face, snorting coldly. Last time, she was severely humiliated by Su Maoyang. And this time she was outshined by her talent again. Su Jingshu was simply furious. At this time, a man in a dark green brocade robe was shaking a fan, curling his lips and smiling. And his hearty voice was elegant and moving. You haven't seen it. It only means that you have no knowledge. The man who spoke was Imo Halga, the eldest son of the Prime Minister's mansion. The Prime Minister's mansion is one of the 4 major families, the Imo family. And Imo Halga is recognized as the most beautiful man in the southern Sui kingdom. He is handsome and well-educated, and is as outstanding as the crown prince. That's why he dared to openly oppose Su Jingshu. Su Jingshu didn't expect that Imo Halga, who has always been romantic, would also meddle in other people's business. Her eyes were slightly shocked, and her face became even uglier. But she was so stiff that she couldn't speak. This Imo Halga seems to be romantic on weekdays, but he has never really cared about any woman. So, he should be the kind of heartless. I don't know why he is willing to speak for a woman today. Everyone was a little surprised, and their eyes kept wandering between Imo Halga and Su Maoyang. Seeing that the Imo family and the Su family were unhappy, the queen mother hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Okay. The talent show is over. Next, you will show your sachets. If the young men present are interested in a certain lady, they can choose her sachets and leave your tokens of love to show their intention to propose marriage. If the woman is not satisfied, she can also refuse. After the queen mother finished speaking, the atmosphere eased. The faces of the ladies present were shy, and they all put their prepared sachets on the brocade plate held by the palace maids beside them. Su Maoyang gave Lu Man behind him a look, and Lu Man nodded, hurriedly took out the sachets, and put them on the brocade plate. Seeing that everyone was ready, the queen mother smiled and said, Gentlemen, you can choose. At this time, the young men present all stood up and walked towards the ladies, each choosing their favorite objects. And the most enviable person in the audience was Su Yihue, because Nan Jinghuan actually gave her a space ring as a token of love. You should know that space rings are extremely precious and expensive. Even in the 4 major families, few people can own space rings. Unexpectedly, Nan Jinghuan was so generous for a concubine's daughter. I don't know what kind of luck Su Yihue had. Although the women present were jealous of Su Yihue, they also understood that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was not a person who could be easily married. So as long as the man who asked for marriage was of equal status, they had no reason to refuse. After a round of selection, many ladies from wealthy families got the men's tokens. The women who were satisfied with the men accepted the men's tokens of love with a smile and shyness on their faces, although the dissatisfied ones refused the other party's marriage proposal. The arrogance on their faces also showed that their vanity was greatly satisfied. After all, being pursued by someone also represents their charm. In this way, everyone's marriage has basically been settled. But only Su Maoyang's Sachet, which no one cares about, has become a laughing stock. Haha. This time no one wants Su Maoyang's Sachet. People her age have married and had children. But she is still an old maid. Yeah. If no one wants her again, I think Su Ishua, the concubine, will surpass her. It's obvious. She is a waste. Who would want to marry her? I heard that General Su wanted to marry her to the crown prince as a concubine. But it seems he was rejected. You see? She is not even qualified to be a concubine. Haha. Su Maoyang thought that she could beat Su Ishua by performing a weird trick. Now it seems that she is still a fantasy. I don't know how many men will be scared away by her ugly face with scars. Yes. It's really shameful that a legitimate daughter is not as good as a concubine's daughter. After the words fell, many women covered their mouths and chuckled. And all kinds of contemptuous eyes gathered on Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang was speechless when she heard this. I don't know who spread the rumor that she was rejected by the crown prince. But it was obviously she who rejected the crown prince. At this moment, sarcasm from all directions came. If it were other women, they would have been scared to tears. But Su Maoyang seemed to be fine, lowering her head to eat and drink, which attracted everyone's ridicule. However, at this moment, a cold and piercing voice suddenly rose from the hall, like cold water hitting rocks, clear and refreshing, and moisturizing deeply. I want her sachet. Chapter 29. An ugly ghost and a cripple. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned to the person who spoke. No matter what, everyone thought that the person who spoke was the taciturn ninth prince. And a trace of surprise flashed in everyone's eyes. Even Su Maoyang was surprised and looked up, staring at him in confusion. At this moment, Nan Qingjue waved to the servant beside him and ordered in a deep voice, "Bring Su Maoyang's sachet to me." The servant was slightly stunned and full of surprise, but he had to do what his master ordered. Immediately, he walked over quickly, and without waiting for Su Maoyang's reaction, he took the sachet from the brocade plate and handed it to Nan Qingjue. Su Maoyang thought that no one would want her sachet, and she was happy and comfortable, without worrying about the problem of getting married. What's the situation now? Not only did someone want her sachet, but that person was also the most dangerous person she didn't want to provoke. At this moment, she was like a bolt from the blue, and the corners of her mouth twitched a little. The others present were even more surprised. Su Maoyang, a useless guy with a scar on his face, was actually favored by the ninth prince. However, the ninth prince was a disabled and unpopular prince, and was also a useless person in the royal family. A cripple and a useless guy. They are really a perfect match. After being surprised, everyone started to talk about it, and most of them laughed. Ha ha ha. Someone finally wants Su Maoyang. It's really funny. A cripple and an ugly guy. They are so compatible. Su Jingshu was in a very good mood when she heard the laughter around her, and she started to tease, since the ninth prince has taken a fancy to Su Maoyang. I wonder what kind of token of love he will give. As we all know, the ninth prince is an unpopular prince. It is good enough for him to make a living. How can he have the money to give out a decent token of love? Su Jingshu's ridicule was simply adding insult to injury. When everyone heard this, they laughed even more happily, and seemed to be looking forward to what kind of gift Nan Qingjue would give. However, Nan Qingjue ignored the ridicule of everyone at this time, took out a red fruit from his arms without changing his expression, and then put it on the brocade plate beside him. After whispering a few words, the servant brought the fruit to Su Maoyang. Everyone looked curious, but when they saw that there was an unknown fruit on the plate, they burst into laughter. They had never seen anyone use wild fruits as a token of love. How poor must one be to do such a thing? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Su Maoyang's token of love is a wild fruit. Ha ha ha. It's so funny. A concubine's daughter's token of love is a space ring, while a legitimate daughter is only worthy of a wild fruit. TSK TSK TSK. How can there be such a big difference in people's behavior? The envied Su Yixue sneered and shook her head, despising Su Maoyang to the extreme. So what if Su Maoyang is a legitimate daughter? She is not as pretty as her, not as powerful as her. Even the princess personally appointed by the emperor is only worthy of a cripple. She just wants Su Maoyang to know who is the most popular one, regardless of status. Don't think that you can surpass her just because you performed a weird show. She has an unshakable position in Nanjingwan's heart. How can she, a waste, surpass her? Thinking of this, Su Yixue raised a smug smile at the corner of her lips, and her eyes were full of contempt for Su Maoyang. Contrary to the audience's irony, Su Maoyang, as an alchemist, showed great interest in the fruit. This time, she took the fruit without hesitation. Before she looked at it carefully, she heard the excited voice of the old man Jingshu in her consciousness. Oh my god! Holy Spirit fruit! This is Holy Spirit fruit! Su Maoyang was shocked, and her face was full of surprise. Just hearing the voice of the old man Jingshu was enough to show the preciousness of the medicinal material. Old man Jingshu, is the Holy Spirit fruit very rare? Su Maoyang asked in confusion. Girl, you have made a fortune. This fruit is very precious. Even thousands of space rings cannot match a Holy Spirit fruit in your hand. So you must get it anyway. Hearing this, Su Maoyang was shocked. Unexpectedly, Nanjing was even more generous than Nanjingwan. She had already angered him by threatening him to take off his clothes last time. Now he was suddenly so nice to her. Could it be that there was some conspiracy? Su Maoyang had to think so. After all, the two of them had a very unpleasant quarrel last time. Nanjing received Su Maoyang's guarded gaze, but he seemed unmoved. His cold expression showed no emotion, and his thoughts were even harder to guess. At this moment, he leisurely raised his wine glass and took a sip. His posture was elegant, and his temperament was extraordinary, just like a person in an ink painting. However, amidst the overwhelming laughter, a cry of exclamation suddenly sounded. That is the Holy Spirit fruit? Yes, it is the Holy Spirit fruit. I have read about it in the book. The speaker was the head of the Su family. He was also an alchemist, currently at the level of a mid-level alchemist. So he had some research on medicinal materials. Now seeing the Holy Spirit fruit, his old face flushed with excitement, and his voice trembled a little. The head of the Su family has always been highly respected. But at this moment, he was shocked and lost his composure, which immediately shocked everyone to stop talking and look at the red fruit in Su Maoyang's hand. Dad, what exactly is the Holy Spirit fruit you are talking about? Su Jingshu was still laughing at Su Maoyang the previous second, and was shocked by her father's excited expression the next second. Mo Haoga's expression, which had always been frivolous, became solemn when he heard this. He nodded slightly and approved of the head of the Su family statement. It is indeed the Holy Spirit fruit. It is said that this fruit is the medicinal material of the soul-gathering pill. You should know that the soul-gathering pill is a treasure that can directly promote the Xianling Master to the Royal Spirit Master. It can be seen that the Holy Spirit fruit is precious. What's more, the Holy Spirit fruit blooms in 100 years and bears fruit in 100 years. It is very rare and is a priceless treasure that is not easy to buy with money. I didn't expect to have the honor to see it today. It's all thanks to Miss Su. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. What does it mean for a Xianling Master to be promoted to an Huangling Master? It is hard to find a few Xianling Masters in the entire Dongyan continent, let alone Huangling Masters, who are like gods. It takes 100 years to bloom and 100 years to bear fruit. What does that mean? Such a rare medicinal material was actually given as a token of love. Oh my god! Is the ninth prince stupid? The hall, which was just silent, was boiling for a moment. They really couldn't understand why the ninth prince gave such a priceless treasure to a waste. It's a waste of heaven's gifts. A waste of heaven's gifts. Ninth prince, I wonder if you can sell this Holy Spirit fruit to me. And you can name the price? The head of the Su family slowly stood up, bowed slightly, clasped his fists and saluted, expressing his sincerity. The head of the Su family thought that the useless ninth prince didn't know the value of this medicinal material, so he dared to give it to someone casually. Now he couldn't let this treasure fall into the hands of a waste. Nanjingjue's cold face was unmoved. He slowly put down the wine glass, raised his noble chin, and quickly glanced at the head of the Su family with his ice-blue eyes. He opened his red lips slightly and said in a very cold tone, This is a token of love that I gave to Su Maoyang. Now it belongs to her. The meaning is very clear. The Holy Spirit fruit is already Su Maoyang's, and the request should be made to Su Maoyang. Chapter 30. The prince is worse than a cripple. The head of the Su family had never been rejected before. But today he was rejected by a junior. And a cripple. What's even more ridiculous is that Jingshu actually asked him to beg the waste, who had a grudge against him. Isn't this a great shame? At this time, the head of the Su family turned pale, and looked at Jingshu for a long time without being able to speak. Su Maoyang felt warm in her heart for Jingshu's disrespectful behavior. For some reason, she always felt that Jingshu did this for her. Everyone knew that Su Maoyang must hate the Su family because of the imprisonment of the Su family. But he asked the head of the Su family to beg her. Isn't it just to let her get back 10% and vent her anger? I really don't know what kind of person this ninth prince is. Su Maoyang looked at Jingshu and fell into deep thought. Unexpectedly, Jingshu just raised his head and bumped into her sight. The deep blue eyes were full of light, always emitting a charming color, both cold and evil, making people unable to help but indulge in it. Perhaps Su Maoyang was too absorbed in watching. The corners of Jingshu's cold lips rarely curved up, like a snow lotus blooming in the ice and snow. Beautiful beyond description. Su Maoyang was shocked by the surprise, and swallowed his saliva uncomfortably. This man is really a demon. Too bewitching. Jingshu looked at Su Maoyang being bewitched by himself, and the smile on his lips became deeper. Ninth prince, don't go too far. At this time, Su Jingshu spoke angrily, without any scruples about this unpopular prince, and seemed not to be afraid of him. But Jingshu still ignored it, as if the Holy Spirit really had nothing to do with him. Su Jingshu's face flushed with anger, but she was helpless. She had suffered such a great humiliation from Su Maoyang last time, and now she couldn't bring herself to beg her. At this time, the old face of the Su family head was black and smelly. His cheeks were bulging, and his sunken eyes stared at Su Maoyang with viciousness. Perhaps he mustered up a lot of courage before he said shamelessly, Su Maoyang, you name a price. I will buy this Holy Spirit fruit from you. No matter how much money it costs, I will satisfy you. Su Maoyang didn't expect that the Su family head could really put down his face for the Holy Spirit fruit. He chuckled and joked, Su family head, this is not a problem that can be solved by money. Haven't you heard that this is a priceless treasure that can't be bought with any amount of money? Humph. You are a waste. What's the use of it? It's better to exchange it for money, which will be of substantial help to you. The Su family head suppressed his anger and scolded in a deep voice. Su Maoyang had no spiritual power and couldn't make pills. Holding the Holy Spirit fruit would only waste its value. He didn't expect this idiot to be so ungrateful that he didn't even want the money just to save face. However, he didn't know that Su Maoyang was also an alchemist, and he had reached the middle stage of alchemy at a young age, and he had more potential than him. Su Maoyang really hated people who had such a strong sense of superiority. He was obviously asking for help, but he didn't have the attitude of asking for help, as if the whole world was his mother and had to spoil him. Sorry, I won't sell it. This is a token of love given to me by the ninth prince. If I sell it to you, wouldn't it embarrass the ninth prince? When the head of the Su family heard this, he was so angry that he trembled all over and his face turned blue. What do you want to sell it to me? The head of the Su family had reached the limit of his patience. Su Maoyang turned a blind eye to his anger and said firmly, I said I won't sell it. Is Master Su trying to force me to sell it? When Su Maoyang said this, Master Su's goldfish eyes were about to fall out of his head in anger. But he didn't dare to get angry because he was in a public place. He knew that if he continued to talk, he would be accused of bullying the younger generation. Thinking of this, he could only snort and sit back in his seat. For a moment, no one could have imagined that Su Maoyang, who was least favored by everyone, would become the winner of the whole scene. Not only did someone take her sachet, but the token of love was a priceless treasure that could not be bought with money. Even Su Jingshu, who received the most attention, was compared to her. In total, Su Maoyang's treatment was far better than Su Jingshu's. Su Jingshu gnashed her teeth when she saw this, and Jingshu's face was not much better. Compared to each other, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was not as generous as a cripple. It's really a shame. The Emperor saw that the atmosphere in the palace was very tense. So he persuaded, okay, since this is the token of love that Juror gave to him Liang, we, as elders, will not take it away. But, Mo Liang, if you accept Nan Jingshu as token, it means you agree to this marriage. What? Mo Liang was so scared that she almost fell off her seat when she heard this. She was just happy to get such a rare medicinal material. But she ignored the fact that accepting the token of love meant agreeing to the marriage. Thinking of this, Mo Liang suddenly raised her eyes and looked at Nan Jingshu, and saw a hint of ambiguous smile flashing in the latter's ice blue eyes. That smile made Mo Liang's body go wild. Now, she finally understood. This was his conspiracy. He knew that as an alchemist, he could not refuse such precious medicinal materials. So he set a trap to trap her. Just when Su Maoyang was shocked, Su Yihui stood up with a smile on his face and said, I think the ninth prince and my daughter are also a good match. As long as the ninth prince does not dislike it, this marriage will be settled like this. Su Yihui was still worried about Su Maoyang's marriage. If she did not get married, Su Yixue and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's marriage would be put on hold. Now the ninth prince is willing to be the scapegoat. Why not? Su Maoyang was anxious and was about to refuse, but was stopped by the old man Jingshu. Girl, don't rush to refuse. This holy spirit fruit is too rare. You must get it. So temporarily agreeing to this marriage will be beneficial to you. Su Maoyang heard this and had a plan in mind. Improving her strength is too important for her. And now such a good opportunity has been encountered by her. If she gives up, it would be a pity. Thinking about it, Su Maoyang gritted his teeth, suppressed his dissatisfaction, and tacitly agreed with Su Yihui's statement. Su Maoyang compromised, but the Queen Mother hesitated. There is no rush for Maoyang's marriage. I still need to discuss it with the Emperor. Anyone can hear the Queen Mother's words. She is not satisfied with this marriage. The Queen Mother loves the eldest princess, so she has a little preference for Su Maoyang. The ninth prince was born to a maid and is disabled. He is regarded as an ominous person and has never been favored by the Queen Mother. At present, the Queen Mother naturally disagrees with Su Maoyang marrying the ninth prince. By the way, General Su, didn't you tell me the day before yesterday that you intended to marry Maoyang to Jinghuan as a concubine? In the eyes of the Queen Mother, even if Su Maoyang was a concubine to Nan Jinghuan, it would be better than marrying a cripple. Su Yihui was slightly stunned when he heard this, and quickly bowed and replying to the Queen Mother, I did have this idea before. But, the Queen Mother saw him hesitating, frowned, and looked a little impatient. But what? But I don't agree. At this time, Su Maoyang suddenly stood up and answered loudly, which shocked everyone and made them stare with wide eyes. They couldn't believe their ears. What? What did you say? The Queen Mother was also unbelievable. Su Maoyang faced the Queen Mother, leaned forward properly, and replied, Queen Mother, Maoyang and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince have no feelings. Please betroth me to the ninth prince. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. I would rather marry a cripple than marry His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Are you sure? Chapter 31 Huge Shame. Facing the surprised and strange gazes of the crowd, Nan Jinghuan's proud self-esteem was challenged as never before. He was so angry that he gasped and clenched his fists. At this moment, he wished he could strangle Su Maoyang to death. This woman made him lose face in public. Damn it! The Queen Mother and the Emperor were both a little surprised by Su Maoyang's firm attitude. Although Su Maoyang's love for Nan Jinghuan was not a rumor, it was not a secret. The Queen Mother and the Emperor knew it in their hearts. Now, Su Maoyang actually refused to marry the prince, but was willing to marry a cripple who was not liked by others. Was Su Maoyang still asleep? Or was her brain broken? Everyone smacked their lips and sighed in disbelief, looking at Su Maoyang's eyes, as if they were looking at a fool. Maoyang girl, are you sure? You don't want to marry the prince? But the ninth prince? The Queen Mother asked anxiously and worriedly. Su Maoyang nodded. Very sure, yes. I am willing to marry the ninth prince. Su Maoyang said this. There is also a component of deliberately angering Nan Jinghuan in it. When the owner of the body was alive, Nan Jinghuan never had a good face, and would only humiliate Su Maoyang. Now Su Maoyang wants him to taste the taste of being humiliated. When everyone heard Su Maoyang's words, they talked about it. Some laughed at the prince in a low voice that he was worse than a cripple, and some sighed that Su Maoyang had no vision. No matter what it was unpleasant to Nan Jinghuan's ears. Nan Jinghuan was so angry that his teeth were clacking, and there was an uncontrollable anger in his eyes. Like an angry lion. He slapped the table with his palm, making a loud noise. Then stood up suddenly and stared at Su Maoyang, with a look that wished he could skin and tear out the latter's bones. Su Maoyang, am I not as good as a lowly cripple? Nanjinghuan asked in a low roar, with a tone of hatred. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and looked at Nanjinghuan coldly. He is better looking than you. Su Maoyang, are you out of your mind? I am the prince, and I am of noble status. Nanjinghuan didn't know what was wrong. Facing Su Maoyang's cold and even contemptuous eyes, he was eager to save his dignity. Although he didn't love Su Maoyang, he would not allow Su Maoyang to fall in love with someone else. He is better looking than you. I am a high-level Earth Spirit Master with a promising future. Nanjinghuan's eyes were blazing with flames, and veins were bulging. He is better looking than you. Su Maoyang still said the same thing. Nanjinghuan was almost driven to a rage when he saw Su Maoyang was stubborn and uneasy. People had never seen the handsome and elegant prince get so angry before. It seemed that Su Maoyang really made him angry. Su Yixue saw this and her face darkened. She began to feel uneasy. In the past, Su Maoyang never affected Nanjinghuan's mood. But now she actually aroused Nanjinghuan's anger. It can be imagined that her influence is getting bigger and bigger. Su Maoyang, you have to know that only this king can give you a rich life. You will only suffer if you follow a cripple. Nanjinghuan had to admit that his appearance was indeed not as good as the ninth prince. But he had the ability to give women happiness. No matter what. As proud as he was, he could not be compared with a cripple. When Su Maoyang heard this, a cold smile suddenly appeared on his face. Your Highness, no matter how rich you are, the gift is still a space ring. While the gift from the ninth prince is the Holy Spirit fruit that you can't buy no matter how much money you have. When they heard this, many people laughed at him. Su Maoyang was right. No matter what, the prince was really outdone by a cripple this time. Nanjinghuan listened to the mocking voices around him and faced the sarcastic eyes from all directions. The veins on his forehead bulged with his heavy breathing, and he was obviously extremely angry. Okay, Wan'er, sit down for me. Don't embarrass yourself. The emperor saw that everyone was laughing at the royal family, and he was also angry and scolded. Afterwards, the emperor looked at Su Maoyang with a serious expression. Maoyang girl, your marriage with the ninth prince will be temporarily scheduled. The specific date will have to be discussed between me and the queen mother. Su Maoyang bowed and thanked him obediently after hearing this, which was considered as an agreement. Seeing this, Su Yixue began to feel restless. Su Maoyang's marriage was settled, so he had to quickly start Su Yixue's marriage. Your Majesty, Maoyang's marriage has been settled, but my concubine Su Yixue has not yet married, and Xuer and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince are in love. I don't know if Su Yixue will marry you. Su Yixue bowed and clasped his fists, waiting for the emperor's response. The emperor had heard Su Yixue mention this before, but Su Maoyang was not married at that time, so he pretended not to hear it. In this situation, he couldn't pretend to be deaf and dumb. Well, since the two of them are in love, I will give Su Yixue to the crown prince as a concubine, and the date will be decided by the queen mother. Su Yixue was choked by the emperor's words before he could be happy. Let Su Yixue be a concubine. How can this be possible? Su Yixue was like being hit on the head, and her expectations were like being splashed with cold water, penetrating her heart. The emperor actually asked her to be a concubine, and her goal was the crown princess. Nanjinghuan was shocked and hurriedly clasped his fists and said, Father, I want to marry Xuer as my principal wife. I hope you will approve it. How dare you? Su Yixue is just a concubine. How can she be my principal wife? Your crown princess is also a lady from a noble family, a legitimate daughter. You know, she will be the mother of the country in the future. The emperor's words couldn't be clearer. No matter how beautiful Su Yixue is, how good her talents are, and how good her strength is, her humble status will always be criticized. Su Yixue suffered such a blunt humiliation. Her nails dug into her flesh, pinching out blood marks. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't beat a waist. She refused to accept it. She was unwilling to accept it. But, Father, I have promised Xuer that she is the crown princess. Nanjinghuan was in a dilemma. Okay, it's settled. Let's end the peach blossom banquet here. The emperor didn't allow him to say anything more, and waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. When everyone saw the emperor and the Queen Mother leave. They all stood up and knelt, and then left the hall one after another. At this time, Sui Hui and Sui Shue were full of anger. Faced with this situation, they naturally didn't want to be laughed at, and left the palace like a stray dog. After leaving the palace, Sui Shue, who was full of anger, couldn't help it, raised her hand and slapped Su Maoyong fiercely. Su Maoyong, you bitch! How could Su Maoyong let her bully her now? She grabbed her wrist and let go, and a loud slap fell on Sui Shue's pretty face. Sui Shue covered her face with an incredible look. She could never have imagined that Su Maoyong would dare to hit her. How dare you? Su Maoyong, you beat my beloved concubine. What crime should you be punished for? A fierce roar came from behind. Nan Jinghuan was furious, striding over, staring at Su Maoyong with sinister eyes. Sui Shue saw Nan Jinghuan coming, immediately pouted her mouth in grievance, ran to his side, and deliberately showed him her swollen left face. Seeing his beloved woman being beaten, Nan Jinghuan was furious and yelled, "Come on! Arrest Su Maoyong for me. This time I will personally arrest you and bring you to my father to convict." The guards at the palace gate listened to the order and were about to take action. But a cold voice suddenly rose, like a grain of sand falling into an ice spring. The voice was low, and the momentum was terrifying. "Who dares to touch my ninth concubine?" Chapter 32 Entrance Exam. As soon as these words came out, the Su family and Nan Jinghuan looked behind them. They saw Nan Qingjue, who was carried slowly by a sedan chair, leaning lazily on the back of a chair, wearing a white robe in the dark night, like a snow elf in the dark night, and his ice blue eyes were even more blue and cold, extremely beautiful and charming. When Nan Jinghuan saw Nan Qingjue coming, his expression became more serious, and he frowned and asked, "Ninth brother, what do you mean by this?" Nan Qingjue raised her beautiful eyes slightly, and the cold blue light swept over Nan Jinghuan. "She is just a concubine, and insulting the ninth princess is a capital crime. Sui Shue is not a member of the royal family, and is not even among the 4 major families. She is just a humble concubine. Even if she married into the prince's mansion, she is just a concubine. No matter how you look at it, she is not as noble as the ninth princess. Although Nan Qingjue is an unpopular prince, it is easier to crush a concubine than to crush an ant." Nan Qingjue's words made Sui Shue's face pale. She looked at that beautiful face and felt cold in her heart. He was just a cripple. Where did he get such a terrible momentum? "Nan Qingjue, you are so presumptuous." Nan Jinghuan was furious when he was just an unpopular prince who insulted his concubine. Nan Qingjue's cold face suddenly sneered, and he raised his lazy eyelids slightly, looking at him indifferently. "If the prince doesn't believe it, you can catch Su Maoyong in front of your father and try it out." Nan Jinghuan was shocked when he heard the words. He was obviously furious, but he could do nothing. He held back for a long time before he could hold back his surging anger. He had to turn his head and glare at Su Maoyong, warning him viciously, "Humph! Su Maoyong, you will regret what happened today." After saying that, he snorted heavily, flicked his sleeves and walked away, leaving only an angry back. After Nan Jinghuan left, the stiff atmosphere eased for a moment. Sui Hui breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at the ninth prince who stayed in the same place, and was a little shocked. He couldn't help but saluted a little. Nan Qingjue didn't seem to take Sui Hui seriously. He just tilted his head slightly and gave him a cold look. The cold tone, without temperature, made Su Maoyong feel warm in his heart. "I hope to see a princess who is intact on the day of the wedding." After saying that, Nan Qingjue didn't waste any words, raised his hand gently, and the sedan chair quickly went forward. Sui Hui was panicked by his sharp look. He was obviously not afraid of Nan Qingjue's strength and identity, but for some reason, he broke out in a cold sweat of fear. At this time, Sui Shue saw that the prince and the ninth prince had left, but Su Maoyong had not been properly punished, and she stamped her feet in anger. "Father!" Sui Shue shouted unconvinced, hoping that her father could still do justice for her. Sui Hui saw that Sui Shue was still acting like a child, and frowned and scolded, "Okay, let's stop here. This is outside the palace. Don't let outsiders gossip." Just now, even the prince didn't do anything to Su Maoyong, which shows that Su Maoyong's identity is not easy to deal with. Sui Shue was so angry that she almost bit her silver teeth when she heard her father say this. At this time, she didn't dare to oppose him openly, But she had other ideas in her heart. After the peach blossom banquet, another 2 days passed quickly. On this day, just after dawn, it was still a little foggy, and the imperial edict came from the palace. Because Su Maoyang was about to marry into the 9th prince's mansion, the emperor specially asked her to go to Nanjing Academy to learn some etiquette and knowledge, which could improve her strength to some extent. Su Maoyang was not disgusted by this arrangement. It is said that there is an alchemy room in the academy, which contains a lot of medicinal materials, which can be used for her to make alchemy. In this world, medicinal materials are expensive, so this can save her a lot of money. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang appreciated accepting the imperial edict and reported to the academy early. Look, it's that waste. Ha ha ha. Su Maoyang actually came to the academy. Is she asking for trouble? Yes. How will she deal with the spiritual power test later? Just thinking about it makes me laugh. The whole academy was very lively for a while because of Su Maoyang's arrival. Since every new student has to report routinely, the instructor will personally check the spiritual power level and conduct class teaching. Therefore, Su Maoyang faced the spiritual power level test as soon as he entered the academy. The students in the academy, as if watching a good show, all rushed to the square to see Su Maoyang's joke. Next, the instructor at the registration desk finished writing the test results of the previous student and continued to call without looking up. At this time, all the students in the same batch had finished the test, and Su Maoyang was the only one left. Su Maoyang heard this, and in the eyes of everyone's ridicule, he calmly stepped forward and walked in front of the spirit ball. In the academy, the tool for testing the level of spirit power has always been the spirit ball. The test results of the spirit ball are the most standard and authoritative, and there has never been a mistake. Instructor, can we start? Su Maoyang asked. The instructor heard this and looked up at her. Only after recognizing her identity, the instructor frowned, and disdain flashed in his eyes. You don't need to take the test. Beginner class. As he said that, he waved his hand impatiently. Asking for a useless test is just a waste of time. Su Maoyang was naturally happy to see this. It would be better if she didn't have to expose her strength. As for which class, she didn't care, as long as she could enter the alchemy room and get the medicinal materials. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang nodded slightly and walked towards the academy. However, Su Ishue, who was watching from the side, interrupted and retorted, Teacher, although my sister is a waste, she is not without any spiritual power. It is not appropriate for you to divide the class privately like this. Su Ishue is a senior student with outstanding strength and talent, and she is also influential in the academy. She seemed to be speaking for Su Maoyang, but in fact, like everyone else, she wanted to see Su Maoyang make a fool of himself in public. When the instructor heard this, he looked at Su Maoyang unhappily and said in a deep voice, Concentrate and put your hand on the spirit ball. If you really can't gather the spirit, don't try to be strong. The instructor's move was obviously a formality, because everyone knew that Su Maoyang, a waste, could never gather the spirit. Seeing this, the onlookers laughed without hesitation, as if they had already expected the result of Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang didn't care either. After looking at Su Ishue coldly, he raised his hand and put it on the spirit ball. At this time, the spirit ball seemed to have encountered an electric shock. In a moment, a strong white light flashed. Before everyone could see clearly, they heard a crisp bang, and the spirit ball was instantly shattered. The liquid inside burst out, and the glass shards were shattered all over the floor. Seeing this, everyone was shocked, and even the instructor who had been testing the spirit power of students for many years was stunned. What happened just now? The strongest thing in the whole academy must be the spiritual power ball. After so many years and testing the spiritual power of so many students, it has never broken. And today, when it met Su Maoyang, it suddenly broke? Chapter 33, Find her to spar. On the field, those who saw this incident were basically shocked. The instructor looked at Su Maoyang strangely, and his disdainful eyes became solemn. He couldn't understand how a waste without spiritual power could break the spiritual power ball. You know, even the dean, who has reached the middle stage of the heavenly spirit master, did not explode when he touched the spiritual power ball. This time, it was a waste who broke the spiritual power ball. No one would believe it if they told it out. Facing the shocked eyes of everyone, Su Maoyang felt a little innocent. Even she herself didn't know why the spiritual power ball exploded. She just touched it. There was no need to react so strongly. Facing the instructor's questioning eyes, she spread her hands and said, "I don't know either." It exploded on its own. "It's none of my business." The instructor looked at her suspiciously when he heard this. After thinking for a moment, he came to the conclusion, there is something wrong with the spirit ball. It has nothing to do with you. Since the spirit ball has been broken, your spirit level cannot be checked. So you are temporarily assigned to the elementary class. Now the elementary class, intermediate class, and advanced class will soon have a competition exam in the martial arts training field. You should report quickly. The instructor didn't want to admit that a waste could have a greater influence than the dean. Isn't this a slap in the face? So he could only explain it by saying that the spirit ball was broken. When everyone heard this, they all sneered disdainfully. Humph! That waste is really lucky. It just happened that the spirit ball had a problem at this time. Since that waste has entered the academy, there will be plenty of opportunities to bully her in the future. So there is no need to rush. Yes, Su Jingshu has said that she must teach that waste a lesson. I don't want to offend the Su family. There was a lot of discussion around. But Su Maoyang didn't seem to care. He bowed slightly to the instructor and walked towards the martial arts training ground. After leaving the crowd, Su Maoyang asked the old man Jinjuan in his heart, "Old man Jinjuan, what happened just now? It's obvious that your soul power is too strong, and that broken thing can't bear it. So it broke." The old man Jinjuan's answer couldn't be calmer. If people knew that the spirit ball that the academy is very precious was actually called a broken thing, I don't know what they would think. Su Maoyang shook his head speechlessly. It turned out that it was really his fault. Thinking about it, Su Maoyang came to the martial arts training ground in a short while. The martial arts training ground in front of him was very wide. At a glance, there were already many students standing on the field. Before entering this academy, Su Maoyang still had a general understanding. This academy is the only academy in the southern Sui kingdom. It is called Nanjing Academy. It is the place where the children of the royal family and the 4 major families study. However, other more talented students can also pass the spiritual power test to enter. The academy is divided into cultural courses, etiquette courses, spiritual power courses, and alchemy courses. Cultural courses are about music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Etiquette courses are about body posture and harem etiquette, which are mostly learned by women, while spiritual power courses and alchemy courses are the key development projects of the academy. As long as students are capable and talented, they can get corresponding teaching. There will be monthly exams for spiritual power courses and alchemy courses every month. If you fail the exam, you will be demoted to the elementary class at best, and kicked out of the academy at worst. Of course, if you have good grades, you will be upgraded to a higher class and enjoy better treatment. You may even have the opportunity to participate in the sect competition and be accepted as a disciple by the sect of Songyuan country. You should know that Songyuan is a more powerful country than Nansui, with more powerful people and resources. And the several major sects in Songyuan are even more well known, and have cultivated countless geniuses that are beyond the reach of others. Therefore, if students in Nanjing College have the opportunity to enter a sect, it will be a step up and become a superior person. Therefore, facing each spiritual power test, everyone is mentally prepared. Su Maoyang looked at the people who were ready to fight in the martial arts training field, and she could understand everyone's excitement. Thinking about it, she also walked over slowly and joined the team of the primary class. The instructor of the primary class was namely a middle-aged man, whose strength was currently at the level of an early Earth Spirit Master, which was similar to Su Maoyang. When he saw Su Maoyang walking slowly, he immediately scolded him. "You are so slow. Don't you want to take the spiritual power test? If you don't want to participate, no one will force you. You can get out immediately." Su Maoyang didn't expect that this person was not very strong and had a bad temper. "Sorry, I'm late." Fortunately, Su Maoyang is a calm person. He just explained it lightly without being impulsive. "Humph. My class doesn't talk much nonsense. It all depends on practice. You just watch them play and figure it out yourself." Teacher Li snorted angrily. His tone was very aggressive. Su Maoyang touched her nose speechlessly after hearing this, and stood quietly to watch the game. After several rounds of competition, she realized that the way to test spiritual power was free competition. Classmates in the class can find someone to compete with at will, and the winner will go to the next game until the ranking is determined. In fact, this way of competition is very cruel and unfair. But the Academy wants to let everyone experience this cruel way. Therefore, the person who can stand to the end is not only extremely powerful, but also has first-class endurance. Su Maoyang was thinking deeply. The competition on the ring was over. Almost all the students in the elementary class had completed the exam. At this time, it seemed that only one person was left. The last one, Su Jingrong. The instructor raised his eyebrows and shouted. After the words fell, a woman in a green luo skirt walked onto the stage with a haughty expression on her face and disdain in her eyebrows. Su Maoyang looked at her from head to toe and found that she was just an early spiritual master. She barely qualified to enter the academy. I don't understand why she is so arrogant. Just when Su Maoyang was puzzled, several women next to him chattered, "Cut. She really thinks she is a big shot. Everyone knows that she has no strength. She relies on the Su family to support her behind her. Otherwise she would have been kicked out of the academy long ago." Hearing this, Su Maoyang was a little surprised. Then he remembered that Su Jingrong was the youngest daughter of the Su family and the younger sister of Su Jingshu. She was also spoiled with a lot of problems. Similar to Su Jingshu. It's just that Su Jingshu has some real skills, while Su Jingrong is just a useless person. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang raised a sarcastic sneer at the corner of his lips. But because Su Maoyang wore a veil all day, it was a bit eye-catching. Su Jingrong soon noticed Su Maoyang's existence. Her eyes lit up, and a sinister smile suddenly bloomed on her proud face. Last time, Su Maoyang relied on the face of the auction house president to make her father and sister embarrassed in public. She hasn't settled the account with Su Maoyang yet. Now that Su Maoyang bumped into her, it's not her fault. "You? I want to compete with you." Thinking of this, Su Jingrong pointed at Su Maoyang, with a malicious look on her face. And anyone could see it. Su Jingrong's strength has always been at the bottom of the primary class. But because no one dared to provoke the Su family, no one dared to go up and compete with her every time she took an exam. But now that Su Maoyang, this loser, has come in, Su Jingrong is naturally no longer at the bottom. So she challenged Su Maoyang recklessly. Su Maoyang was pointed at by her, and was slightly stunned. He pointed at himself and asked uncertainly, "Me? Are you sure?" Chapter 34 beat her to the ground. When the people around saw this scene, they all cast gloating eyes at Su Maoyang. Looking at the whole scene, only Su Maoyang was a waste who couldn't even gather spiritual power. It was expected that Su Jingrong would challenge her. This waste is in trouble. Su Jingrong is at least a junior spiritualist, and Su Maoyang is not even a spiritualist. How can she be her opponent? Haha. Didn't Su Maoyang also come in with the identity of the royal family? Now she knows that Nanjing Academy is not a place where you can stand by your background alone. Last time, Su Maoyang was so bold as to offend the Su family. Now it's just the beginning. I believe Su Maoyang's future life will be very exciting. Many people talked about Su Maoyang's great achievements and laughed secretly, as if they were looking forward to her miserable appearance of being suppressed by the Su family. Because many women present were outshined by Su Maoyang's talent last time, and because Su Maoyang got the Holy Spirit fruit by mistake, they couldn't help but feel jealous. So they all hoped that Su Maoyang would be severely punished. However, according to reason, freshmen don't have to take this exam. And Su Maoyang has just registered for school. And Su Jingrong is looking for her to compete with her. Isn't it too shameless? Yes. Su Maoyang. It's you? Su Jingrong pointed at Su Maoyang, nodded, and looked proud. Su Maoyang sighed softly, and still walked onto the stage, without any fear or evasion, and was surprisingly straightforward. Su Maoyang is a freshman. Su Jingrong, just stop when you are done. Teacher Li gave Su Jingrong an order, as if he already knew the result. Originally, the teacher could stop this competition, but he didn't seem to want to offend the Su family, so he turned a blind eye and let her bully the freshman. Su Jingrong raised a sneer at the corner of her lips. She did not respond to Teacher Li, but raised her eyebrows and looked at Su Maoyang. Sneering, "Su Maoyang, are you ready? I will hit you hard." Su Maoyang's face flew with a touch of surprise, as if she was really scared. "Really? Then please show mercy, Miss Su." Seeing her fear, Su Jingrong laughed immediately. "Ha ha. Don't worry. I won't beat you to death. At most I will break your hands and feet." as she said. Su Jingrong's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. And she punched hard. And a layer of shallow spiritual power suddenly surged from her fingertips, waving towards Su Maoyong. Su Maoyong felt extremely ridiculous in the face of this little power. For someone like Su Jingrong who only has a fancy but no substance, she can't even use her spiritual power. Su Maoyong quickly turned sideways, brushing past Su Jingrong's fist, and then turned his wrist, exerted force with his arm, and slapped Su Jingrong on the back, causing the latter to stagger forward and almost fall off the ring. Su Jingrong didn't expect to suffer a loss at the hands of Su Maoyong at the beginning, and her pretty face suddenly turned liver-colored. Su Maoyong spread his hands innocently. I just slapped you lightly. You didn't stand firmly. Su Jingrong naturally wouldn't admit that she was staggered by a waist. She snorted speechlessly, continued to prepare for the attack, and then used all her strength to pounce on Su Maoyong with a grin. Su Maoyong didn't take it seriously, and retreated a few meters swiftly, quickly bent his body backwards to avoid her spiritual power, and then stood sideways again, quietly swept his feet, and tripped Su Jingrong without anyone seeing. This time Su Jingrong was not so lucky. She lost her balance and fell to the ground. Miss Su, you are not in good condition today, right? I haven't touched you yet. Why did you fall? Su Maoyong asked curiously, pretending to be so serious. Su Jingrong was speechless, and she had no words to express her pain. According to her proud character, how could she admit that Su Maoyong was stronger than her? However, she didn't dare to take it lightly now. Unexpectedly, although Su Maoyong had no spiritual power, he was like a loach, and people couldn't catch him. Humph. Su Maoyong, don't be proud. I'm not feeling well today. Don't think you can really beat me. Su Jingrong got up from the ground, wiped the dust from the corner of her mouth, and then attacked Su Maoyong with all her strength. When everyone heard this, their shocked expressions eased. Su Maoyong is a waste. He didn't even have spiritual power just now. How could he beat Su Jingrong? It was probably because Su Jingrong was not feeling well, and was not in good condition. Just when everyone was deceiving themselves, Su Maoyong moved again. His right fist landed on Su Jingrong's chin, and he kicked her in the stomach. The weak spiritual power in Su Jingrong's hand was directly extinguished like a fire, leaving only a little anger. However, Su Maoyong did not let her go. He punched and kicked her again, like hitting a sandbag, and his hands were very heavy. It was obvious that he was venting his resentment towards the Su family. He beat Su Jingrong so badly that she fell to the ground. There were only wails on the ring. Ouch! Su Jingrong had never suffered such a pain before. She rolled on the ground with her teeth bared in pain. When everyone saw this, they were all shocked and looked at the woman standing in the center of the ring in disbelief, who was set off by a light blue brocade skirt and looked extremely beautiful. What did they see just now? Su Maoyong actually knocked a junior spiritualist to the ground. Even Teacher Li's eyebrows were surprised. It seems that Su Maoyong is somewhat different from the rumors. Oh, Miss Su, are you hurt? I see your face is pale. Maybe you are really sick. Su Maoyong looked down at Su Jingrong, but showed a kind and gentle side. Everyone can see clearly that it was Su Maoyong who beat her up and spit blood. But he said that Su Jingrong was sick, which is really an excuse for himself. And Su Jingrong knew it was a trap. But she still went in with her head held high. Humph. I'm not feeling well today. Otherwise, I wouldn't be unable to stand and fall down. Su Jingrong is now barely breathing, but she can't help but argue for her dignity. Since Miss Su is not feeling well today, you should get off the stage and rest, and take the exam another day. Su Maoyong's kind suggestion immediately caused a chill in everyone. Su Maoyong beat Su Jingrong so badly, but the latter dared not admit it. However, in front of so many people, being beaten to the ground by the #1 waste in the southern Sui kingdom. Such a shameful thing. I think Su Jingrong will not only not admit it, but also keep silent about it. Everyone suddenly felt that Su Maoyong in front of them was not only a little weird, but also extremely sinister. What happened to this waste? Did she suddenly become powerful? I don't think so. She didn't even use her spiritual power just now. It seems that she still can't gather spiritual power. I guess it's just because she is petite and agile. Yeah, I think so too. She has no spiritual power, but she is agile. She just has some skills. Haha. I thought she became powerful, but she just took advantage of the situation and just happened to beat Su Jingrong. A fool. Originally, Su Jingrong was a waste in everyone's eyes. And it was not a big deal for Su Maoyang to defeat Su Jingrong. Humph. There's nothing to be proud of for Su Maoyang to have defeated Su Jingrong. I think she got herself into trouble. If Su Jingshu knew about this, what do you think would happen? Hearing this, the people around him all snickered. Chapter 35 I Want to Duel with You. Sure enough, less than 2 days after the monthly exam, Su Jingshu came to the door. Su Maoyang, get out of here. If you hide in there and pretend to be a grandson, I will burn your room. At this time, Su Maoyang was still practicing in the room, and was interrupted by a sharp and piercing sound. She slowly opened her eyes, and guessed the identity of the visitor by the voice, and immediately stood up and opened the door. Su Jingshu stood at the door aggressively, while Su Jingrong hid behind Su Jingshu. Her face was alternately blue and purple, and she could not see her original appearance at all. Her 2 eyes stared at Su Maoyang timidly, obviously with lingering fear, and because of Su Jingshu shouting. The surroundings were full of people, and everyone was watching the fight between Su Jingshu and Su Maoyang with great interest. Humph. Su Maoyang, you finally came out. You beat my sister like this. You must give our Su family an explanation today. Seeing Su Maoyang coming out, Su Jingshu's face was full of anger, and she shouted loudly. While saying that, she also pulled Su Jingrong over. Su Maoyang glanced at the two of them, sneered and said, Su Jingshu, are you mistaken? I am a famous waste in the southern Sui kingdom, and I am a freshman who just reported to the college. Who would believe that I hurt your sister? Su Maoyang, there are so many eyes watching, and you still want to quibble. You must give an explanation to the Su family no matter what. Otherwise today will be your death. Su Jingshu didn't expect Su Maoyang to deny it flatly, and she was immediately furious and gnashed her teeth. Okay. Tell me, what explanation should I give to your Su family? Su Maoyang spread his hands speechlessly. If you hand over the Holy Spirit fruit, I can spare your life for now. Otherwise, humph. Su Jingshu rubbed her fist, and there was a lot of spiritual power floating on her fingertips. If that fist landed on someone, it would probably hurt a lot. Su Maoyang heard this, and suddenly realized it. After all, the Su family was still for the Holy Spirit fruit. She said that she wanted justice for Su Jingrong, but it was just a cover. The Su family was also a group of ruthless people. The Holy Spirit fruit is a token of love given to me by the 9th prince. If you want it, go and ask the 9th prince to marry you. Su Maoyang's answer immediately angered Su Jingshu. Su Jingshu has always been arrogant and looked down on trash, not to mention a cripple. Now Su Maoyang actually insulted her and asked a trash to marry her. It was really abominable. Su Maoyang, you don't accept my toast, so I'll teach you a lesson. Su Jingshu couldn't bear it anymore, clenched her hands, and burst out with all her spiritual power. Stop! Private fighting is prohibited in the academy. However, at this moment, a fierce roar suddenly sounded in the distance. Su Jingshu was startled by the roar, stopped and looked behind. I saw a middle-aged man in a gray and white gown striding over. His dark skin and firm outline naturally gave him a bit of majesty. Oh! It's Teacher Wu from the advanced class. Oh! This is not a good show. Teacher Wu is famous for being strict. He doesn't like students who don't follow the rules and fight in private. When everyone saw that it was Teacher Wu, they all retreated to the sides respectfully, fearing that they would be punished. Su Jingshu didn't expect that her action would alarm Teacher Wu. She felt a little uneasy, but her desire to teach Su Maoyang a lesson was still strong. Teacher Wu, it was Su Maoyang who hurt my sister first. Look at how badly my sister is injured. Teacher Wu looked at Su Jingrong, whose head was swollen like a pig, frowned, and then looked at Su Maoyang with a calm face, and asked sternly, what is going on? Su Maoyang respectfully saluted Teacher Wu and explained, Teacher Wu, I just enrolled the day before yesterday, and happened to run into their spiritual power test. Su Jingrong ignored the rules of the academy and insisted on asking me to compete. I was forced to accept the challenge. Who knew that I didn't touch her at all? And she fell to the ground and got injured. I guess it was caused by her own physical discomfort. Besides, Teacher Wu, do you think a waste like me can beat Su Jingrong, a junior spiritual master? Hearing this, Teacher Wu frowned even more tightly, looking at the scars on Su Jingrong's nose and face. It was obvious that she was beaten by someone. This Su Maoyang is really good at lying. Seeing that Teacher Wu didn't quite believe it, Su Maoyang turned his head to look at Su Jingrong and asked, Su Jingrong, tell me yourself. Were you beaten by a loser like me? Or did you fall down yourself? Faced with everyone's curious eyes, Su Jingrong immediately retreated. If she admitted that she was injured by Su Maoyang, it would mean admitting that she was not even as good as a loser. Then the title of the #1 loser in the Southern Sui Kingdom would fall on her head. And from then on, she would be laughed at for the rest of her life. No. Absolutely not. Thinking of this, Su Jingrong hurriedly shook her head, and unexpectedly said the same thing as Su Maoyang. Well, I fell down myself. I was not feeling well that day, and I was drowsy and in a bad state. In fact, Su Maoyang didn't hit me at all, and it had nothing to do with her. Su Jingshu didn't expect that her sister would change her attitude at the critical moment. She was shocked and opened her eyes wide, roaring angrily, Su Jingrong, you are crazy. Su Maoyang hurt you. Don't you want revenge? Sister, it wasn't Su Maoyang who hit me. Let's go. Su Jingrong was stared at by so many people. She was too embarrassed. She pulled Su Jingshu's sleeve awkwardly and wanted to escape from this place quickly. Su Jingshu was so angry at this unpromising sister that she trembled all over. Seeing this, Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows, curled his lips and sneered, and said to Teacher Wu, look, even Su Jingrong herself admitted that she was not hurt by me. How can you blame me? I think the Su family had bad intentions and took a fancy to my holy spirit fruit. So they let Su Jingrong get herself hurt all over to frame me and want to take away my holy spirit fruit. Fortunately, Su Jingrong found her conscience and took the initiative to admit it. I have always been generous, so I will let it go this time. When Su Maoyang said this, there was an uproar around. They didn't think of this level. It turned out that this was all a play of the Su family. In order to snatch the Holy Spirit fruit, he deliberately hurt himself to frame Su Maoyang. It was so insidious and despicable. No wonder Su Jingrong, a junior spiritual master, couldn't beat a waste. It seems that everything was a conspiracy of the Su family. You Su Maoyang. You bitch. You slander me. I want to duel with you. Su Jingshu didn't expect Su Maoyang to turn right and wrong upside down and frame me. Her whole pretty face turned red, and her heart was burning with anger. She roared like crazy. Duel is a way of sparring in the academy. But this kind of sparring is very cruel and bloody. Life and death are up to fate, and have nothing to do with the other party. In fact, few people in the academy would choose to duel. After all, it is a matter of life and death, and no one is willing to try it easily. However, Su Jingshu in front of him was obviously extremely angry, and made such an impulsive decision. Su Maoyang, do you dare to duel with me on the ring? If you don't dare, it means you just lied. Chapter 36 No. One move is enough. At this time, Su Jingshu was hysterically angry, while Su Maoyang looked calm and unbelievably calm, as if all this was really a trick played by the Su family, and he was an innocent victim. The ignorant people naturally leaned towards Su Maoyang's words. Only the old man Jinjuan and the evil blood cauldron sighed. Who did he recognize as his master? This guy is too black-bellied and insidious. Okay, since you want to duel, I will accompany you. Although I, Su Maoyang, am a waste, I am not humiliated to take the blame twice. Su Maoyang said this, with a broken jar in his heart. However, when it fell into the ears of others, they heard something fishy. Anyone who knows Su Maoyang a little bit knows what it means to take the blame twice. Last time Su Maoyang stole the Xianyan silver snake egg, he was caught by the Su family and thrown into jail, where he was tortured. This time, he was framed and accused of injuring Su Jingrong. Didn't he just take the blame twice? Everyone thought it made sense. How could Su Maoyang, a waste, break into the Su family and successfully steal the Xianyan silver snake egg? With the example of the last time, everyone believed that this was also a conspiracy of the Su family. Su Jingshu was even more furious at the criticism of everyone. Before she even got on the stage, she had the urge to rush over and cut Su Maoyang into pieces. At this time, Teacher Wu didn't expect Su Maoyang to really agree. He reminded her with some worry, Su Maoyang, dueling is not a joke. Once you are beaten to death, no one will seek justice for you. It can only be your own fault. You have to think clearly. As long as both parties agree to duel, even the instructor cannot stop it. After all, this is the will of both parties. However, for some reason, Instructor Wu did not want Su Maoyang to die early in such a meaningless fight. Su Maoyang gave him a reassuring look. Don't worry. I think Su Jingshu is just venting. Not really wanting my life. Right? As she said that, she turned her eyes to Su Jingshu. Su Jingshu laughed in anger, of course. Let's go to the ring now. Will she let Su Maoyang go? What a joke. Last time, Su Maoyang made her suffer humiliation at the auction house. And then ruined her limelight at the Peach Blossom banquet. Now he is confusing right and wrong and framing her. After counting all these accounts, Su Jingshu wants to tear her apart. Normally, she had no chance to kill Su Maoyang, because she was afraid of getting into trouble. Now God gave her such a good opportunity, and Su Maoyang's life was delivered to her. How could she miss it? As long as Su Maoyang agreed to the duel, life and death would have nothing to do with her. Thinking of this, Su Jingshu's anger turned into burning spiritual power, which kept rolling in her body. And then she flew up to the ring with a gust of wind under her feet. In a moment, the news of Su Jingshu and Su Maoyang's duel spread quickly, and many students and tutors who were in class ran out to watch. Even Nanjing Huan and Mo Haoda from the elite class came here after hearing the news, and seemed to be very curious about the duel. When Mo Haoda saw Su Maoyang walking towards the ring, and really wanted to accept Su Jingshu's duel, his handsome face was full of haze, and he couldn't help but stop her. Don't go. Su Jingshu has recently been promoted to a senior spiritual master. She is very powerful. You are not her opponent. Mo Haoda has always been a cold-hearted person. He hates meddling in other people's business the most. Even he himself didn't know why he stopped her. Su Maoyang was slightly stunned by his advice, and a trace of surprise flashed across her eyes. So many people want to see this good show. Don't you look forward to it? Mo Haoda didn't expect her to ask this question suddenly. His expression was stunned for a moment, staring at the pair of eyes like bright silver stars. And he didn't know how to answer for a while. In fact, you can also look forward to it more, because I will definitely win. Su Maoyang smiled charmingly, and her eyes passed by like bright meteors, which instantly set off ripples in Mo Haoda's heart. Even if her veil covered her face, even if she knew that she had ugly scars on her face. For some reason, Mo Haoda actually felt that she was more beautiful than all women, because those dark and smart beautiful eyes flashed with extraordinary confidence and wisdom, which deeply moved his heart. He stared at Su Maoyang's graceful figure as she turned and left. At this moment, he seemed to be possessed by a demon and could not come back to his senses for a long time. Last time, he saw her at the Peach Blossom banquet. He was shocked by the domineering and wildness that other women did not have from her pupils while she was beating the drums and singing. Now, this kind of confidence and calmness seemed to attract him more and more. Maybe this Su Maoyang really won't let him down. I don't know why. Knowing that she was a waste without any spiritual power. Mo Haoda was so crazy that he thought she would win. Look, that waste really got on the stage and wanted to duel with Su Jingshu. How stupid. This is not the way to show off. He really wants to sacrifice his life before he stops. Alas, there is no way. The Su family is so aggressive. Su Maoyang is a waste. How can he resist? He has to endure the humiliation? It seems that Su Maoyang is going to die this time. It will be miserable to be accused of having brought it upon himself. Many people lamented Su Maoyang's tragic fate, as if they had seen the result, and their expressions were a little solemn. Listening to the discussion around her, Su Jingshu narrowed her eyes and hooked her finger at Su Maoyang. I'll let you have 3 moves first, so that others won't say that I'm bullying a loser. Su Maoyang shook his head in disapproval when he heard this. No. Just let me have 1 move. Su Jingshu laughed up and laughed. Her expression was so excited that it was distorted. Ha ha ha. You loser is really arrogant. Okay. I'll let you have 1 move. And after 1 move, you have to be mentally prepared, because I'm going to hit you hard. Su Maoyang laughed helplessly. I know. Su Jingrong said the same thing before. Su Maoyang's words immediately broke the tense and solemn atmosphere, and many of the onlookers laughed out loud. Su Jingrong said the same thing before, but she still had a bruised face and a head full of lumps. Seeing the laughter all around, Su Jingshu looked around angrily. Her face flushed, and she yelled at Su Maoyang, "Waste! Make a move. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance." Before the word will came out, a rainbow-like light flashed across the ring, as fast as the speed of light, as shaped as lightning, extremely fierce. and rushed towards Su Jingshu like a mountain pressing down on her head. There was a loud bang. Smoke and dust rose on the ring, and a powerful force spread around like a sound wave. And even the onlookers were pale because of this force. Cough cough, many people coughed, waved away the smoke in front of them, and wanted to see the battle situation on the ring clearly. However, at this time, there was no sound of fighting on the ring. As if after the swift move just now, it was silent. Chapter 37. Who said I don't have spiritual power? What happened? Why is there no sound? It's just one move. Could it be that Su Maoyang died? Everyone stretched their necks to find out what happened. At this time, the smoke dissipated, gradually revealing the situation on the ring. However, after seeing the figure on the ring clearly, everyone's pupils shrank suddenly, like thunder and lightning, and they were all shocked. That blue figure, standing alone in the wind, her dress fluttered in the thin smoke. The arc of peerless beauty. Her skin was as white as snow. Her lips were as red as dangua, and her black pupils were like water, but with a faint coldness. When she gently swept over, everyone broke into a cold sweat unconsciously. Su Maoyang. Who would have thought that it was Su Maoyang who stood on the stage, unscathed, and stood against the wind? Everyone felt incredible. And then, they looked around for Su Jingshu's figure. In the corner of the ring, a corpse was lying. Oh my god! Is that Su Jingshu? Many people screamed when they saw this scene. Yes, it's her. The purple dress Su Jingshu wore today. Oh my god! What did I see? Su Jingshu was defeated? Before the words fell, Su Jianbai, the eldest son of the Su family, and Su Kaicheng, the second son, were shocked and rushed over. After the two men helped Su Jingshu up, they found that the latter was bleeding from all 7 orifices and had no signs of life. Su Maoyang, Su Jianbai roared, and burst into crazy anger like a wild beast. Su Kaicheng's eyes were red with anger, and he roared, Su Maoyang, you killed my sister. I will fight you to the death. When everyone saw this, they all gasped. Their expressions twitched. Their faces were terrified, and their lips turned pale. Su Maoyang actually killed Su Jingshu. Oh my god! Su Maoyang not only defeated Su Jingshu, but also killed her cruelly. Su Maoyang is a waste. He actually killed a high-level spiritual master, and only used one move. Only one move. Just now Su Jingshu boasted that she was going to let Su Maoyang use 3 moves. But Su Maoyang said that he only needed to let him use one move. Maybe Su Jingshu would never think that it was this move that would make her not see the sun tomorrow. Recalling the scene just now, everyone felt incredible, and the eyes looking at Su Maoyang became a little frightened. And Nan Jinghuan was so shocked that his pupils dilated, and he stood there like a wooden man, staring at Su Maoyang with his eyes blankly. Mo Haoda was relieved. Su Maoyang was beyond his expectation. Not only did he win, but he also won so arrogantly. He had a thorough understanding of what it meant to defeat the enemy with one move, and what it meant to end before it even started. Everyone was surprised, but the 2 sons of the Su family were furious. Su Maoyang, give me your life. At this time, Su Kaicheng had already burst out with spiritual power, and rushed towards Su Maoyang frantically. However, at this moment, Teacher Wu was quick-witted and flew up with his long sleeves, blocking Su Kaicheng's attack immediately. How dare you! Private fighting is prohibited in the academy. Teacher Wu would not allow anyone to break the rules in the academy. Su Kaicheng was knocked back a few steps by Teacher Wu's palm, and his scarlet eyes were full of madness. Su Maoyang killed my sister. Today I want her to pay with blood. Upon hearing this, Instructor Wu frowned and growled. This was a duel initiated by Su Jingshu. She knew that the life and death of the duel had nothing to do with the opponent, but she still insisted on fighting. In the end, it was all her own fault. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. It was shameless enough for Su Jingshu, a high-level spiritualist, to bully a waste without spiritual power. Now that she is dead, the Su family blames Su Maoyang. Is there any reason in this world? I don't care. Today I must kill Su Maoyang and pay tribute to my sister's spirit in heaven. Su Jianbai also walked over and fought side by side with Su Kaicheng. That posture really wanted to fight to the death. Teacher Wu was also quite disgusted by the 2 people's arrogance and unreasonableness. The rules of the academy are that if the duel is initiated voluntarily by both parties, life and death will be left to fate, and the opponent cannot be held responsible. Are you going to break the rules? Humph. Our Su family will break the rules of the academy today. Su Kaicheng was probably extremely angry. And even the tutor of the advanced class was not taken seriously. Seeing the two people being stubborn. Teacher Wu's dark skin was faintly blue. Humph. I don't care whether you are from the Su family or the royal family. As long as you break the rules of the academy. You must pass this level of the old man first. As he said, Teacher Wu's palm also floated with fierce spiritual power. And he immediately blocked Su Maoyang with his sword. Teacher Wu is now in the early stage of the Heavenly Spirit Master. And he is also a rare mid-term alchemist in the Southern Sui Kingdom. His medicine refining skills are even better than the head of the Su family. In addition, he is resolute and upright. So he naturally does not take the Su family seriously. Su Kaicheng and Su Jianbai are just two advanced spiritual masters. Facing the Heavenly Spirit Master, they will definitely have no chance of winning. Seeing this, the two brothers were so anxious that their blood vessels swelled and their veins bulged. Let's go back and report to our father. And let him make the decision for my little sister. Su Jianbai knew that he couldn't win. So he had to settle for the second best and let his father make the decision. After that, the two turned around and left the academy. After watching the two leave, Teacher Wu's expression eased. And then he shouted to Teacher Li, who was dumbfounded under the ring, Li Hong. You go and report to the dean quickly. And report everything to him in detail about today. Wu Xinqing knew that if the head of the Su family came in person, he would not be able to control the situation. In the end, the dean would have to come forward. Teacher Li received the order, nodded woodenly, and then seemed to wake up suddenly, came back to his senses, glanced at Su Maoyang, and ran towards the dean's room in a panic. At this time, Wu Xinqing turned to look at Su Maoyang. His eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. His resolute face was full of solemnity. And he said seriously, come with me. Su Maoyang was startled, then nodded, and followed Teacher Wu to the office silently. Tell me, what's going on? Don't you have no spiritual power? How could you kill Su Jingshu? Teacher Wu was also very shocked by Su Maoyang's strength. Su Maoyang smiled with a smile, his eyes flashing. Who said I don't have spiritual power? Wu Xinqing was slightly shocked, and his expression changed from surprise to a little complicated. According to her, she has been enduring for so many years. The girl in front of him is only 18 years old. At such a young age, she has endured so much humiliation and suffering. But she has been so low-key and enduring. Why is it? And where does she get the willpower to hide until now? Wu Xinqing felt more and more that Su Maoyang was unfathomable, which was more surprising than killing Su Jingshu. Teacher Wu, thank you for your protection today. Otherwise, I would have to deal with the Su family again. Su Maoyang bowed deeply, expressing the most sincere gratitude and respect. In fact, Teacher Wu could have ignored it. If the dean investigated, it would be her and the Su family's responsibility. But he still did not hesitate to offend the Su family and blocked it for her without hesitation. Su Maoyang remembered this kindness in his heart. Teacher Wu couldn't explain why he protected Su Maoyang. Maybe it was because this child was more polite and stable than other students. Okay. Don't have any more conflicts recently. Otherwise I can't protect you. You go back. Teacher Wu waved his hand, intending to let Su Maoyang go. Su Maoyang nodded slightly, saluted again, and walked out. However, as she was walking back to her room, she felt a murderous aura coming towards her, followed by a fierce roar and a spiritual attack. Su Maoyang, I'm going to kill you. Chapter 38. She actually lied to him. Su Maoyang looked up suddenly and saw a black robe flying over. The angry old face was the head of the Su family, Su Zhigua, who had a deep hatred for him. I didn't expect that the head of the Su family was so fast. As soon as Su Jingshu died, he chased after her. But now it's a bit troublesome. Su Maoyang is only a primary earth spirit master, while the head of the Su family is at the level of an intermediate sky spirit master. The difference is not a little bit. Facing the approaching danger, Su Maoyang is prepared for a desperate fight. At worst, he can only use the power of the old man Jingshu again. However, at this moment, a deep male voice suddenly sounded behind Su Maoyang, and it also collided with Su Zhigua's attack with terrifying power. Master Su, calm down. Su Maoyang is a student of our school. Please spare her. After the voice fell, a gray-haired, slightly hunched old man in a green shirt quickly rushed over and blocked Su Maoyang. With a wave of his sleeve, He dissipated all the spiritual power that was coming towards him. Su Jigua did not expect the dean to come forward. He was surprised for a moment. And then he restrained his breath and said angrily, "Dean, this Su Maoyang is cruel and ruthless. She stole my treasure first and killed my beloved daughter later. If I don't kill her, how can I relieve my hatred?" The dean sighed, and his wrinkled old face added a bit of helplessness. "Master Su, Su Maoyang stole your treasure, which is a thing of the past. Besides, you have punished her. And it was Su Jingshu who first provoked her to duel with Su Jingshu. You should know that as long as both parties agree to duel, life and death cannot be blamed on the other party. Even if you lose, it is your own fault. I believe that the head of the Su family will understand this rule." Hearing this, Su Jigua was full of anger, but he had no reason to vent. He naturally knew this rule, and was also angry that Su Jingshu was not motivated. Not only could she not beat a waste, but she also challenged him in this way, making it seem unreasonable for him to even seek revenge, which only made people laugh and criticize him. "Dean, as long as you hand Su Maoyang over to me, I cannot bother with the academy about the duel." Su Jigua has softened his attitude. After all, the dean of Nanqing Academy is a high-level celestial spirit master. If he comes by force, he will definitely get nothing. The dean certainly understands his thoughts. But Su Maoyang is a member of Nanqing College, and this incident cannot be considered her fault, so he should protect her. "Sorry, Su Maoyang is my student, and according to the rules of the college, she has not made any mistakes. I can't hand her over to you." "Dean, are you making an enemy of the Su family?" Su Jigua gritted his teeth, hating this old guy for being too stubborn. The dean shook his head. "I don't want to be an enemy of the Su family. And please don't be aggressive, Mr. Su." Su Jigua was furious, but he had no choice but to compromise again. "Okay. As long as Su Maoyang hands over the Holy Spirit fruit, I will not pursue this matter anymore and spare her life." "Haha. It's the Holy Spirit fruit again." Su Maoyang applauded the persistence of the head of the Su family. "I thought he had some true feelings for his daughter, but I didn't expect that he could let go of the revenge for killing his daughter in the face of interests. Perhaps his goal has always been the Holy Spirit fruit, and Su Jingshu's death did not cause any blow to him." Su Maoyang felt cold in his heart when he thought of this, and couldn't help but sigh that the head of the Su family and his father were the same kind of people. In the face of interests, they were not as close as the teacher Wu and the dean in the academy. The dean seemed to be somewhat disgusted with the Su family master style, and his tone was a little angry. "Su family master, please respect yourself. Your daughter has brought this upon herself, and you can't blame anyone. You should go back and educate your other children well, and don't cause trouble again." The dean's words were already very impolite. Hearing this, Su family master's eyebrows and beard trembled with anger. Okay, I'll go to the emperor to ask for an explanation. I still don't believe that you, Su Maoyang, can really get away with it." With that, Su family master turned around and left the academy angrily. Seeing this, the dean sighed heavily, and said to Su Maoyang with a serious expression, "Child, take care of yourself. I can only protect you in the academy for a while." He was out of reach of the struggle in the court. Su Maoyang bowed gratefully upon hearing this. "Thank you for the protection, Dean. Don't worry. I will be safe, whether in the academy or outside." "Well, okay. That's the best." The dean was surprised to see her so confident, and looked at her twice more, and then turned and left. At this time, Mo Hauga, who was not far away, saw the dean leave, and then walked over quickly, and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Su Maoyang didn't expect that she was not familiar with the most beautiful man in the southern Sui kingdom, and the latter seemed to care about her. Hee. "It's okay. What's wrong? Are you worried about me?" Su Maoyang shook his head slightly, and then asked jokingly. Mo Hauga's expression froze. His face flashed a little red, and his expression was extremely serious and solemn. "Yes, I am worried about you." Who would have thought that the handsome, talented, and charming man who was like a fish in water among women would be so serious in front of Su Maoyang? "Haha. Worried about me? Why are you worried about me?" Su Maoyang smiled even more deeply. Mo Hauga was a little flustered by Su Maoyang's bright and sharp eyes. He coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment. "Since you are fine, I will leave first. Be careful of your own safety." The Su family will never let you go. With that, Mo Halda ran away like escaping. Only he could hear clearly how much his numb heart throbbed when facing those bright eyes. Now that he closed his eyes, his mind was full of that lingering figure, beating the drums and singing songs. She was domineering and wild. She was forbearing and low-key in the face of difficulties. She was confident and calm in the face of provocation. She seemed to be a mystery. He couldn't see clearly and guessed. He couldn't wait to know the answer. But he was afraid that he would be too radical and disgust her. However, she was about to marry Nanqingjue and become the 9th prince's consort. Was he going to watch such an alternative woman become someone else's wife? No. He couldn't do it. Mo Halda was in a complicated mood. But Su Maoyang had no idea that he had such an idea. Now facing the Su family, she was exhausted and planned to go back to recuperate and think of a response plan. Unexpectedly, she was stopped by Nanjinghuan before she took 2 steps. Get out of the way! Su Maoyang was in no mood to entangle with him today, and growled unhappily. Nanjinghuan saw that she didn't have a good face for him, and his somewhat excited mood suddenly fell to the bottom. Su Maoyang, how many secrets are you hiding from me? What he couldn't stand the most was that this waste in front of him actually lied to him. What cowardice! What no spiritual power! All fake! How could a person who could kill a high-level spiritual master with one move be a waste? Chapter 39 Murdering My Own Father. Prince, whether I am a waste or not is none of your business. Su Maoyang hates others meddling in his affairs. Nanjinghuan was so angry that his breathing stagnated and his face turned blue. Su Maoyang, you can stop playing hard to get. Even if you are not a waste, I will not like you because you will always be an ugly freak with scars on your face. Su Maoyang smiled coldly, and his eyes jumped with sarcasm. I can't believe that the prince is such a superficial person. Since the prince doesn't like me, please don't hang around in front of me every day in the future, so as not to fall into the eyes of others and think that it is the prince who is entangled with me. Yu Nanjinghuan was blocked by Su Maoyang and his face was red. Nanjinghuan saw it clearly just now. Su Maoyang was still talking and laughing with Mo Halda, but now facing him, he was sarcastic. This difference in treatment was too obvious, which made Nanjinghuan feel seriously disappointed. Su Maoyang and Mo Halda, 2 people who have nothing in common, don't know when they got so close. Although it's none of his business, his proud self-esteem won't be trampled by Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang, you are getting more and more good at saying one thing and thinking another, and you have more tricks than before. You used to chase me relentlessly and attentively, but now you ignore me and play hard to get. In order to attract my attention, you not only promised to marry Nanqingjue, but also hooked up with Mo Halda. You are really incompetent. Su Maoyang's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. Nanjinghuan must have delusional disorder of being loved. Your Highness, you should go back and look in the mirror. Su Maoyang rolled his eyes at him and sneered in retort. Before Nanjinghuan could speak, he turned around and faded out of his sight. Nanjinghuan was left alone in the wind. That night, Su Maoyang did not return to the Su family, but stayed in the dormitory of the college to practice, but welcomed 2 uninvited guests. Pushing open the door, he saw 2 men wearing Su family guards' uniforms and clasped their fists and said, Miss, the master asks you to go back. Su Maoyang's face flashed with doubt, and after a moment of hesitation, he understood a little. It seems that what happened in the college today has reached Su Yihui's ears. Sooner or later, he will have to face the accusation of the Su family. So Su Maoyang nodded readily and followed him back to the Su family. At this time, the atmosphere in the Su family hall was more solemn than last time. Su Yihui sat in the upper seat, with a dark face, frowning eyebrows, and holding a thick and long braid in his hand. Sitting on both sides were 3 concubines, who seemed to be captivated by Su Yihui's majesty. They always liked to sneer and laugh at jokes, but now they also sat upright and dared not speak. In the middle of the hall, Lu Man and Nanian were kneeling on the ground, their faces pale and trembling with fear. Su Maoyang saw this, frowned slightly, strode into the hall, and quickly helped Lu Man and Nanian up. How dare you! At this moment, a roar came out. The momentum was terrifying, and Lu Man and Nanian knelt down again. Su Maoyang's face flashed with anger, and he looked up at Su Yihui's fiery black eyes. Father, what are you doing again? Asshole! You killed Su Jingshu, the youngest daughter of the Su family, in the academy today, and brought disaster to the Su family. Why are you still asking? Su Yihue bulged his eyes angrily, spitting, and said, and waved the long whip in his hand. There was a loud snap, and the whip actually smashed a crack on the ground. Everyone present was so frightened that they couldn't help shaking. Su Maoyong just snorted coldly and replied calmly, Father, don't you know what a duel means? It was Su Jingshu who took the initiative to provoke the duel. She deserved it. No matter what. It can't be blamed on me. You idiot. If you kill Su Jingshu, will the Su family let the Su family go? How dare you say such a thing? Today I will kill my relatives for the sake of justice, and carry your body to the Su family to apologize. Su Yihue was extremely angry. His eyes were bloodshot, and he couldn't control his temper. He swung his arm, and swung the heavy whip fiercely, which was wrapped with spiritual power, and was about to fall on Su Maoyong. At this moment, Nanian, who was kneeling on the ground, shouted in fear, Don't! Before the voice fell, she stood up and rushed towards Su Maoyong quickly, hugged him, and took the whip for Su Maoyong. A scream suddenly shook the hall. Su Maoyong was shocked and horrified. He hugged Nanian, whose body was falling down due to the injury. When he touched her back with both hands, his hands were covered with blood. Seeing this, Lu Man was also frightened and panicked. She quickly stood up and took Nanian from Su Maoyong's hands, supporting her tightly, crying and shouting, Nanian! Nanian? Are you okay? Don't be in trouble. Su Maoyong's eyes were red with anger when he saw this. Nanian was old, and because Su Maoyong had been bullied by the servants of the Su family for many years, her health had always been poor. Now she was whipped like this, and I am afraid her life would be in danger. But she knew her physical condition. But she still rushed out without hesitation. How could Su Maoyong not be shocked by this kindness? Thinking about the past, and looking at the miserable state of Nanian, Su Maoyong's anger could not help but surge up from his ribs. His cold black eyes were stained with red bloodshot because of anger, and his whole body exuded a fierce murderous aura, like a volcanic eruption. And he roared, Su Yihue, if you dare to touch her, I will kill you. The voice rolled like thunder, and Su Maoyong flew over, with a fierce spiritual power all over his body. A white shadow flashed by, and he was unstoppable. When everyone was shocked, Su Maoyong had already grabbed Su Yihue's neck. Su Yihue didn't expect Su Maoyong to be so bold that he dared to commit treason and murder his own father. He didn't expect Su Maoyong's strength to reach such a terrifying level that even he was caught off guard. Although Su Yihue's strength is not good, he is still a high-level spiritual master. He is not as talented as Su Jingshu, but he has rich practical experience. Unexpectedly, facing Su Maoyong's attack, he was completely powerless and watched her pinch his throat. The three ants and the guards around were all shocked when they saw this. They were like wooden fools, with terrified expressions and pale faces. Su Maoyong actually wanted to murder his own father. Oh my god! At this time, Su Maoyong was a little crazy. Staring with eyes and a sinister face, Su Yihue, if you dare to touch her, believe it or not, I will kill you. As she said, she kept pinching Su Yihue's throat with force, which made Su Yihue speechless. He looked at Su Maoyong's dark, gloomy eyes, which were as terrifying as the black hole of hell. Only then did he feel a huge fear coming down upon him, which frightened him so much that his face turned pale. His breathing stagnated, and he felt as if he was on the edge of an abyss. When did his unwelcome daughter become so powerful? Chapter 40. Get out of the Su mansion. No. No. Su Maoyong, you are so insolent. At this time, the third aunt, who was the first to come to her senses, shouted in a trembling voice. Su Maoyong could not hear the voices of others. His eyes were fixed on Su Yihue, and his nails dug into his flesh, spilling out strands of blood. Su Yihue was as frightened as if he had seen a devil, and he shook his head stiffly and struggled. He knew that if Su Maoyong exerted more force, he would have to report to the King of Hell. At this critical moment, it was the unconscious Nanian who weakly called out, Lin Wan'er. No. No! Su Maoyong stiffened when he heard this voice, and his fingers that had been exerting force gradually stopped. Lin Wan'er, I'm fine. Don't make a big mistake. Nanian was afraid that Su Maoyong would really kill Su Yihue. Not only would she bear the infamy of murdering her own father, but she would also get into trouble. She had just killed Su Jingshu and angered the Su family. If she killed Su Yihue again, Even the great god would not be able to protect her. Su Maoyang gradually regained some reason, suppressed his anger, and said in a deep voice, Sui Hui, I will spare your life today. If it happens again, don't blame me for being cruel. As he said that, Su Maoyang loosened his fingers and let go of Sui Hui. Sui Hui's legs and feet softened instantly, and he fell to the ground, gasping for air. The frightened and bleak old face relaxed his muscles as if he had been pardoned, and regained some color. Then the 3 concubines rushed up to help Sui Hui up, and the frightened guards on the side also ran over quickly, standing in a row to protect Sui Hui behind them. Seeing that Sui Hui had escaped from danger, the second madam finally had the courage to speak. You are a traitor, Su Maoyang. You dared to murder your own father. You beast. We don't have a daughter like you in our Su family. Get out of the Su family. The second wife's face flushed with excitement. Her eyebrows were raised, and her face, which was still somewhat pretty, was a little ferocious. Before, she hated Su Maoyang, hated her mother for taking her position as the main wife, and hated her daughter for taking Shuer's position as the legitimate daughter. Now, she began to fear, because the strength that Su Maoyang suddenly showed was too amazing. Not only did he kill Su Jingshu, a senior spiritual master, but he also dared to murder his own father. Such a person was too terrifying and beyond her control. Su Maoyang, you get out of the Su family immediately. From now on, you are no longer a member of the Su family. Sui Hui also agreed with the second wife's words. He took a few deep breaths and calmed down before speaking angrily. Su Maoyang smiled. The second lady and Sui Hui were so shameless that they actually asked her to get out of the Su family? Are they mistaken? Su Maoyang sneered under her veil. Her eyes were full of sarcasm, and her voice was icy. Second lady, Sui Hui, open your eyes and see clearly. This is the princess's mansion, not your Su family. Do you really think that living here means you are the owner of this place? Naive. Remember, as long as I live in this mansion, it will never be the Su mansion. If you want to break off relations with me, you can. Pack up your belongings and get out of the princess's mansion. I will never stop you. Su Maoyang raised her hand and asked them to leave, which frightened the concubines pale. Yes, they never thought that this was the princess's mansion before. But the princess died early, and it was the Su family who lived here, and they gradually regarded this mansion as the Su mansion. At this time, no one dared to say anything after hearing Su Maoyang's cold words. Even Sui Hui was shocked by Su Maoyang. If they were asked to get out, where could they go? For so many years, they have lived on the glory of the princess's mansion. Now that they are driven out, how can they live? Although Sui Hui was named a general, his strength was only at the level of a high-level spiritualist, and he was actually at the same level as Su Jingshu. To be honest, he had no future. If it weren't for the princess, he would still be a small fry. So, without this apparent relationship, the Su family is really nothing. Realizing this, Sui Hui's pale face due to fear became even more embarrassed. What? Aren't you going to sever the relationship? I'm no longer a member of the Su family now, and you can leave the princess's mansion. Seeing that everyone was motionless, Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and scolded again. Hearing this, Sui Hui and the 3 concubines were too stiff to answer. Finally, the fourth aunt lowered her attitude and softened her tone. Alas, Emoleon girl, we are all family. Why are you so angry? Your father is just talking nonsense when he is angry. Don't take it to heart. Besides, how can a family not quarrel and have conflicts? Teeth and lips are so close that they will rub against each other. Let alone people. Don't you think so? Although the fourth aunt is hypocritical, she is very sweet and speaks well, which makes the atmosphere on the scene much more relaxed. Su Emoleon just sneered and did not answer. Yes, Emoleon girl. Don't be angry with your father and aunt. We will not pursue your fault this time. Let's give in to each other and let this matter pass. The third concubine was also smart. She knew that Su Maoyang was not to be trifled with now. So she took a step back and said that the world was vast. The second wife and Sui Hui could not bring themselves to beg her, but it was clear from their expressions that they also hoped that Su Maoyang would soften. Su Maoyang just glanced at them coldly. Humph. Since you want to stay in the princess's mansion, you should know your identity and don't take yourself too seriously. Otherwise you will suffer. Su Maoyang didn't care about their reactions. and directly helped Nanian over, and ordered Lu Man, "Hurry up and ask the doctor to come." Lu Man nodded heavily and ran out quickly. But Su Maoyang was too lazy to pay attention to this group of ungrateful people, and helped Nanian back to Mingqing Pavilion to heal her injuries. Nanian's injuries were finally stabilized under the careful care of Su Maoyang and Lu Man. But before she woke up completely, the guards came to the palace and summoned Su Maoyang to the palace. After Su Maoyang told Lu Man to take good care of Nanian, she followed the guards into the palace. Today, the palace was filled with civil and military officials. Even many students and teachers who saw Su Maoyang kill Su Jingshu in the academy that day were summoned to the palace as witnesses. From the looks of it, Su Maoyang was going to be tried. Su Maoyang walked steadily into the palace, and everyone's eyes were uniformly focused on her. Su Maoyang ignored the strange looks from the people around her, walked calmly to the center of the hall, and saluted respectfully, "Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor." The Emperor, who was fidgeting on the dragon throne, frowned when he saw Su Maoyang saluting, and raised his hand quickly. "Get up. I summoned you to the palace today just to find out what happened when you and Su Jingshu were sparring that day." Su Maoyang was as expected, and did not show any uneasiness or panic, but glanced sideways at the head of the Su family, who was standing not far away with a dark face. "It seems that she will have a fierce battle with the Su family today." Chapter 41 Confusion of Right and Wrong. When the head of the Su family saw Su Maoyang looking at him, he immediately glared back with a cold and angry look in his eyes, and said with anger, "Su Maoyang, I only ask you, did you kill Jingshu?" Su Maoyang nodded and did not deny, "Yes." With so many eyes watching, even if she lied, it would be a slap in the face. So it is better to admit it directly. Listen, Your Majesty. Su Maoyang personally admitted that he killed my daughter Jingshu. You must make a decision for my poor daughter." When Su Jigua heard this, he was so excited that he blew his beard and glared, and hurriedly clasped his fists towards the emperor. At this time, Teacher Wu, who was standing opposite the head of the Su family, immediately stood up. "Your Majesty, I saw with my own eyes that it was Su Jingshu who took the initiative to provoke Su Maoyang and asked for a duel. The rule of duels in our academy is that as long as both parties agree, no matter life or death, the other party cannot be held responsible. So Su Maoyang did not violate the rules. In fact, it was all Su Jingshu's own fault." Su Jigua was so angry that his face turned blue when he heard this, and he immediately retorted in a harsh tone, "Teacher Wu, this is not right. Su Jingshu is also a student of your academy. Why do you only favor Su Maoyang? It's too unfair." Wu Xinqing was accused of partiality, and his face was also full of anger. "Head of the Su family, the students in the academy can testify to this matter. Why should I make up nonsense?" As he said, Wu Xinqing pointed to a large group of students who watched the duel behind him. However, facing the sinister eyes of the head of the Su family, almost no one in this group of students dared to really nod and admit it. After all, the other party is the Su family, and they don't want to offend the Su family for Su Maoyang. Seeing that the students were silent, the head of the Su family relaxed his angry expression and smiled coldly. "Teacher Wu, your students don't seem to agree with you." Wu Xinqing didn't expect this group of young people to be so spineless. He immediately explained to the emperor anxiously, "Your Majesty, everything I said is true, and I dare not deceive you." "Humph. Teacher Wu, I don't know why you favor Su Maoyang, but we all know that Su Maoyang killed Jingshu, so his strength is naturally above that of a high-level spiritual master. Since she is so powerful, how could my daughter be so stupid as to provoke such a powerful master? And she used a duel method. Isn't it just courting death?" Su Jigua asked in a low roar. His voice was angry and resounded loudly throughout the hall. The other ministers and people from the 4 major families present all thought it made sense when they heard this, and nodded repeatedly, naturally favoring the Su family, because no one would be stupid enough to take the initiative to duel with someone who is stronger than himself. Hearing this, Su Maoyang had to admit that Su Jigua was indeed a master. He reversed the situation with just a few words. No wonder he was so confident. If this trend continued, she would definitely die. However, Su Maoyang felt disgusted by Su Jigua's practice of confusing right and wrong and lying with thick skin. "Master Su, everyone in the southern Sui kingdom knows that I am a waste and have no spiritual power, and your daughter is relying on this to provoke me unscrupulously. If she knew she would die in advance, she would naturally not provoke me. Isn't this nonsense? Su Maoyang replied coldly, with a sarcastic tone. And her momentum was no less than that of Master Su. Su Zhihua laughed, and the sarcasm was self-evident. Then he pointed at the group of students and asked with a sneer, "Who of you knows that Su Maoyang is a waste? Stand up, and let me see how many people know that you have no spiritual power." Being called out like this, of course no one dared to be the scapegoat. And they all dared not say a word like turtles. Ha ha ha. Su Maoyang. Look. Even the people who are familiar with you don't know that you are a waste. What basis do you have to say that the Southern Sui Kingdom knows that you are a waste? So you are talking nonsense and deliberately provoking my daughter to duel. You are deliberately murdering. Su Zhihua pointed at Su Maoyang and cursed indignantly. However, as soon as Su Zhihua finished speaking, the Crown Prince Nanjinghuan, who was standing not far away, stepped forward and said loudly, "I know." Su Zhihua saw Nanjinghuan suddenly stand up, and his old face full of smiles froze in an instant, and the smile in the corner of his eyes instantly turned into astonishment. Why did the prince suddenly stand up to speak for Su Maoyang? Hasn't he always hated Su Maoyang? What's more, Nanjinghuan has a good relationship with the Su family, and the Su family has expressed goodwill to him many times. What does it mean that he stood up at a critical moment? Your Highness. What do you mean? The head of the Su family frowned, smelling something unusual. Nanjinghuan raised his eyebrows, looked at the head of the Su family coldly, and said in a low voice, I know Su Maoyang is a waste. In fact, we all know it well. If it weren't for this duel, everyone thought Su Maoyang was a waste who couldn't even gather spiritual power. Before, I hated Su Maoyang because she was a waste. So everyone was just under the pressure of you, the head of the Su family, and didn't dare to admit it. But this is an indisputable fact. Hearing the prince's words, everyone in the audience was stunned. Nanjinghuan turned against the Su family for Su Maoyang, which was more shocking than the sun rising from the west. Su Zhihua, who was standing next to Nanjinghuan, was even more shocked. Nanjinghuan always hated Su Maoyang. Why did he help her today? Su Zhihua thought that Nanjinghuan's attitude toward Su Maoyang was changing little by little, but she didn't expect it to change to this extent. Thinking of this, Su Zhihua's face turned pale, and she broke out in a cold sweat of fear. However, Su Maoyang was the calmest in the audience, and she was not surprised at all by Nanjinghuan's move. Because last time Nanjinghuan had sent people to find out that all the weapons and martial arts auctioned at the auction house were from the hands of the head of the Su family. And he must be irreconcilable with the Su family. Now there is such a good opportunity to strike the Su family. How could Nanjinghuan let it go? The head of the Su family was panicked by Nanjinghuan's gloomy eyes, and he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead unconsciously. However, just when everyone was surprised, another slender figure came out. She seemed to have mustered up great courage and whispered, I also saw it. I can testify. Her voice was as small as a mosquito, but she was braver than everyone present. However, this woman was only the daughter of the Jingshu, named Lin Wan'er, and she was not even one of the 4 major families. Now she dared to offend the Su family and speak for Su Maoyang. This courage is not possessed by ordinary people. Su Maoyang was also a little surprised. He couldn't help but look at her twice more and remember her. Su Zhihua didn't expect that someone would dare to speak for Su Maoyang. He glared at Lin Wan'er fiercely and said angrily, Your Majesty, no matter what today, my Su family will not let Su Maoyang go. She must pay with blood. He must make Su Maoyang pay the price. Otherwise the whole Southern Sui Kingdom will really think that the Su family is a coward who can settle the matter peacefully even if their daughter dies. Then the Su family's status in the Southern Sui Kingdom will be greatly reduced in the future. However, at this tense moment, a cold and gloomy voice suddenly came from the door of the palace, like a cold wind in the ice and snow, whistling, and a chill instantly enveloped the hall. If you want to touch my princess, should you ask for my consent? I saw a sedan chair slowly coming from the door of the palace. The thin figure on the sedan chair was like a moon surrounded by stars, the white skin like porcelain, the exquisite and beautiful face, and the cold and noble temperament appeared in the hall, standing among the crowd, like a pearl in a pile of gravel. Dazzling. Su Maoyang looked up and felt a trance. Chapter 42 The Dark-Hearted Nanjinghuan. Who else could have such a stunning face except Nanjinghuan? Before everyone's surprise at Nanjinghuan had subsided, Nanjinghuan aroused their curiosity again. How could Nanjinghuan, a low-key cripple who almost disappeared in front of everyone, be so bold as to run to this hall and go against the Su family? What's wrong with this world? Why? For an ugly freak like Su Maoyang, there are always people who stand up? The people present couldn't figure it out, and the women who were jealous of Su Maoyang were angry and dissatisfied. Su Maoyang didn't expect Nan Qingjue to come, and the surprise in his eyes was mixed with some doubts. However, Nan Qingjue didn't even look at her. After the servant got off the sedan chair, he tilted his head slightly and glanced at Su Zhiguo with a cold look. Master Su, you want to touch my woman? Have you asked for my consent? The arrogant and domineering words almost made everyone's eyes pop out. Su Zhiguo was also taken by his cold and fierce momentum. After being stunned for a moment, he frowned and snorted, "Humph. Lord 9. Su Maoyang killed my daughter. Even if she is the king of heaven, I will not let it go." The subtext of Master Su was very clear. Even if the king of heaven came, he would not let it go. Nan Qingjue was a waste. Who dared to mess with his business? Nan Qingjue naturally understood what he heard, and a sneer suddenly appeared on his cold and beautiful face. Really? Didn't Patriarch Su say that he would let Su Maoyang go as long as she handed over the Holy Spirit fruit? Why? Now you don't want the Holy Spirit fruit, but want her life. Hearing this, Patriarch Su's eyes widened instantly. So, Nan Qingjue meant to give him the Holy Spirit fruit? Isn't the purpose of the Su family's constant pestering for the Holy Spirit fruit? Su Jingshu is already dead, and even if Su Maoyang is killed, it will be useless, and there will be no compensation. However, if he can get the Holy Spirit fruit, even if he can't refine it into the soul-gathering pill, it can be used as a medicinal material for other elixirs that enhance spiritual power. At that time, he can help him advance to the level of a general spiritual master. Then he will be the #1 person in the Southern Sui Kingdom, and the Su family will be able to walk sideways in the future, and no longer have to worry about the power of the royal family and the other 3 major families. At that time, Su Maoyang's life will naturally be in his hands, and even the royal family can't protect her. Thinking of this, the Su family couldn't help licking the corner of his lips and staring at Nan Qingjue. 9th Prince. I did say this before. As long as Su Maoyang hands over the Holy Spirit fruit, I will let her go and never mention this matter again. Su Maoyang frowned when he heard this. She had already prepared a plan to deal with it, but she didn't want Nan Qingjue to ruin her good deeds and really hand over the Holy Spirit fruit. However, just when Su Maoyang was about to speak to stop him, Nan Qingjue said again, "Okay, Master Su's words are as good as gold. So many eyes are watching. I hope Master Su will do what he says." After he finished speaking, Nan Qingjue raised his hand and ordered in a cold voice, "Come on. Bring the Holy Spirit fruit to me." When everyone saw this, they were all shocked and their pupils dilated, and they couldn't help but look towards the door. And Master Su was so excited that he was breathing rapidly. His eyes were full of expectation and surprise. At this time, a servant holding a purple box in his hand quickly walked to Master Su, bowed his head, and respectfully presented it with both hands. The head of the Su family was so happy that he couldn't wait to take it. He opened the box very quickly, and there was a bright red fruit inside. Holy Spirit fruit. It's really a Holy Spirit fruit. The head of the Su family could no longer control his excitement and shouted loudly, "Another Holy Spirit fruit. Why did Nan Qingjue get a Holy Spirit fruit just by waving his hand? How many Holy Spirit fruits does he have?" Everyone was shocked and stared at the Holy Spirit fruit in the box in surprise. After a long time, they retracted their gazes and looked at Nan Qingjue. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. Even Su Maoyang covered his mouth in shock. This man is too scary. He casually took out another Holy Spirit fruit. How against the sky is it? Just when Su Maoyang was shocked, the old man Jinjuan in the evil blood cauldron spoke. "No, that's not real." Su Maoyang was slightly stunned when he heard it, and then reacted. No wonder Nan Qingjue was so willing to give it up. It turned out that this fruit was a fake. Haha. I have seen someone who is more sinister than you. This fruit looks very similar to the Holy Spirit fruit. Sometimes alchemists cannot accurately distinguish them. It can be used to confuse the real thing with the fake. However, although this fruit itself is not poisonous, if it is refined into a pill, it will be highly poisonous if the temperature is not right. This young man knew that the head of the Su family was an alchemist, and deliberately gave him such a poisonous pill. It is really sinister. Hearing what the old man Jinjuan said, Su Maoyang almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Nan Qingjue looked indifferent and cold. But he didn't expect that he would be so sinister when doing things. If the head of the Su family knew the truth, he would probably vomit blood. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's eyes were full of interest. And he completely stood aside and watched in a good mood. At this time, the head of the Su family seemed to be overwhelmed by excitement. His eyes seemed to be unable to move. He fell on the Holy Spirit fruit and exclaimed. Nan Qingjue raised a faint arc at the corner of his lips, staring at the head of the Su family, who was so excited that he couldn't find his direction, and asked softly, "What? Is the head of the Su family satisfied with my gift?" Satisfied? Satisfied? It's really too satisfied. He was so happy that he was going crazy. How could he say he was not satisfied? Nan Qingjue nodded slightly when he heard his words. Since you are satisfied, I can take my princess away. The head of the Su family now only knew to nod his head. His mind was on the Holy Spirit fruit. How could he have time to care about Su Maoyang? After getting the approval of the head of the Su family, Nan Qingjue clasped his fist towards the emperor. Father, now that the head of the Su family has not pursued Su Maoyang's responsibility, then I will take her away first. The emperor looked for a long time and was completely stunned. He hadn't said anything yet. The tense atmosphere just now disappeared in an instant, which made him a little at a loss. What shocked him even more was where Nan Qingjue got so many Holy Spirit fruits. But because there were too many people in the hall, he couldn't ask conveniently. So he could only nod in shock. Okay. Okay. You can kneel down and pay your respects. Su Maoyang curled his lips, but didn't say anything. Instead, he walked out of the hall with Nan Qingjue in silence in the surprised eyes of everyone. Along the way, the two were silent, each with their own thoughts. It was not until they walked out of the palace gate that Su Maoyang looked over, with a smile in his eyes, but no gratitude. Although you helped me today, I won't thank you. If you want to get something from me, I advise you to give up this idea. Su Maoyang's expression was gentle, but her tone was merciless. She knew in her heart why Nan Qingjue, such a low-key person, would come forward. Isn't it because he knew her secret and the existence of the evil blood cauldron? This man was too dangerous. She couldn't figure out his temper and thoughts. Moreover, he knew her secret. If he really wanted to make a move, she would die without a burial place. Nan Qingjue raised his eyebrows indifferently, and his cold face was stained with some interest. Are you afraid that I will snatch your evil blood cauldron? Don't worry. I won't snatch it, because you are all mine. After the words fell, Nan Qingjue's lips slightly raised. His eyes flickered, and the enchanting blue pupils were like a brand on Su Maoyang's heart, making her feel like she fell into an ice cellar. Chapter 43. Do you know how to make pills? After the emperor personally tried Su Maoyang that day, the whole southern Sui kingdom was buzzing with rumors. But the protagonist was not Su Maoyang, but the low-key and mysterious Nan Qingjue. It is said that Nan Qingjue took a Holy Spirit fruit to the palace that day and domineeringly protected Su Maoyang. Such an act was too shocking, and whenever people mentioned it, they couldn't help but marvel. For a waste, he took out such a precious treasure in exchange. It seems that the ninth prince loved Su Maoyang so much. However, what is even more incredible is where did the ninth prince get so many Holy Spirit fruits? Although everyone was confused, no one dared to find out the truth, so they just guessed randomly in private. Of course, Su Maoyang also became a topic of discussion in the southern Sui kingdom. No matter where she went, she would attract strange eyes. At this time, she was walking on the avenue of the academy, and she could always hear discussions about her. She was also quite helpless about the news that Nan Qingjue was infatuated with her. This group of people are too naive. If a cold and dark man like Nan Qingjue can also fall in love with someone, then the sun really rises from the west. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang sighed helplessly and walked towards the alchemy room. She has been in the academy for so many days, dealing with the trivial matters with the Su family every day, and she has not yet gone to the alchemy room to search for some medicinal materials. At this time, Su Maoyang walked to the door of the alchemy room and smelled a medicinal fragrance coming from inside. But the smell was not pure enough, and the pill did not seem to be formed. The pill should be a purple gold pill of the middle grade, which can strengthen the soul power of the alchemist and lay a good foundation for promotion to the peak of the alchemist. It seems that this alchemist should be a middle-stage alchemist. Thinking about it, Su Maoyang also became a little curious, and immediately stepped into the alchemy hall. followed the smell of medicine, and pushed open the alchemy room with a strong smell of medicine. I saw that the alchemy room was filled with white smoke, and a cough suddenly rose. At this time, the people in the alchemy room seemed to notice someone coming in, and immediately turned their heads and growled, "Who is there?" Su Maoyang waved away the smoke and saw the appearance of the alchemist clearly, and a trace of surprise flashed across his pupils. Teacher Wu. Wu Xinqing was also slightly shocked. He didn't expect Su Maoyang to appear in the alchemy room. "Why are you here? It seems that it's not the time for alchemy class now." "Well, I just came to take a look. I didn't expect to meet Teacher Wu making medicine." Su Maoyang nodded slightly. Teacher Wu is also a stubborn person. He hates others disturbing him when he is refining the medicine. He immediately waved his hand with a bad face. "My alchemy room is not the place for you to come. You should go out quickly, and don't disturb me from refining the medicine." Su Maoyang did not answer. He ignored his displeasure, and walked over directly. He picked up the scrapped medicinal materials in the alchemy furnace, took it in his hand, and sniffed it gently. Then frowned slightly and said unsatisfactorily, "The medicinal materials are a little wet, and there is moisture when burning. The fire is too fierce at the beginning, which damages the medicinal materials. But the fire is not enough at the end, and the medicinal materials cannot be burned thoroughly, so it leads to failure." Wu Xinqing wanted to open his mouth to scold Su Maoyang for messing with his medicinal materials, but the angry words rolled to his throat. But he was choked by Su Maoyang's words. What did he just hear? The medicinal materials are wet. The fire starts fiercely, but the after effect is not enough? Wu Xinqing chewed on this sentence secretly and was shocked. Why didn't he think of this reason? Just now, he had been feeling that something was wrong with the medicinal materials. They couldn't burn well at the beginning, so he used a stronger fire to burn them. Unexpectedly, the medicinal materials were damaged. However, because he had invested too much soul power for a long time, he became more and more exhausted later, so he lacked stamina, resulting in the medicinal materials not being burned thoroughly. Such small details were also discovered by Su Maoyang. Could she also be an alchemist? Suddenly realizing this, Wu Xinqing stared at her with excitement, and his eyes were full of expectations. "Maoyang girl, you can also make pills?" Su Maoyang nodded. "Yes, I know a little bit." Wu Xinqing heard this, and there was a little more appreciation in his eyes. "Well, study alchemy well. You have potential and a future, and you can consult me if you have any questions about alchemy in the future." Wu Xinqing is an alchemy maniac. His strength has reached the middle stage of the alchemist, and he is considered an authoritative alchemist in the Southern Sui dynasty. On weekdays, he likes to tinker with medicinal materials and practice pills. He favors students who like to make pills and have talent for it. Just based on Su Maoyang's words, he was sure that Su Maoyang was definitely a good candidate for making pills. Su Maoyang just smiled and didn't say anything. Wu Xinqing was inspired by her and was excited. He was eager to make pills again. "Oh no! The herbs are used up. It's not easy to find them. I don't know when I can find them again." At the critical moment, the herbs were gone, and Wu Xinqing slapped his thigh in frustration. Su Maoyang saw that he was frowning and seemed to really want the pill. He immediately took out a purple gold pill that he had just successfully made from the space in the evil blood cauldron. "Teacher Wu, since the medicinal materials cannot be found for a while, you can take this one first." As she said this, Su Maoyang handed over the purple gold pill. Teacher Wu has protected her again and again, and she still has to repay this favor. Wu Xinqing never expected that Su Maoyang actually had the purple gold pill, and was stunned on the spot. You, where did you get this purple gold pill?" Wu Xinqing pointed at the pill in her hand, and stuttered in shock. Su Maoyang looked calm. Of course, the purple gold pill was refined. Wu Xinqing was a little confused, and his facial features were all tangled up. I said, "Where did you get this purple gold pill?" You didn't steal it. This purple gold pill is very expensive and extremely precious. How could Su Maoyang have it? He could only think of stealing it. Su Maoyang shook his head helplessly. "Teacher Wu, this is not stolen. I made it myself. Just accept it with confidence." After hearing Su Maoyang's words, Wu Xinqing's frightened expression expanded tenfold. The purple gold pill is a middle-grade pill, which requires a relatively experienced alchemist in the middle stage to successfully refine it. And Su Maoyang said that this pill was made by her? Did he hear it wrong? Or was he stupid and didn't understand? What did you say just now? Say it again. Where did this pill come from? Wu Xinqing asked again in disbelief. Su Maoyang was amused by his appearance, and a smile appeared in his eyebrows. I made it myself. You don't have to worry about its unknown origin. Wu Xinqing trembled when he heard this, and almost stumbled and fell to the ground. This time, he understood, but he couldn't figure it out. Su Maoyang can actually refine the purple gold pill. What a shocking news! Are you a mid-stage alchemist? Wu Xinqing's face was tense because of shock. No. Su Maoyang shook his head. Wu Xinqing was relieved when he saw her denying it. How could it be possible for an 18-year-old mid-stage alchemist? Thinking that he is at this age, he has worked very hard to get into the ranks of mid-stage alchemists. How could it be possible for Su Maoyang, a girl who has no one to teach? Since you are not a mid-stage alchemist, how can you refine the purple gold pill? Wu Xinqing was even more puzzled. Su Maoyang looked indifferent and said, as a matter of course, because I am a peak alchemist. Chapter 44 Teach me to make pills. Peak alchemist? Peak alchemist at the age of 18. She is so scary. Wu Xinqing has worked hard for many years, but he has not even reached the threshold of the peak alchemist. The little girl in front of him has actually reached the peak. Maoyang girl. Are you kidding me? Wu Xinqing shook his head in disbelief. If I am kidding you, then what is this purple gold pill? Su Maoyang laughed. Wu Xinqing's frightened old face gradually stiffened when he heard this. A strong man at the peak of the alchemy just said that he only knows a little about alchemy. If she knows only a little, then what is he? For the first time, Wu Xinqing began to doubt his life. Seeing Wu Xinqing still in shock, Su Maoyang was a little speechless and directly handed the pill to him. Wu Xinqing took the pill and instantly looked at it and smelled it as if it were a treasure, constantly confirming the authenticity and purity of the pill. After several studies, Wu Xinqing bulged his eyes. His excitement was beyond words. It's really the purple gold pill. And it's a high-purity purple gold pill. Girl, you are too amazing. Su Maoyang just smiled. I'll go find some herbs, so I won't delay your alchemy. Wu Xinqing knew Su Maoyang's alchemy level. How could he let her go easily? And hurriedly grabbed her. Don't look for it. I have a lot of collections here. Whatever herbs you want, I will give them to you. Su Maoyang heard this, raised her eyebrows slightly, saw the brilliance in his eyes, as if seeing a treasure, and knew he had a purpose. Tell me, what are the conditions? Wu Xinqing is also old, and at this time he smiled naively. Like a child, hee. You be my master. Guide me in alchemy, and all my herbs are yours. Su Maoyang saw his expectation and couldn't bear to disappoint him. But she was a little repulsive to the identity of a master. Well, forget about being a master. I can teach you how to make pills. Su Maoyang couldn't let the alchemist admired by thousands of people be her apprentice. If it got out, wouldn't she become a rare animal in the southern Sui kingdom? She still wanted to practice and live a low-key life. Since you don't want to be my master, then you can be my apprentice. It's not bad to teach me how to make pills in secret. Wu Xinqing also wanted to maintain his old face. After all, if others knew that he still had to rely on an 18-year-old girl, it would definitely make people laugh. Anyway, no matter what the identity is, as long as Su Maoyang is willing to teach him how to make pills, it's fine. Su Maoyang felt that it was acceptable and nodded slightly. Okay. It's okay to be your apprentice. I need your medicinal materials. Wu Xinqing saw that she agreed, and smiled happily. He didn't care about her outspokenness, and quickly took Su Maoyang to the cabinet against the wall in the alchemy room. These are all the herbs I collected. Each box has a name on it. If you want something in the future, just come in and get it. Su Maoyang knew how precious these herbs were to an alchemist, but Wu Xinqing was so generous that she was a little touched. Well, thank you, Teacher Wu. Girl, don't be polite to me. Teacher Wu smiled a little flatteringly. Su Maoyang smiled and nodded, and took a few herbs without hesitation, and said goodbye with thanks. Su Maoyang became a student in the advanced class because she defeated Su Jingshu, and her studies became much busier. So, she had to hurry back to attend the spiritual power class. The senior class students, who were doing warm-up exercises in the martial arts training ground, were all a little unhappy when they saw Su Maoyang coming late. TSK. She just won Su Jingshu by chance. And she's so arrogant that she's late for class. Yeah. She really thinks she's so great. And she's so shameless to make so many of us wait for her. Humph. Isn't she just relying on the support of the Crown Prince and the Ninth Prince? One of the women pouted her lips in jealousy and spoke sourly. Suishu on the side was not happy. Frowning and scolding, what nonsense. Can you talk about the Crown Prince's affairs casually? Suishu had a certain status in the senior class, and many people were more or less afraid of her. At this time, after hearing her angry rebuttal, everyone also kept their voices down and hummed softly. Suishu was already furious. And now she heard the rumor that the Crown Prince liked Su Maoyong. She was even more furious. After glaring at the gossiping crowd, her cold eyes fell on Su Maoyong. She hated it so much. This woman was obviously a waste. But she became famous in one battle and entered the advanced class of the same level as her. This woman was obviously an ugly monster. But she attracted the prince and the Ninth Prince to protect him. Although the Ninth Prince was a cripple, his face was extremely beautiful and pleasing to the eyes. Even if you don't look at his strength, you can be fascinated by his appearance. And the prince was even more shameless. He was the dream lover of many women. But he had to speak for Su Maoyong. I really don't know if these men are blind. Thinking of this, Suishu gnashed her teeth in hatred. Su Maoyong seemed to have felt Suishu's murderous and gloomy eyes. And a trace of surprise flashed across his face. What had she done to offend her? Just then, Lei Ming, the instructor of the advanced class, spoke. Okay. Everyone is here. Today's class is for 2 people to compete in groups. You cannot use spiritual power. You can only fight in close combat. The purpose is to train everyone's physical fitness and agility. Su Maoyong heard this, and immediately felt that such a course was similar to her martial arts class in the 21st century. It was about training the speed, strength and reaction ability of the body. Okay. You can form a team freely. After forming a team, you can practice sparring immediately. Instructor Lei Ming's voice was decisive and straightforward, which aroused everyone's enthusiasm for fighting. Suishu had wanted to teach Su Maoyong a lesson for a long time. Without saying anything, she walked over and said with a fake smile, Sister, let's form a group of 2. Suishu's strength is not bad. She has been promoted to a senior spiritual master some time ago. It is faster than Su Jingshu. Although her spiritual power is similar to Su Jingshu, her skills are more than 1 level better than the latter. In addition, Suishu knew how miserable Su Maoyong had lived. Her physical fitness could be described as terrible. If we only talk about strength and skills, how could she compare with herself? Therefore, Suishu was so confident. Su Maoyong knew what Suishu was thinking, and smiled with a barely perceptible gleam in her pupils. Then she nodded and said, Okay. Please teach me, sister. After the words fell, the 2 of them walked to the corresponding open space for sparring. Suishu raised a ruthless look in the corner of her eyes, and her pupils were full of excitement. At the beginning, she launched a fierce attack, not giving Su Maoyong any chance to resist. She swung her fist at Su Maoyong's face with great force, and her feet moved subtly. After preparing to punch, she swept down and made Su Maoyong fall flat on his face. Su Maoyong saw that the force was about to fall on her face, but she was not panicked at all. She opened her palm and hit her fist directly, then gathered her 5 fingers and grabbed her fist. With a strong flip, Suishu's body trembled and staggered directly to the right. At least she had some foundation to stabilize herself and did not fall to the ground. She looked up in astonishment and stared at Su Maoyong in disbelief. Her heart was shaken. When did this waste have such skills? Just as Suishu was surprised, she suddenly saw Nanjing Wan walking from behind Su Maoyong. A subtle expression flashed across her face, and she suddenly raised her hand and slapped her chest hard. Suishu vomited blood and fell to the ground. Chapter 45 Stealing a chicken, but losing the rice. Su Maoyong was startled by her sudden action. She didn't knock her down. She knocked herself down. What the hell? Just when Su Maoyong was suspicious, a fierce roar suddenly sounded behind her, which immediately solved her doubts. Su Maoyong, you bastard. You actually hurt Shuer. This roar immediately attracted the attention of many people, all of whom were cast on Suishu, who fell to the ground, spitting blood, and was seriously injured. Everyone was shocked to see this. They didn't expect Su Maoyong to actually hurt Suishu. It was too shocking. At this time, Nanjing Wan was furious. He rushed over with a face full of anger and nervously helped Suishu up. Shuer, are you okay? Suishu's lips were bleeding. But she still gently comforted Nanjinghuan. Don't worry. I'm fine. Don't blame my sister. This is her first close-range sparring. She has no experience. She was almost hit by my fist just now. And she didn't know how to dodge. So, you deliberately let her retract her fist? Nanjinghuan roared angrily. Although his tone was not good, his expression was full of heartache. Suishua nodded slightly, her face pale and frightening. Well, I was busy retracting my fist. But I didn't notice my sister's attack. It was my own negligence. Haha. My own negligence? It sounds pretty good. She said this. As long as you are not a fool, you can understand it. She deliberately let Su Maoyang go in order to prevent him from getting hurt. But she was unexpectedly beaten by Su Maoyang. With just a few words, Suishua made Su Maoyang look like a bitch with a ruthless heart. People like Suishua are so thick-skinned that they are impeccable. Su Maoyang just watched her acting coldly, watching the two dogs and bitches show their affection in various ways. Nanjinghuan saw Su Maoyang standing there straight, with a cold expression and a little irony in his eyes. And he roared angrily, Su Maoyang, you bitch. Suishua is your sister. You can do such a heavy hand. Are you still a human being? Su Maoyang sneered. Nanjinghuan. I didn't touch her. She hit herself and fell to the ground. Blaming me? You are so shameless. You hurt someone and you don't admit it. Do you still have shame? Nanjinghuan didn't expect Su Maoyang to be not only ugly, but also vicious. She is the shameless one. I dare not compete with her. Su Maoyang sneered. Nanjinghuan was so angry at Su Maoyang's attitude that he trembled all over. Su Maoyang, you said you didn't touch her. Did anyone see it? Do you have any witnesses? Just now, everyone was concentrating on the competition, and the venue where she and Nanjinghuan were was a little far away from others. So there was naturally no witness. So, if Suishua insisted that it was her who did it, it would be difficult for her to excuse herself. However, at this moment, a clear and warm voice suddenly rose not far away, and everyone looked over. I saw it. Mo Hauge, wearing a dark blue brocade robe, strode over from a distance. The handsome face that usually always had a faint smile on his face seemed a little serious at this moment, and his eyes looking at Suishua and Nanjinghuan were also filled with anger. Nanjinghuan didn't expect Mo Hauge to appear at this time. His pupils shrank slightly, and his expression was extremely unhappy. Mo Hauge, you were obviously not here just now. How did you see it? Don't lose your basic morals just to help Su Maoyang. Nanjinghuan said this with gritted teeth. He didn't know why, but he got furious when he saw Mo Hauge defending Su Maoyang. Mo Hauge didn't care and lied openly. Suishua said Su Maoyang beat her. Then I said I didn't see Su Maoyang beat her. What's the problem? Suishua is allowed to accuse. But I am not allowed to accuse? I also want to ask Suishua if there is any witness to prove that Su Maoyang beat her. Mo Hauge slowly walked to Su Maoyang's side, and that posture was to protect her. Nanjinghuan was choked by his words, and was furious. Mo Hauge, are you too idle to care about my business? Mo Hauge laughed. Haha, Your Highness. This is not a trivial matter. As long as it is about Su Maoyang, it is my business. If you make trouble for Su Maoyang, you are making trouble for me. How can I ignore it? You Nanjinghuan didn't expect Mo Hauge to care about Su Maoyang to this extent. Humph. Mo Hauge, you are so bold. Who are you to stand up for the ninth princess? Nanjinghuan's words were somewhat venomous. He brought up the ninth princess's identity, which was just to accuse Mo Hauge of cheating on Nanjinghuan. However, Mo Hauge was not angry. He stared at Nanjinghuan with a sharp gaze, and announced in public with a loud and firm voice, I like Su Maoyang. No matter what her identity is, I like her. So, I will take care of this trivial matter today. As soon as these words came out, the onlookers gasped. Mo Hauge, who was known as the first talent and the first handsome man in the southern Sui kingdom, actually admitted in public that he liked Su Maoyang. An ugly freak. You know, Su Maoyang has already been engaged to the ninth prince. Such a shocking move is too scary. Nanjinghuan was also shocked by his move, and his angry expression quickly jumped into disbelief. This Mo Hauge is really bold. He doesn't care about Su Maoyang's current status, nor is he afraid of others' ridicule and accusations. For her, he doesn't even care about his reputation? For the first time, Nanjinghuan began to take Mo Hauge's feelings seriously. He had a strong premonition that this romantic and chic playboy seemed to be serious. Su Maoyang couldn't help but frown when he heard such bold words, staring at Imo Halda with an indescribably complicated expression. "Don't you think I'm in enough trouble?" Su Maoyang roared unbearably. Imo Halda actually smiled with his lips curled, and when facing her, his angry expression instantly turned into a teasing. "Don't you see that I'm solving troubles for you? Sorry, I don't need it. It's just a trick that a bitch often uses. I don't take it seriously. Why are you coming to join in the fun?" Su Maoyang said unhappily. When Imo Halda heard this, he immediately put on a sad expression. "You are too heartless. I just confessed my love, and you threw cold water on me." Su Maoyang saw that he was so playful and frivolous, and gave him a speechless look. "You have to be sensible when joking." When Imo Halda heard this, his eyes, which were still a little happy, suddenly dimmed. He would never have thought that his most sincere confession would be regarded as a joke by the person he liked. Seeing that Imo Halda stopped talking, the thick-skinned Su Maoyang did not find anything wrong, but turned to look at Nanjinghuan and Su Yixue, and said coldly, "From a professional point of view, Su Yixue, you acted well in this play. If I hadn't lived with you for so many years, I would really think you were from a drama troupe. However, no matter how well you act, it's useless, because I don't take you and Nanjinghuan seriously at all. It's really a waste of your effort, and a waste of your time." After saying this, Su Maoyang glanced at the two of them with a look of sarcasm, sneered, and in the shocked eyes of everyone, he shouted to the teacher Lei, who was not far away, "Teacher, I won this competition, and the opportunity to enter the spiritual power room is mine. Every time the student who wins the competition, he has the opportunity to enter the room with abundant spiritual power to practice for a day. Such an opportunity is extremely precious to every student. Su Yixue will go all out for this opportunity every time. But today, in order to frame Su Maoyang, she forgot about this reward for a while." When she heard this, her pretty face was as pale as paper. Imo Halda, who was standing aside, laughed when he heard this. "So this is the rumored stealing a chicken, but losing the rice. Su Maoyang is really black-bellied." Chapter 46, I have to go to your house for tea. Nanjinghuan and Su Yixue were both so angry that their faces turned pale. Su Yixue didn't expect that Su Maoyang liked Nanjinghuan so much in the past, but now, he is like nothing happened and really doesn't take Nanjinghuan seriously. She didn't expect that not only did she not frame Su Maoyang, but she gave Su Maoyang the opportunity to practice at her fingertips. And she was hit in vain. Damn it! What went wrong in the link that made Su Maoyang completely reborn? Is it really because of the last time he was imprisoned that he changed his temper? Su Yixue was puzzled and gnashed his teeth, while Nanjinghuan had a dark face and veins on his forehead. Su Maoyang's attitude towards him was completely different from before, which was really unacceptable to him. When Imo Halda saw Su Maoyang suddenly leave, he shamelessly followed him. "Where are you going?" Su Maoyang saw that he was still lingering around, and frowned unhappily. "Where I go is none of your business." Before, Imo Halda spoke for her, and she had some good feelings for him. But she found that he was just a playboy who liked to tease women. She didn't like dealing with such people. "Why do you keep people at a distance?" Imo Halda didn't understand why Su Maoyang was so repulsive to him. He must have mustered up a lot of courage to chase a woman like this. In the past, it was women who chased him. Su Maoyang was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. "Mr. Imo, please don't waste your time on me. I am already the 9th princess, and can't play with you anymore." Su Maoyang found for the first time that the identity of the 9th princess was quite useful. Not only could it be used to scare people of humble status, but it could also be used as a shield. "Su Maoyang, when did I say I was playing with you? I'm serious. Hey, can you walk slower? Are you a woman?" Imo Halda shouted in surprise when he saw Su Maoyang walking so fast. But Su Maoyang ignored him and treated his words as fart. After a while, Su Maoyang returned to the gate of the Su mansion. Imo Halda followed her all the way and realized that she was in a hurry to go home. Seeing that he had sent her to the door of her house, Imo Halda didn't dare to ask to go in, but just hesitated at the door for a while. Su Maoyang, you're going in now?" Su Maoyang saw that he was still unwilling to leave, and he was a little amused. "Yes, I'm going in. You go." Imo Halda thought that the woman in front of him might be too heartless. He was already at the door of his house. Shouldn't he invite him in for a cup of tea to show his courtesy? "Su Maoyang, Why don't you invite me in for a cup of tea and sit for a while? Mo Hauge had to ask for it shamelessly. Su Maoyang raised her eyebrows, as if she had not thought of this question. You can go back to the Mo family and drink slowly. Whatever you want. I just want to drink at your house. Mo Hauge seemed to have immunity to her ruthlessness, and became even more shameless. Su Maoyang was helpless. Okay. Since you want to drink tea so much, then come in and drink it. With her permission, Mo Hauge was so excited that he almost jumped up and couldn't wait to chase in. However, Su Maoyang just walked to the hall and ordered a maid to show Mo Hauge tea, and then left the hall without looking back and returned to her boudoir. Mo Hauge was left alone in the hall drinking tea. This is really drinking tea. No difference at all. And this tea is bitter tea. Mo Hauge suddenly had the urge to strangle Su Maoyang. Not long after, Nanjing helped Su Yixue back to the Su mansion, because Su Yixue was seriously injured. She had asked for leave from the college and had to rest at home for a few days. Now Nanjing helped her back, and naturally ran into Mo Hauge, who was walking out of the Su mansion angrily. Mo Hauge, you are too shameless, chasing a woman to your home. Nanjing was furious when he saw Mo Hauge. Thinking of Mo Hauge and Su Maoyang together, he felt uncomfortable all over, as if his things were coveted by others. Mo Hauge was also not in a good mood. Your Highness, you and Su Yixue are not officially married. Didn't you also run to someone else's house? You? Nanjing was angry. At least we are engaged. And you? You have nothing to do with Su Maoyang. Who can say for sure about marriage? Maybe Su Maoyang likes me and rejects the 9th prince and marries me. Mo Hauge laughed, and his calm look made Nanjing even more furious. Don't even think about it. Nanjing gritted his teeth. Oh, Your Highness, are you angry and embarrassed? Besides, what is the relationship between Su Maoyang and you? What does my business with her have to do with you? Mo Hauge asked loudly. His tone was particularly sarcastic. Nanjing face flushed with questioning, and he didn't know how to answer for a while. Su Yixue and his arms hummed uncomfortably. Jing, let's go in. Don't bother with such people. Su Yixue felt the pain deepened, not knowing whether it was because of the injury or because of Mo Hauge's words. Nanjing glared at Mo Hauge when he heard this, and had no choice but to help Su Yixue walk into the Su mansion. Su Maoyang, who was taking care of Nanian in Mingqing Pavilion, was completely unaware of the fighting outside. Nanian, don't get out of bed. You have just recovered from your injuries. You need to rest more. Su Maoyang held down Nanian, who wanted to get off the bed. Nanian was ashamed and waved her hand to refuse. No. I'm all right. How can I be so delicate? You are old and your body is not forgiving. Don't show off. Lu Man is here for other things. Su Maoyang forced her back to bed. Nanian looked at Lu Man, who was nodding beside her, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sighing, fortunately, you still have a loyal girl by your side. Otherwise, if I go downstairs to see your mother, I don't know how to explain. At this point, Nanian began to wipe away tears quietly. Don't say bad things. It's too early for you to go downstairs. Su Maoyang frowned unhappily. Madame wiped her tears, then raised her head and said to Lu Man girl, you go to the door and keep watch for us. I have something to tell the young lady. Perhaps after this life and death. Madame thought for a long time and decided to tell Su Maoyang the truth. Su Maoyang didn't expect Madame to be so mysterious all of a sudden, and was shocked. Lu Man was confused and only knew to nod and leave the room. Madame saw her go out, then waved to Su Maoyang, Mo Liang girl. Come here. Su Maoyang sat on the bedside as she said, looking at her in confusion. Madame looked at Su Maoyang's eyes carefully, as if she was moved by the scene, and murmured to herself, these eyes are so beautiful. I don't know who they look like. Su Maoyang was slightly stunned when he heard this, and couldn't help but frown in confusion. Who does she look like? Who else can she look like besides the eldest princess and Su Yixue? But looking at Su Yixue's appearance, she should still look more like the eldest princess Nan Yunji. Madame, why do you say that? Don't I look like my mother? Madame shook her head and said solemnly, you are more beautiful than your mother. Chapter 47. Catch her handle. Su Maoyang just thought that Nanian loved her too much and had some emotional color. But when she said that, Su Maoyang still had some strange feelings in her heart. Nanian started to cry again, her voice trembling with sobs. Girl, Have you never doubted it? You and Su Yihue have nothing in common. Hearing this, Su Maoyang's heart skipped a beat, and her expression froze. What did you say? Girl, your biological father is not Su Yihue at all. Nanian sobbed. Her voice was very low, but her emotions were very excited. Who is he? Su Maoyang's tone was very calm. She was obviously asking about her biological father, but it was as if she was asking about a stranger. She was so cold that Nanian couldn't believe it. I don't know who he is, where he is from, or where he went. Nanian shook her head. Su Maoyang heard this, but did not ask any more questions, as if she was not interested. She was silent for a while, not knowing what she was thinking. Finally, under the surprised eyes of Nanian, she slowly stood up and tucked the corners of the quilt for her. You have a good rest. After saying this, Su Maoyang walked out of the room expressionlessly. At this moment, her heart must not be as calm as it seemed on the surface. Although the mysterious man was not her biological father, she still felt some pain in her heart for some reason. Could it be that she had accepted this body and had the reaction that this body should have? Unable to figure it out, Su Maoyang shook her head in confusion, and then returned to her room to practice in seclusion. Some time ago, Su Maoyang refined the purple gold pill. With the purple gold pill, she quickly touched the threshold of the peak of the Alchemist, and was fortunate to jump into the ranks of the peak of the Alchemist. Now her spiritual power has not improved much, and she has been stuck at the primary level of Earth Spirit Master for a long time. Now she has offended the Su family, and has invisibly provoked many jealous potential enemies, who don't know how many people want her head. So for the sake of her own life safety, Su Maoyang is still eager to improve her spiritual power level. Elder Jingshu understands her thoughts best, and can't help but remind her, girl, you are now at the peak of the Alchemist. You can refine the upper grade spiritual enhancement pill. This kind of pill can accumulate more spiritual power, allowing you to advance to the intermediate Earth Spirit Master faster. Oh! What medicinal materials are needed for this pill? Su Maoyang's eyes lit up when he heard that he could advance, and he asked with great interest. We need 3 herbs: Lingxianko, tiger bone grass, and white lily flower. The other 2 are common, but tiger bone grass is rare, and may be hard to find. Su Maoyang heard this and nodded. It seems that I have to go to Teacher Wu's alchemy room to look for it. Teacher Wu is an alchemy fanatic, and must have collected a lot of herbs. Su Maoyang is a man of action. When he had an idea, he immediately got up and rushed to the academy. Unfortunately, Su Maoyang searched for a long time in Teacher Wu's alchemy room, and didn't see the shadow of this herb. After staying for nearly an hour, Su Maoyang shook his head and walked out of the alchemy room. He happened to run into Sun Yunwu and several other women walking into the alchemy hall together. It seems that they are also here to make alchemy. According to regulations, ordinary students can only use the herbs and medicine cauldrons prepared in the hall. And independent alchemy rooms are either the teacher's alchemy room or the alchemy room of students who have been granted permission. So ordinary students cannot enter and leave the alchemy room at will without permission. When Sun Yunwu saw Su Maoyang coming out of Teacher Wu's alchemy room, she frowned and shouted, Su Maoyang, you are so bold that you dare to break into Teacher Wu's alchemy room privately. The other women with Sun Yunwu nodded and stared at Su Maoyang with dissatisfaction. Su Maoyang raised her eyes and glanced at them coldly. She didn't bother to pay attention at all and walked directly out of the alchemy hall. Sun Yunwu couldn't stand Su Maoyang for a long time. She didn't have the opportunity to attack her before, but now she has caught her handle, and she won't beat her to death. Thinking of this, Sun Yunwu stood in front of Su Maoyang. Want to run? No way. Teacher Wu favored you so much last time, but he didn't expect to favor a conscienceless thing. You actually ran to the alchemy room to steal medicinal materials behind his back. You are so bold. Hearing this, Su Maoyang was speechless. These people are addicted to wrongful accusations. Right? Before, the Su family wrongly accused her of stealing the Xianyan silver snake egg, then wrongly accused her of injuring Su Yishua, and now wrongly accused her of stealing medicinal herbs. Is it going to end? After encountering such things one after another, even a clay man would be angry. Anger flashed across Su Maoyang's pupils, and his cold face became tense. Sun Yunwu, get out of here while I'm talking nicely now. Seeing that Su Maoyang was angry, Sun Yunwu shouted as if she had suddenly realized something. Oh, I was right. You are angry out of shame. You stole the medicinal herbs from Teacher Wu, and you are still right. Before I start to search you, I advise you to take out the medicinal herbs yourself. Otherwise. As she said this, a trace of cruelty flashed across Sun Yunwu's face. Her white fingers clenched into fists, and she twisted her wrist fiercely. Obviously, if Su Maoyang didn't hand over the herbs today, she would use force. Su Maoyang was very troubled by such people who made trouble without knowing right or wrong. Sun Yunwu, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I entered the alchemy room with the permission of Teacher Wu. Sun Yunwu sneered sarcastically when she heard such an explanation. Teacher Wu has always been strict and never opened a back door for people. He treasured the herbs in his alchemy room. In the past, some teachers wanted to go in, but he didn't allow them. How could he allow Su Maoyang to go in and get the herbs? Su Maoyang, do you think I'm a fool? You believe this? Tell me, do you hand it over yourself? Or do we search you? Sun Yunwu snorted coldly, looking at her from head to toe with contempt. The other women also rolled up their sleeves and planned to touch Su Maoyang. Believe it or not, get out of here. Su Maoyang didn't need to explain to Sun Yunwu, but the latter was making trouble and making her upset. Haha. It seems that if you don't accept the toast, you will be punished. Sisters, come on. Seeing that Su Maoyang was stubborn, Sun Yunwu was so angry that her pretty face turned stern and she raised her hand violently. The other women heard this and rushed towards Su Maoyang aggressively. Seeing this, Su Maoyang frowned in anger, and her face under the veil was gloomy. She turned sideways, shook her arms violently, and sent out a burst of energy, which directly pushed several women back, and 2 or 3 of them even fell to the ground. Sun Yunwu didn't expect Su Maoyang to resist. She was so angry that her face turned red. She couldn't help biting her red lips and growled, You Su Maoyang, you dare to hit my people. I will teach you a lesson. Sun Yunwu's sharp roar was deafening, and the roar was accompanied by a fistful of spiritual power. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Although everyone knew that Su Maoyang had defeated Su Jingshu, a senior spiritualist, the Sun Yunwu in front of them was an intermediate earth spiritualist with superb talent and fierce strength. 1 level higher was already a world of difference. Not to mention that she was 2 levels higher than Su Jingshu. If Su Maoyang was not careful with her punch, he might even lose his life. Chapter 48 Inexplicable Bet. However, at this critical moment, a fierce roar suddenly broke out from behind Sun Yunwu. How dare you? This is the alchemy hall, not the arena. What are you doing? Wu Xinqing, wearing a gray and white long gown, strode in from outside the hall. His resolute face was dark and gloomy. As he spoke, he waved his sleeves and immediately blocked Sun Yunwu's spiritual power. The wind force made Sun Yunwu take a step back. Sun Yunwu was thinking of taking Su Maoyang to Teacher Wu, but he didn't expect him to come in person. Instantly, Sun Yunwu's eyes lit up and excitedly accused Su Maoyang of her crime. Teacher Wu, we just saw Su Maoyang sneaking into your alchemy room to steal medicinal materials. And now we caught her. How do you think you should deal with her? She wanted to expose Su Maoyang in public. Let Teacher Wu see her true face, and see if he would still favor her in the future. Thinking of this, Sun Yunwu proudly cast a provocative look at Su Maoyang, looking forward to the storm after Teacher Wu knew the truth. Wu Xinqing was indeed a storm, but the target of this storm was her. Sun Yunwu, you are so bold. Do you want to intervene in my private affairs? Unexpectedly, Teacher Wu roared suddenly, frightening everyone to tremble. Sun Yunwu was shocked, staring at Teacher Wu with anger in his eyes. With a face full of astonishment, and countless question marks appeared on his head. Why scold her? Teacher Wu. It was Su Maoyang who stole it. Sun Yunwu thought that Teacher Wu didn't hear clearly. And then she explained again, who knew that before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Teacher Wu's roar. Asshole! Su Maoyang entered the alchemy room to get the medicinal materials with the promise of the old man. And you actually framed her in front of so many people. What is your intention? Not only Sun Yunwu, but everyone present was shocked when they heard this. Teacher Wu loves medicinal materials like his life, and he actually allowed Su Maoyang to enter the alchemy room to get medicinal materials. Did the sun rise from the west? Everyone shook their heads in disbelief. Sun Yunwu was blocked and blushed, unable to speak. She was considered the most talented student in alchemy in the academy. Her own teacher had always been kind to her and never said a harsh word. Now facing Teacher Wu's harsh words, her proud self-esteem was severely damaged and she couldn't save face. Old Wu, what are you doing? Are you bullying my closed disciple in public? At this time, a low and heavy voice suddenly came from the door of the hall. I saw a middle-aged man in a black robe walking in slowly with a big belly. He was a little short. And because he was a little fat, his eyes were squeezed a little small by the fat on his face, making him look shifty. This person is Luo Kue, the teacher who taught Sun Yunwu to make pills. He is also an alchemist in the academy. And like Wu Jinqing, he is at the level of a mid-stage alchemist. It's just that he entered the mid-stage alchemist one step later than Wu Jinqing. But just that one step later, everyone thinks that his talent is not as good as Wu Jinqing. Therefore, there is a thorn in his heart, and he has always been resentful of Wu Jinqing. Now, he saw Wu Jinqing bullying his most valued apprentice, and he was even more angry. Fatty Luo, look carefully. It was your apprentice who framed and humiliated my apprentice in public. Wu Jinqing also hated this kind of person who reversed right and wrong, and he angrily refuted it immediately. And Luo Kue hated others calling him Fatty Luo the most. But Wu Jinqing liked to call him that on purpose to anger him. Hearing this, his face became even more fierce, and his greasy lips raised disdainfully. Disciple? Haha. I didn't expect that you, who have always been a loner, would actually accept a disciple. It's really a strange thing. Not to mention Luo Kue's surprise. Everyone else present was shocked. Wu Jinqing's eccentric personality is well known in the academy. At the beginning, the head of the Sun family wanted to please him, and hoped that he would accept Sun Yunwu as his disciple. But he didn't expect that he would be rejected. He even looked down on an alchemy genius like Sun Yunwu. So how could he accept Su Maoyang as his disciple? Hearing this, Sun Yunwu felt even more humiliated. Wu Jinqing would rather accept an alchemy waste than her. Damn it! Just when everyone was confused, Wu Jinqing sneered and retorted, Humph. I get along well with this girl. Does it bother you to accept her as a disciple? Everyone heard this, although confused, but they could understand it to some extent. At the beginning, Wu Jinqing protected Su Maoyang again and again. For Su Maoyang, who was isolated and helpless, he was her lifesaver. It should be that Su Maoyang begged Wu Jinqing to accept her as a disciple in order to get a place in the academy. And Su Maoyang and Wu Jinqing are both the same kind of people. Lonely freaks. So it is not surprising to get together. However, if everyone knew that Wu Jinqing deliberately pretended to be a master because he begged Su Maoyang to teach him to make pills, I don't know what they would think. Humph. Of course you didn't hinder me by accepting a disciple. But your disciple hindered my disciple. Luo Kue got angry on the spot. It was obviously your disciple who framed my disciple for stealing things. And you still have reason? Wu Jinqing was also angry, and blew his beard and glared. Luo Kue refused to admit it. Why do I feel that you favor your apprentice and deliberately put the blame on my apprentice? You? Wu Jinqing had never seen such a rogue, and his anger was instantly choked. Sun Yunwu had Luo Kue's support, so she straightened her back and pointed at Su Maoyang and shouted, Master, Su Maoyang hit my people. She must be punished according to the rules of the academy. Hearing this, Wu Jinqing immediately frowned and refuted, Sun Yunwu, I saw clearly that you asked someone to start the fight first. And Su Maoyang was just defending. If you follow the rules, you will be expelled from the academy. Hearing this, Luo Kue was so angry that he raised his eyebrows and roared, Wu Jinqing, how dare you? Su Maoyang just defeated Su Jing. You think Sun Yunwu is just a girl, but you really treat her like a treasure. You should know that Sun Yunwu is the genius of our college. She has a very good talent for alchemy. She will represent our Nanjing College in the SEC competition in half a year. You actually want to expel her from the college. The dean will be the first to not let you go. However, Wu Jinqing did not seem to take Sun Yunwu's talent seriously. For him, alchemy requires a calm, steady, forbearing and resolute character. And people like Sun Yunwu, who are not upright and domineering, will not go far in the alchemy industry. In addition, Wu Jinqing already knew Su Maoyang's level of alchemy, so he looked down on Sun Yunwu, a high-level alchemist. Luo Kue thought that after he said this, Wu Jinqing would weigh the pros and cons and restrain himself a little. But he didn't expect the latter to sneer. Haha. Fatty Luo. I'm telling you today that I treat Su Maoyang like a treasure. She is my favorite and most valued student. Compared with your Sun Yunwu, she is much better. This time, we don't even know if Sun Yunwu is qualified to participate in the SEC competition. And you start to brag. You are so shameless. You, Wu Jinqing. How dare you look down on me? Sun Yunwu is my proud student. And you actually said that she is not as good as a waste. Well, let's see whose disciple is qualified to participate in this sect competition. If you lose, I want you to kneel down and kowtow to apologize to me. Luokue was furious. His face turned pale and red, and his veins were bulging with excitement. Wu Zhenqing seemed to be arguing with him, and agreed without hesitation. Okay. I'm waiting for you to kneel down and apologize to me. Chapter 49 Blacker Than His Heart. Su Maoyang had no say in the fight between the two elders. She hadn't even agreed to participate in the sect competition yet. But this teacher Wu was even more excited than her to accept it for her. What the hell is going on? Perhaps Sun Yunwu felt that her talent and strength were questioned, and stared at Su Maoyang with dissatisfaction. Su Maoyang, I wonder if you dare to accept this challenge. Sun Yunwu was full of anger, while Su Maoyang was as calm as an outsider. When asked at this time, she just raised her eyebrows. Is there any benefit in winning? No benefit. She didn't want to waste this time. Sun Yunwu didn't expect that she was thinking about the benefits. What a mercenary woman. What do you want? In order to humiliate her severely, Sun Yunwu didn't care so much at this time. Su Maoyang heard the words. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his lips under the veil raised slightly, hooking up a strange arc. Actually, my request is not high. I heard that your Sun family has a weapon called the Soul-Stealing Needle. As long as I win, you will give it to me. How about it? When everyone heard the name of the weapon, there was an uproar. This Soul-Stealing Needle is a treasure passed down by the ancestors of the Sun family. It has been treasured in the family. No one has contracted it, and no one dares to touch it. Now Su Maoyang actually has his eyes on someone else's heirloom. Is this not a high request? Everyone was shocked, and even Wu Zhenqing couldn't help but glance at Su Maoyang. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and sighed in his heart that this girl's heart is even darker than his. Sun Yunwu was shocked and her expression was stiff, and her eyes twitched slightly, as if she didn't expect Su Maoyang to be so shameless. Why? Are you afraid of losing your Sun family's treasure to me? Su Maoyang smiled with a frivolous tone, and his eyes were full of provocation and contempt. Sun Yunwu, who was so proud, naturally couldn't stand this kind of provocation. She clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and growled decisively, Bah! I'm afraid of you? Okay. I'll agree to your conditions. But if you lose, I'll take your life. Everyone shuddered when they heard Sun Yunwu's gnashing hatred. Su Maoyang was in trouble when he opened his mouth to ask for his life. Alchemists are very rare in the entire southern Sui kingdom. It is already a very high talent to be an alchemist. At a young age, Sun Yunwu has reached the peak of the alchemist, and is only one step away from the early stage of the alchemist. This amazing talent has always been the focus of training by Nanxing Academy. Sun Yunwu also understood that no one in the academy had a better talent for alchemy than her. And Su Maoyang was born in a Su family that made its fortune by relying on the eldest princess. He had no strength and resources, and he probably didn't even know what alchemy was. How could he beat her? Therefore, Sun Yunwu was confident of victory. Su Maoyang was not intimidated by Sun Yunwu's arrogance, and a shrewd dark light flashed in his calm eyes. Okay. If you win, I'll give you my life. However, if I win, I hope Miss Sun can keep her promise and personally deliver the soul-stealing needle to my house. Bah! You will never win as long as I'm here. Sun Yunwu bowed disdainfully. Luokue snorted and glanced at Su Maoyang and Wu Zhenqing. Teacher Wu, I'm looking forward to your student's performance. I hope he won't lose too badly. Wu, let's go! As he said that, Luokue called Sun Yunwu to leave the alchemy hall. Seeing the people leave, the crowd of onlookers also dispersed. At this time, Wu Zhenqing's gloomy expression eased a little. Emolian girl, come with me to the alchemy room. I have something to tell you. Su Emolian nodded after hearing this. She also had questions to ask him. Wu Zhenqing walked into the alchemy room and quickly closed the door. His calm and serious expression just now collapsed all of a sudden. He immediately clasped his hands together, like worshipping a Buddha, and kept begging her. The desire in his pupils was particularly creepy. Girl, I beg you. You must win this game. If you lose, I will kneel down and kowtow to that old guy Luokue. For my sake, you must go all out. Su Emolian couldn't accept his change for a while, and shuddered with fear. Teacher Wu, you are really something. You and Teacher Luo were bickering, but you dragged me into it, forcing me to participate in that selection competition. You little devil. You also got some benefits by participating in this selection competition. Don't be so ungrateful to me. When Wu Xinqing thought about her blackmailing the heirloom of the Sun family, he couldn't help but complain. She had obviously reached the peak of the alchemist. But she still competed with a peak alchemist. It was so shameless. It was also miserable for Sun Yunwu to meet such a black-bellied opponent. Su Maoyang smiled and said, I won't do anything that is not profitable. Wu Xinqing smiled and shook his head. Sighing, I'm afraid the Sun family will bleed a lot this time. Don't sympathize with others. Tell me what the selection competition and the sect competition are. I just heard you talking back and forth. And I was confused. Su Maoyang didn't even know the nature of the competition. But she just agreed to it casually, which was a bit impulsive. Wu Xinqing also straightened his face at this time and said solemnly, You should know that your little sister Su Yanin reached the level of a high-level spiritual master at the age of 12, and was chosen by the sect of Songyuan Kingdom to be an outer disciple. Su Maoyang was shocked and nodded slightly. She had heard more or less about Su Yanin's glorious deeds. After all, this person is too famous in Southern Sui Kingdom. A high-level spiritual master at the age of 12. This kind of talent is very important even in Songyuan Kingdom. This is why, after the death of the eldest princess, the Su family still has a certain reputation in Southern Sui Kingdom. Seeing her nod, Wu Xinqing continued, Your younger sister is a genius. She not only brought honor to your Su family, but also to our Southern Sui Kingdom. Therefore, several major sects in Songyuan Kingdom began to notice us and announced that they would allow us to participate in the sect competition held every 3 years. Anyone who wins the competition will have the opportunity to enter the sect to study. It is a great honor to enter a sect. It is said that your younger sister only took 3 years to reach the primary level of heavenly spiritual master. This kind of strength is not only a genius, but also a bit terrifying. This is the benefit that the sect brings her. Speaking of this, Wu Xinqing's pupils also projected a light of desire and awe. Su Maoyang smacked his lips and couldn't help but complain. She was still a earthly spiritual master, and Su Yanin reached the heavenly spiritual master. She was indeed quite capable. However, if she was promoted 3 levels in 3 years, it would be terrifying. Then she went from having no spiritual power to a primary earth spirit master in a few months. What is this speed? Seeing Su Maoyang in deep thought, Wu Xinqing thought she was scared, and said to comfort her, Don't underestimate yourself. Your spiritual power may not be as good as your little sister, but you have a very high talent for alchemy. Even if you get Songyuan Kingdom, you are not inferior to the geniuses in the sect. Wu Xinqing is confident that as long as Su Maoyang enters the sect, she will have a promising future. Perhaps, their Southern Sui Kingdom will also produce an amazing alchemist. Chapter 50 Spiritual Power Competition. What is the selection competition? Compared with the excited teacher Wu, Su Maoyang was much calmer and more stable than a young girl. The selection competition is held by our Nanxing Academy. To be eligible to participate in the sect competition, you must win the selection competition. The selection competition is divided into 3 rounds. One is the spiritual power competition. The second is the alchemy competition. And the third is the experience adventure. There are 3 places in total. Su Maoyang nodded in understanding after hearing this. It turns out that you have to win the selection competition first to be eligible to participate in the sect competition. It's really a layer-by-layer selection. Maoyang girl, it doesn't matter if you are not sure of winning the other 2 rounds. As long as you get the first place in the alchemy competition, you must work hard. Wu Xinqing knew her situation to some extent. Although he didn't know how she killed Su Jingshu, he knew that it would be difficult for her to defeat several geniuses in the academy in terms of spiritual power. That's why he wanted to make Su Maoyang start with alchemy. Su Maoyang just nodded coldly. She knew that she had to win the alchemy competition, not only to save her own life, but she was determined to get the treasure of the Sun family. By the way, girl, what's the matter with you running to my alchemy room today? After Wu Xinqing explained clearly, he suddenly remembered. Teacher Wu, do you have tiger bone grass? Su Maoyang also remembered the purpose of this trip. When Teacher Wu heard this, his eyes flashed with surprise. This medicinal material is very rare and not easy to find. I have found it once in Qixia Mountain before. By the way, you will go to Qixia Mountain for this training. You can try your luck. However, this training is very dangerous. You have to be careful. If necessary, I advise you to give up, because you can take someone's life during the training. You have provoked the Su family now, I am afraid. Well, Teacher Wu, don't worry. I can handle it. Su Maoyang gave him a reassuring smile, and then turned and walked out of the alchemy room. The spiritual power competition 10 days later kicked off amid everyone's expectations. These days, Su Maoyang either practiced in the Su family's boudoir or stayed in the dormitory of the academy to exercise and strengthen her physique. No one from the Su family, the Sun family, or even the Su family came to trouble her. It seems that everyone is busy preparing for the spiritual power competition, hoping to become famous in one battle and win the qualification to participate in the sect competition. So, Su Maoyang took advantage of the few days of leisure and worked hard to advance to the intermediate Earth Spirit Master. With his current strength, he has the possibility of fighting even against Nan Jinghuan, a senior Earth Spirit Master. On this day, the weather was clear and the clouds were pure. The golden sun hung in the light blue sky, shining down and imprinting a radiance on everyone's face. Su Maoyang arrived at the competition venue at the right time. Looking around, a huge arena had been set up on a large martial arts training ground. And around the arena, there were densely packed audience seats. And the scene was very grand. At this time, many people had already gathered at the competition venue. Everyone was sitting in the audience seats, discussing the game excitedly. And the victory or defeat of this game was inseparable from the rise and fall of Nan Jinghuan, Mo Haoge, Su Yixue and Sun Yunwu. Everyone said that the Cao Cao was here. Nan Jinghuan and Su Yixue appeared in everyone's sight. As soon as the handsome man and beautiful woman appeared, they immediately caused rumors. Look! It's the Crown Prince and Su Yixue. TSK. Su Yixue is so lucky. Look how much the Crown Prince dotes on her. She's just a concubine's daughter. What's there to envy? So what if she's a concubine's daughter? Concubines are more favored than legitimate daughters. And they are more powerful than legitimate daughters. If I had Su Yixue's strength, I would also be willing to be a concubine's daughter. Many people, when talking about Su Yixue, would compare her with Su Maoyang. And they couldn't help but glance at Su Maoyang, who was walking towards the audience. Now Su Maoyang walked into the competition venue alone, looking a little lonely and desolate, causing everyone to laugh and ridicule. Su Yixue heard everyone's envious voices, and couldn't help but look at Su Maoyang. Seeing the latter alone, the corners of her lips bent up a proud arc unconsciously, and her beautiful eyes were even more radiant, blooming with indescribable light. Sister, I didn't expect you to come. Some time ago, I heard that you made a bet with Sun Yunwu, and even bet your life. Do you think that you can win the qualification for the competition by beating me last time? Sister, wake up. I let you go last time. Why are you so naive? Su Yixue walked over slowly, with a haughty expression on her face, and her tone sounded worried. But it was inevitable that some ridicule and sarcasm could be heard. The subtext was even more suspected of mocking Su Maoyang's stupidity. Nan Jinghuan, who was following her, sneered and scanned her from head to toe with contempt. Su Maoyang, you are really self-righteous. You just beat a high-level spiritual master. But now you actually want to participate in the sect competition. You are really a frog in the well. And you don't know what you are talking about. In Nan Jinghuan's eyes, Su Maoyang was so confident just because he killed a high-level spiritual master. He actually had the courage to compete with a high-level spiritual master like him for a place in the sect competition. It was really speechless. Hearing Nan Jinghuan's sarcasm, many people covered their mouths and laughed secretly. They seemed to be not optimistic about Su Maoyang, and even thought that the latter was just a jumping clown, just for the sake of popularity. However, just as everyone was laughing at Su Maoyang, a clear and gentle male voice suddenly came from behind the three people. Who said Lin Wan'er didn't know her own abilities? I think she is much better than you. Su Yixue. At this time, a man in a dark blue brocade robe suddenly jumped into everyone's sight. The handsome face like a sculpture, with a charming smile, holding a jade fan, walked over gently, and his romantic temperament attracted countless eyes for a while. And that intimate name made the women present break their hearts. Lin Wan'er. Mo Haoge actually called her Lin Wan'er. Is there any mistake? How could an ugly person like Su Maoyang deserve such a close name from Mo Haoge? Many women were so angry that their faces turned red. They pulled their fingers with jealousy, and looked at Su Maoyang with eyes as sharp as knives. Sun Yunwu, who was not far away, stamped her feet in anger. Everyone knew that Sun Yunwu liked Mo Haoge, and showed her kindness to him in every way. But the latter just didn't like to pay attention to her. Now he would rather not have her, and go after an ugly person. Such a gap made Sun Yunwu mad. As for the people around Sun Yunwu, seeing this scene, they also started laughing and pointing fingers at her. Sun Yunwu hated Su Maoyong to the extreme. Su Maoyong didn't expect Mo Haoda to suddenly appear. Hearing the name he just called, she frowned unconsciously. She didn't seem to be that familiar with him. Receiving Su Maoyong's displeased gaze, Mo Haoda shamelessly smiled brilliantly, seemingly ignoring her dissatisfaction, and walked straight to her side. Raising his eyebrows provocatively at Su Yixue, our Lianger killed Su Jingshu with one move. Su Yixue, can you do it? Chapter 51. Such a big tone. Su Yixue was suddenly questioned like this, and her pretty face was a little embarrassed. Yes, she really didn't dare to say that she could kill Su Jingshu with one move. But in her subconscious, she didn't believe that Su Maoyong was really that capable and could be better than herself. You know, Su Maoyong has lived under her nose like a fool for so many years. How can she believe and accept the fact that she is not only not a waste, but also a master? Nanjing Huan was embarrassed when he heard this, and his eyes stared at Mo Haoda and darkened. Mo Haoda, it's too early to brag now. Let's see the result on the field later. Mo Haoda smiled and nodded when he heard this, and then stretched out his hand to Su Maoyong's shoulder. Play well. I believe you. Such an overly intimate move suddenly provoked Sun Yunwu, who was not far away, to run over angrily, suddenly shook off Mo Haoda's hand, and slapped Su Maoyong. You bitch. You actually seduced brother Mo. Sun Yunwu gnashed her teeth in hatred, and her palm power fell. Fortunately, Mo Haoda was quick-witted and quickly grabbed her wrist. Sun Yunwu, what are you doing? Mo Haoda almost roared, deafening and terrifying. Sun Yunwu was directly shocked and stared at Mo Haoda blankly. After a moment of dullness, her eyes were red and tears were overflowing. Although Mo Haoda didn't like to pay attention to her before, he had never been so fierce to her. Now he actually yelled at her for an ugly monster, which was too much. Brother Mo, what's wrong with you? Are you confused by this bitch? She is an ugly monster, with a long and thick scar on her face. Disgusting and scary. Do you have to face this face for the rest of your life? Sun Yunwu thought she was pretty and charming, many times more beautiful than Su Maoyong. Why couldn't Mo Haoda see her? Wasn't he a playboy who loved beautiful women? However, just as Sun Yunwu finished speaking, a gloomy and cold voice suddenly rose from behind her, like broken ice immersed in a cold pond, without a ripple, but like a sharp ice blade piercing the eardrum, making people tremble. You are so brave to insult my beloved concubine, Sun Yunwu. At this time, everyone saw a sedan chair slowly coming in the distance. The beautiful man on the sedan chair had a beautiful porcelain-like skin under the sunlight, like a crystal shining with silver light, crystal clear, and indescribably dazzling. The deep blue eyes were floating with a cold luster, and there was a little anger on the beautiful face, staring at Sun Yunwu sharply at this time. The eyes were like a poisonous snake, strangling Sun Yunwu's throat, making her face death suffocation for a moment. Nanjingjue's sudden appearance instantly became the focus of the whole audience. Everyone couldn't help but look at him. It was unknown whether they were shocked by his stunning appearance or his powerful aura. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. The ninth prince is here. Why would he come to such a competition? He is a cripple. Is he going to compete with these geniuses for a place in the sect competition? How is it possible? The crown prince and Mr. Mo are so powerful. How can Nanjingjue beat them? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Humph. I think he is just like Su Maoyong, overestimating himself. After a moment of silence in the audience, there was a sparse discussion. When Su Maoyong saw Nanjingjue, a trace of surprise flashed across her expression, and her delicate eyebrows unconsciously gathered. At this time, Nanjingjue withdrew his gaze from Sun Yunwu and met Su Maoyong's puzzled gaze. A trace of haze flashed across his ice-blue eyes, making it difficult to see through his emotions. But the hostility emanating from his body made people around him feel terrified. Su Maoyong was not stupid, so she naturally saw Nanjingjue's anger, and she was even more confused in her heart. She didn't believe that Nanjingjue would really be angry because others insulted her. But she didn't know what he was angry about at this time. She didn't seem to provoke him. Su Maoyong said that she was innocent, and her expression was also very confused. However, This blank expression fell into Nanqingjue's eyes, which made him frown even more. Mr. Mo, it seems that you have been very close to my princess recently. Nanqingjue's sight slowly moved from Su Maoyang to Mo Haoge. His cold voice and plain tone. But it was like a blizzard in the cold winter. Mo Haoge was also thick-skinned. He was not embarrassed by Nanqingjue's questioning. Instead, he smiled and said bluntly, "Ninth Prince, Su Maoyang hasn't married you yet. How can she be your princess?" "It's too early to say that, Mr. Mo. From what you said, it seems that you don't want Su Maoyang to be my princess." Nanqingjue's tone was as sharp as a dagger, gently sweeping the eardrums of everyone. Many people heard this and felt that the temperature around them suddenly dropped, and they couldn't help shivering. They didn't know this mysterious and low-key ninth prince before, but now seeing him active in everyone's sight, they felt that this person seemed inconsistent with the rumors, and even a little beyond their expectations. How can a cripple with no real strength have such a frightening aura? When everyone was puzzled, Mo Haoge looked calm, staring at Nanqingjue's cold eyes, and answered loudly, "Ninth Prince, I'm not afraid either. You know, I like Su Maoyang and want to marry her. If the Ninth Prince is willing to give up her love, our Mo family will be grateful to the Ninth Prince." When these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Mo Haoge's meaning couldn't be clearer. As long as Nanqingjue gave Su Maoyang to him, he would support the Ninth Prince on behalf of the entire Mo family. Such a promise was too heavy. Not only shocked everyone, but even the Crown Prince Nanjinghuan was frightened. The weight of the four major families is such that even the royal family has to give way to them. And Mo Haoge is the successor of the Mo family, and has an extraordinary status in the Mo family. Now saying such words cannot be taken as a joke. Over the years, Nanjinghuan has only been on good terms with the Su family since he became the Crown Prince, while the Mo, Sun and Fan families have all remained neutral and have not expressed their positions. Now Nanjinghuan has even torn his face with the Su family, and has lost an arm. If Nanqingjue climbs up to the Mo family at this time and becomes opposed to him, the consequences will be disastrous. I don't know when Su Maoyang has such great charm that Mo Haoge actually made such a heavy promise to Nanqingjue on behalf of the Mo family. Thinking of this, Nanjinghuan clenched his fists nervously. Everyone was shocked when they saw this, but they also expected the result. It seems that Su Maoyang is not going to become the Ninth Prince's consort, but Mrs. Mo. It's easy to figure out with your toes that how could the Ninth Prince, who has always been weak, let go of such a big piece of fat meat? Just as everyone was amazed, Nanqingjue spoke up. The Mo family? Dared to plot against Su Maoyang? I don't mind making the Mo family disappear from this southern Sui kingdom. Nanqingjue's voice was a little harsher. It was obviously a little low and cold, but it sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. Hearing this, everyone gasped. Nanqingjue was so arrogant that he dared to threaten to destroy the Mo family. Chapter 52. Nanqingjue is jealous. Mo Haoge was stunned by him, and his confident and calm expression was stiff for a moment. Perhaps he did not expect Nanqingjue to dare to go against the Mo family, and underestimated Su Maoyang's position in Nanqingjue's heart. After so many years, this is the first person who dared to threaten to destroy the Mo family. Nanjinghuan and Su Yixue were even more shocked. Mo Haoge sent such a good opportunity to Nanqingjue, but the latter not only gave up, but also dared to be an enemy of the Mo family, just because of Su Maoyang, a descendant of the Mo family, a child of destiny, a royal prince, handsome and unparalleled, actually offered huge conditions, and competed for a woman in public. It was really unbelievable. What was so good about Su Maoyang? The people present shook their heads in disbelief, and the women were even more jealous and crazy, wishing to pounce on Su Maoyang and tear him apart. However, the most angry person at this time was Sun Yunwu. Her eyes were bloodshot with anger, and her nails dug into her flesh. However, because Mo Haoge and the Ninth Prince were here, she did not dare to attack Su Maoyang. She could only endure her anger and humiliation. She hated these two men for being blind and leaving her, a beautiful woman, to snatch an ugly woman in public. Mo Haoge was also a proud person. Faced with such a faceless behavior, his tone became fierce. Ninth Prince, you will regret your decision today. Nanqingjue's cold and ruthless lips suddenly sneered, like a snow lotus blooming in the snow. Beautiful and incomparable, really? I hope you don't regret your actions today. Everyone didn't understand Nanqingjue's intention of saying this, and just thought he was showing off his eloquence and didn't care. However, just as the two were competing, the dean of Nanjing College had already walked onto the stage. He opened his voice and announced the start of the competition, which diverted everyone's attention from Nanjingjue and Mo Halga. At this time, Nanjingjue turned his head and looked at Su Maoyong, his face gloomy, and reminded him coldly, "Play well. Don't embarrass me." After saying that, he ordered the sedan bearers to carry him to the audience. Su Maoyong shuddered involuntarily when he was glared at by his ice blue eyes. This man was strong and domineering. He pretended to be a waste. He didn't feel embarrassed for himself, but was afraid that she would embarrass him. What a temper. Su Maoyong was a little dissatisfied, staring at Nanjingjue's back unhappily, and then followed him into the arena. The old man Jinjuan looked at his master like a wooden fool, not understanding the man's mind, and immediately shook his head and sighed. Nanjingjue was obviously jealous. That's why he was so angry. With his low-key and steady personality, how could he stand here and argue with Mo Halga? It was so obvious. But Su Maoyong couldn't see it. Even he, an old antique, couldn't stand it. After everyone was ready, the competition began on the ring. Every match was fierce, and the onlookers were dazzled, shouting and exclaiming. 2 or 3 hours passed unknowingly, and the mediocre players had finished the competition. But some talented players had not yet played. At this time, Suishua seemed to be unable to sit still. She suddenly stood up, lifted her skirt lightly, and walked towards the ring. "I'll do this one." She stood on the ring. The breeze lifted her snow-white skirt, swinging out an elegant arc, her black hair dancing, vaguely sweeping across her fair and delicate face. And her pure and graceful posture immediately won thunderous applause from the audience. What everyone is looking forward to the most is the battle between Suishua and Nanjinghuan. After all, the strength of genius is what everyone is looking forward to the most. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Suishua looked at Su Maoyong in the audience with a sharp gaze, and her gentle eyes flashed with killing light, and then hid in a faint smile. "Sister, weren't you jealous that I could marry the prince before, and you were always dissatisfied with me? Now, I give you this opportunity to challenge me." "Just right. I also want to experience your true strength." Su Maoyong was named. Not surprised. Suishua hated her to death, and now that she had the opportunity to beat her, she would naturally not let it go. Su Maoyong did not hesitate, stood up, and went to the ring straightforwardly. "I hope my sister will not show mercy to me this time. I'm afraid you will be injured by me again." "Ha. You really think too much. In such a competition, do you think I can give you such a good place?" Suishua sneered. Su Maoyong nodded, thinking it made sense. That would be the best. "Please." Suishua hated Su Maoyong's calm black eyes the most. There was no fear, no panic, not even a bit of trepidation or nervousness. "Humph. I'll break your disguise." Suishua snorted angrily, and spiritual power surged in her hands. She turned her wrist and turned the spiritual power into a long sword shining with silver light, stabbing Su Maoyong fiercely. Suishua's strength is indeed good. She can actually transform spiritual power. It seems that she has put in a lot of effort. She is indeed much stronger than Su Jingshu. Su Maoyong thought of this. His expression changed, and he pushed his palm to take it. He felt the spiritual power collide with him. His arm was numb, and his palm was painful. "Su Maoyong, I was not your opponent in the last close combat. Don't think that my spiritual power is not your opponent either." Suishua snorted coldly, the corners of her lips slightly raised, and then she was seen dancing over, light but full of strength. The silver sword in her hand attacked fiercely, and every time she attacked, she wanted to pierce Su Maoyong's body. Su Maoyong retreated again and again. His body was only millimeters away from the silver sword. But no matter how hard Suishua chased, she couldn't even touch Su Maoyong's hair. This made Suishua very angry. The audience in the audience only felt that Suishua's attack was fierce, forcing Su Maoyong to have nowhere to hide. But the insiders saw something. It was clear that Su Maoyong was retreating to advance, and was playing tricks on Suishua. "Ha. It seems that our Lin Wan'er is going to win. Your Highness, your concubine is in danger." At this time, Mo Halga waved his jade fan, and said with a smile. The word concubine was particularly vicious, which made Nanjinghuan's face dark. "Humph. The game is not over yet. The winner is not decided yet. It's too early for you to say anything. Nanjing snorted angrily, his face dark and gloomy. Mo Haoge just smiled and did not respond, but put his eyes back on the ring. Chapter 53, The Edge Revealed. The fight on the ring became more and more intense, and Su Maoyang was defeated step by step, which disappointed everyone. I thought she had killed Su Jingshu, so she was at least quite capable. But I didn't expect her to be so weak and fail before the formal fight. Seeing this, everyone shook their heads and sighed, and lost their interest in the unsuspenseful result. But at this moment, Su Maoyang, who was forced to the edge of the ring by Su Yixue, suddenly turned sideways, and saw a residual shadow passing by, and flashed directly behind Su Yixue. The raised arm instantly surged with spiritual power, and hit Su Yixue's back hard. Su Yixue just pounced in vain, and before she could recover, she was hit by the force behind her. With a puff, blood spurted out, and her feet staggered, and she fell forward unsteadily. Su Maoyang didn't even give her a chance to fall. He quickly grabbed her arm and pulled her towards himself. Su Yixue was pulled over. Before she could stand firmly, Su Maoyang's beautiful leg suddenly lifted up and fell down suddenly, hitting Su Yixue's stomach. At this moment, Su Yixue couldn't stand such an attack. Her mouth, which was already stained red with blood, spurted out a line of blood. The whole person flew backwards and fell to the bottom of the ring with a bang. When everyone saw this, they were frightened as if they were electrocuted. They opened their mouths in horror and lost the ability to speak. Now, they finally saw Su Maoyang's attack clearly. She was like a flying dragon. When she turned around, she was as fast as flowing water and lightning. It was so fast that people were caught off guard. Such a body movement was too terrifying. No wonder they couldn't see how she moved before. And no wonder she killed Su Jingshu with just one move. Such a ghostly body movement, coupled with a strong spiritual power. If it were not for a master with rich practical experience, it would be difficult to escape. Everyone was frightened by the sudden strength displayed by Su Maoyang, and their faces changed. They were stunned and felt cold. At this time, Su Yixue struggled on the ground for a while, stood up unwillingly despite the severe pain, wiped the blood on her lips, bit her lips with anger, and her fierce face was twisted and wrinkled. Su Maoyang, you are cheating. If you hadn't sneaked behind me, how could I have been tricked? Su Maoyang heard it and felt ridiculous. She didn't have the strength to blame others, but she didn't want to take the blame. You can't detect my movements yourself. Blame me? I can't just stand there and let you do it. Su Maoyang's words were somewhat sarcastic. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Su Yixue was indeed making trouble for no reason. Seeing the people around her laughing, Su Yixue's pale face was filled with anger, and she waved the silver sword in her hand again. Su Maoyang, you sinister bitch. I want to fight you again. As she spoke, Su Yixue's silver sword came like light, swiftly, and stabbed straight at Su Maoyang's forehead. Seeing this, Su Maoyang's eyes floated with a bit of irony and coldness. Without saying anything nonsense to her, he put his hands together and immediately clamped the silver sword in his palms. The silver sword in Su Yixue's hand froze in midair, neither retreating nor advancing. She was immediately horrified and her face turned pale. Her eyes were as big as fists, and she stared at Su Maoyang in horror. Seeing her pale with astonishment, Su Maoyang sneered, and suddenly folded his hands with force, and the silver sword transformed by spiritual power instantly turned into ashes. Then, Su Maoyang suddenly grabbed her throat, which frightened her to death, as if she was on the edge of an abyss. Not only was Su Yixue's spiritual power cut off, but Su Maoyang also grabbed her lifeline. As long as the latter exerted a little force, she would die. Seeing this scene, the audience was terrified. How dare you? In the spiritual power competition, you are not allowed to hurt people's lives. At this stalemate, the dean suddenly roared and stopped Su Maoyang from taking further action. The dean had done Su Maoyang a favor, and she was willing to do him a favor. After a moment of silence, Su Maoyang slowly withdrew his hand and left Su Yixue's neck. The oppression on her neck suddenly disappeared, and Su Yixue felt like cold water was poured on her body. She collapsed to the ground and gasped heavily. At this moment, Su Maoyang leaned forward slightly, lowered her head to meet the pair of horrified beautiful eyes, and her lips under the veil raised a cold smile. Her eyes slightly raised. Her eyes were cold, and her breath was like orchid. Sister just said. Sister should not show mercy, lest I get hurt. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will blame me. You are like this. How can I face His Royal Highness? Suishua stared at Su Maoyang's cold and strange black pupils. And the soft and cold voice lingered in her ears. And she felt that her bones were trembling. For the first time, Suishua witnessed the horror of Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang wins this game. The dean saw that the winner had been decided and announced loudly. Hearing this, the dead silent audience suddenly burst into exclamations and discussions. Sun Yunwu saw Suishua suffer a loss, and heard the crowd's unstoppable praise for Su Maoyang. What was even more unacceptable was that Imo Hauge, not far away, laughed unscrupulously, and his expression really regarded Su Maoyang as a treasure. She was immediately stimulated to the point of blushing. She stared at Suishua, who was being helped off the stage, cursed her as a waste, and then flew onto the stage like a stormy sea wave. Su Maoyang, this time, let me learn your tricks. Sun Yunwu was wearing a fiery red martial arts costume, with her ponytail standing high. Under the sunlight, she looked heroic and beautiful. When everyone saw Sun Yunwu on the stage, the noisy audience quieted down again, and they looked at the two of them with bated breath. Suishua was a high-level spiritualist, while Sun Yunwu had already reached the intermediate level of Earth spiritualist, 2 levels higher. If Su Maoyang had the ability to beat Suishua, he was not Sun Yunwu's opponent. What's more, Sun Yunwu was also an alchemist. With the help of elixirs, her talent and strength were higher than ordinary people. But Su Maoyang looked calm, clasped his fists calmly, and his calm behavior made people feel incredible. Please teach me. Sun Yunwu had tolerated Su Maoyang for too long. Now that she had the opportunity to attack, she wanted to use all her strength to hit her. Seeing her so calm at this moment, Sun Yunwu was a little crazy. Su Maoyang, go to hell. Bang. With a loud bang, the spear transformed by Sun Yunwu's spiritual power, like lightning, struck a silver light in the air, and immediately smashed a big hole in the ground. Su Maoyang dodged in time. Otherwise, he would have to lie in bed for 10 days or half a month to recuperate after being hit by such power. Looking at the black hole on the ground, Su Maoyang felt cold in his heart. Intermediate Earth Spirit Master. Indeed much stronger. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's eyes suddenly jumped up with bloodthirsty fighting spirit. He licked the corner of his lips lightly, raised his arm, and the spiritual power at his fingertips burst out instantly. In the shocked eyes of everyone, it turned into a long spiritual power whip, like a mad dragon swinging its tail, and swung towards Sun Yunwu's spear. With a loud boom, the long whip came like a silver dragon breaking through the air, and the sky and the earth changed color. When everyone saw this, they were all shocked. Oh my god! She is an intermediate Earth Spirit Master! Oh my god! It's so scary. When she killed Su Jingshu before, I knew she must be above the high-level Spirit Master. But I didn't expect her to be an intermediate Earth Spirit Master. Su Maoyang didn't expose all his spiritual power just now, because it was completely unnecessary to deal with Suishua, a high-level Spirit Master. But facing the intermediate Earth Spirit Master, Su Maoyang didn't dare to be careless. So he transformed his spiritual power and exposed his strength. This time, it caused a big shock to the audience. Chapter 54 Make her look bad in public. Everyone in the arena was stunned by the sudden burst of spiritual power from Su Maoyang. Before, although they knew that Su Maoyang was not a waste and had the strength to kill a high-level spiritual master, they did not know her specific level, without seeing the strength with their own eyes. Even if they saw the result, everyone was always full of doubts about the process. Some thought that Su Maoyang was cheating, and some thought it was Su Jingshu's own problem. Now seeing Su Maoyang's spiritual power soaring like a silver dragon, everyone suddenly realized it is easier for an intermediate Earth spiritual master to kill a high-level spiritual master than to crush an ant. No wonder Su Jingshu was killed in one move. I think Su Jingshu is also miserable. She could have provoked anyone else, but she provoked an intermediate Earth spiritual master. An 18-year-old intermediate Earth spiritual master. Such a talent is even more terrifying than the Crown Prince Nanjing Huan. The prince reached the intermediate level of Earth Spirit Master at the age of 15, and the advanced level of Earth Spirit Master at the age of 18. Now at the age of 21, he is on the verge of being promoted to the Heavenly Spirit Master. He can be called the most outstanding genius in the Southern Sui Kingdom. Unexpectedly, a more talented person suddenly appeared. She didn't even have spiritual power before, But now she has reached the intermediate level of Earth Spirit Master. If Su Maoyang continues to improve at this speed, it won't be long before she surpasses Nanjing Huan. When thinking of this, many people turned pale with fear, covered their mouths, and were quite surprised. Su Yixue, who was already injured in the audience, trembled with horror when she saw this scene, and sat back in her seat. She also shamelessly humiliated Su Maoyang, who knew that the ways she had always despised not only almost took her life, but his real strength was actually 2 levels higher than hers. She already felt that she had a good talent. She had reached the level of a high-level spiritualist at the age of 17. If she was given some time, she would not be far from being a ground spiritualist. However, Su Maoyang had reached the level of a ground spiritualist before her, and even reached the intermediate level. Such a blow was even more unbearable than the palm that Su Maoyang had just hit her. Su Yixue knew even more clearly that she could reach the level of a high-level spiritualist because of the training and support of the Su family, while Su Maoyang could not even solve the problem of food and clothing. How did he practice? Nanjing Huan on the side was also shocked. That handsome face was covered with dark clouds and was terribly gloomy, forming a sharp contrast with Imo Hauge on the side. Nanjing Huan never thought that Su Maoyang actually had such strength. No wonder she was not afraid of anyone's provocation. It seemed that she was really confident. So, Su Maoyang had been lying to him all along. She had been pretending to be crazy and stupid in front of him for so many years. Damn it! Good Su Maoyang. Thinking of the depths, Nanjing Huan still couldn't bear it and cursed in a low voice. At this moment, he wanted to tear her apart. Nanjing, who was not far away, had excellent hearing. Hearing this curse, he stared at the beautiful figure on the stage. But the cold voice was meant for Nanjing Huan. It seems that the prince's concubine and the waste of the Sun family are not the opponents of my beloved concubine. It seems that in a short time, it seems that they will be able to surpass you, Your Highness the Prince. Nanjing Huan was already furious, and when he heard this sentence of adding insult to injury, he was so angry that his veins bulged and his eyes were blazing. Imo Hauge, who was standing aside, couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. What a vicious humiliation. This Nanjing is really infuriating. Seeing Nanjing Huan a little mad and a little hurt, Nanjing was so good that he rubbed salt into his wounds. Humph. You should worry about yourself. You are a waste and a cripple who can't stand. How dare you say that to me? It was the first time in Nanjing Huan's life that he was humiliated by a waste and a cripple. He was angry and ridiculous in his heart. Nanjing had a cold face and could not see his emotions. He did not reply or continue to mock. The arc at the corner of his lips showed that he was in a very good mood at this time. Humph. Both of them are intermediate Earth Spirit Masters. It's not certain who will win or lose. Looking at the sarcastic eyes around him, Nanjing Huan retorted unconvincedly, perhaps to maintain his self-esteem. However, less than 2 seconds after Nanjing Huan finished speaking, he was slapped in the face. On the ring, Sun Yunwu's fierce spiritual power suddenly collided with Su Maoyang's spiritual power, and a deafening sound broke out again. The silver dragon-like spiritual power swung its tail fiercely, and Sun Yunwu was swept before she could dodge. In an instant, she fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string in the eyes of everyone. After a long time, Sun Yunwu struggled to stand up, and felt the taste of blood in her throat. She quickly pressed the acupuncture points to stop the bleeding, and bit the blood in her mouth. Her silver teeth were instantly dyed bright red. She stared at Su Maoyang, her pupils full of shock and shame. The fact that Su Maoyang was an intermediate Earth Spirit Master was completely beyond her expectations. But what shocked her even more was that in the few fights with Su Maoyang, she clearly felt that Su Maoyang's strong spiritual power and strange moves were actually better than hers. The two of them were both intermediate Earth Spirit Masters, but there was such a big gap between them, which was really unacceptable to Sun Yunwu. You are hiding it so well. Sun Yunwu gritted her teeth. Su Maoyang can reach this point today, which must be the result of long-term efforts. She doesn't believe that Su Maoyang has reached such a level with just a few days of practice. So there is only one reason to explain. That is, Su Maoyang has been hiding all the time. If it is really hidden, then Su Maoyang's scheming is a bit unfathomable. Su Maoyang did not comment, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said, "Do you still want to fight?" She has already exposed her strength. If the latter knows what's good for her, he will naturally take the initiative to admit defeat. This time, Sun Yunwu did not feel awkward. After taking a deep look at Su Maoyong, she shook her head and said, "No more fighting. You win this game." After saying that, Sun Yun was simply turned around and walked off the stage. Su Maoyong was a little surprised to see this. The proud Sun Yun who admitted defeat without saying anything. This is not her style. However, it is a good thing not to entangle. Su Maoyong also breathed a sigh of relief and followed him to the stage. Who knew that at this moment, Sun Yun was suddenly turned around, burst out with spiritual power, and flew towards Su Maoyong at a high speed. Su Maoyong was slightly stunned, and her expression flashed with surprise. She, who was always quick to react, was also caught off guard. "Su Maoyong, you ugly bastard. Why do you get the favor of Brother Mo? I want everyone to see your horrible scar." Sun Yun yelled madly. Her figure was like a rainbow, and she arrived in the blink of an eye. Even if she couldn't kill Su Maoyong, she would make her look bad in public. She wanted Mo Haoge and Nan Qingjue to see her ugly and disgusting appearance. Seeing Sun Yun attacking, Su Maoyong hesitated for a moment. But her skills were still there. She retreated to avoid the spiritual power. But the veil on her face could not escape the fate of being blown away by Sun Yun's energy. The veil fluttered, circling like a butterfly, lingering in the air, and landing lightly like a feather. At that moment, the entire stadium fell silent. Everyone stared at the ring with bated breath. Chapter 55, Face Exposed. At this moment, everyone's eyes were not filled with the expected horror, but with a sudden astonishment. The face under the sunlight was whiter than snow and jade white. She only had her eyebrows lightly drawn and no makeup on. But she looked like a lily bud about to bloom. Pure and clean. A pair of slightly upturned beautiful eyes, like obsidian, glowed with a hint of cold light. Her eyes were moving, charming and cold. A jade hairpin was inserted into her black hair, which shone brightly under the sunlight, and the graceful figure in the light blue gauze skirt, the charming white collarbone and the indifferent temperament of the peerless beauty. Beautiful but not delicate. Gorgeous but not vulgar. Just standing there. There is a kind of natural stunning and unparalleled. Everyone was stunned for a moment. What is the meaning of stunning beauty and stunning beauty? That's it. The silent audience, after being shocked, burst into gasps one after another. Oh my God! Am I seeing things? Am I hallucinating? Quick! Pinch me to see if I'm dreaming. In the audience, many men couldn't believe their eyes, rubbing their eyes and sighing excitedly. Doesn't Su Maoyong have a scar on her face? Why is it gone? Yes, Su Maoyong is notoriously ugly. That scar is scary and disgusting. Many people would have nightmares after seeing it. Why is it gone now? Does it mean that Su Maoyong's scar has been cured? That's impossible. The scar was so deep. The emperor and the queen mother found so many imperial doctors to treat her, but they were helpless. Who has this ability? Everyone was shocked and felt it was unbelievable. Not only did Su Maoyong not have scars, but she also had such a peerless beauty. No one could digest this fact. Su Yixue, who was in the audience, had just been hit, and now she was so scared that she almost fainted. If other people didn't know Su Maoyong, it would be normal for them to be shocked and suspicious. But she was with Su Maoyong every day, and even she was kept in the dark and knew nothing. How many secrets did Su Maoyong hide? At this moment, Su Yixue looked at the face that was more beautiful than her own, and shook her head excitedly. No, no, it's not true. I am the #1 beauty. I am. This blow was too big for Su Yixue. Nan Jinghuan, who was sitting aside, listened to Su Yixue's collapse and shouted, and immediately frowned in frustration. At this moment, he had no energy to comfort the injured Su Yixue. His sharp eyes flashed with strange sparks, staring at Su Maoyong on the stage. His eyeballs seemed to be rusted and could no longer move. There were too many beautiful women around Nan Jinghuan, but none of them could compare to the proud figure on the stage. Even Su Yixue, the most beautiful woman in the southern Sui kingdom, was not half as beautiful as Su Maoyong now. At this moment, Nan Jinghuan suddenly felt a kind of regret for throwing away the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. In the past, the waste who had a crush on him and entangled him endlessly became famous in one battle, and his brilliance was revealed. Not only was he not a waste, but he was also a strong and talented intermediate earth spirit master. In the past, the ugly freak who was despised and bullied by others. His veil flew and his face was exposed. Not only was he not ugly, But he also had the appearance of an immortal. And he was beautiful beyond words. Nanjingwan regretted it. He regretted rejecting the marriage proposal, and was even more angry about Su Maoyang's deception over the years. It turned out that she had always treated him like a fool. Thinking of this, Nanjingwan took a deep breath in anger, clenched his hands, and exerted force. Mo Haoda was also shocked. He had never seen Su Maoyang's face, and had never paid attention to her before, and did not know her well. Mo Haoda's attention to her also started from that peach blossom banquet. Then he set people to investigate, and after many understandings, he found that Su Maoyang was not the waste on the surface. She not only destroyed the prince's secret base, but also provoked the struggle between the prince and the Su family. Not only did she kill Su Jingshu, but now she also defeated Sun Yunwu. Whether it was the domineering lyrics, the unique and interesting instruments, the black-bellied and clever means, or the noble and indifferent temperament and calm and steady temperament, Mo Haoda seemed to be possessed by evil. The more he understood, the more he fell into it, and could not extricate himself. He was romantic and unrestrained, but he had never been interested in any woman. However, Su Maoyang was the exception. Mo Haoda felt the throbbing in his heart. It was a wonderful and fresh feeling. For the first time, he understood what it meant to be moved. How could he bear to let go of this woman? Thinking of this, Mo Haoda couldn't help but look up at Nanjingju in the distance, only to see that the latter had cold eyes and an indifferent expression, seemingly unaffected by worldly affairs, and had no reaction to the fact that his princess was actually a stunning beauty, so indifferent that it was shocking. However, for some reason, such a reaction made Mo Haoda a little angry. Nanjingju was not surprised at all, as if he had already known Su Maoyang's secret. Could it be that Su Maoyang and Nanjingju are so close that they can share any secrets? But Mo Haoda didn't know that Nanjingju didn't care about Su Maoyang's appearance at all. That night, he saw Su Maoyang for the first time and saw her ugly scars up close. But he didn't show any disgust, because, in Nanjingju's heart, appearance is just a skin. He has seen women who are more beautiful than Su Maoyang. But no matter how beautiful they are, if they don't catch his eye, it's all in vain. But others don't understand Nanjingju's thoughts, and they all sigh that the ninth prince has made a fortune this time. By accident, he actually picked the most beautiful princess. This luck is really enviable. At this time, Sun Yunwu on the ring had been knocked away by Su Maoyang's palm, and fell heavily to the ground with a plop. But no matter how serious the injuries on her body were, they were not as severe as the injuries on her heart. She was too weak to stand up, but her eyes were wide open, staring at Su Maoyang's beautiful face. Her heart seemed to have opened a hole, and she could only hear the sound of shattering. Her life-threatening attack just now earned her a beautiful face. Everyone's surprise and admiration for Su Maoyang, and Mo Haoda's more obsessed eyes. At this moment, Sun Yunwu felt like a clown. She had done so much, but she became a stepping stone for Su Maoyang. Hate. She hated it so much. God treated her unfairly. Why could a Wei suddenly become a powerful genius? Why could an ugly freak suddenly become a stunning beauty? No. She would not lose. Even if Su Maoyang's spiritual power and skills were amazing. Even if her appearance was unparalleled in the world. Her alchemy skills would never catch up with hers. She is the most gifted alchemist in southern Sui, and her alchemy skills are unmatched among the younger generation. She is the daughter of the Sun family, and the most valued alchemist in southern Sui. She will not lose, and will never lose. Thinking of this, Sun Yunwu's mood, which had fallen to the bottom, finally found a place to rest, and rekindled her hope of fighting. At this time, Su Maoyang did not expect the veil to fall off, and the shock in his pupils flashed away. After repelling Sun Yunwu, he was somewhat angry, frowned and growled, "Sun Yunwu, you dare to sneak attack." Sun Yunwu's face was pale, and her mouth was full of blood. She looked like a man-eating devil, but she laughed at this time. "Ha! Su Maoyang, this is not a sneak attack. This is a tactic. You want me to admit defeat? It's impossible in my life. I will never lose, because in the alchemy competition 10 days later, I want your life." Chapter 56 Stubborn Temper. Now that Su Maoyang has won 2 games, she is already the champion of the spiritual power competition. If others want to qualify for the sect competition, they must defeat Su Maoyang and get the first place. However, with the strength she showed, No one dared to go on stage to humiliate themselves except Nanjing Huan and Mo Halga. At this time, looking at the silent audience, Mr. Lei from the elite class was a little anxious. Mo Halga. You hurry up. Mo Halga was his favorite student, and he naturally wanted Mo Halga to win. He also believed that as long as Mo Halga went on stage, the victory would be a foregone conclusion. No matter how strong Su Maoyang was, he was just an intermediate Earth Spirit Master, and he could never compare to Mo Halga. However, Mo Halga shook the jade fan, smiled and said, I give up. Hearing this, Mr. Lei staggered and almost fell down. Such a rare opportunity. He actually gave up. Everyone was also amazed by Mo Halga's willful behavior. They had never seen anyone talk about giving up so easily and happily. You know, this is an opportunity to win the sect competition. Once you enter the sect, you will be the best and have a bright future. Mo Halga actually gave up such a hard-won opportunity for a woman. Everyone thought he was either crazy or stupid. Mo Halga. Are you crazy? Don't you want to enter the sect? Teacher Lei looked angry. Mo Halga still smiled and said, It doesn't matter whether I enter the sect or not, as long as Su Maoyang is happy. This sentence of being happy immediately shocked everyone. No one can spoil a woman to this extent. Hearing this, Nanjing Huan was also shocked by Mo Halga's behavior, and realized that the woman he once despised had become a hot commodity. Thinking of this, Nanjing Huan felt like he was cuckolded, and a nameless anger rose in his heart. He stood up suddenly and shouted, Humph! I'll challenge her. As the voice fell, the bright yellow brocade robe flew over and landed steadily on the ring. Nanjing Huan was covered with a murderous aura. His face was gloomy, and his handsome face looked a little hideous. Su Maoyang, let me learn from your tricks. Nanjing Huan's eyes flashed with sinisterness, and his voice was a little suppressed. Su Maoyang smiled indifferently, and the smile on his lips was as gorgeous and charming as fireworks. Well, I also want to learn from the strength of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. As he said this, Su Maoyang clasped his fists in a proper manner, and excitement surged in his eyebrows. Nanjing Huan thought she was just proud and conceited, and then sneered, not taking her seriously, be careful. If you get hurt, don't blame me for not being gentle with you. As he spoke, Nanjing Huan's figure flashed, and a fierce spiritual power burst out from his arm. He waved it vigorously, and the spiritual power instantly turned into sharp swords, covering all directions. Su Maoyang was fully convinced that as long as he gave an order, these sharp swords would be able to pierce hundreds of holes in her body. Oh my god! That's an ambush from all sides. The special martial arts of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Many people have recognized Nanjing Huan's moves and couldn't help but marvel. Seeing this, Su Maoyang's eyes condensed slightly, not daring to relax at all, and formed a seal with both hands to quickly form a protective shield around himself. At this moment, Nanjing Huan snorted disdainfully, and then waved his hand, and the sharp swords that were suspended in the air stabbed out, so sharp that people had nowhere to escape. Su Maoyang remained calm in the face of danger, and soared into the sky. The spiritual power in his hand was like a net in the sky, and it was spread rapidly, trying to trap Nanjing Huan's sword. However, Nanjing Huan was a high-level Earth Spirit Master after all, and he didn't take Su Maoyang's counterattack seriously. He quickly turned around, raised his arm, and the sharp sword automatically changed its angle and stabbed Su Maoyang again. Su Maoyang was startled and quickly dodged to the side. Fortunately, there was a spiritual power shield on her body, which blocked a lot of sharp swords for a while. But Nanjing Huan's attack was too strong. She killed all the way, and her arms and thighs were cut by the sword blades several times, which was extremely embarrassing. Su Maoyang fell back to the ground panting, looking at the spotless Nanjing Huan opposite with a serious face, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that high-level Earth Spirit Masters are different. Su Maoyang, you are not my opponent. Amid defeat, Nanjing Huan looked at Su Maoyang's wound that was constantly bleeding, bright red and dazzling, making her look a bit bloody and seductive. But that pretty face was extremely stubborn, which made Nanjing Huan's heart tighten. Really? That's not necessarily, Su Maoyang said, regardless of the spiritual power lingering around Nanjing Huan, and quickly moved forward. And then everyone saw that blue figure flashed in front of Nanjing Huan like a ghost. Even Nanjing Huan didn't have time to react, and the lightning-fast palm attacked like a spirit snake. After all, Nanjing Huan had experienced many battles, raised his right hand, suddenly blocked her moves, and then stepped on the ground with his toes, and retreated quickly. But at this moment, Su Maoyang used his strength to counter his strength, quickly bounced away, and went around to the other side of him. The spiritual power in her palm came suddenly, and instantly turned into a dagger. She turned her wrist, and with full strength, she suddenly inserted it into Nanjinghuan's waist. Nanjinghuan only cared about defending his left side, and ignored the right side. Su Maoyang was so fast that even he was dazzled and overwhelmed. And he was accidentally hit, feeling the pain in his waist. Nanjinghuan was shocked and reflexively blasted Su Maoyang with a palm. With a loud bang, Su Maoyang couldn't bear the spiritual power of the high-level Earth Spirit Master. She flew 10 feet away in an instant, and a series of sparks were rubbed under her feet, which stopped her backward force. At this time, Su Maoyang knelt on one knee on the ground. Her blue dress was tattered, and her black hair was flying in the wind. She looked up at the shocked Nanjinghuan, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and suddenly showed a cold and sharp smile, arrogant and seductive, which shocked everyone. Nanjinghuan saw such a look, and his heart skipped a beat, and a chill ran up his spine. This woman fought too crazy. She actually approached him with her life, completely ignoring her injuries and life. At this moment, Nanjinghuan had to look Su Maoyang in the face, because this was the first time he failed, and the other party was a woman. Seeing this scene, the audience also fell into silence. After a long time, some people reacted one after another and burst into excited exclamations. "Oh my god! She actually stabbed Nanjinghuan. It's incredible. Ordinary intermediate Earth Spirit Masters can't even get close to high-level Earth Spirit Masters. But she actually stabbed him." Although Su Maoyang was in a mess and covered with scars, and she was not much better, she succeeded after all, which was very rare. "Su Maoyang, you lunatic." Nanjinghuan gritted his teeth at her, shocked and angry. Su Maoyang stood up with difficulty. The wounds on her body were obviously in great pain, but she didn't even frown. The corners of her blood-stained lips slightly raised, outlining a charming smile. "Your Highness, do you still want to fight? If not, just admit defeat." Nanjinghuan was furious. This guy was beaten so badly by him, but he still asked him to admit defeat. What a stubborn temper. His dignity was challenged unprecedentedly. Nanjinghuan's proud face could no longer hold back. He waved his sleeves again, with earth-shaking power, and swept towards Su Maoyang. However, at this moment, before Nanjinghuan's attack arrived, the spiritual power in the air seemed to solidify and stagnated. Then, Nanjinghuan suddenly shot out and fell to the ground. What's going on? Chapter 57, Being Beaten Up. Everyone was shocked to see the scene. Su Maoyang hadn't made a move yet. So why did Nanjinghuan fall down by himself? Everyone opened their eyes in disbelief, wanting to see what was going on. But before they could find out what was going on, Nanjinghuan, who had quickly gotten up, was hit in the face by a force out of thin air again. Nanjinghuan didn't know what happened. He just felt that an invisible fist was hitting him in the air, and he was hit several times in a row on the face, which made him grimace in pain. Everyone thought Nanjinghuan was pretending at first, but after seeing the bruises on his face, they were dumbfounded. This was clearly a sign of being beaten, not acting. Nanjinghuan was shocked and depressed. It was fine to beat him, but why was he always slapped in the face? Who is it? Stand up for me. Nanjinghuan was beaten up, which made him very angry, and he roared out of unbearable pain. He was angry, but also a little frightened. The person who could play such a trick on him right under his nose must be quite powerful. You know, this is the first time he has seen such a skill of hitting someone from a distance. This person must be quite powerful. Su Maoyang was also surprised. She watched Nanjinghuan fall in front of her. After a while, his face was bruised and swollen, but no one on the stage did anything. Nanjinghuan seemed to be possessed by evil spirits, which was incredible. Confused, Su Maoyang pondered for a moment, suddenly thought of something, and then quickly raised his eyes to look at Nanjinghu in the audience. At this time, Nanjinghu still had no expression on his face and was as cold as ice. But his pair of shining eyes happened to meet Su Maoyang's sight. The dark and gloomy eyes immediately made Su Maoyang's heart feel a sense of enlightenment. It was him. This man always attacked without making any noise. He was really sinister and treacherous. But Nanjinghuan had no grudge against him. Why did he attack? Is it because she was beaten by Nan Jinghuan? So he was helping her to get revenge? It's impossible. How could a cold-blooded and treacherous person like Nan Jingju be so kind? Thinking of it, Su Maoyang immediately rejected his inner guess, turned his head, and looked at Nan Jinghuan rolling on the ground, with a wicked smile on his lips. Nan Jinghuan faced a series of attacks, but he had no power to resist. And he didn't even know who his opponent was. This was probably the most humiliating time in his life. Just thinking about it makes me feel relieved. The dean and the audience watched Nan Jinghuan suffer such a crime for no reason, and frowned anxiously. He stood up slowly, looked around vigilantly, and said with great respect, "I don't know which master has come to my Nanjing college. I hope the master will show mercy. I thank you here." As he said this, the dean actually bowed, respectfully, shocking the whole audience. Even the dean couldn't figure out his strength. How strong is this person? But the dean's words had no effect, and Nan Jinghuan was beaten to death. Obviously, this master didn't buy the dean's account. Seeing this, Su Maoyang didn't want the situation to develop seriously, and then looked at Nan Jingju again and shook his head slightly. Nan Jingju stared at her dimly, received her signal, and then stopped attacking. The relieved Nan Jinghuan collapsed to the ground in an instant, gasping for breath, and the wound caused waves of severe pain, which made him grin. If it was just a normal beating, Nan Jinghuan could still bear it, but this man's attack was so fierce that it felt like a knife was scratching him. It was really sharp. Even he couldn't help it. The dean was relieved when he saw Nan Jinghuan was saved. And then he announced loudly, "Su Maoyang won this spiritual power competition." When the elite class teacher Lei heard the result, he jumped up and down. "No. It doesn't count. This game doesn't count. Someone just interfered. No matter how you say the prince is a high-level earth spirit master, Su Maoyang is definitely not his opponent. How can she be considered the winner?" Just now, everyone saw clearly that Su Maoyang's spiritual power was indeed not as good as Nan Jinghuan. She was opportunistic when she stabbed Nan Jinghuan, and it couldn't be considered her true strength. Nan Jinghuan was suddenly injured, and it was not Su Maoyang's fault. If Su Maoyang won just like this, I'm afraid many people on the field would not accept it. The dean heard that it made sense. But both of them were seriously injured. Should they continue to compete? It seems a bit unfair. Su Maoyang, you are not as skilled as others, so just admit defeat. You know in your heart that if you really want to compete, you will not be a match for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. When Teacher Lei saw that the dean was hesitant, he could not help but shout at Su Maoyang. Although this was unpleasant to hear, it was also true, and Su Maoyang could not deny it. If it really came down to spiritual power, she would have been beaten down by Nan Jinghuan long ago. Forget it. Considering that Nan Jinghuan was bruised and swollen, and was in a mess, she would take a step back, and the world would be broader. Okay. I admit defeat. Nan Jinghuan, you win. Su Maoyang glanced at him, and his tone was somewhat indifferent, as if he didn't take this game to heart. Nan Jinghuan felt even more ashamed when he heard this. Su Maoyang's moves seemed to be giving him the first place alms, which made him feel like a lump in his throat. Seeing that the spiritual power competition had been decided, everyone's hearts finally fell back. Su Maoyang was injured and could not stay for long, so he quickly stepped down and walked out of the arena. At this time, Mo Hauge also walked down from the audience and followed him. Just as he was about to reach out to support Su Maoyang, he heard a cold voice behind him. "My princess, Mr. Mo, don't worry about it." After the words fell, Nan Jingju sat on a sedan chair and walked to Su Maoyang's side. Without allowing the latter to react, he stretched out his hand to grab her wrist and pulled her into his arms. He was domineering and strong, not giving Mo Hauge any chance to show his courtesy. Even Su Maoyang himself was firmly imprisoned and had no room for resistance. When Mo Hauge saw this, his handsome face instantly darkened. For some reason, Mo Hauge always felt that the ninth prince in front of him was a person who was more difficult to deal with than the prince. Although he was a cripple, the aura he exuded was not like that of an ordinary person. Mo Hauge couldn't tell what was so unusual about him, and could only watch Nan Jingju holding Su Maoyang and leaving the stadium. Su Maoyang was held in his arms and struggled several times, but he tightened her arms. She couldn't hold back her anger and yelled, "Nan Jingju, what are you doing?" Along the way, the extremely ambiguous behavior of the two had attracted the attention of many people, and some people even stopped to watch in surprise. It was as if they regarded the two people hugging each other tightly as rare animals. Although Su Maoyang was not as pedantic as the ancients. She was a girl after all, and she was thin-skinned. She couldn't raise her head when so many people were watching. However, Nanqingjue was too thick-skinned, and he didn't feel that he had caused a bad influence on the people at all. He still held her in his arms as he pleased. Nanqingjue, I'll say it again. Let me go! Su Maoyang was like a kitten waving its claws, ready to scratch people at any time. If you move again, your hand will be broken. Nanqingjue looked down at her arm that was stabbed with several swords, frowned slightly, and looked a little unhappy. Su Maoyang heard this, and then calmed down. He looked at his bloody wounds, and suddenly remembered the scene of him playing a prank on Nanjinghuan, and asked the doubts in his heart, "Why did you attack today? You are injured." Nanqingjue's answer couldn't be simpler. Su Maoyang was shocked in his heart, and he couldn't tell the taste, since it was because of me. Why didn't you help me at the beginning? I wouldn't have been hit by so many swords. You need to practice. Nanqingjue's cold voice didn't show any emotion, but it warmed Su Maoyang's heart like the spring breeze in March. Chapter 58. You will hate me too. Nanqingjue stared straight ahead, and added another sentence in a light tone. But it was very important in Su Maoyang's heart. He understood her. He understood her temper. That was her battle with Nanjinghuan, and she didn't need anyone to intervene. Besides, she really needed to practice, and Nanjinghuan was a good target for practice. It seems that Nanqingjue really had good intentions. No, it should be that she had good intentions for the evil blood cauldron in her body. Nanqingjue, I won't thank you for doing so much, and I won't give the evil blood cauldron to you. So you better give up this idea. Su Maoyang glared at him. When Nanqingjue heard this, his expressionless face suddenly sank, and his ice-blue eyes suddenly sparkled with sparks. He stared at Su Maoyang for a long time without speaking. Finally, he reached out and took out a small medicine bottle, and personally rubbed the liquid medicine inside on Su Maoyang's wound. The wound was a bit deep, and when it suddenly touched the liquid medicine, Su Maoyang gritted her teeth in pain. She pushed him away cautiously like a cat with its fur standing on end. What are you doing? This man is too insidious. If he smears poison on her, she will die miserably. Shut up. Nanqingjue was in a bad mood. He frowned at Su Maoyang's resistance and pressed her hard in his arms, making her unable to move. Nanqingjue, if you try to trick me, I will never let you go. Su Maoyang was now covered in wounds, and her vitality was greatly damaged. Nanqingjue was also unfathomable in strength. She would not get any benefit if she fell into his hands. Now, no matter how strong she was, she became a delicate and weak woman in Nanqingjue's arms. This made Su Maoyang very angry. After Su Maoyang made a fuss for a while, Nanqingjue's hand action was also over. The wound exposed outside was basically healed, but I didn't know if there were any wounds inside the clothes. Su Maoyang felt Nanqingjue's eyes wandering on her body, and she panicked and quickly hugged her chest. What do you want to do? Seeing this, Nanqingjue raised the corners of his beautiful lips slightly, and suddenly had the urge to joke. Take it off. I'll apply medicine to you. Su Maoyang's current dress was already tattered after the fight just now. If she took it off now, wouldn't she be naked? So this was his purpose. You stinky hooligan! Su Maoyang roared, full of anger, and struggled to escape from his palm again. This was the first time that Nanqingjue was called a stinky hooligan, and a touch of surprise surged in his eyes, thinking of how handsome he was back then. How many women wanted to climb into his bed, but they didn't have a chance. And this skinny, weak-handed girl in front of him actually called him a filthy scoundrel. Nanqingjue's breathing stagnated, and he warned in a gloomy voice, if you don't want to be stripped naked by me, don't move. Su Maoyang was a stubborn person. The more Nanqingjue threatened her, the more restless she became. She immediately raised her little face and squinted her eyes. Are you sure you won't let me go? Nanqingjue curled his lips and sneered. Not caring. Can you still turn the world upside down? Su Maoyang snorted coldly, and a bit of viciousness flashed across his pupils. You will regret it. After he finished speaking, Nanqingjue hadn't reacted yet, and he took a deep breath of cold air due to the severe pain. Su Maoyang pinched her hard, and seeing the pain flash across Nanqingjue's face, she took advantage of this opportunity to jump off the sedan chair. Nanqingjue never expected that she would be so shameless and bold that he let her escape because of his carelessness. Su Maoyang, who was free, flew a few feet away, stopped, turned around and raised a sinister and smug smile to Nan Qingjue. Ha ha. Nan Qingjue. I told you that you will regret it. Su. Mo. Liang. Nan Qingjue roared her name in anger, and every word was squeezed out from his teeth. Su Maoyang laughed and shouted jokingly, ignoring his anger. Ninth Prince. I am so disappointed. After that, Su Maoyang ran away laughing without waiting for Nan Qingjue to completely explode. The people around heard this, and were a little confused. They didn't know what Su Maoyang meant. But seeing Nan Qingjue's dark and blue face, it shouldn't be a good thing. And Nan Qingjue looked at the back of the obviously embarrassed but cheerful figure, and his cold face showed a rare anger. Damn woman! He thought that Su Maoyang was bold enough to tear his clothes, and there was nothing she couldn't do. If the target today was not him, but other men, would she be so bold? Thinking of that Mo Hauga staring at her, Nan Qingjue felt inexplicably angry. It seems that he has to show some strength and let her feel it for herself. Prince, where should we go next? Seeing that Nan Qingjue had been looking at the direction where Su Maoyang left angrily, the sedan bearer couldn't figure out what he meant for a while, so he couldn't help asking. Nan Qingjue was full of anger, and he had nowhere to vent. So he suddenly roared, "Go home!" The voice was a bit scary, and the two sedan bearers shook their bodies and hurriedly went to the prince's house. Su Maoyang returned to the Su mansion smoothly. It was expected that Nanian and Lu Man would happily welcome her, but it was unexpected that the second lady would also welcome her at the door. When the second lady saw Su Maoyang coming in, she found that the horrible scars on her face were gone. The shock on her expression flashed away, and then she greeted her flatteringly. "Oh, Maoyang girl, how did you get so hurt?" Su Maoyang was frightened by her hypocritical voice, and she took a step back unconsciously to avoid her touch. If you are too attentive, you are either a traitor or a thief. Seeing Su Maoyang avoid her hand in disgust, the second lady's smile froze. But it did not affect her flattery at all. "Lu Man, your lady is covered with scars. Why don't you quickly ask for a doctor?" Lu Man was busy looking at Su Maoyang's face, shocked by her beautiful appearance, but ignored the injuries all over her body. She was suddenly reminded and woke up, nodding in panic. "Yes, I'll go get the doctor." Watching Lu Man leave, the second wife still looked at Su Maoyang with some worry. "Maoyang girl, the maid next to you is clumsy and can't do anything. Auntie will arrange a smart maid to serve you." As she said that, the second aunt waved her hand, and a maid in an orange dress came up behind her and saluted Su Maoyang in a proper manner. "Your servant Juxiang greets the eldest lady." Juxiang. This name is domineering, heavy, and willful. Su Maoyang couldn't help but glance at Juxiang's buttocks, which made the latter puzzled. Seeing that Su Maoyang did not object, the second lady smiled even brighter and gave Juxiang a look. "Juxiang, send the young lady back to Mingqing Pavilion to rest and serve her well. Understand?" Juxiang received the order and hurried forward to support Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang immediately pulled his hand away from Juxiang. Frowning, "Second lady, what do you mean? What conspiracy did she have to suddenly send someone to serve him?" Chapter 59. The Second Lady's Conspiracy. Hearing this, the second lady smiled guiltily. "Mo Liang girl, I treated you badly before. It was my fault. Now I apologize to you. Isn't it enough? I really feel guilty about you. Let me do something small for you to make it up to you." The second lady's words sounded better than singing. With a sincere and repentant look, if it were anyone else, they would have been deceived by her. But Su Mo Liang looked at her sharply, and nodded slightly after a moment of silence. "I didn't take the past to heart. We are all family. There is no need to be so polite. I will accept this maid, and the second lady doesn't have to blame herself anymore. This second lady is full of bad intentions. Since she came to her door in person, let's see what she is going to do." The second lady smiled when she saw Su Mo Liang agreed so readily. Okay. I just sent the kitchen to cook a few dishes for you. You are injured now, so you need to recuperate. Juxiang, why don't you help your young lady go back?" Juxiang received the order and quickly supported Su Maoyang and walked towards Mingqing Pavilion. Although Nanian on the side did not agree with the young lady accepting Juxiang, she, as a servant, could not express her opinion in front of the second wife. She just walked back to Mingqing Pavilion and sent Juxiang away before suggesting to Su Maoyang, "Young lady, How can you accept Jingshu? It seems that the second wife is here with bad intentions. Su Maoyang sat down slowly and replied with a sneer. Since she has intentions towards me, whether I accept Jingshu or not, she will always find a way to deal with me. So, it is better to accept it directly. And you can always get some information from Jingshu. It's better for her to come openly than in secret. When Nanian heard this, her expression was shocked, and she nodded in a daze. She didn't expect this level. But her young lady was thoughtful. You know what to do in the future, right? Su Maoyang looked up at Nanian. Nanian nodded. Well, this old servant will always monitor her movements. Just then, Lu Man came back with the doctor. Hearing the footsteps outside, Su Maoyang gave Nanian a look, and the latter immediately understood and stood aside, saying nothing. Miss, the doctor is here. Lu Man knocked on the door and reported. Come in, Su Maoyang replied. After speaking, Lu Man pushed the door open, and the doctor behind him also carried the medicine box, and quickly came to Su Maoyang. Miss Su, let me feel your pulse and check your wound. The doctor was very respectful, and wanted to take her pulse. Su Maoyang nodded and let him check. After a long time, the doctor raised his head, looking at Su Maoyang in surprise. Miss Su, what medicine did you take before? You are not seriously injured. Su Maoyang was also stunned when he heard this, and looked at him in confusion. I didn't take any medicine. Impossible. Your injuries are basically healed. But the scars still need some time to heal. The doctor stroked his white beard, frowned, and shook his head in disapproval. Seeing the doctor so sure, Su Maoyang remembered that Jingshu had applied medicine to her before. Could it be because of him? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang nodded suddenly. I did apply medicine to the wound just now. Maybe it worked? The doctor seemed to be interested when he heard this, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Miss, can you tell me what medicine it is that has such amazing effects? The sword wound of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was so serious, but there was a medicine that could heal the wound in such a short time. He had to be surprised. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and spread his hands. Sorry, I don't know what medicine it is. It was the 9th Prince who applied it to me. If you are interested, you can ask him for it. After hearing this, the doctor's face full of expectations froze instantly. The medicine turned out to be from the 9th Prince. How could he, a poor man, ask the prince for medicine? Thinking of this, the doctor didn't ask any more questions, and stood up directly, wrote a prescription, told Lu Man to boil it, and then tactfully withdrew. Watching the doctor leave, Su Maoyang couldn't help but look at her wound. From just now to now, she did feel that the pain was much relieved. It seems that Jingshu really didn't hurt her. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but think of the feeling of pinching his vitals, and 2 blushes rarely appeared on her fair face. I don't know how I had such courage and bravery at that time, and I am afraid of it. Since the spiritual power competition, Su Maoyang has been staying in the room to make pills every day. 5 days have passed in a flash. Her alchemy skills have improved a lot. She has touched the threshold of a great alchemist. I am afraid that she is not far from promotion. Just when Su Maoyang was happy, there was a knock on the door outside. Miss, the second lady sent a midnight snack. It was Jingshu's voice. These days, the second lady has been caring for her, sending medicine and clothes, and changing the meals every day to please her. Su Maoyang checked carefully, and there was no problem with the medicine, clothes and food. It seemed that the problem was with Jingshu. Hearing this, Su Maoyang put away the medicine cauldron and said coldly, Come in. Jingshu came in quickly with a plate of food in her hand. Smiling, she swept her eyes around Su Maoyang's bedroom, and seemed to smell the smell of medicinal materials. She couldn't help asking, Miss, were you taking medicine just now? Su Maoyang suddenly raised her eyes, and glared at her fiercely. Can you just ask about my affairs? Seeing Su Maoyang suddenly angry, Jingshu's expression flashed with horror, and she knelt on the ground with the plate in her hand. Miss, spare me. Miss, spare me. I didn't mean to ask about you. Seeing Jingshu trembling with fear, Su Maoyang restrained his breath, and his cold voice was a little angry. Put down the plate and go out. Hearing this, Jingshu quickly got up, put down the plate, and retreated in panic. At night, Nanian entered the room on time and waited for Su Maoyang to go to bed. Su Maoyang looked at the shadow hidden outside the window, and couldn't help but glance at Nanian. Nanian immediately understood and said, Miss, Jingshu hasn't done anything unusual recently. And I don't know what the second wife is doing. Humph. Jingshu just came to my room to deliver midnight snacks. As if she was trying to get some information. Su Maoyang sneered. Oh. Is there such a thing? What is she trying to get from you? Nanian asked in surprise. Su Maoyang smiled and glanced at the shadow outside the window. Snorting coldly, she smelled the medicine in my room. Oh my god. Did she find the snake spirit grass that can treat scars and beautify the face? Nanian was so scared that she exclaimed, and quickly covered her mouth and asked in a low voice. Su Maoyang was immediately furious. Keep your voice down. Do you want everyone to know about this? Madam and immediately slapped herself in the face. Yes. Yes. I deserve to die. But how could the second madam find out when the young lady did it so covertly? Humph. If she wants to investigate me, she will find a way. I think Jingshu was probably sent by her to get the news. Madam nodded hurriedly and continued to ask, Young lady, does Jingshu know how to use this snake spirit grass? The secret recipe of mixing this snake spirit grass with cold fragrance flowers for facial beauty is unknown even to doctors. How could she know it? Su Maoyang sneered. Chapter 60 Crazy Jingshu. After hearing this, Jingshu quickly disappeared into the night and quietly went to the second lady's yard. What did you say? Use snake spirit grass and cold fragrant flowers to apply on the face? I haven't heard of it. The second lady murmured in disbelief. Jingshu smiled and shook her head, and leaned into the second lady's ear slyly. Snake spirit grass with cold fragrant flowers can not only treat scars, but also beautify the skin. I heard that this is a secret recipe that even doctors don't know. Madam, you can see it when you see Su Maoyang's face. The second lady stared at her half-believingly, thinking of Su Maoyang's deep wound. So many imperial doctors were helpless. But now it's suddenly healed. Maybe this matter is really credible. Madam, you have to make a decision quickly. Now Su Maoyang is not only an intermediate earth spirit master, but also more beautiful than the second lady. It is inevitable that the prince will not be tempted. I am afraid. Hearing Jingshu's words, the second lady was also secretly shocked and her face turned pale. Now Su Maoyang is better than Jingshu, and with her noble status as the legitimate daughter of a princess, the prince may be tempted by her. Thinking of this, the second wife grabbed Jingshu's sleeve in a panic. You really heard those two medicinal herbs with your own ears, right? Jingshu nodded seriously. Yes, I heard it clearly. There is absolutely no mistake. Su Maoyang hid this very well. Only Nanian knew that Su Maoyang's face would suddenly get better. There must be something fishy. The second wife also nodded in agreement, as if she felt that it was really the case. If it wasn't for this method, how did Su Maoyang's face get better? If the medicinal herbs really work, they can be used to apply to Shuer's face. Even an ugly person can become so beautiful. Then Shuer must be more beautiful after applying it. Okay, I will think about it carefully. Jingshu, you go back and continue to monitor her, and report to me immediately if there is any movement. Thinking, the second wife solemnly ordered. Jingshu nodded, not daring to delay, and quickly retreated and returned to Mingqing Pavilion. A few days passed quickly, and as the alchemy competition was approaching, a big thing happened in the Su family. Su Maoyang, I will kill you. I will kill you. At this time, the quiet Mingqing Pavilion suddenly burst into a roar, and a slender figure rushed in from outside the yard, breaking into Su Maoyang's boudoir as if crazy. Su Maoyang was having a meal, and did not expect Su Yi to suddenly break in. Fortunately, he was agile, jumped up, left his seat, and avoided Su Yishua's sudden attack. With a loud bang, Su Yishua's spiritual power smashed and instantly split the dining table in half. Seeing that she had missed, Su Yishua's angry expression became more and more ferocious, and she bared her teeth at Su Maoyang, who had dodged to the side. Su Maoyang, I will make you die without a burial place today. At this time, Lu Man and Nanian heard the sound and rushed over. Seeing Su Yishua's face that was corroded beyond recognition, they screamed in fear. Oh my god! Even the steady Nanian was terrified. She had never seen such a terrifying face. Su Yishua's two cheeks were bloody and black, as if they were burned by fire. The whole piece of flesh was corroded and sunken. If Su Maoyang's scars were considered disgusting before, then Su Yishua's face now was terrifying. Like a monster, Su Maoyang seemed to be expecting her injury, and did not show any surprise. Su Yixue looked at her calm expression and became even more crazy, shouting heartbreakingly, Su Maoyang. It's all you. It's all you. You bitch. You made me like this. Even if I die today, I will drag you down with me, she shouted, holding her face in the air with her hands. The severe pain on her face had already destroyed her rationality, and there was only collapse and despair in her angry eyes, as well as hatred for Su Maoyang deep in her bones. She wanted Su Maoyang to die, even if it meant both of them perishing together. Such hatred was too strong, and Su Yixue could not control her body and rushed towards Su Maoyang. Su Yixue's strength was not as good as Su Maoyang's. At this moment, Su Maoyang's body shook, dodged to the side, raised his foot, and kicked Su Yixue's butt hard. Su Yixue fell face first, and her rotten wound rubbed against the ground, causing a piercing pain. Not to mention Su Yixue herself. Even Lu Man and Nadian shuddered and gasped. Su Yixue rolled on the ground in pain. Without her elegant and charming manners and dazzling appearance, she was just a scary monster. At this moment, Su Jinghui and the second wife also rushed in from outside. Su Jinghui was so scared when he saw Su Yixue's horrible appearance that his old face trembled and his eyes were straight. He would never have thought that his proud daughter would become neither human nor ghost. The second wife cried, her voice hoarse and grief-stricken, pointing at Su Maoyang and gritting her teeth. Su Maoyang, it's you. It's you who killed my daughter. Why are you so vicious that you even killed your own sister? Do you have a conscience? Are you a human being? Shuer's beautiful face has been ruined by you. You are a devil and a beast. I will fight you. Fight you. As she said this, the second wife also rushed towards Su Maoyang excitedly. Fortunately, Su Jinghui still had some reason. He immediately stopped the second wife and yelled at Su Maoyang, Su Maoyang, you must give me an explanation today. What is going on? Su Maoyang's identity is different now. Not only is she an intermediate Earth Spirit Master, but she is also protected by Nanjing Academy. Even he dare not act rashly. After all, Su Yixue's tragedy has already happened. If he destroys Su Maoyang for a useless piece, it is really not worth the loss. However, Su Jinghui is still very angry about the current situation. After all, Su Yixue is also a chess piece he has cultivated for a long time. Now she is destroyed by Su Maoyang. How can he not be angry? Su Maoyang looked at Su Jinghui shaking with anger, and a sneer rose at the corner of her mouth. She glanced at the second wife. Second wife, you have to have evidence when you speak. I didn't do anything. Why do you put such a big responsibility on me? Last time, you framed me for stealing the treasure of the Su family, and I settled the matter. But you can't go too far and keep harassing me. Listening to Su Maoyang's well-reasoned rebuttal, the second wife was so angry that she wanted to tear her disguise apart. You, Su Maoyang, you are so insidious. It was you who said that the mixture of snake spirit grass and cold fragrance flowers can be used for facial application for beauty. But now you don't admit it. The second wife pointed at Su Maoyang. Her breathing was not smooth. Her arms trembled like a loom, and she almost fainted from anger. Su Maoyang smiled. Second madam, when did I say such a thing? These days, I have been in Mingqing Pavilion, never leaving the main door or the secondary door, and I have never met you. How could I tell you this? Besides, you don't use your brain to think about it. If this herb really has this effect, why should I tell you? I am not so kind. Everyone knows that Su Maoyang and the second madam, Su Yixue, are unhappy. If the herb really has the effect of beauty, she would not be so stupid as to tell her enemy. Chapter 61. What a counter-espionage plot. So, the second lady's confession is obviously not tenable. Su Jinghui also thought it made sense when he heard it, and immediately turned his head and glared at the second lady, waiting for her explanation. The second lady was speechless at this moment. In order to prove her innocence, she had no choice but to confess to Xiang, Su Maoyang, you have such a vicious heart. You deliberately said a wrong formula because you hate us, and deliberately framed Shuer. Master, I have a witness. It was Zhu Xiang who heard Su Maoyang say that the medicinal material could be used for compressing medicine that day. So we fell into her trap. Hearing the second lady say this, Su Yixue seemed to smell something fishy. If Su Maoyang had a grudge against the second lady and Su Yixue, he might indeed do such a thing. In order to thoroughly investigate the matter, Su Yixue frowned and shouted, come here. Grab Zhu Xiang and confront her. After a while, Zhu Xiang was caught by the guards in front of Sui Hui. Zhu Xiang was timid. She knelt on the ground with a plop, and kowtowed several times before Sui Hui could speak. Zhu Xiang, tell the master quickly. Did you hear Su Maoyang say that this medicine has the effect of beauty and skin care? The second wife, who was collapsing on the side, saw Zhu Xiang. Her eyes widened and she shouted quickly. Zhu Xiang was frightened by the excitement of the second wife and shrank her head, not daring to answer for a while. Seeing this, Sui Hui glared at the second wife fiercely and asked Zhu Xiang sternly, Zhu Xiang, tell the truth. Did you hear Su Maoyang say that this medicine has the effect of beauty care? Hearing this, everyone present looked at Zhu Xiang expectantly. Everyone knows that Zhu Xiang is the second lady's person, and will help the second lady no matter what. It seems that Su Maoyang is going to be in trouble this time. It's a pity to think about it. The Su family finally produced a genius, and is qualified to participate in the alchemy competition. Now it has to deal with this kind of thing. I believe the second lady will not let it go. At this time, Zhu Xiang was already trembling with fear. She begged for mercy and kowtowed, Master, spare my life. Zhu Xiang didn't hear about this at all. It was the second lady who sent the maid to monitor the eldest lady and report her every move. Later, the second lady was jealous of the eldest lady's appearance. So she went to find a secret recipe and applied strange medicinal materials, which caused her appearance to fester. So the second lady ordered Zhu Xiang to perjure the eldest lady. Hearing this, the whole audience was in an uproar. The second lady was so shocked that her eyes were broken, and her already angry red eyes almost fell out. Zhu Xiang, what are you talking about? The second lady screamed in disbelief, with a look of horror, even close to madness. Shouting, the second madam was about to pounce on Zhu Xiang. Fortunately, Sui Hui was quick-witted and grabbed the second madam's arm, and stopped the emotional second madam by telling the guards beside him. Sui Hui turned his head to look at Zhu Xiang, frowned, and asked seriously, Zhu Xiang, since you are the person sent by the second madam to monitor Su Maoyang, why do you identify the second madam in public? Yes, everyone knows Zhu Xiang's identity. Why did she suddenly stand on Su Maoyang's side today? It's really unbelievable. Just when everyone was puzzled, Zhu Xiang wiped away her tears and cried, the eldest lady is too good to me. She thinks of me for everything delicious and good clothes. I don't want to repay this kindness, so I risk offending the second madam to clear the name of the eldest lady. The eldest lady is really wronged. As she spoke, Zhu Xiang kowtowed several times, and her feelings were so sincere that even Su Maoyang almost believed it. Everyone nodded in realization when they heard this. So that's how it is. Sui Hui's gloomy expression also eased, but there was still some doubt in his eyes, so Su Maoyang was really wronged. No, Master, Zhu Xiang is lying. Zhu Xiang reported to me personally that day, saying that she heard Su Maoyang mention this medicine, and Su Maoyang must have given Zhu Xiang a benefit, so she asked Zhu Xiang to frame Shuer. Master, you have to make the decision for Shuer. The second wife screamed, exhausted, and she was barely breathing at the end. If it weren't for the hatred that supported her, I'm afraid she would have fainted and passed out. As she spoke, the second madam yelled at Zhu Xiang again. Like a crazy woman, Zhu Xiang, tell me, how much money did Su Maoyang give you to make you work so hard for her? I treated you well in the beginning. The maid who had given her advice in the past has now become someone else's teammate. This change is really unacceptable to the second madam. Seeing this, Su Maoyang raised the corners of his lips slightly, outlined a sneer, and retorted loudly, Second madam, you are still framing me until now. You know that I am the poorest daughter in the mansion. Usually you instigate the accountant not to give me a penny. How dare you say that I gave money to Zhu Xiang? If we talk about being rich, I'm afraid I'm not as rich as the second madam and sister Shuer. Su Maoyang's words were like a hammer, hitting the second madam on the head, and the latter had no power to fight back. What Su Maoyang said was the truth. Su Maoyang was the poorest person in the Su family. The accountant often did not allocate money to her, and everyone was used to it. Sui Hui also knew about it, but he just turned a blind eye and pretended not to see it. Now that it was brought up like this, he couldn't hold his face. Okay, shut up, Sui Hui yelled. The truth has been revealed. Shuer's disfigurement has nothing to do with the eldest lady. Come here. Take the second lady and the second lady back. Deduct their monthly salary for this month as a punishment, and then make up the monthly salary owed to Su Maoyang. After Su Yue gave the order in a stern voice, he glared at the second lady and Su Yue with disgust, then shook his sleeves and walked out of Mingqing Pavilion. I think she was very angry. At this time, the second lady fell to the ground weakly, looking at the direction where Su Yue left with empty eyes, as if her soul had been sucked out, and she was barely breathing. Seeing this, Su Maoyang could not help but move lightly, came to her side, leaned over slightly, and whispered in her ear, "Second madam, do you know what a counter-espionage plan is?" The second madam was shaken by the cold voice in her ear, and her facial muscles trembled with gnashing hatred. "You Su Maoyang, you have such a vicious heart. You deliberately framed me and swear. I want to fight you." As she said that, the second madam was about to stand up and pinch Su Maoyang again. But Su Maoyang was an intermediate earth spirit master. Facing a weak woman who was powerless, she only needed to raise a finger and lightly tap the second madam. The latter fell back to the ground in an instant, spitting blood from her mouth, and was seriously injured. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and carry the second madam and the second lady back." Su Maoyang stood up, took out a handkerchief, wiped his fingers, and shouted coldly at the dumbfounded guards around him. After receiving the order, the guards came to their senses and quickly carried Su Yue and the second wife out of Mingqing Pavilion. Seeing this, Lu Man was unable to wake up from the farce for a while. She only cried out in surprise when everyone left the room. "Miss, what is going on? How could Yuxiang be yours?" Chapter 62 Alchemy Competition. Su Maoyang slowly sat back in his chair, glanced at Lu Man, and chuckled. "It's very simple. Yuxiang can analyze the pros and cons. She is not a fool. She will not offend a princess for a concubine. Don't you think so?" "Yuxiang?" Yuxiang, who was still kneeling on the ground in shock, was suddenly called out. She was stunned for a moment and nodded quickly. Su Maoyang said this simply, but only Yuxiang knew how terrifying Su Maoyang's coercion and inducement were when she was caught by Nanian in Su Maoyang's room that night. Others were unaware, but Yuxiang felt that night was simply a nightmare in her life. If she didn't agree to Su Maoyang, she would die. The death of a maid in the Su mansion was not a big deal. Just when Lu Man was scared to death, Su Maoyang threw a handful of gold coins to her. The amount was probably more than the total monthly salary of the second madam and Su Yue in this life. She is not a fool. She followed the second wife to make a living. Now Su Maoyang is richer and more powerful than them. Why should she work for the second wife again? Therefore, it is expected that she will join Su Maoyang. Nanian knows the details and admires the young lady from the bottom of her heart. But seeing Lu Man's ignorant appearance, she can't help laughing. "Lu Man," the young lady said, "this is a counter-espionage plan. You should learn it." Lu Man looked at the young lady and Zhu Xiang on the ground, still a little confused, but her little head kept nodding. Seeing this, Zhu Xiang kowtowed to Su Maoyang with uncertainty. "Miss, I have done everything you said. From now on, Zhu Xiang will be the young lady's person. Zhu Xiang will definitely work hard for the young lady to repay the young lady's kindness." I heard before that Su Maoyang treated Lu Man and Nanian as well as if they were family members. Maybe it would be a good choice to join her. But Su Maoyang didn't answer immediately after hearing this, but gave Nanian a wink. Nanian understood and stepped forward to Su Maoyang's side. "Clean it up." "Yes." Nanian took the order and turned to look at Yuxiang. "Miss, I see your loyalty. You can stay in Mingqing Pavilion to work in the future." Yuxiang was grateful after hearing this. "Thank you, Miss." "Thank you, Mississippi." "Okay. Miss is tired. You go down first. Tomorrow you go to buy food to replenish Mrs. body." As soon as Nanian gave the order, Yuxiang nodded with relief and left the room. It was finally quiet now. After dealing with the second wife and others, Nanian was worried about tomorrow's alchemy competition. "Miss, tomorrow is the alchemy competition. You and Sun Yunwu's bet." Before Nanian finished her words, Su Maoyang smiled. "Don't worry. I'm not stupid enough to bet my life with her. If I bet, I'll definitely win." Hearing this, and looking at Su Maoyang's confident expression, Nanian's heart, which had been raised to her throat, fell back a little. The young lady is different now. She can create miracles at any time, and Nanian has no reason to choose to believe. The next day, the alchemy competition kicked off at Nanjing College. Students like Sun Yunwu, who have extremely high talent in alchemy, suddenly became the queen of topics. There is a trend of surpassing Nanjing and Imo Halga. Nanjing and Imo Halga both have advantages in spiritual power. So in alchemy, they are often not as good as Sun Yunwu. With the popularity of Sun Yunwu, Su Maoyang is also expected by everyone. Because Su Maoyang is the only person in southern Sui who dares to challenge Sun Yunwu's alchemy skills. Although many people are surprised that Su Maoyang has the strength of an intermediate earth spirit master, they do not believe that Su Maoyang can make alchemy. After all, alchemy depends not only on talent, but also on resources. The Sun family is rich in resources, and the head of the Sun family is a mid-level alchemist. Sun Yunwu inherited her father's talent and received personal guidance from her father and mentor Luo. It is understandable that she has reached the early stage of alchemy. However, the Su family is just a small family that relies on the eldest princess to make a fortune. They have no real skills and no alchemy resources. Growing up in such an environment, how could Su Maoyang make alchemy? Even if she was taught by Mentor Wu for 2 days, she only knew the basics. How could she compare with Sun Yunwu? Therefore, Su Maoyang's move was really beyond her ability. Seeing Su Maoyang walk into the arena, everyone shook their heads in disdain. Sun Yunwu looked at Su Maoyang's beautiful face, with extreme jealousy in her eyes. She walked slowly towards her and said with a fake smile, "I have never seen anyone so eager to die. Su Maoyang, you are really brave." Su Maoyang smiled and said, "The game hasn't started yet. Isn't it too early for you to say that?" "Humph. The result is obvious. You are just struggling to death. But I will make you lose convincingly." Sun Yunwu glanced at Su Maoyang coldly, with a disdainful sneer on the corner of her lips, and then turned and walked towards the center of the square. Su Maoyang did not comment, and followed her with a normal expression. She was wearing a red dress today, as bright as fire, and her beautiful face was as dazzling as fireworks, attracting countless people's attention at once. However, no man dared to approach such a beauty, because Imo Halga had already approached her first, and as if declaring ownership, he put his arm around her shoulders. "Ha, Lin Wan'er. What kind of surprise will you give me this time?" Su Maoyang repeatedly created miracles. In just a few months, Imo Halga's mood fluctuated with her, and his curiosity about her reached its peak. Su Maoyang hated being touched by others. She turned around unhappily and hit Imo Halga's chest with her elbow. "Stay away from me." Imo Halga took a breath in pain. She was shameless in her words, but her actual actions were much better. "Lin Wan'er is so heartless. She won't even touch me." Just as the two were interacting, Nanjing came over. Seeing Imo Halga sticking to Su Maoyang every day, he was furious. "Su Maoyang, you kiss and kiss men every day. Do you still have shame?" Su Maoyang heard this and turned to look at Nanjing, seeing that there were still some marks of being beaten on his face. He couldn't help but teasing, "Your Highness, when you say others have shame, you should take care of your own face." Hearing this, Imo Halga instantly recalled Nanjing's swollen pig face that was beaten blue and purple, and laughed out loud on the spot. Nanjing was so angry that he choked, and his face, which had not yet completely subsided, was puffy and looked particularly funny. "You Su Maoyang, you are cruel. Today I will see how long you can hold on." Nanjing snorted heavily and walked away with a belly full of anger. Su Maoyang competed with Sun Yunwu in alchemy and gambled her life. He wanted to see how she would get away. Just as everyone was laughing at Su Maoyang, Instructor Luo had already walked onto the stage in the center of the square. He looked around and announced the rules of the competition with a smile on his face. This alchemy competition adheres to the principle of fairness and justice. No matter what level or type of elixir you refine, you must use the medicinal materials uniformly prepared by the Academy. If anyone is found to secretly use privately prepared medicinal materials, or to cheat by using refined elixirs, they will be expelled from Nanjing Academy. Of course, you can use your own alchemy furnace, and the Academy does not impose any mandatory regulations. Everyone knows that the quality of the alchemy furnace is also part of the strength of the alchemist. After all, the masters who go to participate in the sect competition must have a good alchemy furnace. So the students of Nanjing Academy cannot lose at the starting line. However, as soon as this was said, everyone started to make a commotion, because they all knew that Sun Yunwu had an orange-grade alchemy furnace, which was one of the best in the southern Sui kingdom. They knew with their toes that the quality of the elixir refined by Sun Yunwu must be much better than that of ordinary people. On the other hand, Su Maoyang probably couldn't even take out the alchemy furnace. Comparing them like this, the winner is obvious. Chapter 63 No Alchemy Furnace. The alchemy competition began amidst the discussion. 2 hours passed quickly. And after several rounds of competition, many students had demonstrated their alchemy skills. Unknowingly, it was the group of Su Maoyang and Sun Yunwu. Sun Yunwu smiled provocatively at Su Maoyang, walked onto the stage confidently, and then said loudly, I believe everyone has heard about the bet between me and Su Maoyang. If she loses to me today, she will commit suicide in front of people. I hope everyone can be a witness. Su Maoyang also walked onto the stage slowly, walked to the side of Sun Yunwu, and said, if I win, the Sun family will give me the soul-stealing needle, and I hope everyone can be a witness. When everyone heard this, they burst into laughter. Su Maoyang is really arrogant. Not only does he not want to die, but he also has the courage to covet the treasures of the Sun family. Sun Yunwu didn't take Su Maoyang's arrogance seriously. She just snorted coldly and nodded to the dean below. Dean, we can start now. Seeing this, the dean nodded slightly. Okay, you should all know the rules. Let's start. After saying that, Sun Yunwu smiled and raised her slender hand. A large green cauldron was placed in front of her. Sun Yunwu's fingertips danced, and orange flames instantly surged at the mouth of the cauldron. Seeing this, the whole audience burst into amazement. Wow! It's an orange-grade flame cauldron. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a treasure. Just looking at the flame can imagine the purity of the elixir. Listening to the envious voices around her, Sun Yunwu smiled proudly, turned her head to look at Su Maoyang, raised her eyes slightly, and said sarcastically, Su Maoyang, I have an orange-grade alchemy furnace. Do you think you can beat me? Su Maoyang smiled indifferently. It was just an orange-grade alchemy furnace. But she was so arrogant. If she released the evil blood cauldron, wouldn't it scare these frogs to death? Su Maoyang, where is your alchemy furnace? Let it out for us to see. Seeing that Su Maoyang was slow to act, the people in the audience couldn't wait to shout. Ha ha ha. I don't think she can take it out at all. How can the Su family have an alchemy furnace? How can we compete without an alchemy furnace? These people were just there to laugh at the joke. And soon they became a mess. Teacher Luo, who was in the audience, saw this and couldn't help but teasing Teacher Wu, Old Wu. I think your disciple is doomed to lose. Sun Yunwu is not only an early alchemist, but also has an orange-grade alchemy furnace. I think it's more practical for you to kneel down and kowtow to me. Bah! Your half-baked disciple wants to compete with my disciple? She doesn't deserve it. Now the winner is not decided. You are bragging so early. Be careful of your tongue. Teacher Wu is a steady person, but when he talks about Su Maoyang, he gets excited. His disciple is a peak alchemist, stronger than him. How could he lose to an early alchemist? Let alone the result of winning or losing. Even comparing the two, Teacher Wu felt that it was an insult to Su Maoyang. But Teacher Luo was so angry that his face turned fierce, and his eyes flashed sinisterly. Humph. Let's wait and see. When Sun Yunwu wins the game, he will humiliate this stubborn Teacher Wu. Su Maoyang saw that everyone around her was clamoring to see her alchemy furnace, clearly wanting to laugh at her. But the evil blood cauldron was her secret, and it was not convenient to show it in front of others. So she could only apply it to the dean sitting on the judge's seat. Dean, I don't have an alchemy furnace. Can we use the furnace we usually use for practice in class? Hearing this, the whole audience laughed. Su Maoyang really didn't have an alchemy furnace, which was also expected by everyone. Just seeing her say it herself, it was even more embarrassing and funny. Sun Yunwu heard this and sarcastically said, Ha ha ha. You have the nerve to compete with me. I feel ashamed for you. But Su Maoyang ignored her, but looked at the dean seriously. Seeing this, the dean frowned with some worry. Maoyang girl, are you sure you want to compete? Alchemy is not a joke. And you made such a bet with her. The Sun family will not let you go. Su Maoyang is calm and introverted, and has a very good talent in spiritual power. She is a good seedling that can be cultivated. From the bottom of his heart, the dean does not want her to get into trouble. Su Maoyang was grateful for the dean's kindness, but still nodded yes. I know the importance of this competition. I must participate in this competition. Now there is a good opportunity to get the Sun family's soul-stealing needle. How could Su Maoyang let it go? The dean saw that she insisted, so he nodded. Come on. Bring the furnace from the alchemy room. After a while, the furnace was brought to the stage and placed side by side with Sun Yunwu's orange-grade alchemy furnace, which looked a bit shabby and worn. But Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows with satisfaction and glanced at Sun Yunwu. Let's start. Sun Yunwu looked at Su Maoyang and the furnace in front of her with a hopeless look, and shook her head with a sneer. What a nonsense! Then she retracted her sight, quickly picked up the medicinal materials on the side, sorted them roughly, and quickly threw them into the alchemy furnace burning with a blazing fire. Sun Yunwu's movements were quite skillful, and she looked very experienced. However, Su Maoyang was so funny. She was not refining the elixir, but peeling the herbs. She carefully extracted the roots, leaves, and stems of each herb, with slow and meticulous movements, and she did not treat the matter as a time-sensitive competition at all. When Sun Yunwu saw this, she felt that Su Maoyang was playing a joke. It takes an hour to refine a low-level elixir in the elixir furnace, and Su Maoyang actually spent an hour on the herbs. You know, the competition only lasted 2 hours. I don't know where she got such a calm mentality. The onlookers below also began to point fingers. Haha. Look at her. She doesn't know anything about alchemy. She only knows how to deal with herbs. Alas, Su Maoyang is probably going to die this time. She made a bet with Sun Yunwu herself. And with Sun Yunwu's temper, how could she let her go? Yes, Su Maoyang has just shown her impressive spiritual talent, and it stands to reason that she should be very successful. But she didn't expect to fall today. Some people gloated over her misfortune, while others shook their heads in regret. But Su Maoyang on the stage was not affected at all. After she sorted and peeled all the herbs, she slowly raised her hand and threw the delicate herbs into the alchemy furnace. Today, she refined the upper-grade Jinyuan pill, which can replace the Lingling pill, accumulate spiritual power more quickly, and help her advance to the advanced Earth Spirit Master. By then, she will be able to catch up with Nanjinghuan's strength. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's eyes condensed, and he turned his wrist to control the fire steadily. At this time, the bright red flame seemed to have added a catalyst. With a bang, it burst out, like a beam of light rushing into the sky, higher than Su Maoyang's head. At this moment, the originally noisy square suddenly became silent. Everyone looked at the bright red and hot fire in shock, and swallowed their saliva with lingering fear. That alchemy furnace is just an ordinary red alchemy furnace. How can it have such power? Many people in the audience began to question. Chapter 64 succeeded? It's really strange. Su Maoyang's furnace shouldn't have such a fierce fire. Maybe it's a coincidence. No matter how fierce the fire is, it's a red flame. It can't compare to an orange flame. The time is about to run out. Su Maoyang has just thrown in the herbs. The winner is obvious. Alchemy takes a lot of time. Seeing the end of the competition, Su Maoyang started slowly. No one is optimistic about her. However, while everyone was making noise, Sun Yunwu had already finished refining the elixir in everyone's admiring eyes. She put away the flame, took out the elixir, and the whole place was instantly filled with the fragrance of medicine. Wow! It succeeded. Sun Yunwu succeeded. Oh my god! This is a lower-grade soul-refining elixir, which can quickly repair wounds and accumulate spiritual power. It sells for 100,000 gold coins per elixir at the auction house. Sun Yunwu is so amazing. She is worthy of being an elixir genius. Even some early alchemists may not be able to refine soul-refining elixirs. After all, the steps of this elixir are complicated, and the requirements for soul power are extremely high. Many people praised and envied Sun Yunwu, and praised her to the highest point. Teacher Luo saw this scene, stroked his beard, and laughed heartily from his chest. Ha ha ha. Woo. Well done, old man Wu. I think you're still ready to kneel down and kowtow to me, and think of an apology. If the words are nice, I can let you go. Teacher Wu snorted in dissatisfaction, too lazy to argue with him, staring at Su Maoyang with his eyes fixed, full of worry. Although he knew that Su Maoyang was a peak alchemist, he had never seen her show her true strength with his own eyes. And the time was up, but she was still slow, which was really frustrating. Sun Yunwu, who was praised by everyone, had a proud smile on her face and looked at Su Maoyang with disdain. Su Maoyang, you'd better choose a way to die as soon as possible, so that you don't die too ugly. However, before Sun Yunwu finished speaking, Su Maoyang, who ignored her, suddenly turned his wrist at an amazing speed, and actually raised the flame fiercely, rolling in the air. The fire went from weak to strong, weird and terrifying, and such a method shocked people for a while. Hey, it's really interesting. Mo Hauga, who was sitting in the audience, had been looking forward to it. Now seeing this scene, he couldn't help but murmur, "Humph. Grandstanding. Time is coming soon. I wonder what trick she can play." Nanjinghuan on the side hummed unhappily. "Hee, Your Highness. I find that your vision is getting worse and worse. Is it because you have been with Su Ishua for a long time, and the ink is black?" Mo Hauga asked with a chuckle. Nanjinghuan naturally understood the sarcasm in his words, and could not help but frown and retorted, "Mo Hauga, I am very curious. Why are you interested in someone like Su Maoyang? It's obvious. Su Maoyang is prettier than Su Ishua, and she is also an intermediate Earth Spirit Master, with good strength and talent. More importantly, she is unique and not as superficial as other women. Don't you think?" Mo Hauga said casually, and actually listed many advantages of Su Maoyang, which immediately blocked Nanjinghuan. Nanjinghuan didn't care about these issues before, but now that someone mentioned them, he suddenly had an illusion. Yes, Su Maoyang didn't seem to be as bad as he thought. Perhaps it was because Su Maoyang's previous impression of a useless ugly woman was too deep. Nanjinghuan couldn't accept this change for a while, and it was because of his proud self-esteem that he couldn't admit that the woman who chased him, and was rejected and humiliated by him, has now become very outstanding. Just as Nanjinghuan was lost in thought, Su Maoyang on the stage made another stroke, and the flames were like the spirits in her hands, coming and going as she waved them. Very well behaved. Seeing that the time was about to run out, Su Maoyang did not delay, and raised her hands and sank them suddenly, and the flames instantly sank to the bottom of the furnace. Then, white smoke came out of the furnace mouth, exuding a charming fragrance. Seeing this, Sun Yunwu's sarcasm that had already surged to her throat suddenly choked, and the laughter from the audience also stopped abruptly. Everyone held their breath and looked at the pill slowly floating out of the furnace mouth in disbelief. My God, she actually succeeded in refining it. Is this really a pill? Impossible. How could she refine a pill in such a short time? It must be a semi-defective product. But just as everyone tried their best to deny it, Teacher Luo's smile froze. Some people don't understand alchemy, but Teacher Luo is at least a mid-stage pill master and has a deep understanding of pills. Seeing the pill in Su Maoyang's hand, his pupils suddenly dilated, and his stiff smile quickly turned into astonishment. This is the genuine pill. Although Teacher Wu knew Su Maoyang's strength, he was still excited to see her refine the genuine pill. It's the genuine pill. Ha ha ha. I said. My apprentice must be the best and most talented genius. The peak of the alchemist. Who among you can reach the peak of the alchemist? You know, she is only 18 years old. Teacher Wu laughed excitedly. The sound was deafening, echoing in the silent square, causing a great shock to everyone. The peak of the 18-year-old alchemist. Oh my God! What kind of abnormal talent is this? Many people have heard of genuine pills, but this kind of pill is too rare in Southern Sui. Teacher Wu and Teacher Luo are both at the level of middle-stage alchemists, and are already considered authorities in the alchemy world. But even they can't refine a high-grade genuine pill. But Su Maoyang succeeded. What does this mean? Sun Yunwu looked at the genuine pill in Su Maoyang's hand, listened to Teacher Wu's wanton laughter, and shook her head in disbelief. No, it's not true. It's not true. How can you refine a genuine pill? Su Maoyang, what the hell are you doing? Sun Yunwu thought she had a very high talent in alchemy, but she also worked hard for a long time to reach the early stage of the alchemist. But she didn't expect that Su Maoyang was already at the peak of the alchemy master at this age. How could she believe it? At this time, Su Maoyang gently put the pill on the brocade plate beside him, looked at Sun Yunwu sideways, and smiled. The bright light on her beautiful face actually hurt Sun Yunwu's eyes. Now the winner has been decided. Are you going to send someone to bring me the soul-stealing needle? Hearing this, Sun Yunwu resisted and growled with a pale face. I don't believe it. Your pill must be fake. I want the dean and several tutors to personally identify it. Teacher Luo in the audience was also unbelievable and shouted excitedly, Yes. Come on. Bring Su Maoyang's pill to me. I want to personally identify it. Seeing this, Su Maoyang did not refuse, and let them take it down and let several tutors identify it. Now, Teacher Luo observed the pill up close, and his heart was lifted up, nervous and shocked. According to his many years of experience, this pill is not only real, but also extremely pure. What is going on? Why can Su Maoyang refine such a high-purity genuine pill? This kind of strength is not something that an ordinary top alchemist possesses. Chapter 65. I've never been so proud. Seeing that instructor Luo looked dazed, the other instructors also came over to check. It would have been fine if they hadn't looked at it. But when they did, everyone was shocked. Especially the dean, whose facial muscles trembled with excitement. And he looked at Su Maoyang with extreme shock. Maoyang girl, how did you make this elixir? Why is it purer than the average upper-grade elixir? Sun Yunwu thought that the dean had discovered the clues. After waiting for a long time, she actually got such a result. She trembled and fell to the ground. No! Impossible. Dean, you have to look carefully. Isn't Su Maoyang's elixir fake? At this point, Sun Yunwu still refused to give up and asked. Upon hearing this, the dean was immediately angry and scolded. What fake? The purity of this elixir is frighteningly high. Even an average alchemist at the peak may not be able to refine such a high-quality genuine elixir. Don't talk nonsense. What? Sun Yunwu's face turned pale. A pill that is purer than the average upper-grade pill. When did Su Maoyang have such ability? No. She doesn't believe it. Sun Yunwu was shocked. And the others were even more shocked. You have to know that Su Maoyang is only 18 years old. Not only has he reached the peak level of a pill master, but he can also refine high-purity pills. Such strength and talent are too terrifying. But the dean said so. Even if everyone has doubts, no one dares to question the quality of the pill at this moment. In addition, everyone saw with their own eyes that the pill came from Su Maoyang's hand. If they want to accuse him of cheating, it seems a bit far-fetched. The dean turned a deaf ear to the voices of surprise and doubt around him, staring at the genuine pill with excitement for a long time, and suddenly burst into laughter, shouting with tears in his eyes, God bless my Nanqing. God bless my Nanqing. I believe that there must be a place for my Nanqing Academy in the alchemy competition of this sect competition. We don't have to be at the bottom anymore. Teacher Wu also stroked his beard excitedly and laughed triumphantly. Ha ha. Fatty Luo. What else do you have to say now? My apprentice won this game. And he won it fair and square. Easily. You should kneel down and kowtow to me. Teacher Wu has never been so proud in his life. Now in front of Teacher Luo, he actually has a sense of achievement. He knows very well that all this was brought by Su Maoyang. When Luo Kue heard this, he had never been insulted like this before. His whole old face turned red with anger, and he gritted his teeth and roared, Old man Wu, don't go too far. This game must have been caused by Su Maoyang. How could she, a little girl, be a peak alchemist? How could she be higher than our level? I don't believe it. They practiced for most of their lives before they reached the middle stage of the alchemist. Even Sun Yunwu achieved such an impressive result of the early stage of the alchemist with his teachings and the resources of the Su family. And Su Maoyang had no one to guide him. No resources. And no matter how talented he was, he could not reach the peak of the alchemist. It's really hard to convince people when you say it. Wu Zhenqing felt that Luo Kue was shameless when he heard it, and angrily retorted, You still have shame. Your apprentice is holding an orange-grade alchemy furnace, while my apprentice is holding an ordinary alchemy furnace used in class. And the medicinal materials are also prepared by you personally. If you want to talk about fraud, you and your apprentice are the ones who should be blamed. Hearing this, everyone whispered. There is a huge difference between the orange-grade alchemy furnace and the ordinary alchemy furnace. But Su Maoyang used an ordinary alchemy furnace to refine a high-purity upper-grade elixir. This kind of strength is not sure how much stronger it is than Sun Yunwu. Now, Mr. Luo said that Su Maoyang was playing tricks, which was indeed a bit shameless. Receiving everyone's condemning gazes and discussions, Luo Kue's old face was a little embarrassed. But he couldn't kneel down to apologize to Mr. Wu anyway. Seeing this, Su Maoyang couldn't stand it anymore, and scolded coldly, with a loud voice and a lot of momentum, Humph! You are a mentor of Nanqing College, respected and admired. But now you don't keep your promise and go back on your words. If this matter gets out, how can you be a role model for others? And how can Nanqing College gain a foothold in the southern Sui Kingdom? Such a sharp question immediately resonated with the crowd, and the voice of condemnation became louder. From the grievances between the two people to the reputation of Nanqing College, It must be said that Su Maoyang's eloquence forced Mr. Luo into a desperate situation. The dean thought it made sense, and couldn't help but scold him. Teacher Luo, our Nanjing Academy always sticks to what it says. Don't ruin the reputation of the academy because of such a small matter. Even the dean has spoken. What else can Luo Kue say? With so many eyes watching and so many mouths condemning, does he still have a chance to escape? Facing countless sarcastic and mocking eyes, Luo Kue clenched his fists tightly and stared at Teacher Wu with uncontrollable hatred in his eyes. He knew that if he didn't keep his promise today, it would be difficult for him to raise his head in the Southern Sui Kingdom from now on. Thinking of this, he was forced to kneel down. I give up. Luo Kue's courage, which he had held back for a long time, slowly squeezed out of his mouth. Although there were only 4 words, it seemed that he had used up all his life strength. When Teacher Wu saw this, he laughed so hard that he almost jumped up with joy. Ha ha ha. Emollient girl, you made me proud. Fatty Luo has never been convinced by me, but today he knelt down to apologize to me. Ha ha ha. Fatty Luo, you have come to this day too. It's really gratifying. Wu Xinqing's childlike excitement infected Su Maoyang, and she couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. It's just a vent. Is it so happy? For her, this game. She didn't go to see Luo Kue kneel down to apologize, but to the Sun family's soul-stealing needle. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang suppressed her emotions, turned her head to look at Sun Yunwu, who collapsed on the side, raised her eyes, and said coldly, Sun Yunwu, now that the winner has been decided, shouldn't you hand over your Sun family's soul-stealing needle? When she heard about the soul-stealing needle, Sun Yunwu was like a cat with its fur standing on end, and she became nervous immediately. That was the Sun family's heirloom. If her father knew that she'd lost the heirloom, he would definitely beat her to death. Thinking of this, Sun Yunwu's face turned pale, and she trembled all over. Su Maoyang, you covet the treasure of my Sun family. The Sun family will not let you go. Covet? Sun Yunwu, please make it clear. It was you who bet with me in person, and used your Sun family's soul-stealing needle as a bet. So I competed with you. Su Maoyang was really annoyed by this rogue. Humph. No matter what, I will not hand over the soul-stealing needle. You can forget about it. Sun Yunwu was going to be a scoundrel to the end. Su Maoyang sneered and nodded. Okay. In this case, then I will have to go to your house to get it myself. As she said, she took the lead and walked towards the direction of the Sun Mansion without waiting for Sun Yunwu's reaction. Sun Mansion study. Master, have you sent someone to inquire about today's alchemy competition? I wonder if Wu got a place in the sect competition. A middle-aged woman in a green skirt walked slowly into Sun Zhongwei's study, with a bit of worry on her face, and asked softly. Sun Zhongwei, who was reading a book, didn't even raise his head, and snorted coldly, why send someone? Isn't it obvious who wins or loses? In the entire Southern Sui Kingdom, who has a better talent for alchemy than Wu? Just relying on that waste Su Maoyang. He dares to compete with Wu. Stupid. Haha. Yes. I don't know where that waste of the Su family got the courage and confidence from. The middle-aged woman covered her mouth and chuckled, her tone full of contempt. You'd better hurry up and prepare the wine and food, and reward Wu when she comes back. Master, I'll prepare it right away. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman smiled and nodded repeatedly, and then turned to leave. However, at this moment, the panicked voice of the housekeeper came from outside the study. Master. Master. The young lady is back. Chapter 66, She Never Forces Anyone. When the woman heard that Sun Yunwu was back, she was delighted and her eyes were full of smiles. Haha. Our great hero is back. As she said that, the woman happily pushed the door and walked out of the study. Even the steady and indifferent Sun Zhongwei couldn't help but stand up and follow the woman out. As soon as they went out, they saw Butler Zhou waiting at the door with a pale face, trembling with fear. Seeing this, Sun Zhongwei frowned and asked loudly, Butler Zhou, what's wrong with you? Butler Zhou was so scared that he trembled when he spoke. Little Miss is back. Since the young lady is back, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and serve her. The woman scolded unhappily. No. No. Not only the young lady, but also Su Maoyang and the dean and tutor of Nanjing College are here. Butler Zhou hesitated and trembled for a long time, and finally said a complete sentence. Madam Sun heard this. A flash of surprise flashed across her face, and then she couldn't help but sneer. I think it's probably that Su Maoyang lost the game. If she wants to deny it, she should bring the college tutor to the mansion to plead for mercy. When Sun Zhongwei heard this, his serious voice became colder. Su Maoyang overestimated her own ability and gambled her life. Who can blame her? She dared to covet our Sun family's treasure. She is so bold. Even if the dean pleads for mercy, I will never let her off easily. As he said, Sun Zhongwei snorted angrily and walked towards the front hall of the Su mansion. At this time, there were already many people standing in the front hall of the Sun mansion, and even a lot of spectators gathered at the door of the Sun mansion. After all, Su Maoyang's coming to the door to ask for the Sun family's treasure in person was too shocking. And people from all over South City heard the news and came. When Sun Zhongwei and Madame Sun came out, they were a little surprised to see the situation in front of them. What did Su Maoyang think the Sun mansion was? He actually broke in with so many people. How could this be possible? Su Maoyang, you are so bold that you actually asked so many people to plead for you. Sun Zhongwei shouted angrily. Hearing this, Su Maoyang and the onlookers were a little confused. Plead for mercy? What plead for mercy? Humph. Su Maoyang, it's useless for you to ask so many people. You made the bet yourself. And we didn't force you to do it. Don't try to deny it. I advise you to do it yourself. Otherwise you will suffer if we do it. Madame Sun sneered, looked at Su Maoyang with contempt, and spoke in a cold and heartless tone. If Su Maoyang is not taught a lesson, they really think that the Sun family is easy to bully. Su Maoyang's expressionless face froze for a moment when he heard this, and the corners of his lips gradually raised. Haha. I should say this. I hope the Sun family can fulfill the bet. Keep their promises. And don't deny it. Sun Zhongwei was shocked when he heard this, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. Su Maoyang, what do you mean by this? Su Maoyang was a little helpless about the late realization of the Su family master, and he lifted his lips and chuckled. Su family master, are you still asleep? I came to take the soul-stealing needle in person. What do you mean? What? The Sun family master was so shocked that his eyes widened and he roared angrily. How dare you? Do you know what you are saying? You can't take the treasure of the Sun family just by saying so. What do you think of our Sun family? The Sun family master was so angry that he was smoking, and his whole old face was as black as the bottom of a pot. And it was scary. Master Sun, you need to understand the situation. Your daughter lost the competition, so of course she has to fulfill the bet. It was she who used the soul-stealing needle as a bet that made me willing to compete with her. Now that she has lost the competition, does the Sun family want to deny it? Su Maoyang sneered and returned Mrs. Sun's words. The slap on the face was loud and powerful. What did you say? Master Sun was shocked and his face turned pale. They knew Sun Yunwu's talent for alchemy. Looking at the younger generation of Southern Sui, no one was her opponent. How could you lose to Su Maoyang now? No. Absolutely impossible. When Master Sun heard this and looked at everyone's mocking eyes, his heart was beating like a drum, and a sense of horror ran from head to toe, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He suddenly raised his eyes to look at Sun Yunwu, who was standing not far away, and shouted, Sun Yunwu, what is going on? Sun Yunwu had not dared to say anything just now, fearing that her father would punish her. Now that she was called out, her body softened and she knelt down immediately. Father, it's not my fault. I didn't lose. It was Su Maoyang who cheated. How could she refine a high-quality elixir? She must have cheated. High-quality elixir. That is an elixir that can only be refined by a peak alchemist. When the head of the Sun family heard this, his eyes were so frightened that he stared at Su Maoyang with horror. Could it be that Su Maoyang has reached the peak of the alchemist? Oh my god! What did he hear? The Sun family master's ears felt like they were pricked by a sharp needle, and his whole body felt numb. Looking at the Sun family master standing there in a daze, as if he was scared silly, Su Maoyang frowned impatiently. Sun family master, I don't want to waste time talking to you. Your Sun family is also a big family that values promises and reputation. Madame Sun also said in person that you are not allowed to deny it. I think you are all reasonable people. As long as you hand over the soul-stealing needle, I will leave the Sun mansion immediately and stop bothering you. Su Maoyang spoke frankly, directly, and without any hesitation. However, when the words fell into the ears of the head of the Sun family, he was furious. Su Maoyang, don't even think about it. How can the treasure of the Sun family be taken away by you as a bet? Even if you say that the Sun family is a rogue or shameless, I will never give you the soul-snatching needle. I advise you to give up this idea. The head of the Sun family was full of anger, and his iron-blue old face turned red in an instant. Looking at this posture, the head of the Sun family must protect the heirloom of the Sun family, even if he doesn't want this old face. Su Maoyang suddenly felt a headache. Sun Yunwu was cheating. And even Sun Zhongwei was a rogue scum. It seems that this group of people will not cry until they see the coffin. And they must force her to use violence. Head of the Sun family. You are so old. You can't be naive to think that you can get away with it by cheating. Right? Su Maoyang's cold voice was faintly angry. The head of the Sun family snorted coldly. Humph. Su Maoyang. You are so arrogant. The Sun family is one of the 4 major families after all. Do you think you can rob my Sun family's heirloom with your own strength? Who said that I can do it alone? There are so many people here. Don't you see? Su Maoyang raised her eyebrows in surprise, and then pointed at the crowd around. Sun Zhongwei expected Su Maoyang to be helpless, but he didn't expect her to say this suddenly. What does she mean by this? Could it be that all these people are her people? How is it possible? How could they be willing to offend the Sun family for Su Maoyang? Are they tired of living? Unable to figure it out, Sun Zhongwei narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Su Maoyang, you are too arrogant. Do you think they are willing to stand up for you? Su Maoyang smiled, raised his eyebrows and glanced at the people present, raised the corners of his lips, and said loudly, Everyone. Today, whoever enters the Sun Mansion and helps me search for the soul-stealing needle will be rewarded with a middle-grade pill. And whoever helps me find the soul-stealing needle, I will personally refine a high-grade pill for him. Of course, if you would rather offend me, a peak alchemist, and protect the middle-stage alchemist of the Sun family master, I have nothing to say. After all, I never force anyone. Sun Zhongwei was so scared when he heard this that he almost fell to the ground. She doesn't force anyone? Does this mean not to force? Chapter 67 One-sided situation. When Su Maoyang said this, the crowd waiting outside the Sun Mansion rushed forward like chicken blood, scrambling to rush into the courtyard of the Sun Mansion. The guards of the Sun Mansion could not stop them. And for a moment, there was chaos. When the head of the Sun family saw this, his eyes were bloodshot and his veins bulged. Rebellion? Rebellion? Do you want to be enemies with the Sun family? Sun Zhongwei looked at the lawless and almost crazy people, and roared like thunder from his chest. He really didn't expect that Su Maoyang would have such a strong appeal. And just one sentence made so many people work for her. Some people, due to the power of the head of the Sun family, stopped and watched the fire from the other side, while some people were overwhelmed by desire and ignored the anger of the head of the Sun family. Because, as long as everyone thought that they could get a middle-grade pill by participating in the search operation, they would be excited. The middle-grade elixir that you may not be able to buy with money at ordinary times can now be obtained with just a flick of the finger. No one can resist such temptation unless they are fools. Moreover, if you find the soul-stealing needle, you can also get the upper-grade elixir, which is what many people dream of. Seeing this, Mo Halga seemed to think that the commotion was not enough. He shook his fan and chuckled as he stepped forward. Haha. Lin, you are really treacherous. You don't move a finger, but just a word makes so many people work hard for you. You are really amazing. I wanted to come here to help you, but now it seems that I have become redundant. But in front of the head of the Sun family, I still have to make my position clear. As he said, he turned his head to look at Sun Zhongwei without waiting for Su Maoyang to reply, raised his eyebrows and said loudly, Head of the Sun family, if you don't hand over the soul-stealing needle today, let alone these people, even my Mo family will not let you go. What? Mo family? Sun Zhongwei, who was already furious, was stunned by these words, and his head was stunned and his whole body was numb. His strong body suddenly softened, and his footsteps staggered twice, and he almost fell down. Fortunately, Madame Sun was quick and supported him. Master, Mr. Mo, you can't make such jokes casually. Sun Zhongwei leaned on Madame Sun, tried to calm down for a moment, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and said, The 4 major families have always kept their distance from each other and maintained a mutually balanced relationship. Although the Sun family is powerful, they dare not offend the Mo family. If the Mo family gets ruthless, the Sun family will not get any benefits. So, the head of the Sun family is afraid of the Mo family. But now Mo Hauge is actually representing the Mo family to be the enemy of the Sun family for Su Maoyang. Isn't this provoking a fight between the two major families? The Sun family can't stand such a toss. Thinking of this, Sun Zhongwei's legs became a little weak. He really didn't understand how charming Su Maoyang was that made Mo Hauge do this for her. Master Sun, do you think I'm joking? Mo Hauge stared at him with a faint gaze, his voice sinking a little. Looking at this situation, Sun Zhongwei was sweating coldly, and he could only turn his head to look at the dean, who was silent for a long time not far away. Dean, Su Maoyang is a student of your Nanjing College. You have to take care of her. How can the bet between two children count? Su Maoyang is shameless, and barged in to ask for the treasure of my Sun family. It's unreasonable. Sun Zhongwei could only pin his hopes on the dean. The dean is upright and principled. He cares most about the management and reputation of the college, and is very strict with students. He believes that as long as the dean comes forward, Su Maoyang will not dare to be so presumptuous. However, just as he finished speaking, the dean of Nanjing College gave him a loud slap. Master Sun, today I brought the college's instructors here to seek justice for Su Maoyang. Sun Yunwu is not a 3-year-old child. She made a bet with Su Maoyang in front of so many people, and used the soul-snatching needle as a bet. This was witnessed and heard by many people. It cannot be false. Since the winner has been decided, you, the Sun family, should fulfill your promise and hand over the soul-snatching needle to avoid giving people a chance to criticize you. Sun Zhongwei didn't expect that even the dean would risk offending the Sun family to speak for Su Maoyang. And he was stunned on the spot. Is this the world? Why are you all on Su Maoyang's side? You know what you are doing? Master Sun couldn't believe it. After that, Teacher Wu also stood up, with a dark face, and cursed, Old man Sun, you are really shameless. Just now you kept saying that you lost the game, and you are not allowed to deny it. Now you turn your face, and don't recognize me. What kind of person are you? Bah! Teacher Wu is a hot-tempered person. He has no respect for the 4 major families. Now, the Sun family is bullying his beloved apprentice. How can he let it go if he doesn't vent his anger? Teacher Wu, are you crazy? Su Maoyang is from the Su family. How can he be compared with my Sun family? What you are doing is against our Sun family. Master Sun, I think you are crazy. My apprentice is a top alchemist. With this strength, everyone can't curry favor with him. How can you offend an alchemy genius for the Sun family? Hearing Teacher Wu's contemptuous ridicule, Sun Zhongwei suddenly roared excitedly. No. Su Maoyang can't be a top alchemist. She must be cheating. How can a little girl like her have such a high level of attainment? You don't even think about it. Sun Zhongwei was subconsciously unwilling to admit this fact. And he couldn't accept it. After all, an 18-year-old top alchemist was too unconvincing. Believe it or not, I know my apprentice's strength best. Don't slander her. No matter what. Our Nanjing Academy will protect her today. Wu Xinqing stepped forward and roared in a decisive manner. The D on the side also nodded in agreement after hearing this. As for Mo Hauge, needless to say, he completely stood on Su Maoyang's side. Seeing this, Sun Zhongwei was shocked and trembled. He took 2 steps back, and his wrinkled old face suddenly turned pale as paper. Mo Hauge couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he saw Su Maoyang beside him, calm and indifferent, unmoved by worldly affairs. This woman has such a sharp method. He was worried that she was weak and might be bullied by the old immortals of the Sun family. But he didn't expect that she could easily reverse the situation. Su Maoyang knew that Nanjing Academy was not afraid of the 4 major families. In their eyes, participating in the sect competition was above everything else. So a seedling like her was definitely the object of their careful cultivation and protection. It was precisely because of this that Su Maoyang dared to be so presumptuous. And she knew what a high-grade elixir meant to everyone. So she confronted the Sun family unscrupulously. This series of seemingly reckless and arrogant actions were actually the result of Su Maoyang's careful consideration. Obviously, Su Maoyang was not afraid that the Sun family would default on their debts. Because from the moment she made the bet, she was determined to win. Thinking of this, Mo Hauge actually felt a little terrified. How meticulous was her mind? Chapter 68. Born to belong to her. Sun Zhongwei was forced into a desperate situation by Su Maoyang. His face was ferocious, and he gritted his teeth. Okay. I'll give it to you. You quickly tell them to stop. When Mrs. Sun saw that Sun Zhongwei actually compromised, she immediately screamed, "Master, are you crazy? That's the heirloom of the Sun family. This treasure has been passed down for who knows how many generations, and has always been well treasured by the Sun family. Now, because of Su Maoyang's words, it has to be handed over. How can it be so cheap?" But the head of the Sun family ignored Mrs. Sun's obstruction, but roared at the housekeeper Zhou beside him, "Go and take out the soul-stealing needle." The housekeeper Zhou had never seen such a scene before, and was a little dazed. Hearing the order of the head of the Sun family, he nodded in horror and ran quickly to the backyard. Su Maoyang heard this, and his cold expression finally eased. "Well, very good. It seems that the head of the Sun family is still a person who keeps his promises. You can stop." Su Maoyang said this, and everyone felt ironic. It was a big joke that Sun Zhongwei, a shameless man, still kept his promise. But the people who were searching heard this, and they couldn't help but feel disappointed and stopped. "I wanted to take advantage of this rare opportunity to get the upper grade elixir, but I didn't expect that the head of the Sun family would not even give them a chance." Looking at the disappointed expressions of the people, the head of the Sun family curled his lips and sneered. "Humph. Su Maoyang wants the soul-stealing needle. He can give it to her. It depends on whether she has the ability to contract. If the contract cannot be made, then it can't be blamed on him." Thinking of this, the head of the Sun family gradually calmed down his anger, and stared at Su Maoyang calmly. At this time, the housekeeper Zhou ran back quickly, holding a box in his hand, and handed it to Su Maoyang respectfully. "Su Maoyang, this is our Sun family's heirloom, the soul-stealing needle. Our Sun family has treasured it for generations, but no one can contract it. If you can contract it, then my Sun family will give it to you." The head of the Sun family sneered and spoke in a generous tone. But everyone knows that the reason why the head of the Sun family was so straightforward was that he was sure that Su Maoyang could not contract the soul-stealing needle. Think about it. Even several generations of the Sun family could not contract the soul-stealing needle, let alone Su Maoyang, who had no blood relationship with the Sun family. It seems that Su Maoyang's move was in vain again. Su Maoyang heard the words and calmly took the box, opened the lid, and immediately saw a thin silver needle inside. The silver needle was very thin, shining with silver light, sparkling, and very beautiful. Su Maoyang took it out with his hand and pinched the needle body. A refreshing coolness spread from the skin layer of his fingers to his limbs. What a fun thing! If it is used as a hidden weapon, it must be handy. Su Maoyang sighed in her heart, and the anger just now was replaced by the surprise in the blink of an eye. Girl, hurry up and make a blood contract with it. Although this weapon is not a divine weapon, it is still very effective in killing people. The old man Jingshu also felt the hostility coming from the soul-stealing needle, and was a little surprised. What's more strange is that even he can't see the level and strength of this silver needle. No wonder the Sun family has treasured it for generations. It seems to be a good treasure. Su Maoyang knew that ordinary weapons would not be in the eyes of the old man Jingshu, since even he said so. She came to the Sun family this time. Thinking about it, Su Maoyang did not delay and directly used the master-servant contract. Drip blood on the silver needle, and opened her mouth to chant, "Sacrifice my blood. Awaken your soul. Sign a contract with me. Listen to my orders, and it will never break." The head of the Sun family sneered and shook his head, looking at Su Maoyang with contempt. Did she think that she could contract the soul-snatching needle by dropping a few drops of blood and reciting a few spells? How naive. But just when the head of the Sun family couldn't help but speak sarcastically, the silver needle suddenly burst out with a dazzling silver light, which made everyone squint in horror. Oh my god! What happened? Everyone blocked the silver light in front of them, squinted their eyes, and stared at the silver needle in Su Maoyang's hand in surprise. At this time, the silver needle flew into the sky from between Su Maoyang's fingers, turned happily in the air, and finally fell back into Su Maoyang's palm obediently, gradually merging with her flesh and blood and disappearing. The people around were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. They had never seen such a blood contract before, and weapons could actually merge with flesh and blood. It was too novel, and Sun Zhongwei was so scared that he stumbled and fell to the ground, full of fear and shock. The soul-stealing needle has been passed down in the Sun family for several generations, and no one has ever been able to contract it. But Su Maoyang easily merged with it. What happened? What went wrong? Sun Zhongwei collapsed, shaking his head with a crazy look. No. Su Maoyang. What the hell did you do? Not to mention Sun Zhongwei. Even Su Maoyang herself was surprised. For some reason, when the silver needle merged into her body, she felt a long-lost sense of familiarity. Maybe this is fate. Haha. Master Sun. It seems that this silver needle does not belong to your Sun family. Otherwise, your Sun family has guarded it for generations. Why no one has contracted it? But I, an outsider, succeeded in the contract? Su Maoyang laughed. Seemingly an unintentional joke. But it made everyone suddenly realize. Yes, the Sun family has treasured it for generations. But no one can make a contract with it. However, Su Maoyang, an outsider, succeeded in the blood contract and made the soul-stealing needle merge into her flesh and blood. No matter how you look at it, this soul-stealing needle seems to belong to Su Maoyang from birth. The people around nodded in agreement, and then changed the subject and began to accuse the Sun family of privately occupying Su Maoyang's things, scolding the Sun family. Sun Zhongwei has never felt so aggrieved. That is obviously the treasure they have guarded for generations. But now it is said that the Sun family shamelessly occupied Su Maoyang's things. Where can he go to reason? Su Maoyang, you are insidious and cunning. I will fight you. Faced with this situation, even the usually steady Sun Zhongwei lost his mind, burst out with spiritual power, and rushed towards Su Maoyang fiercely. Seeing this, the dean of Nanjing College rushed forward, formed a seal with both hands, and blasted hard, immediately resisting the power that Sun Zhongwei burst out. Su Maoyang is a rare alchemy genius. Even if he has to risk his life, he must send her safely to the sect competition. The head of the Sun family did not expect that the dean would really break up with him, and he was furious. Okay. Very good. Su Maoyang, you wait for me. I will make you pay a heavy price. Sun Zhongwei roared, his voice resounding through the sky like thunder, and his anger was simply gnashing of teeth and hatred. Su Maoyang sneered 3 times when he heard this. Master Sun, just now you said that you would give me the soul-stealing needle as long as I succeeded in the contract. Everyone present can testify to this. Now you are going back on your word. If we talk about insidiousness and cunningness, you are second, and I dare not admit that I am first. So everything is your own fault, and you can't blame anyone else. This Master Sun is really shameless to a certain extent, which makes people sick and disgusted. When everyone heard this, they were even more dissatisfied with Master Sun and accused him of all kinds of discussions. For a person as respected as Master Sun, it is simply the biggest shame in his life. Chapter 69, wearing a white dress to celebrate birthday. At this time, Su Maoyang was too lazy to pay attention to Sun Zhongwei's reaction, but turned to look at the dean and bowed gratefully. Dean, thank you. This genuine pill is a thank you gift. As he said that, Su Maoyang had already handed over the genuine pill. The dean was so excited that he couldn't close his mouth. Ha ha ha. Maoyang girl, why are you so polite? It's my duty. No one could have thought that the majestic dean was so happy that his beard was shaking. While saying politely, he took it quickly with a smile. Without any politeness. Everyone was surprised and envious. Just because he blocked a palm, he got a genuine pill. What a good life. Everyone swallowed their saliva enviously, and their eyes were a little straight looking at the genuine pill. However, Su Maoyang did not disappoint everyone. She looked around and announced with a smile, everyone who participated in the needle search operation just now will get a middle-grade pill. As she spoke, Su Maoyang had already taken out several bottles of pills from the medicine cauldron space and threw them to the crowd. When everyone saw this, they all reached out to catch them with great joy. Their faces flushed with excitement, and they couldn't let go of the pills. Although it was not a high-grade pill, everyone was satisfied to get a middle-grade pill. Su Maoyang's move was straightforward and generous, and she won everyone's favor at once. In comparison, she was much more loyal and righteous than the Sun family. Everyone immediately felt that this favor was not wrong, and those who did not help were shocked and regretful when they saw this scene. They thought that Su Maoyang could not produce so many mid-level elixirs, and they did not quite believe that she had really reached the peak of alchemy at such a young age. Therefore, they were always suspicious and fearful of the power of the Sun family, and did not dare to act rashly. I didn't expect Su Maoyang to actually take out so many pills. The middle-grade pills were like cabbages on the street. Everyone had one. It was incredible. Think about the group of people who got the pills. In fact, they didn't do anything. They just searched the Sun Mansion and easily got the pills that they might not be able to buy at a high price. It was really a blow. If they had known earlier that Su Maoyang was really so capable, why would they just stare at him? Alas, many people gritted their teeth with regret, looked at the happy crowd, looked regretful, and looked jealous. They felt so bad in their hearts. Seeing this, Teacher Wu was not convinced. He came to Su Maoyang with a bitter face and shouted aggrievedly, "Maoyang girl, what about me? What about me? Why did you forgive me? It's not fair to give the dean the middle grade pills, but to give so many pills to the onlookers. He got nothing." Seeing Teacher Wu pouting in grievance, Su Maoyang almost laughed out loud. She held back her laughter and asked in a confused manner, "What did you forget? Maoyang girl, you are so unkind. They all have elixirs. But I don't." Teacher Wu saw Su Maoyang pretending to be stupid, so he had to yell shamelessly. Su Maoyang couldn't help it this time, and chuckled, "Ha. You have me as an alchemist apprentice. What else do you want?" As she said that, Su Maoyang had already walked away with a smile. Teacher Wu, who stayed in the same place, frowned and chewed on her words. After a moment, he was enlightened and his face was so happy that it swelled into a lump of flesh. Su Maoyang meant that she would refine whatever elixir he wanted. Ha! Apprentice, wait for me. The master hasn't said what elixir he wants yet. Teacher Wu had already chased after him regardless of the surprised and strange eyes of everyone. Seeing this, even the dean was somewhat envious of Wu Xinxing's luck. He probably never thought that he would accept an 18-year-old alchemist as his apprentice. With such talent, the southern Sui kingdom is destined to not be able to accommodate her. Su Maoyang thought that the farce of the Sun family was over, and she could finally take a break. Unexpectedly, she was caught by Su Yihui as soon as she stepped into the gate of the Su mansion. "Su Maoyang, stop right there." A fierce roar suddenly broke out behind Su Maoyang, and Su Yihui strode angrily. Su Maoyang has always had a bad face for this nominal father, and asked coldly, "Father, why are you in such a hurry? What advice do you have?" "Humph! Su Maoyang, you dare to bring people to break into the Sun mansion and steal the heirloom of the Sun family. Are you tired of living? If you want to die, I can send you off so that you won't drag down the Su family." Su Yihui roared angrily, and was about to reach out and strangle Su Maoyang's neck. But how could Su Yihui be Su Maoyang's opponent now? He didn't even touch her hair, and Su Maoyang dodged him lightly, leaving him empty-handed. "Father, I'm about to marry into the 9th prince's mansion and become the 9th prince's consort. Logically, you should kowtow to me. What's going on now? Are you planning to commit a crime?" Su Maoyang asked coldly. Each word was pronounced clearly, making Su Yihui speechless. "I can choose not to pursue my father's crime, but I can't guarantee that the 9th prince and the emperor won't pursue it. And I can't guarantee that Nanjing Academy won't pursue it. So if you touch a hair on my body, it won't be as simple as the Su family offending the Sun family." Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows, curled his lips and sneered, and spoke simply and directly, so sharply that Su Yihui felt cold in his heart. Su Yihui had to admit that Su Maoyang was indeed arrogant now. However, seeing that his timid daughter was now completely out of his control, Su Yihui was furious and a little crazy. "Okay, Su Maoyang, I'll warn you one last time. My 40th birthday is in a few days. You better be good and don't make any mistakes. Otherwise don't blame me for being cruel." Su Yihui warned in a low roar, glared at her viciously, and then left. Su Maoyang looked at his angry back. The corners of her lips suddenly rose, and a dark light flashed in her eyes. 40th birthday? It seems that she still has to prepare a big gift for him. Time flies, and soon it is Su Yihui's 40th birthday. On this day, the Su mansion was decorated with lights and colorful decorations, and it was very lively. Since the morning, guests have been coming in an endless stream, which has added a lot of joy to the deserted Su mansion. Su Maoyang changed into a white floor-length dress early in the morning under the service of Nanian and Lu Man. The beautiful hem of the dress was embroidered with blue patterns. Her long arms were draped with white gauze. Her slender waist was graceful and charming. On her pretty face, which was more delicate than snow, a pair of bright star eyes exuded a faint light. She looked around with a little coldness, but also natural charm. Her eyebrows were dark without any makeup, and her lips were red without any makeup. Even without makeup, It was difficult to hide the peerless elegance emanating from her bones. Lu Man looked at the lady in the bronze mirror and smacked her lips in amazement and sighed, "Miss, you are so beautiful. Not to mention men. Even a woman like me is fascinated by you." Su Maoyang smiled with her lips curled and shook her head helplessly. Nanian also nodded in agreement. But when she thought about the occasion today, she asked with some concern, "Miss, today is the master's birthday. Will you cause gossip if you wear a white dress?" "Yes. Today is the birthday banquet. If the young lady wears a white dress, it may be a little inappropriate." LV Man also thought of it. Su Maoyang smiled sweetly and replied with an ambiguous meaning, "It's just right to wear a white dress today. Because after the birthday banquet, there will be a funeral." "Ah?" LV Man covered her mouth in fear. When Nanian heard this, her expression was shocked, and her wrinkled old face instantly raised a shock. "Miss, you can't say this casually. Okay, the birthday banquet has begun. We should go out." Su Maoyang ignored Nanian's nervousness, stood up suddenly, and walked out of the boudoir with a smile. Chapter 70 Terrible Thoughts. At this time, the front yard of the Su mansion was filled with dining tables and chairs, and all kinds of snacks and pastries were placed. Guests came and went, and the place was bustling with people and joy. It was so lively. Su Yihue greeted the officials and ministers who were powerful in the court, and the families of the ministers gathered together, talking and laughing. Just some women's daily talk. Su Maoyang walked to the front yard, looking at the lively and festive scene in front of her. A sneer flashed in her eyes, and a trace of indescribable coldness appeared at the corners of her lips. However, Lu Man, who was following behind her, shouted a little, "Miss, let's go sit over there." Perhaps because of the exquisite pastries there, Lu Man swallowed her saliva while speaking. Su Maoyang laughed. It was all because she usually spoiled Lu Man too much, and actually spoiled her greedy mouth. Nanian was at her age, so she naturally knew more about propriety than Lu Man. She frowned and said in a low voice, "Lu Man, watch your words and actions. What kind of occasion is this? Is it time for you to be greedy?" Lu Man was scolded by Nanian, and she pouted her lips, drooped her head, and murmured aggrievedly, "I know. Miss, I was wrong. Okay, today is my father's birthday. It should be a happy day. Don't blame her. Let's go. We'll sit there." Su Maoyang felt that Nanian was too harsh on Lu Man, and couldn't help but persuade her. As he said, Su Maoyang walked towards the place he had just pointed to. Lu Man smiled and followed him. As soon as Su Maoyang sat down, he immediately attracted many curious and surprised eyes. Su Maoyang changed from an ugly girl to a peerless beauty, and from a waste to a stunning genius. Not long ago, he led people to break into the Sun family and rob the heirloom of the Sun family with a legitimate reason. Now, any one of Su Maoyang's great achievements can scare people to death. So, everyone can't help but talk about her. Su Maoyang didn't care about other people's eyes. She sat in her seat and picked out the cakes that Lu Man liked. She treated other people as air. At this moment, the servant waiting at the door of the mansion suddenly shouted, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince has arrived." This voice made everyone's eyes move away from Su Maoyang, looking towards the gate. At this time, Nanjinghuan, wearing a goose-yellow robe with gold edges, slowly walked in from the gate. The slender figure like a benchmark, the knife-like eyebrows, and the high-nose bridge exuded the domineering and heroic spirit of a man. And a pair of dark and sharp slender eyes occasionally flashed with a hidden dark light, giving people a sense of awe that cannot be desecrated. Seeing this, everyone stood up and kowtowed. Nanjinghuan was in a good mood today. He raised his hand slightly and asked everyone to stand up. Today is General Su's birthday, so don't be polite. As he said this, Nanjinghuan sat down with a smile under the guidance of the housekeeper. When everyone heard this, the oppression in their hearts was relieved a lot. Seeing Nanjinghuan sitting down, everyone was bold enough to sit back in their seats. Due to the appearance of Nanjinghuan, the whole courtyard also started a discussion about Su Yihue. "I'm really envious. He is just a general with no ability, but he can make His Royal Highness the Crown Prince come to celebrate his birthday in person. What a grand ceremony!" TSK. The Crown Prince came for Su Yihue's sake, who told Su Yihue to give birth to a seductive vixen. The people who spoke were all women in the boudoir. They had always been jealous of Su Yihue, and their words were inevitably harsh and unpleasant. "Hush. Keep your voice down. This is in the Su mansion. If General Su and Su Ishua hear you, they will tear your mouths apart. One of the women reminded quietly. The other women snorted in dissatisfaction and stopped discussing. At this time, Su Ishua saw the prince coming, and quickly pulled away, stepped forward, and greeted him with a nod and bow. Ha ha ha. Your Highness, please come to my humble home. My humble home is honored. I am late to welcome you. I hope the prince will forgive me. Okay. No need for polite words. You are the protagonist today. Don't be so restrained. Nanjinghuan smiled and waved his hand. As he spoke, he couldn't help looking at Su Maoyang, who was sitting opposite and eating cakes quietly. Today, Su Maoyang was dressed in a white dress, elegant and graceful, with a light and ethereal aura. Under the light, that beautiful face was like a crescent moon, exuding a charming luster, which made people feel ashamed. What people can't ignore is that her cold and noble temperament is also full of charming charm. Her delicate face may be because of drinking some wine, but it actually blooms two red and innocent flowers. For a moment, Nanjinghuan has the urge to hug her and love her hard. What happened to him? How could he have such an idea about someone he hates? Nanjinghuan was frightened by this horrible idea, and couldn't help shuddering and hurriedly retracting his gaze. Where is Shuer? Why didn't I see her? In order to distract his attention and divert his gaze, Nanjinghuan couldn't help asking Su Jingwei beside him. Su Jingwei really thought that Nanjinghuan cared about Su Ishua, and he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Ha! Shuer has been seriously ill recently, and is resting in the house now. I will call her out now. Hearing about the serious illness, Nanjinghuan frowned suddenly. Serious illness? Why didn't I know? Since you are sick, why didn't you report it? Prince, please forgive me. Please forgive me. Shuer sympathizes with the prince's worries all day long and doesn't want this little thing to bother the prince. So she asked me not to disturb him. Su Yihui's words sounded nice, and only Su Maoyang knew the reason. Su Ishua's face was disfigured, so naturally she couldn't alarm other people. Su Yihui was still counting on this daughter to marry into the prince's mansion to help him consolidate his position. If Nanjinghuan saw Su Ishua's ghostly appearance, let alone marrying her, he would probably be scared to death. When Nanjinghuan heard this, his frown slowly relaxed. Well, are you okay now? Yes, it's okay. But she's a little weak. She'll be fine after a supplement. I'll send someone to call her out now. Su Yihui nodded and waved to the housekeeper beside him. The housekeeper understood and went to Su Ishua's yard. Nanjinghuan was absent-minded at this time. Since he heard that Su Ishua was fine, he didn't ask too much. He just nodded slightly, and his eyes drifted to Su Maoyang involuntarily. But Su Maoyang was only concerned with drinking, and he treated him as an invisible man, which was really infuriating. Just when Nanjinghuan was secretly angry, Su Ishua, supported by the maid, came to Nanjinghuan with lotus steps and bowed slightly. Shuer pays respect to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Nanjinghuan was gently called, and then he retracted his gaze. A trace of guilt flashed across his face, and he quickly reached out to help with concern. Get up quickly. Aren't you sick? You have to take good care of your body. Okay? Seeing the prince caring about her so much, Su Ishua rarely smiled, but this smile immediately involved a wound on her face, making her frown in pain. Because she was wearing a veil, Nanjinghuan couldn't see her face and expression. He only saw her suddenly frowning brows, and couldn't help but ask in confusion. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Why are you wearing a veil? Chapter 71 Ridiculous Dowry. Su Ishua shook her head gently. It's okay. Just a little cold. It will be fine after a period of recuperation. Your Highness, don't worry. Hearing this, Nanjinghuan nodded with relief. At this time, Su Maoyang was looking at the two of them, watching Su Ishua pretending to deceive Nanjinghuan, who was like a fool, kept in the dark, and she couldn't help but raise a sarcastic sneer at the corner of her lips. This scene happened to fall into Nanjinghuan's eyes, and he couldn't help but surge with a nameless anger. What does her smile mean? Is she laughing at him? Su Maoyang, what are you laughing at? Nanjinghuan couldn't help but ask loudly at the moment. Su Maoyang immediately pretended to be envious. I envy Sister Shuer's good fortune, to be so loved by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Hearing this, Nanjinghuan's handsome face jumped into pride, snorted lightly, as if he wanted to get more jealousy from Su Maoyang, and then said loudly, General's son, today is your birthday. The king brought you a birthday gift. Come! Bring it up! The prince's voice was loud and powerful, and it immediately made the surroundings quiet. When everyone heard the birthday gift, they all looked at Nanjing in surprise. And Sui Hui opened his eyes wide in surprise, his eyes full of expectation. At this time, several burly men suddenly appeared at the door of the Su mansion. They came with a giant golden plate, on which countless golden birthday peaches were stacked. When they appeared, the golden light was shining, and they immediately blinded everyone's eyes. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Nanjing smiled with satisfaction, and proudly raised his eyebrows to Sui Hui and explained, General Su, this is my birthday gift. 99 golden birthday peaches. I wish you happiness as vast as the East Sea, and a life as long as the southern mountains. Oh my god! 99 golden peaches. Oh my god! So much gold. Am I seeing things? Everyone rubbed their eyes, and exclaimed in disbelief because of the golden light. These people must have never seen so much gold in their lives. How rich is this? They actually gave such a valuable gift to an insignificant general. It is really shocking. Sui Hui's deep-set eyes opened wide. His lips trembled. His nose twitched. And his eyes flashed with excitement as he stared at the golden peaches. He thought Nanjing liked Sui Hui, and it was natural to send a decent gift. But he didn't expect Nanjing to care so much about this marriage. It seems that he really loved Shuer to the bone, and even his old bones are benefiting from it. Thinking of this, Sui Hui was so excited that he trembled all over. He felt that the blood rushed to his head, and his old face turned red. Your Highness, you really make me feel embarrassed. I can't afford such a generous gift. I can afford it. I can afford it. Soon, Shuer will marry me. I will treat it as a gift to you in advance. Nanjing words were so useful that Sui Hui felt like a bottle of honey was poured into his heart. He smiled so hard that his old face, which was already full of wrinkles, became a lump of flesh. Everyone was jealous and envious when they heard Sui Hui's unbridled laughter. This Su family is really blessed by one person. Sui Hui, who was standing aside, didn't expect Nanjing to prepare golden birthday peaches. It would be fine if he prepared them, but he also prepared 99 of them. I'm afraid she is the only one in the entire southern Sui kingdom who has such an honor. Looking at the golden birthday peaches and receiving everyone's envious gazes, Sui Hui's vanity was greatly satisfied, and her eyes looking at Nanjing were filled with tears of emotion. Sure enough, the prince still loves her, even if Su Maoyang becomes more beautiful and powerful. So what? The prince still likes her from beginning to end. She lost the game, lost her looks, but won the prince's heart. All this is worth it. Looking at Sui Hui with tears in her eyes, Nanjing chuckled and joked, Are you moved by this? By the way, the moving is still to come. As he said, Nanjing waved again. Before Sui Hui could react, a group of servants appeared at the door of the Su mansion again, carrying heavy brown boxes one by one, and walked in quickly. When everyone saw this, they had gone from surprise to shock. Could it be that in addition to 99 golden birthday peaches, there are other birthday gifts? This is too generous. Is it really worth it for a concubine's daughter? Just when everyone was in disbelief, Nanjing spoke, General Su, taking advantage of today's festive day, I brought Shuer's betrothal gift by the way, and I hope General Su will accept it. After the words fell, several servants opened each box one by one with a bang, and the gold and silver jewelry, jade jewelry and bedding cloth inside were instantly exposed to everyone. They were luxurious and expensive, and there were countless of them, which scared everyone to gasp. Everyone's eyes almost fell out of shock, and their jaws almost slammed on their feet. The crown prince really loves Sui Hui very much. What virtue can a concubine's daughter have? Not to mention others. Even Sui Hui herself did not expect Nanjing to give her such a big surprise, and she could no longer sob uncontrollably. However, Nanjing did not pay attention to Sui Hui, who was moved to tears, but cast his eyes on Su Maoyang, who sat opposite from beginning to end as steady as a mountain. He didn't believe that Su Maoyang would remain indifferent after he did so much. He wanted Su Maoyang to know that only he could give women happiness and great honor, and only he could let women live a comfortable and easy life. Nanjing inherent pride made him raise his head and look down at Su Maoyang, his expression full of ridicule and complacency. Su Maoyang received his contemptuous gaze and couldn't help but sneer and shook his head. These broken things. You have the nerve to show off in front of her. In fact, The value of these gold, silver, jewelry, and golden longevity pieces is actually less than half the value of the martial arts and weapons hidden in the secret room by Nanjing. For other people, this is indeed a huge amount of money. But for Su Maoyang, who made so much money at the auction house, these are just broken things that she despises and is of no help to her. In fact, Su Maoyang's current net worth is probably richer than Nanjing. It's really ridiculous for him to show off this trick. Nanjing didn't know what Su Maoyang was thinking. Seeing her sneer, he thought she was jealous. He immediately spoke loudly, saying, Su Maoyang, if you indeed swear, I can give you a chance. As long as you are willing to marry into the prince's mansion as a concubine. You could also have such a betrothal gift, Nanjing said, pointing to the boxes piled on the ground with an arrogant look. His tone and expression were like alms. Su Maoyang was speechless. What's wrong with the prince's brain? She said she envied him. And he really thought she envied her. Couldn't he see that she was laughing? But he just laughed at his stupidity? Su Maoyang was depressed. And Su Yixue beside her was not in a good mood. She thought Nanjing gave her so many betrothal gifts because he loved her. But she didn't expect that he would also promise such a betrothal gift to Su Maoyang. It turns out that these betrothal gifts are insignificant in Nanjing eyes. Give it to her, and you can give it to others. Hearing this, Su Yixue fell down from the cloud of happiness. Her heart was broken into pieces, and she was in agony. However, Nanjing mind was on Su Maoyang at this time, and he secretly competed with her. Think clearly. Do you want to marry a cripple and suffer? Or do you want to marry me and enjoy wealth and glory? I believe this is not a difficult choice. Your Highness, it is not appropriate to use vulgar money to seduce my princess. At this moment, a very cold and hard male voice, like a piercing ice cone, came from the gate of the Su mansion. Chapter 72, Not Marrying a Rich Man. She is a rich man. As soon as the voice fell, two servants came slowly to the door carrying a sedan chair. On the sedan chair was an ice blue brocade robe with white bamboo leaves embroidered on it, which was quiet and elegant. And the pair of ice blue eyes, with cold light, complemented each other. In the dark night, it cleverly set off the man's unparalleled temperament. His hair was jet black, lazily scattered, setting off his pearl-like white neck under his bun, like a snow lotus walking freely on the top of a snowy mountain. Beautiful enough to make people breathe tight. Su Maoyang looked a little crazy, and unconsciously bumped into Nanjing's cold eyes. And his heart was inevitably shocked. Why is this man here too? Don't tell her. He is here to attend Su Yihui's birthday party too. Nanjing seemed to have guessed Su Maoyang's doubts, and the corners of his hard lips suddenly raised, hooking up a seductive arc, and his low voice was like running water hitting rocks. I wonder if I am late for General Su's birthday party. Su Yihui was slightly stunned when he heard this, and didn't understand what Nanjing was doing. So he hurriedly waved his hands. Haha. No. No. The 9th prince has arrived, and I am late to welcome him. Please forgive me. When Nanjing saw this, the nameless anger in his heart suddenly rose up, and he pursed his thin lips and frowned and said, 9th brother has inconvenient legs and feet. It's better for him to rest at home. Nanjing's words clearly showed that he looked down on Nanjing, a disabled person, and couldn't stand the latter's behavior of running to join in the fun. Prince, how can I stay at home when you so blatantly try to snatch my princess? If I were a step later, Su Maoyang would have been taken into the prince's mansion by you. Nanjing's words were so sharp that they made people tremble with fear. In front of everyone, he completely disregarded the prince's face and said such ugly words. Only Nanjing had the courage to do so. Yu Nanjing was so angry that his face turned red. Humph. Nanjing, you said I snatched your princess. But you are a cripple. Do I need to snatch her? Besides, I can give so many betrothal gifts. Can you give them? Nanjing felt greatly insulted. He said he was snatching a woman from a cripple. What a joke. However, as soon as Nanjing finished speaking, an angry sarcasm suddenly came from the door of the Su mansion. The voice was loud and harsh, and it was clear that the prince was not happy. Haha. Your Highness, what you said is wrong. My apprentice is not a vulgar woman bought with money. What if you have money? We don't care. My apprentice has plenty of money. He can make a pill casually and is richer than you. The prince? So he doesn't look down on your shitty betrothal gifts. Everyone saw that both Teacher Wu and the dean walked into the gate of the Su mansion and walked towards Su Maoyang quickly. The person who spoke was Su Maoyang's master Wu Jinqing. Wu Jinqing couldn't stand anyone bullying his beloved apprentice, even if the other party was the prince. He couldn't help but speak up to defend him. Everyone present was quite surprised by the arrival of the dean and tutor of Nanjing College. The status of Nanjing College was no lower than that of the 4 major families. Even the heads of the 4 major families had to be polite when meeting the tutors of the college. Not to mention that Su Yihui's birthday banquet not only had tutors, but also the dean. This scene was indeed a bit scary. After sighing here, some people also agreed with Wu Jinqing's words and nodded slowly. Su Maoyang was already at the peak of the alchemist, and the price of any pill was enough to scare people to death. So why bother about Nanjing Wan's gold, silver and jewelry? Nanjing Wan's move was indeed a bit embarrassing. Su Maoyang didn't expect that even the dean and Professor Wu would come to join in the fun. She didn't believe that they came because they looked up to Su Yihui. She knew it was because of her. In addition, hearing Professor Wu defending herself so unscrupulously, Su Maoyang felt warm in her heart, and her depressed mood was swept away. Dean, Professor Wu, why are you here? Su Maoyang finally stood up and greeted them cordially. Professor Wu patted her shoulder lovingly, but his tone was not good. Humph. Of course you have to come. Otherwise you will be bullied. And I don't know? The dean also smiled and nodded. Maoyang girl, you won't not welcome us? Right? Su Maoyang laughed. How could it be? There are so many people here. You are my most welcome guests. Hearing this, the dean and Professor Wu laughed happily. However, because of this, Nanjing Wan's already angry face became frighteningly gloomy. Su Maoyang, what you said means that you don't welcome me. I didn't say that, Su Maoyang said innocently. But you think so? Nanjing Wan was very angry. Su Maoyang sneered, you are not me. How do you know what I think? You will regret it if you treat me like this. Nanjing Wan gritted his teeth. Su Maoyang looked down on his betrothal gift, and he also excluded him openly and secretly. He was a prince, and he had never suffered such humiliation. Teacher Wu really couldn't stand the prince's arrogant style, and couldn't help but sarcastically, humph. It's you, the prince? Who should regret it? Because I have planned to give all my belongings to her as a dowry. So, whoever marries my disciple is truly rich. Ninth Prince, you have made a profit. Remember to cherish Miss Maoyang. After making Nanjing Wan angry, Teacher Wu turned around and winked at Nanjing Jue smugly. Su Maoyang listened to this, looked at Teacher Wu's somewhat childish behavior, and then looked at Nanjing Wan's angry expression. Su Maoyang laughed unkindly. Teacher Wu usually looks cold and serious, but when he speaks, he can actually make people angry to death. Looking at Nanjing Wan's face that alternates between blue and black, Su Maoyang felt relieved. However, Wu Jinqing planned to use all his belongings as a dowry for her, which made Su Maoyang feel flattered. Wu Jinqing was notoriously stingy in the academy, and no one could get any benefit from him. Unexpectedly, he was so good to her. Everyone was a little envious of Su Yixue for getting Nanjing Wan's love. Gold, silver, jewelry, and silk fabrics. Now, after hearing what Wu Jinqing said, Su Yixue seemed to be not as good as Su Maoyang's finger. Alchemist peak, plus all of Wu's property. Even if the ninth prince doesn't spend a penny, this property is still impressive. Nanjing Wan saw this, and found that he no longer had the capital to be proud. He said angrily, humph. Su Maoyang, Nanjing Jue didn't have a betrothal gift. So you are going to use money to support a man, and give Nanjing Jue money? In this world, a woman who gives money to a man must be a lowly thing to do. Nanjing Wan's words are a bit vicious. At this time, Nanjing Jue, who had been silent for a long time, Feng Yu raised his eyes slightly, and his cold eyes swept over Nanjing Wan, and finally spoke, who said I don't have a betrothal gift? As soon as these words came out, the noisy surroundings suddenly quieted down, and everyone looked at Nanjing Jue with bated breath. Nanjing Wan was also shocked by these words, and his expression froze, and his face became more embarrassed. Could it be that this cripple really brought a betrothal gift? Just when everyone was curious and confused, Nanjing Jue's ice blue eyes stared at Su Maoyang, and his tone was a little uncertain. This king also prepared a betrothal gift, but I was afraid that it would not be in Lin Wan'er's eyes. Chapter 73. Teacher Wu loses his composure. Nanjing Jue's skin, as white as porcelain, has a faint glow flowing. The ice blue eyes that look at Su Maoyang seemed to be inlaid with thousands of colored glazes, blooming with an indescribable beauty, which makes Su Maoyang unable to look away. Although his gender-blurring face is really fascinating, Su Maoyang is still rational. When he heard that he also brought a betrothal gift, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide, curious about what he was up to. Seeing that Su Maoyang had expectations, Nanqingjue's beautiful eyes flashed a barely perceptible smile, and he raised his right hand lightly and waved to the outside. At this time, everyone saw a group of servants carrying several large boxes and walked in steadily. Seeing this, everyone couldn't believe it. As everyone knows, the 9th prince is not favored and is the poorest and most useless prince. How could he take out so many betrothal gifts at this time? Just when everyone was puzzled, several servants also satisfied everyone's curiosity and opened the boxes one after another. In the blink of an eye, the densely packed medicinal herbs inside suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Seeing this scene, even Su Maoyang covered her mouth in shock. My God! If she was not mistaken, these were all extremely rare and precious medicinal herbs. Not to mention that alchemists at the peak of the Dan Master level were flocking to them. Even alchemists above the Dan King level would be crazy about them, because these medicinal herbs have a minimum growth period of several decades. Not to mention that there are also century-old medicinal herbs. If you want to refine some precious and high-level elixirs, they are indispensable. These are medicinal herbs that many alchemists cannot find in their entire lives, and they are treasures that many powerful people pursue in their entire lives. But they appeared here. Su Maoyang was like being struck by a thunderbolt. His whole body was numb. His eyeballs seemed to be rusted and could no longer move. Wu Xinqing was so excited that he fell in front of the box, knelt on the ground, reached out and picked up the herbs in the box. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and his muscles were trembling with excitement. Green primrose, ruhua fruit, red blood grass, Xiling flower, and Qingming wood. My God! Am I dreaming? Wu Xinqing called out the names of several herbs in a row, and each name was horrifying. He himself was so excited that his eyes were red. After being shocked, he laughed wildly, and even laughed out tears, like a mentally ill old lunatic. I have never seen so many rare herbs in my life. 9th Prince, please, let me touch them. It's good to let me touch them to satisfy my addiction. Wu Xinqing was afraid that the 9th Prince would ask someone to carry them away, so he climbed on the box and gathered all the herbs in his arms, like a child who is afraid of having his favorite toys taken away. When everyone saw this, they were so frightened that they were dumbfounded and at a loss. The awe-inspiring teacher Wu was lying on the box in an indecent manner, mumbling in his mouth. It was really too subversive to accept. Is this still the serious, steady, and unsmiling teacher Wu? Everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief, and the shock in their hearts was beyond words. And Nanjinghuan was completely stunned, as if he had lost his voice, as if he was numb, unable to speak, and had no strength to speak. He just stared blankly at the box full of medicinal materials, and stared blankly at the crazy and excited Wu Xinqing. He was not ignorant, and he had heard of the medicinal materials Wu Xinqing mentioned. He knew that they were all rare medicinal materials that many strong people would never see in their entire lives. But he saw them here. How could he not be shocked? Nanqingyue took out the Holy Spirit fruit, and it was still reasonable to say that it was a coincidence. But now, he took out so many medicinal herbs. How could it be just a coincidence? Thinking of this, Nanjinghuan turned his head with a gloomy face and looked at Nanqingyue, with surprise, suspicion, and more fear in his pupils. Nanqingyue also met his gaze. His thin lips lifted slightly, and his beautiful face jumped into a light smile as bright as spring flowers. He accepted his scrutiny calmly, and his dark blue eyes seemed to be dancing with a bit of provocation. Nanjinghuan dared to snatch the woman he rarely liked, and he was also ignorant of life and death. In fact, Nanjinghuan was shocked by such deep eyes, and froze suddenly, and broke into a cold sweat. At this time, Su Yue did not notice the exchange of eyes between Nanjinghuan and Nanqingyue. All his thoughts fell on the medicinal herbs. Seeing that teacher Wu occupied the box alone, he was anxious to death, and hurried forward to pull him away. Go away. This is our Mo Liang's betrothal gift. You are not allowed to have any ideas about it. Wu Xinqing refused and refused to leave. No. 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 Let me stay with them for a while. Go away. These are our Su family's medicinal materials. Don't even think about it. Su Yihui pulled Wu Jinqing away again, speaking with confidence. Su Maoyang saw this. Her expression of surprise froze, and she frowned unhappily. Father, this is my betrothal gift. When did it become Su's? She never said that she would give these medicinal materials to the Su family. Su Yihui heard this and said with a smile, Hee. Since it is a betrothal gift for you, then naturally our Su family has a share. This is a matter of course. Su Maoyang couldn't understand why some people were so thick-skinned. You seem to have made a mistake. Since it is my betrothal gift, it is my thing and does not belong to any of you. So you should leave. Facing this kind of person who opened a dyeing workshop with a little color, Su Maoyang scolded directly. When Su Yihui heard this, his smiling face froze instantly, and the muscles on both sides suddenly drooped. However, facing the ninth prince, he did not dare to get angry. He could only hold back his anger and turn to Jingshu for help. Ninth prince, look at what Su Maoyang said. After all, I am her father. What's wrong with taking some betrothal gifts? I thought Jingshu was more reasonable, and would not bother with him because of his birthday today. Unexpectedly, he was even more ruthless. These are given by me to Su Maoyang. Do they have anything to do with you? The cold voice was emotionless and indifferent. Su Yihui's expectant heart fell to the bottom of the valley, and the smile he had barely pulled could not be maintained. In front of so many people, the ninth prince really didn't give him any face. Ninth prince, although that's the case, can't you share a little as a birthday gift for me? Su Yihui's face was also impeccable. However, everyone can understand that if it were someone else, they would never give up such a precious and rare medicinal material easily, even if they didn't want to save their reputation. However, Jingshu's venomous tongue was obviously beyond Su Yihui's expectations. Birthday gift? This king didn't plan to give you a birthday gift. I just came to visit Mo Liang today. General Su, are you thinking too much? Hearing this, everyone was in a mysterious embarrassment, and looked at Su Yihui with a dark face with twitching mouth corners, feeling inexplicably distressed for him. It is said that you don't hit a smiling person. But Jingshu is an exception. He was merciless when he attacked, and he beat people to death. Not only did Su Yihui not get a share of the betrothal gift, but he didn't even prepare a birthday gift for him. Everyone couldn't help but wonder if Jingshu had a grudge against Su Yihui. Everyone didn't know, but Su Maoyang knew it very well. It seemed that Jingshu had heard about her being bullied in the Su mansion, and he came here today just to vent her anger. For some reason, this man, although cold and dangerous, did things that suited her taste. Just when Su Maoyang felt relieved, Nanian came up to her and whispered in her ear, Miss, everything is ready. Su Maoyang smiled and nodded slightly, reaching out to tidy up her hair naturally. But at this moment, she felt something was missing, and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Hey, where is my hairpin? Chapter 74 You Wronged Me. Su Maoyang's voice was loud, and soon attracted the attention of many people. Miss, what's wrong? Lu Man asked loudly in a pretentious manner. Su Maoyang frowned, looking extremely anxious. My gold hairpin is missing. Can you help me find it and see if it fell somewhere? Lu Man's eyes widened in shock. Oh, is it the gold hairpin left by the eldest princess? It was given by the queen mother herself. Yes. You quickly find more maids to help find it. The gold hairpin is very precious. Su Maoyang nodded and gave anxious instructions. After receiving the order, Lu Man immediately called a group of maids and began a carpet search in public. Su Yihui saw Su Maoyang rummaging around in front of the guests, making a mess, and immediately yelled with a dark face, Su Maoyang, stop it. What occasion is this? How can you behave? Su Maoyang raised his head suddenly, his sharp eyes full of sinisterness. Father, this is the golden hairpin given by the queen mother. If it is lost, can you bear the responsibility? Su Yihui trembled all over. His blood stagnated. His expression was alternately pale and blue, and he was very angry. Su Maoyang actually used the queen mother to pressure him. Damn it! Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and find it for me. Su Yihui was obviously furious, but he was afraid of the queen mother's relationship, and he couldn't help but yell at the maids and servants around him. A good birthday banquet was ruined by Su Maoyang in an instant. Su Yihui was furious. The blood was throbbing like crazy in his temples, and his head seemed to be pressed by something, and was about to burst. When all the maids and servants in the Su mansion heard Su Yihui's order, they dared not sit idle, and started searching. The guests around were confused. They only heard that they were looking for a gold hairpin, but they had never seen what it looked like. They all looked around with curiosity. After searching for several times, many maids said that they did not find it. This made the atmosphere of the whole venue even more weird. How could the gold hairpin suddenly disappear? Who knows? It's strange that a good gold hairpin disappeared without a trace. Just now, the maid searched all the places where Su Maoyong passed, but they couldn't find the gold hairpin. Where did the gold hairpin go? Oh, I know. I think the gold hairpin didn't fall off. I guess it was stolen. The woman who was talking seemed to have discovered something incredible. She didn't pay attention for a while, and her voice was a little loud, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. It must be said that this woman's words by accident helped Su Maoyong a lot. Everyone on the scene began to whisper, quietly guessing who stole the gold hairpin. Stealing the treasure given by the Queen Mother is a capital crime. I don't know who is so bold to do such a thing. Seeing this, Su Yihui's chest seemed to be boiling with boiling water, and he was furious and glared at Su Maoyong angrily. Now it's good. It was originally a small matter of losing something, but now it has caused panic among people. I'm afraid it won't be resolved for a while. However, the second wife was a little uneasy at this time. Although she didn't understand why the gold hairpin disappeared, she always felt that something was not simple after listening to everyone's discussion. Just when the second wife was puzzled, Su Maoyong roared angrily. With a strong momentum and no room for rebuttal, "Humph! This is the gold hairpin given by the Queen Mother. You should search the Su mansion carefully. If you can't find it, watch out for your heads." As soon as these words fell, the frightened maids and guards began to search a large area, not to mention the front yard. Even the backyard was searched. Everyone in the Su family had to check their yards and rooms. Another hour passed, and everyone was getting impatient. At this time, a guard ran out from the backyard quickly, knelt down, and clasped his fists in front of Su Maoyong, and reported loudly, "Report to the eldest lady. I found this gold hairpin in the second lady's room." Hearing this, everyone in the audience was shocked. The second lady's room? How could it fall into the second lady's room? Everyone looked at the second lady in shock, and immediately saw that the latter's face was pale and her body took 2 steps back unsteadily. The second lady's pupils shrank terribly, and the whole person was like a frightened bird, shaking her head in fear, and she felt cold sweat running down her back. Now, she finally understood. All this was Su Maoyong's conspiracy. The golden hairpin was suddenly lost, and the birthday party was suddenly held in front of so many people. Su Maoyong was waiting for this moment to frame her. In such an occasion today, even if Su Yihui deliberately covered it up, even if he wanted to make a big thing small, it would be impossible. With so many eyes watching, can she still escape? Looking at the horrified look of the second wife, everyone was more certain of their inner thoughts, and began to accuse her. It turned out that the second wife stole Su Maoyong's golden hairpin. Oh my god! How could she do such a thing? Humph! I heard a long time ago that the second wife was jealous of the eldest princess, and bullied and excluded Su Maoyong in various ways. It was expected that she would do such a thing. Alas, this second wife is so vicious that she even wants to occupy the relics left by someone's mother. Hearing so many unbearable accusations, the second wife's eyes were red with anger, and her stomach and internal organs seemed to be on fire, and she roared wildly with her teeth bared, "Su Maoyong, you vicious woman! You have such a vicious heart, and you actually used this method to wrongly accuse me. Wrong you? I don't think so. If you didn't do it, how could the gold hairpin go to your room? Did it grow legs?" Su Maoyong shook his head, obviously disagreeing with her accusation. You asked someone to hide the gold hairpin in my room on purpose, and framed me. If I stole your gold hairpin, how could I have time to hide it back in my room? The second wife couldn't let her be accused of such a crime no matter what. You know, once this crime is established, it is a capital crime. Su Maoyong sneered. "Second madam, do you really think we are stupid? Since you deliberately stole my hairpin, how could you still carry it with you? If I found out and asked someone to search, wouldn't you be exposed? So you sent someone to quietly move the hairpin, thinking that in an occasion like today, my father would not let me search the entire Su mansion. But I didn't expect that the hairpin was given by the Queen Mother, and it was very precious. So I had to check. Second madam, do you think I am right?" Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized what I couldn't figure out just now. Now all understood. Second Madam sent someone to steal Su Maoyang's hairpin, and naturally asked someone to hide it, and not carry it with her. It was precisely because she estimated that no one would search in an occasion like today that she did such a thing. But she didn't expect Su Maoyang to bring out the mother to pressure others, so that Su Yihui couldn't object. This time, the second wife could not escape death. Seeing this, Su Yihui also realized the seriousness of the matter. She looked anxious and asked with a crying voice, Su Maoyang, you are jealous of me marrying the prince. I don't blame you. But if you have anything, just come to me. Why bother my mother? As long as you let her go, you can ask me to do anything. Sister, beg you. As she said, Su Yihui actually knelt down and kowtowed to Su Maoyang. Swear. Get up. You are not in good health. Let's not kneel to this bitch. The second wife didn't want to implicate Su Yihui, so she quickly reached out to help. Looking at this scene of mother and son being filial, Su Maoyang laughed and shook his head, thinking, Su Yihui, it will be your turn soon. Why worry? Chapter 75 found the body. Su Yishua's kneeling immediately aroused the sympathy of many people. For so many years, Su Yishua has always been the aura of the Virgin Mary Su in front of everyone. All kinds of gentleness, tenderness, and beauty. Now she is playing the trick of being obedient and filial. It must be said that Su Yishua is indeed a white lotus who knows how to play tricks. However, she is not good enough to play tricks in front of Su Maoyang. At this time, Nanjing Huan was confused by Su Yishua's weak appearance, pulled her up, and suddenly embraced her in his arms, and scolded Su Maoyang, Su Maoyang, don't slander me before the matter is investigated clearly. Su Yishua looked at Nanjing Huan protecting her, and cried even harder. Pear blossoms in the rain fell into his arms. Her small body twitched slightly, and she was very sad. Su Maoyang had to admire Su Yishua's acting skills. He sneered and glanced at the two of them with contempt. Your Highness, if you say that I am slandering and wrongly accusing the second madam, then please show us the evidence. Otherwise, Your Highness will be accused of abusing power for personal gain and bullying others. If it gets to the Emperor and the Queen Mother, it will be bad. Su Maoyang's words made sense, and the guests present all nodded. If Your Highness disregards the law and engages in corruption in order to favor his concubine, it will not only damage his own reputation, but also implicate the royal family. It is indeed not worth the loss. Nanjing Huan was so angry that his face turned blue when he heard this. He didn't even understand the whole story. How could he show the evidence? Su Maoyang was obviously trying to stop him from speaking and not giving him face. However, just as the two sides were in a stalemate, another maid suddenly ran over from the backyard screaming, her small face full of horror. Master, it's bad. It's bad. Someone's dead. Someone's dead. The maid was so frightened that she gasped and screamed loudly, and suddenly exploded in front of everyone like thunder. When Su Yihui heard this, he was so angry that he could not suppress it. It rushed up to his head and almost exploded. What is going on? Explain it to me. A thunderous roar shook from his chest. Su Yihui was furious to the extreme. The maid was already frightened, and now she knelt down in horror, her thin body trembling constantly. I was searching the backyard of the second lady just now. I didn't expect to find the hairpin, but found a body. What? Su Yihui's expression became even uglier, and a vein on his temple was beating fiercely. The guests around him never thought that the Su mansion would be in trouble one after another, and things happened one after another. The timid women stood up in fear and wanted to leave. It's okay to steal things, but I didn't expect that someone would die. For a moment, everyone's heart was covered with a shadow of fear. Seeing everyone in disarray, Su Yihui quickly spoke to comfort them. Everyone, please be patient and wait. I'll go to the backyard and come back in a while. Nanjing Huan was also very surprised to hear that a body appeared in Su Yishua's yard. He frowned and said loudly, I'll go with you. As he said that, Nanjing Huan followed Su Yihui and strode towards Su Yishua's backyard. The second wife had just fallen into the shadow of being wronged and had not recovered. She was still hoping that Su Yishua would plead for her and let the prince save her life for the sake of his daughter. Unexpectedly, the next second, even Su Yishua was in trouble. Thinking of this, the second wife was so scared that her heart tightened. She looked at Su Maoyang in horror and had a bad premonition. Mom, I'll go over and take a look too. How could there be a body in my yard? Su Yishua was also full of doubts and quickly followed. The second madam thought it was incredible and worried that Su Maoyan was playing tricks again. So she chased after him without saying anything. Su Maoyan looked at the flustered second madam and Su Yixue. His eyes slightly raised, and a hint of a hidden smile flashed across his pupils. Let's go and take a look too. Su Maoyan whispered to Lu Man and Nanian, and then walked slowly towards Su Yixue's yard. And Nan Qingjue sat in the same place, took a look at Su Maoyan's departing back, and raised his cherry-like thin lips slightly, showing a charming and seductive smile. But this smile was like a flash of flower, fleeting, and what was left was the refreshing coolness, like a glass of fine wine. At this time, a group of people had already arrived at Su Yixue's yard. There was a small garden with flowers and trees at the back of the yard. Under the guidance of the maid, everyone walked towards the towering tree. When everyone walked over in surprise, they suddenly found that a hole had been dug under the tree by several guards, and the hole was full of bloody and torn bodies. At this time, the frightened maid said with a pale face and a crying voice, "It's here! It's here!" When I was searching, I suddenly stepped on a finger. I was so scared that I immediately called the guards to check. I didn't expect to dig out a body. Hearing the maid say this, everyone leaned out and looked at the body in the hole. Although the limbs and head of the body had been separated, the identity of the deceased could still be easily recognized. My God! Isn't this Juxiang? Su Maoyan was the first to exclaim, and immediately covered his mouth in fear. You Su Yixue! You dared to kill my maid! Su Yixue also saw Juxiang's face clearly, and stepped back several steps in horror, waving her hands in fear. No! No! It's not me! Speaking of which, Juxiang was indeed killed by Su Yixue and the second wife. At the beginning, Su Yixue's face was disfigured, and she was a little mentally ill. She couldn't find anyone to vent her anger, so she vented all her anger on Juxiang, picked out Juxiang's tendons in her hands and feet, and finally cut her into pieces. Su Maoyan had originally ordered Nanian to kill Juxiang, but she didn't expect Su Yixue to be faster than her, and her methods were even more cruel. In this case, Su Maoyan had to go with the flow and move the body they had buried to Su Yixue's backyard, so that the truth would be made public, which could be regarded as a vent for Juxiang and let her die a worthy death. Now that the person and evidence are caught, I believe Juxiang will die with peace of mind. Nan Jinghuan was totally unconvinced when he saw this. He frowned and shouted, Su Maoyan, how could Su Yixue kill someone with such a kind nature? Su Maoyan smiled, she is kind? Nan Jinghuan, are you sure you know her? Of course I know her. We grew up together. I know everything about her. No one knows her better than me. Nan Jinghuan said this in a decisive manner. But when it came to Su Maoyan's ears, it was extremely ironic. If Nan Jinghuan knew that Su Yixue had been deceiving him all along, what would his reaction be? It should be interesting to think about it. Since His Royal Highness the Crown Prince trusts her so much, why did my maid's body appear in her yard and was cut into pieces? Please give me an explanation. Su Maoyan shouted loudly, with amazing momentum, and immediately shocked Nan Jinghuan speechless. And Su Yixue was already trembling with fear. Chapter 76 Crazy Second Madam. It's not me. It's not me. Don't look at me. Su Yixue was stared at by everyone's suspicious eyes, and she was a little collapsed, shaking her head frantically, perhaps because of her guilty conscience. Her emotions were so excited that she lost control, which surprised everyone. The second madam who was following her hurriedly hugged her and wanted to calm her down. Our Shuer would never do such a vicious thing. Your Highness, you know Shuer. You have to make the decision for her. Seeing that things had developed to this point, the second madam had no choice but to seek the trust and help of the prince. Otherwise she and Shuer would die in Su Maoyan's hands today. The second madam would never have thought that Su Maoyan had such a deep mind. First, he framed her for stealing the gold hairpin, and then because of a large-scale search, he found a body and let Su Yixue bear a life. If it were normal, the death of a maid in the Su mansion would not matter at all. Even if Su Yixue knew about it, he would not ask about it. But it happened to be at this time. There were so many guests waiting in the front yard. Nan Jinghuan also witnessed it with his own eyes, and Su Maoyan was even more shouting for an explanation. Now it was almost impossible to turn a blind eye to the matter. Su Maoyan's method of killing two birds with one stone was too sharp and too terrifying, and it was simply putting people to death. Thinking of this, the second wife's soul was trembling, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Su Maoyan was like seeing a devil. When Su Maoyang heard the second wife's words, a sneer quickly passed the corner of her lips like a ripple on the water, and her bright eyes flashed with sarcasm. Second wife. Now the evidence is conclusive. And you can't just say you don't understand it and erase it. You know, Jingshu used to be your personal maid. But later she turned to me because she couldn't stand your bullying. Last time, Jingshu pointed out you to prove my innocence and caused you to be punished. You must have a grudge against her. In addition, she caused Suishua to be disfigured. Shut up. You shut up. The second wife heard this and screamed in panic, like a lioness who has stepped on the sore spot. With a crazy look, she couldn't imagine what would happen if Su Maoyang told him about Suishua's disfigurement. Not only would she lose the protection of the prince, but she would also ruin Suishua's reputation and make her a monster that everyone in the Southern Sui dynasty avoided. So, she must not let Su Maoyang tell the truth. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and asked calmly, "Why? You did something wrong. Are you guilty?" In the past, the second wife and Suishua did so many bad things, bullying and torturing Su Maoyang. And they also bullied and abused their power in the mansion, killing many maids. Even the death of the eldest princess. Su Maoyang had reason to suspect the second wife. Today, she wanted them to know what retribution was. The second wife was a little exhausted, and her eyes looking at Su Maoyang were not only horrified, but also pleading. She begged Su Maoyang not to say anything. If Nanjinghuan knew that Suishua was disfigured, everything would be ruined. Nanjinghuan looked at the second wife so abnormally, and frowned in confusion. His expression became a little solemn. What's going on? Tell me. Although Nanjinghuan didn't believe that Suishua killed someone, he was not a fool. He could see that there must be something fishy. Otherwise Suishua would not lose control, and the second wife would not panic and interrupt Su Maoyang. Seeing Nanjinghuan getting angry, Suihui quickly explained, "Your Highness, calm down. Too many things happened today. I hope your Highness will go back first and report to your Highness after I have investigated the matter clearly." Suihui is an old fox after all, facing such a chaotic situation. He knows that if the truth is exposed, it will only make things worse. Therefore, the best strategy is to let the prince go back for the time being and let the Su family solve their own problems behind closed doors. However, Nanjinghuan obviously disagreed. He frowned and growled, "Asshole. So many incredible things happened while I was present. And it also involved my concubine. If I don't get to the bottom of it, it will be a joke." According to Nanjinghuan's temperament, how could he go back and wait for news with a confused mind? Suihui was scolded, sweating profusely, and kept wiping his forehead with his sleeves. Yes, your Highness is right. At this time, Suihui really had no reason to refuse. Su Maoyang, keep talking. What's the matter with Jingshu? Nanjinghuan got some clues from Su Maoyang. Jingshu seemed to be the second wife's person, but later she turned to Su Maoyang and worked for Su Maoyang. It seemed that she had offended the second wife for some reason. Nanjinghuan was confused and anxious to know the answer. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and glanced at the second wife, who was as pale as paper. He curled his lips and said, "It's better for the prince to ask the second wife and Suishua in person about this matter." The second wife suddenly received Nanjinghuan's terrifying gaze. Her body softened, and she fell to the ground. She was obviously trembling with fear, but her expression was full of despair. At this time, the second wife slowly closed her eyes. 2 lines of tears flowed down, and her bloodless lips opened weakly. "It's me. Everything is me. I stole Su Maoyang's hairpin and killed her maid Jingshu. I am the culprit of everything." Unexpectedly, in the end, the second wife took all the blame on herself. Perhaps this is really the only way to save Suishua. She is a middle-aged woman who has lived for most of her life and has lived enough. Poor her daughter, who was disfigured at a young age. If she suffers a broken engagement and is ridiculed by everyone, how will she live the rest of her life? Perhaps thinking of this, the second wife was in agony and cried in grief. But Nanjinghuan didn't understand, and was even more confused by the sudden confession of the second wife. "Second madam, explain to me what happened and why you killed Su Maoyang's maid." Nanjinghuan was so angry that his head was splitting. When the second madam heard this, her desperate look suddenly became ferocious, and she pointed at Su Maoyang. "Su Maoyang? Everything is because of Su Maoyang. Her mother took away my position as the main wife, and she took away my daughter's identity as the legitimate daughter. Now she has changed from a waste to a genius, and from an ugly girl to a beauty. I am afraid that she will take away my daughter's happiness. So I must destroy her. But who knew that the maid I sent to monitor her was instigated by her, and turned against me? I was filled with hatred and killed Juxiang. A dog slave who betrayed his master is not worthy of anyone's pity. At the end, the second madam screamed wildly, obviously suffering a great blow. Looking at the crazy second madam, Nanjinghuan's face became even uglier. He could not imagine that the mother of the woman he loved so much was such a vicious woman. Nanjinghuan could not help but look at Sui Xue standing aside, and for the first time began to face up to his understanding of her. He began to doubt whether Sui Xue was involved in so many conspiracies, and how much she was involved. Chapter 77 Her Revenge. Sui Xue, do you know about this? Nanjinghuan narrowed his eyes slightly. His slender pupils were sharp as a blade. Sui Xue was questioned by name. Her body trembled, and her pupils were full of fear, because she was wearing a veil. Nanjinghuan could not see her expression clearly. When he wanted to continue asking, the second wife was like a frightened bird, and hurriedly explained, No. All this was done by me, and it has nothing to do with Xuer. She was ill in bed some time ago, and had no idea about these things. Your Highness, you have to believe Xuer. Xuer is kind by nature. Don't misunderstand her. It's all me who implicated her. It's all me. At the end, the second wife sobbed again inconsolably. After hearing this, Nanjinghuan pondered for a moment, put away his doubts, and finally chose to believe. At this time, he looked at Sui Hui with a cold gaze, and said in a deep voice, Since the truth has been revealed, let's solve it as we should. Nanjinghuan's meaning was very clear. Even if it was Sui Xue's mother, she couldn't seek personal gain after such a thing happened. This was related to his reputation as the prince. If someone used it to make a fuss, it would be bad. Sui Hui naturally understood this truth. With a dark face, he ordered in a cold voice, Fan Lonli stole the gold hairpin given by the queen mother and killed the maid of the princess. The crime is unforgivable. Give her 100 strokes of the cane and execute her immediately. When the second wife heard this, her remaining strength was drained away in an instant. She fell to the ground weakly. Her red and swollen eyes were cold and numb, and tears flowed out unconsciously. It was difficult to escape death today. I didn't expect that Sui Hui would give her such a cruel punishment to please the prince. Her heart, which was as painful as a knife, was even more broken. Sui Xue burst into tears when she saw her miserable mother. She rushed over and grabbed Nanjinghuan's hand, begging, Jinghuan, please save my mother. She did this for me. Please save her. 100 fights are too cruel. People will be beaten to death. In the past, Nanjinghuan felt uncomfortable whenever he saw Sui Xue unhappy. However, now that he saw her crying like rain, his heart was numb and even a little disgusted. Why? When did his feelings for Sui Xue change? Nanjinghuan couldn't figure it out. He pulled out his arm, that was pulled by her impatiently, and said coldly, Your mother has done so many bad things. You still plead for her. Aren't you afraid that I will hold you accountable? Nanjinghuan chose to believe Sui Xue and let her go because of the past feelings. Now, Sui Xue is still pleading for such a vicious woman, which really disappoints him. Sui Xue also felt Nanjinghuan's suppressed anger, and immediately closed her mouth, looking at him with shock, feeling uneasy and afraid. Sui Hui, who was standing by, also noticed Nanjinghuan's impatience, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead nervously, and said awkwardly, Your Highness, will your wedding with Xuer go on as usual? This was the only thing Sui Hui was worried about. Nanjinghuan glanced at the embarrassed Sui Xue, was silent for a moment, and nodded slightly. Since the emperor has granted the marriage, and the king's betrothal gift has been given, it will naturally go on as usual. If it doesn't go on, wouldn't all this become a joke? Nanjinghuan didn't want to be the laughing stock of the southern Sui kingdom. Hearing the prince's promise, Sui Hui and Sui Xue were slightly relieved. Why are you still standing there? Execute immediately. Sui Hui no longer had any concerns about the prince, and immediately shouted at the guards. The guards obeyed the order, quickly dragged the second wife to the bench, and raised the stick to beat her hard. The whole yard was filled with the sound of banging, and the second wife screamed in pain, begging for mercy and cursing. Your Highness, please save me. For Xuer's sake, please save me. But her request for help was fruitless, and she could only curse fiercely. Su Maoyang, You vicious woman. You bitch. You will not die well. And I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. The shrill curse broke through the clouds and echoed in everyone's hearts for a long time, causing a chill. However, Su Maoyang looked normal. He walked slowly to the second wife, bent slightly, looked into the scarlet eyes filled with resentment and pain, and whispered, "Second wife, if we talk about vicious women, how can I compare to you? You have destroyed my appearance, abused me, beat my slaves and Nani, and killed so many maids in the mansion. Tell me, is it you who will die a bad death? Or me?" Su Maoyang's voice was very soft, but every word was full of hatred, and the words were squeezed out from the gap between his teeth. The second wife's pupils dilated when she heard the words, and a look of fear instantly covered her old face. Perhaps the pain in her body and the fear in her heart came at the same time, which made her unable to bear it for a while. She bulged her eyes, stretched her head, and stiffened for 2 seconds. Her body suddenly went limp, and she died in the surprised eyes of everyone. Even the expression left after death was indescribable pain and fear. Seeing this, Sui Shua had already burst into tears. In order not to make Nanjing angry, she had to cover her mouth to prevent herself from crying out loud. Sui Hui also sighed helplessly, waved at the guards, and signaled to carry the body out. Watching the second wife die in pain, Su Maoyang finally let go of the breath she had been holding in her heart. Then, she stood up, glanced coldly at the body that had been carried away, and slowly spoke, her voice indifferent, even a little cold. "Since my father and the prince have punished the murderer for Juxiang, then I am relieved. Lu Man, Nanian, let's go." LV Man and Nanian immediately followed Su Maoyang and walked towards Mingqing Pavilion with her. On the way back to Mingqing Pavilion, Lu Man thought that Su Maoyang must be exhausted today, and couldn't help suggesting, "Miss, I'll go to the kitchen to bring you some food and cakes." Su Maoyang rubbed his temples and nodded, "Well, bring some more wine. Today is a day to celebrate." LV Man smiled and nodded, turned around and went to the kitchen. Now that the matter has been resolved, Nanjing has no need to stay any longer. He follows Su Maoyang's figure with his eyes, and can't help but follow him. Sui Hui saw Nanjing was about to leave, full of guilt, and hurriedly said, "Your Highness, you are tired today. Let me take you out." Nanjing was suddenly called by him, and his steps paused, raising his hand to stop him. "No. You take care of the aftermath. There are so many guests waiting in the front yard. Think about how to explain it." After the words fell, Nanjing had already walked away. Sui Hui watched Nanjing walk away, then turned his head and warned the maids and guards present, "I don't want anyone to leak a word about what happened today. Those who disobey my order will be killed." As he said that, Sui Hui left with a flick of his sleeves and walked towards the front yard. Mingqing Pavilion. The stars in the sky were reflected on the shimmering surface of the pool, like little eyes blinking, too numerous to count. The pool water was clear to the bottom, blue and transparent, soft and quiet. The breeze blew over, and the silver crescent reflected on the pool surface rippled and slowly spread, adding a bit of tranquility to the summer night. But no matter how beautiful this scenery is, it is not as beautiful as the woman in white lying by the pond, drinking wine. The pair of white and delicate jade feet were submerged in the pool water, stirring the cool pool water from time to time, and the slender and soft body lay on the side of the pool, occasionally raising the glass to drink up the fine wine. Perhaps because of a little greed, Su Maoyang was actually drunk. The pair of cold eyes that usually appeared now were also hazy and misty, like the quiet water in a pond, quiet and charming. The fair and beautiful cheeks were slightly stained with blush, and the originally well-behaved hair was scattered and falling, and the original cold and ruthless temperament was fading away. Instead, there was a charming look that made people embrace and love. Even Nanjing who had just entered Mingqing Pavilion, couldn't help but stare at her in a daze. Chapter 78: A Sudden Declaration of Love. Nanjing never knew that someone could be so beautiful. Never knew that Su Maoyang would make his heart beat faster, and he couldn't help himself. Realizing this thought, Nanjing felt that he was crazy. Completely crazy and irrational. However, this quiet and beautiful picture did not last long, and was broken by the sound of porcelain breaking. "Ah, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Lu Man had just returned from the kitchen, holding the finjo that Su Maoyang had ordered. But as soon as she stepped into the yard, She found that His Highness the Crown Prince was standing here. And she was so scared that she broke a plate of fingio and jade cups. Hearing such a scream, Nanjinghuan was also shocked, and turned around to look at Lu Man. Seeing this, Lu Man knelt on the ground with a plop and kowtowed repeatedly. Your servant kowtows to your highness the crown prince. Nanjinghuan frowned slightly, and his tone was a little hoarse. Get up. Lu Man got the order, and then hurriedly got up. Nanian was injured last time, and had a chronic illness. She was a little cold tonight, and was not feeling well. Su Maoyang asked her to go to bed first. So the task of running errands for Su Maoyang to get wine fell on Lu Man. But unexpectedly, she actually bumped into the crown prince, which was really rash. At this time, Su Maoyang also heard the movement over there, propped up his arms, and looked over with half-closed eyes. Lu Man, what's wrong? The blurred and charming eyes and soft voice immediately made Nanjinghuan's body tense, and he reacted uncontrollably. Damn it! When Lu Man heard Su Maoyang's question, she immediately replied respectfully, Reply, miss. It's the crown prince who is here. Crown prince? Su Maoyang, who was in a daze, was stunned for a moment when he heard the word crown prince, and suddenly became much more sober. Why did Nanjinghuan come? Su Maoyang suddenly opened his eyes, gathered the white belt that fell on his jade shoulders, and immediately covered his sexy collarbone and chest, and then slowly stood up. Because he was a little tipsy, his movements were extremely slow. However, Su Maoyang's rationality and vigilance in the face of the enemy did not decrease at all. Your Highness, I didn't expect that you were not only arrogant, but also shameless, and you actually broke into a woman's boudoir privately. At this time, Su Maoyang's delicate cheeks still had a blush, looking gentle, charming, cute and charming, but the words he said were very unpleasant. Nanjinghuan's good mood was ruined by her mouth. Su Maoyang, I came to see you with good intentions. What's your attitude? Nanjinghuan's face was gloomy. Su Maoyang thought it was ridiculous. Look at me. Your Highness, you should go see Sui Xue. Sister Xue is heartbroken today and needs comfort and love. You come to my yard now. Aren't you afraid of gossip? She couldn't understand Nanjinghuan. This Nanjinghuan hated her to the core and hated her to the core. What was wrong with him that he came to see her today? When Nanjinghuan heard the word gossip, he frowned. Humph. I am never afraid of gossip. I will look at whoever I want to look at. Who dares to say anything? Su Maoyang was speechless. Your Highness, you are not afraid of gossip. But I am. You know how important a woman's reputation is. It's late at night. Please go back early. Your Highness. As he said that, Su Maoyang raised his arm and made a gesture to see him off. This action immediately made Nanjinghuan's face darken. Su Maoyang, do you still want a good reputation? You promised to marry Nanjingjue, but you hooked up with Imo Halga. You are playing both sides. I think you are very slutty. Nanjinghuan felt uncomfortable and spoke with thorns when he thought that Su Maoyang could talk and laugh with those two men who were not as good as him, but was harsh to him. Su Maoyang smelled of alcohol when she heard this, and her rosy cheeks became more beautiful. Nanjinghuan, please keep your mouth clean. I will be the 9th princess soon. Is it right for you as a prince to say such slanderous words about the princess? Hey, you really think you are a princess? Do you really want to marry Nanjingjue? Hearing Nanjingjue's name, Nanjinghuan was furious, took a few steps forward, approached Su Maoyang, and raised his hand to grab her chin. Su Maoyang hated being touched by others, and hated Nanjinghuan's touch even more. It was disgusting. Get out! She yelled and slapped his hand away. Who I want to marry is none of your business. Get out of here before I get you out of here myself. Su Maoyang was in no mood to talk nonsense with him, so she started to curse him directly, with an expression of extreme disgust. Nanjinghuan realized that Su Maoyang was not playing hard to get. She really didn't love him anymore. She really left him, and even began to hate him. Thinking of this, Nanjinghuan suddenly felt a little panicked and lost. At this moment, his expression changed, and he suddenly grabbed Su Maoyang's hand and pulled her into his arms. Maoyang, don't marry Nanjingjue. Be my crown princess. I can give you whatever you want. Nanjingjue seemed to suddenly wake up, and seemed to be stimulated by something, and suddenly said something that even he couldn't believe. Su Maoyang never expected Nanjinghuan to go crazy suddenly. She was caught off guard and held in his arms. She was so angry that she even used her spiritual power and punched Nanjinghuan in the stomach. Nanjinghuan also didn't expect Su Maoyang to be so heartless. She was immediately blasted several meters away by her, and her internal organs began to hurt. You Su Maoyang. You are crazy. Su Maoyang's face was dark. He was panting, and he roared, Nanjinghuan. You are a scumbag. I am not a maid you can wave at will. You took advantage of me. But I didn't kill you. It's a bargain for you. Also, you must know that no matter whether it is Nanjingjue or Imo Hauge, no matter which one, they are better than you. If you want to marry me, you are not qualified. Bah! Perhaps because of the wine. Su Maoyang talked a lot more, and his emotions were abnormally high. Even Lu Man, who was standing by, was shocked by the sudden excitement of his lady. She always thought that the young lady was quiet and indifferent, even cold and heartless, and was not moved by the world. Unexpectedly, the drunk young lady was also a person with flesh and blood and emotions. Nanjinghuan, who was scolded, was shocked and angry, and gnashed his teeth at Su Maoyang. Okay, good Su Maoyang. I have given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. I hope you don't regret it. Nanjinghuan was so angry that he trembled all over and warned fiercely. After that, he really couldn't afford to lose this face, and left Mingqing Pavilion angrily. After watching Nanjinghuan leave, Su Maoyang slowly calmed down, and lazily told Lu Man, hey, I'm not in the mood to drink. Let's remove all these. I'm going to sleep. Lu Man heard this and wanted to go forward to support Su Maoyang, but was stopped by the latter. No. I want to be alone. You finish cleaning. Go and rest. After she finished speaking, she didn't wait for Lu Man to respond, and walked straight into the side hall. However, just as she stepped into the side hall, a gloomy and cold voice came from the front, like a blizzard in the cold winter, and Su Mo shivered with cold. So, you still know that you are the 9th princess consort. I thought you had forgotten it. Chapter 79, I want to cancel the engagement. Su Maoyang was shocked and looked up, only to see Nanjingjue sitting on a chair on the right side of the room, with 2 sedan bearers standing behind him. At this moment, he was swinging the teacup gracefully. His drooping eyelids showed his long eyelashes, and a slight blink could form a seductive arc. Although her fair and delicate face was so beautiful that she seemed to be out of this world, the hostility emanating from her body made Su Maoyang shudder. Why are you in my room? Su Maoyang asked loudly after being shocked. Hearing this, Nanjingjue slowly raised his eyes. His eyes slightly condensed. As sharp as a blade, even Nanjinghuan can enter your yard. Why can't I enter your room? For some reason, Nanjingjue was a little cold at this moment, and his words were also cold. He barged in by force, and I didn't invite him. And you came to my boudoir without my permission, which is even more hateful than him. Su Maoyang narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing a little anger. When Nanjingjue heard this, his pupil shrank, and a hint of coldness shone out, and his voice became even lower and suppressed. So, in your mind, I am not as good as Nanjinghuan? Perhaps because of the alcohol. Su Maoyang didn't notice the sudden drop in temperature around him, and shouted fearlessly, Isn't your behavior more shameless than his? Hearing this, Nanjingjue, who had been suppressing his anger for a long time, finally erupted like a volcano, rushing straight to his forehead, suddenly raised his hand, grabbed Su Maoyang in the air, and pulled her into his arms like a chicken. Su Maoyang didn't expect Nanjingjue to suddenly attack, and before she could resist, she was hugged tightly and couldn't move. Nanjingjue, what are you doing? Let me go! Su Maoyang yelled and cursed, using all her strength to twist and push in Nanjingjue's arms. Don't move. I can't guarantee what will happen if you move again. Nanjingjue gritted his teeth and scolded in a low voice. Su Maoyang was just a ground spirit master, so he was naturally no match for Nanjingjue. He was captured by him in 2 or 3 moves. Seeing that he had no room to struggle, Su Maoyang yelled in panic, Someone! Help me! Help me! Knowing that he was no match for him, Su Maoyang had no choice but to ask for help. Nanjingjue had been hiding so deeply that he certainly didn't dare to expose his true face in front of everyone. So she had to make a big deal so that he wouldn't do anything to her. Her shout immediately made Nanian and Lu Man outside rush in. Miss, what's wrong with Miss? As soon as Lu Man and Nanian rushed in, they were frightened by the scene in front of them and couldn't speak. Nine, Lu Man stuttered. Nan Qingjue saw that there were outsiders coming in to disturb them. And with a dark face, he shouted to the two sedan bearers behind him, "Get them out. Don't alarm anyone." The two sedan bearers immediately stepped forward, grabbed Nanian and Lu Man respectively, covered their mouths, and dragged them out of the side hall. Su Maoyong saw this, and his heart was filled with sadness. Now there was no one to inform him. Wouldn't he be tortured to death by Nan Qingjue? Nan Qingjue, if you touch a hair on my body, I will never be reconciled with you. You despicable villain. You bitch. Don't fall into my hands in the future. Otherwise I will break you into pieces. Su Maoyong roared with all his might. His cheeks were as red as apricots. His eyes flashed with sparks, just like an angry lioness. Nan Qingjue looked at the cherry mouth, which obviously had no killing power, but kept turning in front of him, which immediately made him upset. He frowned, and he could not bear it any longer. So he simply blocked her mouth and swallowed her unfinished words in an instant. Su Maoyong was frightened by his shocking move, and her whole body was stiff and pale with astonishment. Nan Qingjue actually kissed her. Su Maoyong bulged her eyes and stared at Nan Qingjue in horror. Because she couldn't speak, she could only struggle and groan. She pushed him weakly, and her nose was full of the man's domineering breath. The whole person seemed to be drowning in the smell of Nan Qingjue. This man has always been cold. But why is his kiss so passionate? Like a net covering her, making her unable to break free, unable to escape. And she could only lie in his arms, powerless and passive to endure the lingering tide. It was unknown how long it had been. But Su Maoyong had long since been exhausted and had forgotten to struggle. Only then did Nan Qingjue slowly loosen his lips, lowering his eyes to look at Su Maoyong, who was soft in his arms, with swollen lips and flushed cheeks, the corners of his beautiful lips slightly raised, and his ice blue eyes flashed with stars, like the sparkling surface of an autumn lake, making people feel dazzling. He didn't expect that this woman's taste was so good that he couldn't control himself. Thinking about it, marrying her wouldn't be a bad thing. Thinking about it, Nan Qingjue licked the lips that still had the taste of Su Maoyong, and his depressed mood became surprisingly good. At this time, Su Maoyong finally breathed in the air, took a deep breath, and finally found some strength. His body was still soft in Nan Qingjue's arms, but his fingers had already pinched his neck. Nan Qingjue, you're looking for death. Su Maoyong growled breathlessly. Each word was pronounced clearly, and was obviously squeezed out from between her teeth. But Su Maoyong had no strength at all now. Her pinch was like a cat scratching an itch, without any killing power. But it made Nan Qingjue smile even more, and he wanted to tease her. If you kill me, you will be a widow. Break the engagement. I want to break the engagement. Su Maoyong was bullied so badly that she only had one thought now. Break the engagement. She was already suppressed by him now. If she married into the palace, wouldn't she be eaten up by him? This man was insidious and cunning, and his strength was above hers. If she married into the ninth prince's palace, she would be like a moth to a flame. When Nan Qingjue heard this, his originally playful expression suddenly froze, and his blue pupils suddenly jumped into coldness. Who are you going to marry after the breakup? Nan Jinghuan, or Mo Haoge? Chapter 80 Human Soul. One of the three souls. Speaking of this, Nan Qingjue kept hugging Su Maoyong's arm and tightened it, making the weak Su Maoyong feel suffocated again. Su Maoyong was weak at this time, and couldn't understand his anger at the moment. He resisted and growled, Nan Qingjue, what's wrong with you? Why did he bring Nan Jinghuan and Mo Haoge up again? Who did she offend to meet this plague god? Nan Qingjue saw that the more she resisted, the more angry he became. He couldn't help but lower his head and look at the pale and uncomfortable pretty face. Why didn't you resist in Nan Jinghuan's arms? Su Maoyong felt a large shadow cast down. Nan Qingjue's beautiful lips were obviously charming. But at this time, Su Maoyong panicked. Don't Su Maoyong turned her head away suddenly to avoid his touch. Being my woman, is it so unfair? Looking at her rejection expression, Nan Qingjue frowned deeply, a little hurt, thinking of how he used to be so powerful. Countless women would fight for a look from him. Now he wants to kiss a woman, but she despises him. Thinking of this, Nan Qingjue smiled bitterly. He had reasons to kill her 10,000 times, but he didn't have the determination to kill her once. What happened to him? How could he suddenly become indecisive when he was so decisive in killing? Thinking of this, Nan Qingjue's icy blue pupils jumped into annoyance. He took a deep look at the stubborn Su Maoyang, took a deep breath in annoyance, and suddenly moved closer, his low voice concealing extreme anger. Su Maoyang, I want you to remember that since you have agreed to marry me, you are my woman in this life, and I can only be in your eyes and heart, domineering, arrogant, and intolerant of rejection. This is Nan Jingjue. Su Maoyang was frightened by his sudden approach, and her head shrank sharply. But Nan Jingjue would not let her resist, and domineeringly pressed her neck and forced her to get close to him. Su Maoyang was frightened and growled, Nan Jingjue, you. Before she finished speaking, Nan Jingjue's fierce and passionate kiss fell again, instantly swallowing up all her angry curses. This Nan Jingjue is really crazy. Coming once and coming twice, and there is no end. Extremely angry, Su Maoyang opened her mouth and bit Nan Jingjue's lips hard. After a while, she felt a bloody smell from Nan Jingjue, but he was still stubborn and didn't let go. However, what shocked Su Maoyang was that he didn't attack the city like before, but opened his mouth and spit out a strange breath into her mouth. And the cold air instantly filled her mouth, spreading from her throat to her limbs. What was he doing to her? Su Maoyang's anger turned into fear in an instant. She wanted to struggle, but she found herself petrified and had no ability to resist. Her eyes were as big as copper bells, staring at the handsome face close at hand in horror, her heart in her throat. She called out to the old man Jinjuan in her heart, but the old man Jinjuan seemed to have disappeared, without even a breath. What was going on? Did he want to steal her evil blood tripod? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang was even more anxious and sweating, racking her brains to find a way to stop Nan Jingjue. However, at this moment, Nan Jingjue suddenly let go of her lips, pulled his hand away, and gently wiped off the blood from the corner of his lips that was bitten by Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang got the opportunity, jumped off him, and retreated a few meters quickly. Although her body was exhausted, she was stimulated by Nan Jingjue and her expression was tense, exceeding the limit of the human body. She didn't know when Nan Jingjue would go crazy again, and she couldn't stand the third time. Nan Jingjue just glared at her coldly, and a sharp dark light flashed across his cold blue pupils. His gloomy face was now unusually cold, like a cave in the ice and snow, with ice debris piled up, which made people shudder. The two of them confronted each other like this, and they were silent for a long time. And finally Nan Jingjue's cold voice sounded. Come on! Go back to the mansion! This loud shout at this moment was simply the sound of nature for Su Maoyang. She finally didn't have to live in the same room with this devil, be abused by him, and look at his eyes. Su Maoyang had never been so aggrieved since she was a child. At this time, the two sedan bearers who were imprisoning Mama and Lu Man outside the door heard Nan Jingjue's order, and immediately ran in and respectfully stepped forward to serve. Seeing Nan Jingjue sitting on a sedan chair and slowly fading out of her sight, Su Maoyang fell back on the chair with a sense of relief. Breathing heavily, Lu Man and Nanian also ran in and asked in panic, Miss, did the Ninth Prince do anything to you? Nanian saw that the Ninth Prince walked out of Mingqing Pavilion with a dark face just now, and she knew that something unpleasant had happened between the two. It's okay. Don't worry. Su Maoyang waved her hands and rolled her eyes in exhaustion. Lu Man looked at her lips, which were red and swollen, and stained with blood, and immediately screamed, Oh, miss, your lips are broken, and you still say it's okay. Su Maoyang touched her lips, looked down at the blood on her fingertips, and shook her head indifferently. No, this is Nan Jingjue's blood, not mine. Hearing this, Lu Man and Nanian's faces changed. Miss, did you bite the Ninth Prince until he bled? Nanian's eyes widened in shock. Yes, I had no choice. He really went too far. Su Maoyang gritted her teeth when she thought of his evil deeds. Lu Man was also full of curiosity. Oh my god. Miss, you are so brave. Where did you bite the Ninth Prince? Mouth. Su Maoyang didn't have the energy to deal with him at this time, so she answered casually, and then took the water cup on the table and drank 2 mouthfuls. However, when these words fell into the ears of Lu Man and Nanian, they had a different flavor. Mouth. You bit the Ninth Prince on the mouth. Lu Man screamed. Nanian hit her immediately, and her wrinkled old face was also embarrassed. You little girl. Are you ashamed? You dare to talk about the lady's sex so loudly. Don't talk nonsense. Nanian was just surprised that the Ninth Prince suddenly broke into the lady's boudoir. and asked 2 sedan bearers to take them outside and not let them make any noise. It turned out that the 9th prince wanted to be alone with the lady. She was so old that she couldn't even see the little tricks of the young people. It was a mistake. However, Su Maoyang, who was drinking water, was shocked when she heard Nani An's words and spit out a mouthful of cold water. Her sex life? When did she have sex with Nan Qingjue? Oh my god! Who is talking nonsense? Su Maoyang looked at Nanian in astonishment, and received the latter's ambiguous and understanding eyes. And her heart wanted to cry, but had no tears. She couldn't wash it off even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Okay. Mrs. Tired. Let's go out first. After saying that, Nanian pulled the ignorant Lu man out of the room. Su Maoyang was left alone in the room with a messy expression. As a person who has experienced this, Nanian, would she understand too much? After watching the two of them leave, Su Maoyang quickly called out to the old man Jingshu through her inner voice. This time, the old man Jingshu finally replied, "Girl, stop calling. My head hurts because of you." Okay. So you have been pretending not to hear me. Where were you when I was dying just now? Su Maoyang was so angry that his teeth itched. The old man Jingshu said impatiently, "What do you mean by dying? Nan Qingjue has transferred all the human souls among the 3 souls into your body. What else do you want? The human soul among the 3 souls?" Chapter 81. A tough guy who is hard to resist. Human soul? Master Jingshu, what do you mean by that? Su Maoyang heard about human soul for the first time and was confused. Could it be that Nanqing didn't want to snatch her evil blood cauldron? Master Jingshu seemed to have guessed her thoughts and rolled his eyes in the medicine cauldron space. You must have heard that people have 3 souls and 7 spirits. Right? Su Maoyang nodded. Of course she knew that. Then do you know which 3 souls they are? Master Jingshu continued. Su Maoyang only heard about it in general and didn't know the details. So she looked a little confused. The 3 souls are the heavenly soul, the earthly soul, and the human soul. The heavenly soul is responsible for consciousness. The earthly soul is responsible for spirit. And the human soul is responsible for body. If the heavenly soul leaves the body, the person will lose consciousness. If there is a problem with the earthly soul, the spirit will be disordered. And if there is a problem with the human soul, the person will be sick and weak. People gave you the human soul regardless of their physical safety. So you should be content. Speaking of this, Master Jingshu was a little envious of Su Maoyang. It takes a lot of courage to take out any of the 3 souls and give it to someone else. What's more, Nan Qingjue himself is a cripple, and there seems to be something in his body that restricts his power. Every time the old man Jingshu wanted to find out the truth, he was shocked back by Nan Qingjue, and he still hasn't figured out his details. But Su Maoyang became more and more confused the more he listened. Why did he give me the human soul? When the old man Jingshu heard this, he was speechless and held his forehead. He felt it was not worth it for Nan Qingjue. You have an extra human soul in your body, which can save your life at the moment of life and death. And he can also sense whether you are alive through the human soul. I think he did this because he was worried about your safety. Su Maoyang was shocked when she heard this. I didn't expect Nan Qingjue to do this for her. Is he really so kind? Even if Su Maoyang knew the truth, she was still not sure. Although I don't know what his purpose is. The human soul is good for you, so you don't have to worry too much. Old Jingshu added. Su Maoyang nodded slightly, thinking back to the pair of ice blue eyes that were angry but helpless with her. And a strange feeling came over her. He gave me the human soul. So what should he do? Won't his body become weaker? Su Maoyang suddenly thought that the human soul was the main body. And if the human soul was gone, he would get sick. Old Jingshu was also unbelievable and couldn't figure it out. Who knows? Since he gave it to you, you should keep it. This is a good thing. You should cherish it. Su Maoyang was silent again when he heard this. Girl, the training competition will be in 2 days. Are you ready? Old Jingshu saw that she was a little absent-minded and asked worriedly. Su Maoyang came back to her senses and nodded slightly. Well, I'm ready. Now I've advanced to the intermediate level of Earth Spirit Master. I've also refined some pills to replenish spiritual power and heal injuries. In addition, I have the soul-stealing needle for self-defense. I believe that going to Qisha Mountain will be no problem. Hearing her say this, the old man Jingshu was relieved. This time, let's go and see if there is any tiger bone grass. After finding it, You should have no problem advancing to the advanced level of Earth Spirit Master. Time flies, and the much-anticipated experience competition is finally here. This morning, the sun just appeared, and there was a moist and fresh smell floating in the air. The cool morning breeze blew by, with a faint floral scent. The students of Nanjing College stood at the foot of Qixia Mountain, looking up at the hillside that looked a little green under the morning light. They were all eager to try and excited. This Qixia Mountain is very famous in the southern Sui Kingdom, because there are many valuable medicinal herbs and spirit beasts in it. If you are lucky, you can contract a spirit beast or find rare medicinal herbs. Some people don't have to worry about their lives. At least they can make a good living in the southern Sui Kingdom. However, although Qixia Mountain is a good place, it is also extremely dangerous. If you don't have 2 brushes, you will never come back. Su Maoyang stood in the crowd, thinking deeply, and many people came not far away. Among them, Nanjing Huan, Su Yixue, Sun Yunwu and Mo Haoge were also among them. However, it seems that there is one more person this time. Hey, look! Isn't that Mo Haoge's sister Mo Xian? Yes, I heard that she has been in seclusion for a year. I thought she would not come out to participate in the sect competition. It seems that she has come out of seclusion. It seems that her strength has improved a lot. TSK. This Mo Xian is also a genius. She has more potential than Mo Haoge. I wonder what level she has reached after coming out of seclusion this time. Many people mention Mo Xian with awe and envy in their tone. It seems that this woman has some ability, and has a certain reputation in the southern Sui Kingdom. Su Maoyang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard it. I saw a beautiful girl in a red dress walking beside Mo Haoge. She was not very young. About 17 years old, with a pretty face as big as a palm, delicate features, fair skin, and a head of black hair gently tied behind her head with a white ribbon. She looked youthful, charming, lively and cute, but the terrifying momentum emanating from her body should not be underestimated. She followed Mo Haoge and walked over slowly, holding her head high, not paying attention to everyone's surprise, and was as proud as a princess. Mo Haoge saw Su Maoyang at a glance, and smiled, and walked over gracefully. Lian, we meet again. Have you missed me these days? Su Maoyang rolled her eyes speechlessly. It seemed that she had already refused obviously. Did Mo Haoge not understand? Or was he too thick-skinned to be imagined? But before Su Maoyang could reply, Mo Xian behind Mo Haoge interrupted her. Lianger? Is she Su Maoyang? Mo Xian stepped forward, walked in front of Su Maoyang, frowned deeply, and looked at Su Maoyang from head to toe unhappily. Su Maoyang felt the other party's dissatisfaction and inexplicable hostility, raised his eyebrows, and a trace of doubt rose in his heart. He nodded and admitted, I am. What's the problem? So it's your vixen. Mo Xian frowned, and her pretty little face was suddenly full of gloom, and she slapped Su Maoyang hard. Mo Xian moved quickly. The pressure from the high-level Earth Spirit Master made Su Maoyang's body sluggish, and she had no time to resist. A 5-finger mark was left on her beautiful face. Due to the excessive force, blood flowed from the corner of Su Maoyang's lips. Humph. A cheap woman, just a little bit of beauty, wants to seduce my brother with her body. Bah! You are just an intermediate Earth Spirit Master, and you are from the Su family. Do you think you are worthy of my brother? You are not even worthy of carrying my brother's shoes. Mo Xian sneered on the spot, and the sarcastic voice was not small, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. Su Maoyang felt the burning on her face, and anger rose in her heart. She avoided Mo Haoge as much as possible. When did she seduce her brother? Instead, Mo Haoge was pestering and holding on. Now she was blamed by her, and suffered this palm for nothing. Such humiliation was inexplicably suffered. No one could stand it. Miss Mo, please make it clear. Everyone in the southern Sui Kingdom knows that I have my heart set on the 9th prince, and will soon marry into his mansion. I don't know how many times I have rejected your brother, but it is your brother who keeps coming up to me. What's more, I am the daughter of the eldest princess, the princess appointed by the emperor himself, and I am afraid that my status is more noble than yours as a lady of a family. If we strictly talk about it, there is a difference between the monarch and the minister. When you see me, you have to kneel 3 times and count to 9 times. But you presumptuously attack the county lord. Does it mean that the Mo family is superior to the royal family, and intends to usurp the throne? Su Maoyang's words were extremely sharp, and immediately escalated the verbal dispute between the two women into a power struggle between the Mo family and the royal family. It must be said that Su Maoyang is a tough character that is difficult to deal with. However, how could Mo Xian, who is arrogant and simple, be her opponent? Chapter 82. No one wants to team up with her. When Mo Xian heard this, her expression was shocked and her cheeks immediately turned red with anger. As proud as she was, it was already a great shame to be washed away by someone who looked down on her completely. Not to mention that she had to kneel down and salute Su Maoyang. She really couldn't imagine that the previously stupid Su Maoyang would suddenly become so eloquent. And a few words involved the relationship between the Mo family and the royal family, which made her speechless for a while and panic in her heart. Although Mo Xian was arrogant and willful, she still had some brains, and naturally knew that Su Maoyang's words were intended to frame her. Su Maoyang, you are so bold, not only humiliating me, but also falsely accusing the Mo family. Mo Xian roared angrily at the moment. Su Maoyang raised the corner of his lips and said sarcastically, "You are so loud. You seem to be uneducated. Although the Su family is not a big family, they have all the proper manners. On the other hand, your Mo family has raised a daughter who doesn't even have the most basic manners. I really don't know who gave you the face to look down on others." Everyone gasped in shock when they heard this. I'm afraid that Su Maoyang is the only one in the entire southern Sui kingdom who dares to humiliate Mo Xian like this. Mo Xian is not as eloquent as Su Maoyang, and she was immediately choked up and couldn't curse a word. Miss Mo can't even speak clearly, so you better say less, so as not to fall into the eyes of others and think that the Mo family has a shameless stutterer. Su Maoyang shook his head gently and glanced at her contemptuously. Everyone lowered their heads and covered their mouths and laughed secretly when they heard this. I think they have never seen Mo Xian being humiliated like this, and they all think it's fresh and interesting. Mo Xian was furious like a boiler about to explode, her whole body boiling with anger. Su Maoyang, you are so good. Don't even think about being with my brother. Don't even think about entering the Mo family. If I see you seducing my brother again, I will definitely peel off your skin. Mo Xian completely exploded. Her eyes bulged round and red. Her voice was hoarse, and everyone shrank their heads in fear. Su Maoyang was finished now, and he had offended Mo Xian, so he would have to pay the price. Mo Haoge saw that the situation was getting serious, and hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Yin, please say less. Su Maoyang is not a bad person, but she is a bit poisonous. Humph. Brother, I'm going to say this today. As long as you are with Su Maoyang, I will go back and tell my father that she not only humiliated me, but also the Mo family. I believe my father will never let such a bitch enter our Mo family. Mo Xian said viciously to Mo Haoge. You Yin, so many people are watching. Don't be unreasonable. Su Maoyang is really a good woman. Don't slander her. Okay, brother. You actually help outsiders speak. Who is more important, me or that bitch? Mo Xian was so angry that she trembled all over, and immediately pointed at Su Maoyang, and insisted on asking the truth. She liked to stick to Mo Haoge since she was a child, and Mo Haoge also gave in to her and spoiled her. She always felt that her brother belonged to her alone, but she didn't expect that Su Maoyang suddenly appeared and attracted Mo Haoge's attention. How could she accept this? Mo Haoge was immediately speechless. If he said Su Maoyang was important, he was afraid of offending this willful sister. If he said Xian was important, he was afraid of offending Su Maoyang, seeing that Su Maoyang no longer liked him. If he made her angry again, wouldn't he have no chance to get close to her at all? Just when Mo Haoge was in a dilemma and hesitant, Mo Xian stamped her feet in anger. Brother, I am so disappointed in you. I thought he would answer her without hesitation, but he couldn't open his mouth. Mo Xian was so angry that her teeth were clicking, and there was an uncontrollable anger in her eyes. She couldn't bear it anymore, and immediately turned her head and yelled at the teacher Lei not far away. Teacher Lei, you quickly announced the start of the experience. She really didn't want to see Su Maoyang, this woman, and she didn't want to see her brother would rather anger her than protect that woman. Teacher Lei didn't expect that before the game started. Mo Xian and Su Maoyang started arguing. After watching for a while, he was suddenly called. He cleared his throat and announced loudly, Ahem. The students of the academy are basically here. I believe everyone has a certain understanding of Qixia Mountain. I won't say much. Now you all have a token. After entering Qixia Mountain, you need to win by seizing the opponent's token. You can act alone or form a team to complete the task. After 3 hours, we will gather at this place. Whoever has more tokens will win. If you don't show up on time within 3 hours, we will treat it as a failure. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone answered in unison, and their voices were uniform and deafening. Teacher Lei saw that everyone was in good spirits and nodded with satisfaction. Okay. Remember, in Qixia Mountain, whether life or death, it has nothing to do with the academy. If you are afraid, you can give up in advance. Is there anyone who gives up? Qixia Mountain is extremely dangerous, and no one can guarantee that all these students can come out safely. So life and death are left to fate. Hearing this, some students with low strength hung their heads, walked out awkwardly, and stood aside, obviously giving up this competition. Teacher Lei did not show any displeasure with their decision. After all, he understood that Qixia Mountain was too dangerous. If the strength was not good, let alone continuing to practice, even surviving would be a slim hope. He did not approve of students acting rashly. Very good. Since everyone is ready, let's start. At this time, the students could not wait. As soon as Teacher Lei finished speaking, everyone began to form teams. After a while, everyone formed 3 teams and some scattered teams. The first team was led by Nan Jinghuan and Su Yixue. The second team was led by Sun Yunwu. The third team was led by Emo Xian. Students with good strength joined the 3 teams respectively, and students with mediocre strength formed their own teams. After the grouping was completed, Su Maoyang seemed a little lonely at the moment. Although everyone knew that Su Maoyang was quite powerful and was an alchemist at the peak of the alchemy level, no one dared to approach her to make friends with her, because Su Maoyang had offended the Sun family some time ago. It was obvious that the Sun family would not let her go at this opportunity. In addition, she had just had an argument with Emo Xian, and she would definitely be harassed by Emo Xian in the training later. If they approached Su Maoyang to form a team, they would probably anger the Su and Emo families. Thinking of this, those who wanted to get close to Su Maoyang were discouraged. Su Maoyang didn't mind. She was used to being alone anyway. It would be a hindrance to act with others. Besides, she participated in this competition to find tiger bone grass and see if there were other rare medicinal herbs and spiritual beasts. The result of the competition was not important to her. But Emo Haldo was a little worried when he saw her alone. He couldn't help but approach her. Lin Wan'er, since you didn't join the team, let's be in a group of 2. Emo Haldo would not miss any opportunity to get close to Su Maoyang. He also hoped that he would be a hero to save the beauty when he encountered danger. But ideals are full, and reality is very hard. I refuse, Su Maoyang said firmly. The corners of Emo Haldo's lips suddenly fell. Emo Xian was so angry that her face turned red when she saw this, and she bared her teeth and shouted, "Brother, as long as you are with Su Maoyang, I will go back and tell my father about your ugly deeds. From now on, don't think about seeing her again." Chapter 83. Can you pick up a 6th level spirit beast? When Emo Haldo heard this, a look of horror flashed across his face. He immediately ran over and coaxed softly, "Don't tell your father that I won't go with her. But I can go with you." Emo Haldo knew his father's temper. If Emo Xian really reported it like this, his father would definitely not let Su Maoyang go. Emo Xian was furious, so it was not easy for her to forgive him. She growled, "Who wants to be in the same group with you? Stay away, and don't let me see you." Emo Xian left Emo Haldo behind, and led her team angrily towards Qixia Mountain. Watching the people leave, Emo Haldo had no choice but to spread his hands helplessly, told Su Maoyang to be careful, and also entered Qixia Mountain. Originally, there were only 3 hours, and everyone did not dare to delay, and went into the mountain one after another, racing against time to complete the task. Su Maoyang was the last one to walk, leisurely, as if he was going on a trip. In the early morning forest, there was some light mist that had not yet dissipated. From a distance, it looked vague, like a fairy dancing with a light veil. The lush leaves showed deep and light green under the gentle warm sun. The hot weather was actually a little cooler under the shadow. Su Maoyang walked and breathed the fresh air of the forest, and her mood seemed to have improved a lot. Just when she was a little relaxed, the Xianyan silver snake in the medicine cauldron space suddenly moved. "Huh?" Su Maoyang felt the abnormality of the Xianyan silver snake, and was a little suspicious. Girl, this little snake seems to have found some treasure. Let it out, and let it lead the way. The old man Jingshu also felt the unusual breath nearby. Su Maoyang nodded, and immediately released the Xianyan silver snake. As soon as the Xianyan silver snake left the space, it crawled quickly in a certain direction. Su Maoyang followed the little snake for a long time. The baby didn't notice it, but she heard a roar suddenly coming from not far away. When she stopped and looked carefully, she saw a green cheetah staggering and limping towards her. The leopard was covered with wounds and blood. It was obvious that it had experienced a fierce battle, and was beaten and fled by the enemy. It turned out to be a blue cloud leopard, a 6th level spiritual beast. Su Maoyang didn't expect that he had just entered the forest for a short time, and encountered such a powerful spiritual beast. Would his luck be too good? As far as Su Maoyang knew, this blue cloud leopard was 1 level higher than the Xianyan silver snake, and was a spiritual beast with spiritual intelligence. Its attack ability was average, but its escape speed was first class. So, even if it couldn't beat the opponent, at least it could save its life. However, it seems a little unreasonable to see it being beaten so badly. This leopard was interrupted when it was breaking through. This person is also insidious and cunning. He took advantage of its weakest and most flawless distraction to attack, catching this escape expert off guard. However, other spirit beasts with this level of injury would have been contracted long ago. It seems that this leopard is also good at escaping, but it has not been contracted yet. The old man Jingshu spoke to solve Su Maoyang's doubts. Su Maoyang nodded in understanding, and then his eyes jumped a little cunning. Since I bumped into it here, if I don't save its life, wouldn't it be too cold-blooded and ruthless? Looking at the swaying body of the Xianyan leopard and the wounds on its skin, Su Maoyang concluded that the leopard would not run for long and would fall down. Rather than letting it die, it is better to contract it and save its life. When the old man Jingshu heard this, he understood her thoughts and shook his head. This girl is full of bad water, but she can justify her actions. She is particularly great and has her own way. Su Maoyang is a man of action. With an idea, he stepped forward to block the way of the blue cloud leopard. The blue cloud leopard finally escaped, but he has not yet shaken off the pursuit of the enemy behind him. Now his way is blocked. At this moment, he is in a state of collapse. Su Maoyang looked at it, narrowed his eyes, and calmly discussed, "You are injured. You should know that if you continue to run, there is only one way to die. However, as long as you are willing to contract with me, I can save your life." Su Maoyang did not attack immediately, but took out a healing pill, pinched it between his fingers, and showed it to the blue cloud leopard. The blue cloud leopard saw the pill and smelled the fragrance of the medicine, and his eyes lit up immediately. It knew that it could not escape the fate of being contracted today, and the human just now was too cruel, and his attack was fierce, bloody, and he looked like he was going to beat it to death, which made it painful. This hatred was too deep, and it would rather die than fall into the hands of that human. Anyway, it was contracted by someone, so it might as well agree to the little girl in front of it. The miserable situation made the Xianyan leopard dare not think for too long, and simply lay on the ground and let Su Maoyang do it. Seeing this, Su Maoyang smiled slightly, walked over slowly. A trickle of blood flowed from his fingertips, and gently tapped the Xianyan leopard's forehead, and murmured, "Use my blood as a sacrifice. Awaken your soul. Sign a contract with me. Listen to my orders, and never break it." The injured Xianyan leopard felt Su Maoyang's warm power injected into its limbs and bones, and immediately snorted comfortably. Contract successful. 6th level spiritual beast. Xianyan leopard. Good at speed. The information of Xianyan leopard suddenly popped up in Su Maoyang's mind. Because of the contract, Xianyan leopard was much more sober, and immediately raised his head, drooling, looking at the pill in Su Maoyang's hand. "Master, please, give me the pill quickly." Hearing the inner voice of Xianyan leopard, Su Maoyang's heart was shocked and nodded happily. The spiritual beast with spiritual intelligence is really different. It can actually communicate with the master's inner voice. Not bad. Not bad. Su Maoyang smiled with satisfaction and threw the healing pill to Xianyan leopard. The Xianyan leopard stretched out its mouth in surprise and swallowed the pill into its stomach. At this time, the wound of Xianyan leopard's skin and flesh healed quickly, so fast that even it itself was a little unbelievable. "Master, Your elixir is too amazing. The blue cloud leopard lowered his head and licked his healed wound. Full of surprise, Su Maoyang just smiled. This medicine can only heal your wounds. As for the internal injuries caused by the interruption of your breakthrough, I need to refine another elixir for you. The blue cloud leopard heard this and got up from the ground in surprise. He stretched his legs comfortably and was very happy. Master, you are actually an alchemist? The blue cloud leopard got such a big benefit that he couldn't help but flatter Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang nodded, which was considered to be tacitly agreeing with it. Seeing this, the blue cloud leopard widened his eyes in surprise. Being with an alchemist, doesn't it mean that it will have endless elixirs in the future? I've made a fortune. I've made a fortune. Ha ha ha, the blue cloud leopard jumped up in excitement. Its tail swung back and forth, and it was about to rise to the sky. Su Maoyang was so surprised when he saw this that he couldn't bear to look directly at it. Is this really a 6th level spiritual beast blue cloud leopard? Why is it not as majestic as imagined, but rather a little silly? Just when Su Maoyang was doubting, a sharp roar suddenly broke out not far away. Blue cloud leopard, you beast! Where are you running to? At this time, a red figure suddenly came from a distance. She was bruised in many places. Her hair was messy, blood-stained, and she looked miserable. However, the identity of this person shocked Su Maoyang's eyes. Emotion? Chapter 84. I am so angry that I will die. Su Maoyang didn't expect to meet Emotion here, and he was even more surprised to see her covered in scars and blood. Could it be that she is the one who is chasing the blue cloud leopard? Su Maoyang saw this, and his mouth twitched, and his expression was embarrassed. At this time, the blue cloud leopard suddenly excitedly transmitted his inner voice and roared, Master! She is the one who hurt me like this. She bullied me. Master, help me get revenge. Su Maoyang looked at Emotion, who was approaching from afar, and saw that the latter was covered with scars of varying depths. And he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Who beat who? Who bullied who? Emotion looked 10 times more embarrassed than it. I don't know where Emotion got such great courage and perseverance. She was so seriously injured. But she didn't give up and chased for such a long distance. It's also her ability. It seems that Emotion and Jingshu had just had a fierce battle, and both of them were injured, and neither side got any benefit. Humph! That damn human took advantage of my breakthrough to attack me. If I was not weak and unable to resist, she would not be my opponent. She is just a high-level Earth Spirit Master, but she still wants to contract me. Jingshu said this, full of dissatisfaction. Emotion reached the high-level Earth Spirit Master at a young age, 1 level higher than her, and she really has the capital to be arrogant. So Su Maoyang couldn't help but remind her when he heard this. You have to know that your current master is still an intermediate Earth Spirit Master. Jingshu heard this, and his bloody mouth suddenly opened upwards, with a flattering smile, and his fist-sized eyes narrowed into a line with a smile. But the master is an alchemist. Even if you don't have spiritual power, I am willing to serve the master. Who would have thought that a leopard that looked ferocious had a flattering and cunning smile on its face, which made Su Maoyang's skin crawl. At this time, Emotion was getting closer and closer to the blue cloud leopard, and she was about to catch up. But she didn't have time to be happy at this time. Her eyes touched Su Maoyang beside the blue cloud leopard, and her eyes suddenly condensed. Why is Su Maoyang here? Could it be that? Emotion's heart skipped a beat, and she had a bad premonition. But when she saw the contract mark on the forehead of the blue cloud leopard, Emotion was so angry that she almost fainted. Su Maoyang! Her collapsed roar broke the sky, and immediately made the surrounding trees tremble. You actually contracted my prey. Emotion saw the scene in front of her. Her head was splitting, and her chest was rolling with anger, and was about to explode. Su Maoyang helplessly spread his hands. I saw it was injured, so I lent a hand to help. I didn't know it was your prey. Emotion pointed at Su Maoyang, her arm shaking like a loom. Her pretty face flushed, and she almost bit her teeth at Su Maoyang's helpless and innocent attitude. What could be more deceiving than this? She had spent a lot of effort to injure this blue cloud leopard, and she was also injured all over and in a miserable state. She paid such a high price, but she didn't expect that Su Maoyang would take advantage of her. How could she not be shocked? How could she not be angry? How could she not be willing? Emotion was panting with anger. Her face became a little crazy. The blood in her body was coagulated, and her chest full of anger rolled with raging fire, burning her internal organs, making her like an angry beast, ready to pounce on Su Maoyang at any time. Su Maoyang, you stole my prey. I will fight you to the death. There was another roar. And Emotion suddenly burst out with spiritual power and rushed forward madly. Su Maoyang was a little surprised to see this. This Emotion was really fierce. Even though she was injured like this, she still wanted to continue fighting. Did she really ignore her body? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang sighed and said to the Qingyun leopard, "Go ahead. Don't you want revenge? Now the opportunity for revenge has come. If your spiritual power is insufficient, I have a lot of pills here." As he said, Su Maoyang took out another pill and threw it to the Qingyun leopard. The Qingyun leopard was originally inconvenient to fight due to its physical injuries, but since it had the support of the pills, what else did it worry about? The Qingyun leopard, who had no worries, raised his head and roared, kicked his hind legs, and pounced on it. Emotion didn't expect that the Qingyun leopard, who was beaten by her without any ability to fight back, would actually recover his fighting power and pounce on her fiercely. She was immediately scared and turned pale. Damn beast! Emotion cursed in horror, and the figure that rushed into the air suddenly stopped and tried to retreat. But the speed of the blue cloud leopard was so fast that it didn't give her time to dodge. It opened its mouth and bit Emotion's arm. Just then, a figure suddenly came from a distance and slapped the blue cloud leopard's head hard. There was a loud bang, and the attacking blue cloud leopard was suddenly shaken away by the spiritual power and shot out backwards. At this time, Emotion couldn't bear the load and fell from the air. Fortunately, Emotion was quick and reached out to hold her in his arms. Lin Wan'er, please be merciful. She is already injured. Emotion hugged the embarrassed Emotion and landed steadily, looking at Su Maoyang pleadingly. Su Maoyang felt ridiculous and said innocently, "Emotion, your sister started it first. I can't stand there and let her beat me. I am a mid-level Earth Spirit Master, and I am no match for a high-level Earth Spirit Master." Emotion was so angry that her teeth were chattering, and her eyes almost popped out of her eyes when she stared at Su Maoyang. "Su Maoyang, you bitch. It's obviously you who stole my spirit beast. And you were right." Su Maoyang sneered and retorted sharply, "How do I know that this is the spirit beast you injured? I saw that the spirit beast was dying, so I signed a contract with it. What's more, it's still unclear whether it was you who injured it, and no one else saw it. Now you insist that I stole your spirit beast. Who can testify?" Su Maoyang spoke so logically that even Emotion couldn't find a word to refute. Hearing this, the seriously injured Emotion spit out blood again. "I think this is the legendary vomiting blood in anger." Emotion also knew that he was in the wrong, and could only sigh helplessly. If you want to blame someone, blame Emotion for being unlucky. She finally injured a 6th level spirit beast, but Su Maoyang happened to see it. Where can she go to reason? Hearing this, the old man Jingshu couldn't help but laugh and shook his head, sighing that Su Maoyang was extremely black-bellied. The spirit beast that Emotion had risked her life to injure was easily contracted by her. She was so good that she shirked the responsibility in a few words, and said that it was Emotion's fault. It really made people angry to death. It seems that in the future, don't provoke Su Maoyang. Otherwise she will be tricked and there will be no room for speech or resistance. But she always stands on her side. You Su Maoyang. I will remember this grudge today. Don't let me meet you in the future. Otherwise, I will skin you alive." Emotion was shaking all over like a sieve, and it was obvious that she hated him to the extreme. Chapter 85. Just make your eyes explode. Su Maoyang didn't take her threats seriously at all. She got the upper hand anyway, so she didn't bother to argue with the angry Emotion. "Emotion, for your sake, this is a healing pill. She will be almost alright after taking it." Su Maoyang glanced at Emotion and threw a pill. Emotion quickly caught it, and his handsome face jumped into gratitude. "Lin Wan'er, thank you." Emotion didn't appreciate this, and immediately yelled and cursed. "You actually thanked her? Who made me like this? Can't you see? Okay, you caused this injury yourself. You wanted to contract the blue cloud leopard, and you got all injured. Who can you blame? Be obedient. Take the pill, and your injury will heal quickly." Emotion growled, and was also full of anger. Emotion was so angry at his roar that she grimaced. "I won't eat it. She humiliated me and took away the spirit beast I fought so hard to kill. I would rather die than eat her pills. Mo Xian couldn't do such a shameful thing. Yenner, you have to think clearly. You rushed out of retreat before this election. Wasn't it just to participate in the sect competition? The training is the last place. And you have always been determined to win it. Now you are covered in injuries. How can you get the first place? Mo Hao heard this, and couldn't help but straighten his face, and reminded him seriously. Mo Xian was choked by him. Yes. This place is too important to her. Today is just a 6th level spirit beast. As long as she enters the sect. Let alone a 6th level spirit beast. Even a 7th level spirit beast will have a chance. Thinking of this, Mo Xian gritted her teeth and struggled for a long time before she took the pill and stuffed it into her mouth, looking at Su Maoyang's disdainful and mocking eyes. Mo Xian's face flushed with shame, and her teeth itched with hatred. Su Maoyang smiled and shook his head, not intending to stay, and directly called the Qinjianbeo beside him. Let's go. What are you looking at? You beat him so badly, and your master made him angry to death. What revenge are you going to take? You should be kind. Hearing this, the Qinjianbeo shivered with a chill. She hurt Mo Xian so badly, and she still kept talking about kindness. Is there still justice in this world? Looking at the blue cloud leopard with bulging eyes, staring at her in shock, Su Maoyang frowned unhappily. Why are you opening your eyes so wide? I might as well call you leopard eyes. Burst eyes? Where did my eyes burst? Master, you can't be so mean to a leopard. The blue cloud leopard wanted to cry, but had no tears, and shouted in his heart. It's just questioning her kindness. There's no need to retaliate against it like this. Su Maoyang glanced at it coldly. What are you thinking about? It's leopard eyes. A leopard's leopard? Not burst eyes. A leopard's leopard? Is there anything better than burst eyes? The blue cloud leopard shook his head in disgust, very dissatisfied with this idiotic name. But Su Maoyang ignored its objection, and turned to walk in the direction indicated by the black flame silver snake. Mo Hao saw Su Maoyang was about to leave, and immediately shouted, Lin Wan'er, where are you going? Take good care of your sister. Don't worry about me, Su Maoyang said, and quickly faded out of Mo Hao's sight. She didn't want to stay there for even a second. She really couldn't stand Mo Xian's vicious gaze that could make one's eyes pop out. After a while, Su Maoyang walked another distance. The Xianyan silver snake leading the way seemed to be more excited. Even the Jingshu, an old man in the medicine cauldron space, said solemnly, Girl, there is a strong breath ahead. I'm afraid it's not ordinary. Su Maoyang felt a sense of relief in his heart, and unconsciously restrained his breath. His speed became faster and faster, but his footsteps became lighter and lighter. Su Maoyang stopped and looked around until the Xianyan silver snake stopped in front of a dark cave. Su Maoyang made sure that there was no one around, and no one following him. And then he walked into the cave cautiously. The entrance of the cave was dark, and he could only see the general outline. Su Maoyang carefully touched the wall of the cave, and walked slowly. He felt a cool breeze blowing on his face, which made him feel refreshed. The further he walked in, the more Su Maoyang found that the cave was full of rocks, and countless bones were piled on the ground. It was gloomy and terrifying, just like hell. Su Maoyang was shocked at the moment, and his eyes were full of surprise. At this moment, a snort suddenly came from the depths of the cave, and the force hit Su Maoyang, just like a knife. I don't know who this person is. What a powerful strength. When Su Maoyang was shocked, a low and heavy roar suddenly came from the depths. Domineering and arrogant, who disturbs my recuperation? Come out and die. Before Su Maoyang could dodge, he was swept up by an inexplicable energy, and appeared in front of a golden lion king. Su Maoyang raised his eyes and looked. His eyes suddenly fixed, and a chill suddenly rose in his heart. In front of him was a mighty and strong giant lion, lying on the ground, with a fierce and ferocious face, staring at Su Maoyang with a pair of charcoal-like eyes, and the tufts of golden hair on his head kept shaking in the dark, and the long tail behind him was like a steel whip, waving constantly, each time with considerable force and energy. A spiritual beast that speaks human language. My God, it's so shocking. The terrifying momentum exuded by it made even Su Maoyang's legs go weak. Humph, little human, dare to disturb my meditation. You're looking for death. The lion roared like a huge bell, heavy and terrifying, shaking the earth, and the end was a heavy and low throat sound, just like a person's panting. After the deafening roar fell, Su Maoyang only felt a fierce force coming at him, which could tear him apart. Wait! Su Maoyang stood up with his strong willpower, and a gully was stepped out under his feet. You can imagine how fierce this force is. The Golden Lion was also a little surprised to see this. However, a waste of a mid-level Earth Spirit Master could actually withstand the power of a 9th-level spiritual beast, and was not killed on the spot. It was really shocking. Hearing her call to stop, the lion seemed to be interested in her, and then withdrew the attack and stared at her quietly. Su Maoyang felt the pressure disappear, and she gasped for a few breaths. But in a moment, she was covered in cold sweat. This level of suppression was too powerful. The Golden Lion King in front of her must be of great origin. But why would such a powerful existence recuperate in a cave in Xixia Mountain? Yes, it said recuperation. Then it means that it had been injured and never recovered. So it hid in a quiet place to recuperate. With this guess in mind, Su Maoyang spoke cautiously. Golden Lion King, I can heal your injuries. I am just an intermediate Earth Spirit Master and can't threaten you at all. You can crush me to death with just a flick of your finger. But what about your injuries? Do you have to stay in this ghost place to recuperate? I believe that a strong man is arrogant, as it will never be condescended to in such a small place. When the lion heard her words, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. She actually knew about its injuries. And what the hell is the Golden Lion King? It's called the Storm Flame Lion. Chapter 86 Insidious and Cunning Humans. The Storm Flame Lion stared at Su Maoyang in confusion, and suddenly found that he was entangled in the wrong point. The name is not the point. The point is that she said she could cure its injuries. You said you can cure my injuries. What is the basis? This injury has troubled it for 2 years. After resting for so long, there is no improvement at all, which really makes it anxious. Now suddenly someone said that it can be cured. Even if the Storm Flame Lion does not believe in the ability of a waste, it is still looking forward to it. Su Maoyang saw that it was interested, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that she made the right bet. I am an alchemist and can refine pills. If you don't mind, can I come up and check your body for you? Su Maoyang gradually induced. Alchemist? The Storm Flame Lion looked at Su Maoyang half doubtfully, as if he was not sure. You said you are an alchemist. Are you an alchemist? What evidence do you have? Why should I believe you? Seeing it hesitate, Su Maoyang spoke again. You are so strong. Are you afraid of me? A mid-level Earth Spirit Master. Getting close to you? The Storm Flame Lion heard this, and snorted unhappily, frowned and growled. Okay. I'll give you a chance to check. If I can't find out what the injury is, I'll tear you apart. Su Maoyang's eardrums were hurt by its roar, and he bit the bullet, and faced its fierce breath, and approached it. Please open your mouth. Let me see your tongue and throat. Su Maoyang ordered in a serious manner. The Storm Flame Lion did not refute, but did it obediently, and suddenly opened its bloody mouth. Su Maoyang saw this, and a dark glint flashed across her eyes. Then she immediately threw the pill in her palm into the lion's throat. She quickly formed a palm, and sent out a spiritual force, directly sending the pill into the stomach of the Storm Flame Lion. The Storm Flame Lion never expected Su Maoyang to suddenly attack, and before it could repel it, the pill sank into its stomach, causing a piercing pain. Damn human! What did you do to me? The Storm Flame Lion felt pain all over its body, and wanted to resist and struggle, but it didn't even have the strength to do so. Su Maoyang took a step back, watching it fall to the ground in pain with satisfaction. The corners of his lips slowly lifted up, and a smile appeared. This is the paralysis pill I made myself, which has the function of making people suffer unbearable pain and lose strength. Didn't you not believe that I am an alchemist? Do you believe it now? The Storm Flame Lion roared in anger, and the sound was like thunder rolling over, which was terrifying. All the golden hair on its head stood up, and a mouthful of sharp fangs were exposed in front of it, ready to tear people to pieces at any time. You treacherous human! You are looking for death. Su Maoyang rubbed his temples and explained helplessly. You suppress my level too much. If you are not satisfied with anything, I will die. So, in order to save my life, I can only say that I can treat your injuries. However, even if you believe that I can treat your injuries, you will only let me stay here, treat your injuries, and then leave. Even after treating your injuries, you will not let me walk out of this cave alive. So, I don't have so much time to waste with you. So I might as well take the initiative and control you first. After hearing this, The Storm Flame Lion had to admit that this human was quite cunning. It originally thought that if this human could really heal its wounds, it would spare her life for the time being. But it could not guarantee that it would be able to keep her after the wounds were healed. It was violent by nature and had always been hostile to humans, so it would naturally not let Su Maoyang go. But unexpectedly, it fell into the trap of this human. What do you want now? The Storm Flame Lion was unable to move and was at the mercy of others, so it could only ask back in frustration. Su Maoyang smiled when he heard this, and looked at it from head to toe. What else can I do? Of course, I will contract you. You dare? The Storm Flame Lion did not expect Su Maoyang to have such an idea. If I don't contract you, you will have to trouble me after the effect of your medicine wears off. I can't just lose my life that I finally saved. Hearing Su Maoyang's words, the blue cloud leopard on the side shuddered. What kind of master did he follow? This is too insidious and cunning. The old man Jingshu in the medicine cauldron space seemed to be used to it, and comforted Qinjianbei in his heart. Leopard Eye. You will know after following Mo Liang for a long time. This is not her most sinister time. You will get used to it. Damn it. Don't call me Leopard Eye. Qinjianbei was immediately furious and arrogant. Su Mo Liang called it Leopard Eye, and even the spirit of the weapon that contracted with her called it that. Is it endless? Qinjianbei was very angry here, and the powerless Golden Lion King was even more angry. It was unheard of and unseen for it to be a 9th-level spirit beast to be contracted by a waste of a mid-level Earth spirit master. It was simply a shame for the spirit beast world. How will the little lions look at it in the future? And how will the lioness look at it in the future? The Storm Flame Lion watched Su Maoyang stretch out her finger and touch its forehead, but she had no power to resist and almost cried. Use my blood as a sacrifice to awaken your soul. Sign a contract with me. Obey my orders, and never break it. The spell sang softly, and the information of the Golden Lion King flashed in Su Maoyang's mind. The blood contract is successful. The Storm Flame Lion, a 9th-level spirit beast, good at attacking. Su Maoyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. She finally contracted a spirit beast that was good at attacking and had a combat power of 5 stars. She was happy. But the Storm Flame Lion collapsed. I was actually contracted by a land spirit master. I have no face to live. I'd rather die. The Storm Flame Lion was so angry that he cried in despair. Su Maoyang looked at it like a defiled young wife, frowned slightly, and reached out to stuff it with a detoxifying pill. If I guess correctly, there is still a strong toxin in your body, so your injury has not healed. Although my pill cannot completely remove your toxin, it can dissolve it bit by bit. It will take a long time, but you can rest assured that I will continue to refine this pill for you. Su Maoyang is a typical person who slaps someone in the face and then gives him a candy. Since the Golden Lion King has become her contracted beast, he is her partner. Although she is not willing at all, she still has to fulfill her responsibilities as a master. The Storm Flame Lion, who was collapsing in despair, ate the pill, and the feeling of weakness in his body was immediately relieved. He stood up suddenly and wanted to tear Su Maoyang apart with one claw, but when he thought of being contracted by blood, the claws that were stretched out in front of Su Maoyang were like eggplants hit by frost. He clenched his furry claws sadly and took them back reluctantly. It's like a cat who wants to scratch someone but dares not to do it, and is entangled in taking it back. Su Maoyang had anticipated this scene, so she made a blood contract with it. Once the blood contract was successful, Su Maoyang would take the initiative and have the right to order it. But it could not hurt her, because once the master was hurt, the Storm Flame Lion would also suffer the same harm. Looking at Su Maoyang's smug expression, the Storm Flame Lion was so angry that he vomited blood. Chapter 87 Save the Justice Girl. The Storm Flame Lion was so angry that his teeth itched. Human. Even if you make a contract with me, it doesn't matter if you want to send me to do things for you. Su Maoyang smiled and didn't seem to care. It's up to you, as long as you are happy. At present, there is no need for a 9th-level spirit beast in Qixia Mountain. Bringing it is just for self-defense. After all, she made a blood contract with him. If her life is in danger, the Storm Flame Lion will not sit idly by. Looking at Su Maoyang's indifferent attitude, the Storm Flame Lion was even more angry and gnashed his teeth. But Su Maoyang obviously didn't take its anger seriously. Instead, he touched his chin, looked at it critically, and said slowly, Storm Flame Lion, this name is not good. I'd better call you the Golden Lion King. She looked at the messy golden hair of the Stormflame Lion, and the only thing she thought of was the Golden Lion King Xia. Asshole. How can such a stupid name match my noble status? I don't want it. The lion growled in dissatisfaction, turned his head away instantly, and was unwilling to accept it arrogantly. Su Maoyan was still easier to talk to, considering its mood. He proposed again, since you don't like the Golden Lion King, just call it Golden Retriever. The Stormflame Lion vomited blood when he heard this. The Golden Lion King. At least there are 2 words of Lion King, which is more majestic. What the hell is Golden Retriever? This name is too superficial. I don't want it. I don't want it. The Stormflame Lion was very determined. The dog I raised before was called Golden Retriever. Golden Retriever is a very popular breed. You are still picking it. Su Maoyan was unhappy. What? Your dog. The Stormflame Lion almost fainted with anger. It is a dignified 9th level spirit beast, but it actually calls itself a dog. It is a great shame. Call me Golden Lion King. Or Golden Hair. It's your choice. Su Maoyan was too lazy to talk nonsense with it. The Stormflame Lion bit its fangs, and 1,000 ways of tearing Su Maoyan apart came to its mind. But it only said a frustrated compromise. Golden Lion King. Su Maoyan nodded with relief. Very good. Since you still choose this name, you should agree to it earlier. Why waste time? The Golden Lion King wanted to cry, but had no tears. Did it want to agree to this? It was obviously forced by her. Su Maoyan ignored the bitter face of the Golden Lion King, waved gently at it and the Blue Cloud Leopard, and immediately put them into the medicine cauldron space, and warned coldly, Golden Lion King, you stay in there now. Don't be naughty, or I will spank you. If it gets out, you were spanked by a land spirit master. What do you think will happen? Su Maoyan's tone seemed to treat the Golden Lion King as a pet, and she was full of threats, really not taking the dignity of the 9th level spirit beast seriously. The Golden Lion King looked so angry at this time, but he didn't dare to hit her, which made the old man Jingshu in the medicine cauldron laugh. Su Maoyan really has the ability to make people angry to death. At this time, Su Maoyan estimated that time was running out, and then he quickly withdrew from the cave. At the entrance of the cave, the black flame silver snake was lying on the stone wall beside her waiting for her. Seeing her come out, it immediately shook its snake tail happily and greeted her. Su Maoyan shook his head helplessly and waved at it. Look at you. You are so cowardly. Take me to find Tiger Bone Grass. Although this little guy's name is very cool, he is a coward. Knowing that there are powerful spirit beasts in the cave, he was so scared that he dared not go in. Fortunately, it has some treasure hunting ability. Otherwise, Su Maoyan really doesn't know what's the point of keeping it. Perhaps sensing Su Maoyan's thoughts, the black flame silver snake twisted its body as if to please her, and turned around a few times close to her feet. After flattering her, it quickly crawled towards the direction of the tiger bone grass. After walking for a cup of tea, Su Maoyan didn't see the tiger bone grass, but was attracted by the sound of beating and scolding not far away. Hurry up. Hand over the token and medicinal materials. Don't force us to do it. There was only a fierce roar, as terrifying as thunder. Lin Wan'er, you are an intermediate spiritual master. Why are you participating in the sect competition? While we are talking, hand over the token and medicinal materials obediently. Otherwise I can't guarantee that you can still walk out of Chisha Mountain alive. The other young man was even more irritable, and slapped Lin Wan'er on the head. However, Lin Wan'er held the token and herbs tightly, and was slapped by several men around her. But she still refused to let go. Her soft but resolute voice sounded amidst the fierce curses. No! You are not allowed to take my token. You are not allowed to take my herbs. I won't give them to you. A man in a black robe bulged his eyes, and growled fiercely. Humph! You bitch! Last time you spoke for Su Maoyan in the court, openly opposing the Su family. The head of the Su family told us to take your life. Now we give you a chance to live. But you don't want it. It seems that we don't have to be gentle with you, the man said, waving to the people around him. Brothers, come on. Show her some color. After the words fell, the dozen men surrounding Lin Wan'er immediately rolled up their sleeves and prepared to take action. When Su Maoyan saw this, she immediately recognized that this woman was the righteous girl who testified for her in the court without fear of the power of the Su family. No one dared to speak for her at that time. Nanjing Huan spoke for her because he had a grudge against the Su family. Lin Wan'er was just a concubine of a small family, and her strength was only that of an intermediate spiritual master. Such an inconspicuous person was not afraid of the Su family and dared to speak for her. Even Su Maoyang was a little surprised. So, she looked at her twice more and was very impressed by her. Unexpectedly, she met her here today. Now, seeing her being bullied, how could Su Maoyang sit idly by? Stop! What are you doing? Su Maoyang roared, and immediately shocked the men to stop. Su Maoyang is now famous in Nanjing College, and everyone knows her. Su Maoyang? Why are you here? The leading black-robed man did not expect Su Maoyang to appear suddenly, and he opened his eyes wide in shock and asked loudly. Su Maoyang snorted coldly. Now all the students of Nanjing Academy are training in Qixia Mountain. If I'm not here, where should I be? By the way, quickly take your claws off Lin Wan'er's neck, because I'm not sure if it will be blown up in the next second. The black-robed man has some strength and a somewhat arrogant personality, although he is afraid of Su Maoyang's spiritual power. As a leader, how can he retreat in the face of so many younger brothers watching around him? This is none of your business. Leave quickly. The man remained indifferent, holding Lin Wan'er tightly and not letting go. Su Maoyang sighed lightly and shook his head. I have already warned you, so don't blame me, she moaned, and everyone saw a shadow passing by. Su Maoyang, who was just more than 10 meters away, arrived in the blink of an eye, before everyone could see her figure clearly. The thunder-like palm power fell, bringing with it a spiritual power that shook the world. With a loud bang, more than a dozen men were suddenly ejected, and the man in black robe didn't even have time to scream before he was hit by the fierce spiritual power. His body exploded, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the whole open space was instantly filled with a strong smell of blood. The dozen men who were knocked away fell to the ground and spit out blood. But at this moment, they didn't pay attention to their injuries, but looked at the scene of flesh and blood flying in the air in horror. Su Maoyang actually blew up the man in black robe. This man in black robe is at least an intermediate earth spirit master. In their team, he is a master with very much combat experience. I didn't expect that Su Maoyang would smash him into pieces with one palm. Not even a complete body was left. Oh my god! What a terrifying fighting power! Chapter 88. Let me follow you. Seeing this scene, everyone shuddered. Their hearts suddenly rose to their throats. Their bodies tensed like a bowstring, staring at the expressionless Su Maoyang with horror. At this time, Su Maoyang just slowly took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands with some disgust. Such a method of treating human life is worthless. A calm and indifferent attitude, obviously elegant as a chrysanthemum, but cold and terrifying. Even Lin Wan'er, who was standing by, was shocked by Su Maoyang's move. Are you still coming? Su Maoyang put away his handkerchief, slowly raised his eyes, glanced at the group of men who fell to the ground, and spoke faintly. This voice was like the death knell of the end of the world, falling on the tip of everyone's heart, and immediately aroused a tremor in the depths of the soul. After seeing this scene, who would dare to come? Isn't it looking for death? Even the strongest intermediate earth spirit master in the team was beaten to pieces by her palm. So wouldn't these small shrimps be directly blasted into slag? Everyone was silent, holding their breath, as if a poisonous snake was crawling on their backs, and big beads of cold sweat flowed from their foreheads. Seeing that everyone seemed to be scared, Lin Wan'er didn't want to make a big deal. Fortunately, she was not injured, and the token and medicinal materials were all there, so there was no need to hurt anyone's life. Immediately, Lin Wan'er came to Su Maoyang and said gratefully, Miss Su, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would probably have to explain here. It's just that these people were instructed by the head of the Su family, and they were also forced to do so. Since they didn't do anything to me, I'll spare their lives. Su Maoyang frowned when he heard this, and glanced at her sideways. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Being tolerant to the enemy is cruel to yourself. If I don't take action, no one will plead for you. Lin Wan'er is very righteous and courageous, but to survive in this chaotic and complicated world, it is absolutely impossible to rely on justice and courage. Lin Wan'er was slightly stunned. No one had ever said such words to her. It sounded very cold, but it meant to care about her. She was not stupid. She immediately understood Su Maoyang's good intentions and nodded solemnly. Well, I understand. Thank you, Miss Su. Su Maoyang saw that she understood, then turned to look at the man on the ground, frowned and said in a low voice, "Leave your tokens and get out." Lin Wan'er helped her, so she still had to give this face. When the men heard this, they didn't care about the injuries on their bodies, and hurriedly got up, threw away the tokens like hot potatoes, and fled away. No matter how important the token is, it is not as important as saving your life. At this time, Su Maiyang walked over and picked up the dozen tokens that the man had dropped, and waved to Lin Wan'er. "These tokens are yours." Lin Wan'er shook her head. "No need. I didn't win them with my strength, and I would be cheating if I accepted these tokens. You should keep them." Su Maiyang saw that she was quite principled and did not comment. He had a better impression and appreciation for her in his heart. And then he stopped persuading her, and threw all the tokens into the medicine cauldron space. "Let's go!" Seeing that she was still standing there, stupidly at a loss, Su Maiyang could not help but remind her. Lin Wan'er was flattered when she saw that Su Maiyang was going to go with her, and hurriedly chased after him, smiling and asking, "Where are we going now?" "I'm going to find tiger bone grass." Su Maiyang spoke frankly. Lin Wan'er was so shocked that her eyes widened when she heard this, and she quickly lifted the black cloth that was wrapped around the herbs. "Miss Su, I just went over there to pick up a lot of precious herbs, including tiger bone grass. Since you want them, you can take them all." As she said that, Lin Wan'er handed all the tiger bone grass to Su Maiyang. Su Maiyang saw that she really had a lot of tiger bone grass, and her eyes flashed with surprise. "I've been looking for it for a long time, but I didn't expect it to be here with you." Seeing Su Maiyang happy, Lin Wan'er also smiled foolishly. "Well, these tiger bone grasses are to thank Miss Su for saving my life." Su Maiyang heard that. Without being polite to her, he took it and sniffed it in front of his nose. After confirming that it was tiger bone grass, he put it into the medicine cauldron space. "Why did you pick so many medicinal herbs?" Su Maiyang looked up at the pile of medicinal herbs that Lin Wan'er was holding again, and asked in confusion. Hearing this, Lin Wan'er's smile froze slightly, and the smile on her lips gradually faded. "My mother is in poor health, and my family doesn't hire a doctor for her, so I could only try my luck in Qixia Mountain and pick some medicinal herbs for her." Su Maiyang suddenly realized. No wonder she was bullied so badly. And she was holding the herbs tightly, and refused to give them up. It turned out to be for her mother. Thinking of this, Su Maiyang frowned. "What disease did your mother have?" Lin Wan'er shook her head and sighed dejectedly. "Actually, I don't know. But my mother's symptoms don't seem like ordinary problems, but like chronic poisoning. Alas, I'm helpless now." Hearing this, Su Maiyang also became serious. "Poisoning?" It seems that Lin Wan'er and her mother are in a very difficult situation in the Lin family. Thinking of this, Su Maiyang took out a pill from his arms and handed it to Lin Wan'er. "This is a detoxification pill. As long as it is not a very special poison, it can basically be solved. Go back and let your mother take it." Fortunately, Su Maiyang had prepared the detoxification pill before, in order to prevent encountering poisonous plants in Qixia Mountain. So as to be prepared, unexpectedly, it really came in handy. Lin Wan'er took the detoxification pill, and her eyes almost popped out of her head in shock. You know, the detoxification pill is a top-grade pill that can only be made by a top-level alchemist. Unexpectedly, just because of her words, Su Maiyang would give it to her casually. She has no way to repay this kindness. Lin Wan'er was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. She knelt on the ground with a bang and cowed out, "Miss Su, you are the lifesaver of me and my mother. As long as you don't despise me, Lin Wan'er is willing to follow you and work hard for you to repay you." Su Maiyang couldn't bear such a big gift, so he quickly helped her up. "Get up quickly. Working hard for you is an exaggeration. You have helped me before, and I am just repaying you a favor." Lin Wan'er refused to get up, and shook her head stubbornly, crying, "If Miss Su doesn't let me swear allegiance to you, I will kneel down and not get up." Lin Wan'er has been living a miserable life in the Lin family. If it weren't for her mother, she would have wanted to leave the Lin family long ago. But she has no ability, and she doesn't know where to go even if she leaves the Lin family. Now that Su Maiyang has appeared, she has a direction in life. No matter what, she doesn't want to miss this opportunity. Su Maiyang was just doing her a favor, but he didn't expect to get her sworn loyalty. "It's too dangerous for you, a mid-level spiritualist, to follow me." Su Maiyang said it very directly. She never accepted incompetent subordinates, even if Lin Wan'er did her a favor. because without strong strength following her, you can only be cannon fodder, and even implicate her. Lin Wan'er heard this. Not only did not retreat, but she said loudly with high morale, I will work hard to practice. And one day, I will have the qualifications to stand by your side. Please give me a chance to fight side by side with you. The pair of almond eyes flashed with dazzling light, and the determination and fearlessness in them shocked Su Maoyang's heart. Please, let me follow you. I will never let you down. Lin Wan'er cowed out hard, and blood oozed from her forehead. Chapter 89 Bloody Battle Group. Su Maoyang frowned slightly when he saw this, as if he was moved by her fearless determination, and nodded reluctantly, okay. Go back and settle your mother first. If you still don't change your mind, come to the Su mansion to find me. After saying that, Su Maoyang turned around and walked forward without waiting for her response. Lin Wan'er was surprised to see her agree, and hurriedly got up and chased after her, getting Su Maoyang's approval. Lin Wan'er was very happy all the way. However, Su Maoyang noticed something unusual. They didn't encounter any danger along the way, and it was a little weirdly peaceful. The location they were in should be the center of Qixia Mountain. Logically, there should be many spirit beasts, but it seems too quiet at the moment. Su Maoyang frowned unconsciously, slowed down his pace, and looked around cautiously. Lin Wan'er also noticed that Su Maoyang was not right, and her expression became more solemn. She asked, Miss Su, what's wrong? Is there something wrong here? Shoo! Su Maoyang stretched out a finger to signal silence. However, at this moment, a strong wind blew. Sand and rocks flew, and the leaves were shaken wildly. I saw countless black figures suddenly shot out from behind the dense leaves. The figure attacked fiercely in the direction of Su Maoyang, like a sharp sword. Su Maoyang's expression changed, and he immediately stretched out his hand to block Lin Wan'er behind him. Be careful. Step back. Before he finished speaking, Su Maoyang jumped up, grabbed Lin Wan'er's hand, and flew to the side, instantly avoiding the attack of a group of men in black. The leading man in black saw that Su Maoyang was agile and fearless in the face of danger, and couldn't help but sneered and said, It seems that you are the Su Maoyang mentioned by the head of the Sun family. The man in black learned from the head of the Sun family that Su Maoyang was an intermediate earth spirit master with good strength and talent. The appearance of this person was similar to what the head of the Sun family described. So it was her. Su Maoyang immediately understood when she heard the head of the Sun family. It seems that you are the killers hired by the head of the Sun family. Smart. But it's a pity that you are going to die soon. The man in black laughed. Lin Wan'er saw this group of ferocious black-clothed people and turned pale with fear. She leaned close to Su Maoyang's ear and reminded him in panic, Miss Su, they are wearing red flame clothes. They should be members of the Blood Battle Group. Blood Battle Group? Su Maoyang was puzzled. Lin Wan'er continued to explain. The Blood Battle Group has been hanging around in dangerous places for years. They are a group of desperate people who make a living on the knife. I heard that they are all junior heavenly spiritual masters, and the leader is an intermediate heavenly spiritual master. Not only are they fierce, but their actual combat experience is terrifyingly rich. You must be careful of them. They are murderers. Su Maoyang heard about the Blood Battle Group for the first time, and looked at them with some curiosity. Only then did he realize that there was a ball of red flame embroidered in the middle of these people's black robes, which seemed to be the unique symbol of their Blood Battle Group. Thinking that anyone who knows the Blood Battle Group can recognize their identity when they see this ball of flame. It's really a group that is not low-key at all. The leader of the Blood Battle Group saw that Su Maoyang was looking at them with a sizing look, frowned, and snorted coldly. Since you know our identity, don't even think about walking out of Qixia Mountain alive. After the words fell, 10 men rushed forward. Their movements were uniform, and a group of black shadows swept over, just like a person. Su Maoyang was shocked by their amazing coordination, and at the same time, he released the blue cloud leopard and retreated quickly. The blue cloud leopard flew up and stood in front of the Blood Battle Group with his sword. As a 6th-level spiritual beast, the blue cloud leopard's strength is comparable to that of a high-level heavenly spirit master, but it failed to break through before and suffered internal injuries. Now it can only entangle the leader, who is an intermediate heavenly spirit master. However, for Su Maoyang, it is enough to entangle the leader of the intermediate heavenly spirit master. Blue Cloud Leopard, entangle the leader for me, and I will deal with the rest. Su Maoyang narrowed his eyes and ordered calmly. After hearing this, the leader sneered disdainfully. Ha ha. You are so arrogant. We are a group of heavenly spirit masters. And you are just an intermediate earth spirit master. Who gave you the courage to brag? As he said that, the leader waved his hand and asked all the companions behind him to pour out. Seeing this, Su Maoyong burst out with powerful spiritual power, formed seals with both hands, and pushed out his palms. Humph. You overestimate your own abilities. One of the men in black snorted in contempt at Su Maoyong's resistance. And then the level of suppression from the primary heavenly spiritual master rushed over, like a mountain, pressing Su Maoyong to the point of being unable to breathe. Seeing that the 9 men moved quickly, and were not blocked by his spiritual power, Su Maoyong gritted his teeth and had no choice but to violently send out his soul power. The spiritual power in the hands of the fiercely rushing people was still there, but for some reason, the head suddenly felt like a needle-piercing pain. In such a short time, the depths of the soul seemed to have suffered a big impact, and the body also stagnated for a few seconds. But in just a few seconds, Su Maoyong got a chance to escape. He touched the ground with his toes, retreated quickly, and flashed back several meters. At this moment, the spiritual power that had been brewing in the palm of his hand for a long time finally came in handy. There was a loud bang, and the spiritual power surged wildly, hitting the black-clothed man's body hard. The man in black who was hit never thought that he would be repelled by an intermediate earth spirit master. It was the biggest shame in his life. The man stared at Su Maoyong in shock, and saw that the latter was standing steadily in the distance, looking at him calmly, neither arrogant nor impatient, and his eyes as bright as obsidian were sharp as a blade, which made people shudder. Even his heart couldn't help but feel a chill. He is really good. The leader who was entangled with Qinjianbeo not far away also noticed the movement here. Seeing that his deputy leader was actually repelled by an intermediate earth spirit master, his proud eyes were also stained with shock. Qinming, what's wrong with you? Kill her. The leader was really puzzled by Qinming's behavior and couldn't help but yell. Qinming felt innocent and frowned and retorted, she is a bit weird. I don't know what power she used, but she actually blocked our attack. The leader was furious when he heard this. No matter how weird she is, she can't resist the level suppression. Hurry up and solve it for me. Damn. This beast is too difficult to deal with. I have no time to be distracted. As he said, the leader was entangled by the Qinyin leopard again and fell into a hard battle, which made him sweat profusely. Taking advantage of this gap, Su Maoyong shouted to Lin Wan'er behind him very calmly, I see that you still have Polygonanum and Delonghua in your bag. Throw them to me. Lin Wan'er didn't understand why Su Maoyong suddenly wanted medicinal materials. At the moment, the situation was urgent, and she didn't dare to ask more, and hurriedly threw the medicinal materials to her. Su Maoyong quickly took it, crushed the 2 medicinal materials together, and then shouted, Soul-stealing needle. Give me. The soul-stealing needle shot out from Su Maoyong's fingertips and stopped steadily in front of Su Maoyong. Su Maoyong held it in his hand and dripped all the mixed liquid medicine on the soul-stealing needle. Today, I will let you be the first to taste the power of the soul-stealing needle. Su Maoyong curled his lips and sneered, humming. And then the soul-stealing needle between his fingertips suddenly flew out and fiercely stabbed at a group of men in black. Chapter 90. Oh my god. Monster. Su Maoyong contracted the soul-stealing needle, but he has never used it in actual combat. Now there are so many targets. Just a good time to practice. The men in black saw this and used their spiritual power to block it. But at this moment, one silver needle instantly turned into 9. And with a sprint, it pierced into the flesh of 9 men. Puff. The silver needle was thin and small, and the power was so fierce that the rough men were caught off guard and spurted out a mouthful of black blood. The men's faces were filled with disbelief, and they wiped the black blood from the corners of their lips and stared at Su Maoyong in horror. It's poisonous. What did you do to us? Su Maoyong shrugged indifferently, and his tone was so cold that it made people crazy. I just put some poison on the silver needle. What? The man in black was furious. He didn't expect the woman in front of him to be so insidious. Lin Wan'er was still wondering why Su Maoyong asked her for 2 medicinal materials. Seeing this, she suddenly realized it. It turned out that she mixed 2 mutually exclusive herbs together and dripped their juice onto the silver needles, using this unexpected method to poison them. Seeing this, Lin Wan'er had decided that Su Maoyong was not only powerful, but also very smart. She even tricked a group of heavenly spiritual masters. Several men in black were obviously not convinced. After all, their strength was 2 levels higher than hers. But they were actually tricked by her. It was really infuriating. Su Maoyang, do you think this little poison can do anything to us? You are so naive. The man in black roared and rushed towards Su Maoyang like a tiger descending from the mountain. Poisoned, his physical functions and spiritual power did decline. But it was more than enough to deal with an intermediate Earth spiritual master. Seeing the deputy leader rushing over, the men behind him also endured the pain and swung their arms again. And the powerful spiritual power came like a net covering the sky. Su Maoyang knew that the 2 mutually exclusive medicinal herbs could not kill them. But at least the power of the poison could buy her some time. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's eyes condensed. And the spiritual power that had been brewing in her fingertips for a long time burst out, coating her whole body with a thin layer of silver light. Looking at the black-clothed man on the opposite side rushing fiercely, Lin Wan'er behind him shouted to be careful. At this time, Su Maoyang was calm in the face of danger, and actually rushed towards the direction they were rushing towards, desperately meeting them. Seeing this, Lin Wan'er was so scared that she covered her mouth and lost her voice. The black-clothed men on the opposite side obviously did not expect Su Maoyang to want to fight head-on, and were immediately shocked, and their sinister pupils suddenly widened. Humph. Overestimating yourself, the man growled. And then the spiritual power that blasted out suddenly hit Su Maoyang's body. Su Maoyang formed seals with both hands and pushed hard to resist the violent spiritual power. But his feet did not retreat at all, and he actually forced himself to move forward step by step, which made the man in black a little unbelievable. Everyone knows how powerful the spiritual power of a junior, heavenly spiritual master is. Even if he himself was attacked by a junior heavenly spiritual master, he would be under great pressure. However, Su Maoyang, an intermediate earthly spiritual master, actually resisted it and kept moving forward. Is she really an earthly spiritual master? The man took a deep breath in disbelief, and called on several other partners to continue the attack. However, Su Maoyang did not allow them to launch a second round of attacks. With a roar, the spiritual power in his body burst out, and it swept towards the men in black like a tornado, which actually made the latter's arms numb and his cheeks sting. Although Su Maoyang was an intermediate earth spirit master, her ancient spirit body allowed her to absorb a lot of spiritual power, which suddenly burst out and immediately exerted a strong pressure on the primary heaven spirit master. Several men were instantly repelled several meters. Perhaps they did not expect her sudden attack, and they were caught off guard and suffered considerable internal injuries. Damn it! The deputy leader wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth again and cursed viciously. This is the first time I have encountered such a humiliating thing in my 30 years of life. If others knew that the people of the Blood Battle Group could not beat an intermediate Earth Spirit Master, wouldn't they laugh their teeth off? Thinking of this, the deputy leader was so angry that his eyes were broken and looked at Su Maoyang, who was also seriously injured. At this time, Su Maoyang was also severely injured because he had exploded all the spiritual power stored in his physical strength. She gently wiped the blood from the corner of her lips with her thumb. Her dark pupils did not shrink because of the injury, but were stained with bloodthirsty fighting spirit. The faint darkness that flashed by was like a cheetah lying in wait in the dark night, giving people a sense of oppression of danger approaching. The man in black seemed to be attracted by her sinister aura, and his angry pupils shrank slightly, and he jumped into a bit of shock. For the first time, he began to look at an intermediate Earth Spirit Master. Brothers, be careful. This woman is not simple. The deputy leader whispered a warning, and then clenched his fist and waved it towards Su Maoyang. The fierce spiritual power was like thunder and lightning. At this time, several men in black also exerted their strength at the same time, trying to help the deputy leader. But just as the spiritual powers of several people collided and merged, Su Maoyang ignored it and swooped forward again, simply colliding with their spiritual power without caring about his life. There was a loud bang, and the surrounding flowers, plants and trees were flattened in an instant. Thick smoke rose up, and the surroundings were suddenly filled with the smell of burning and strong blood. When the smoke cleared, Lin Wan'er saw that in the center of the spiritual power wave, Su Maoyang and 9 men in black were standing. The two sides confronted each other and were deadlocked, but everyone's lips were bleeding. Their faces were as pale as paper, and they looked like zombies eating human blood. Woman, you are very strong. If you reach the advanced level of Earth Spirit Master, We may not be your opponent. But, unfortunately, you are only an intermediate Earth Spirit Master. The deputy leader held his body, endured the spiritual power attack on his face, and said with difficulty, however. Su Maoyong smiled defiantly, and her pale lips suddenly curled up into a strange arc. Really? It seems that I must be promoted to a high-level Earth Spirit Master now. Hearing this, and looking at Su Maoyong's cold smile, the deputy head, who was confronting him, suddenly felt cold in his heart, and his back was instantly covered with chills. Before he could spit out the sarcastic words, he was stunned by Su Maoyong's sudden increase in spiritual power. Su Maoyong loosened her hands and gave up resistance. Their fierce power suddenly hit her body, making a violent sound. Such a spiritual power collision should have made Su Maoyong bloody. But she didn't expect that she would endure the severe pain all over her body, and use all her strength to absorb all the deadly spiritual power into her body. The body surrounded by spiritual power. The body that was scraped bloody by the power, now actually bloomed a dazzling silver light, like a moon surrounded by stars, soaring up. Oh my god! She's advancing. She's advancing. What kind of pervert is this? She's advancing while fighting. She's actually sucked all the spiritual power from our attacks into her body. Oh my god! Monster! When the men saw this scene, their eyes instantly filled with a sense of terror as if they were being hunted. Their lips and cheeks were pale and elongated, and their knees seemed to have been hit by a stick, so weak that they couldn't stand.